Metro Labyrinth, Volume 1, Chapters 0 to 46. Text editing and audiobook by Masquerade. Prologue, Chapter 0. Metro Flood. Third-person perspective. The first people to notice something strange were the workers belonging to the engineering department who were inspecting the rails of the Tokyo Metro North-South line. There was a junction there that should not have been there. Without any apparent reason, the rail line split in two, and the rails led into the darkness of a large hole through the concrete wall. Even with all the light bulbs available to them, they could not reach the far end of the hole. The rails curved almost at a right angle. There was no way a train could turn at such an angle, and above all, they themselves knew better than anyone that there was no junction at such a place. Even though they thought they were dreaming, pinching each other's cheeks was painful. The touch felt too real to be a hallucination, and too intricate to be a prank. "I wonder what's back there. Should we go in?" As they were discussing such things, a fresh, warm, and very rancid breeze blew through them, making them shudder. They were so frightened that they immediately retreated, which only slightly prolonged their fate. By that morning, 30 similar reports had come in from various metro stations. Mysterious holes and the appearance of railroad tracks, a phenomenon so hard to believe that it seemed supernatural, but it was unquestionably real. The Tokyo Metropolitan Government and the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport, and Tourism immediately announced the suspension of operations on all Tokyo Metro lines. The reason they gave was serious defects had been found in the tunnels and rails of the various lines. Without mentioning the strange phenomenon, more than 6 million metro users a day were left wondering, angry, bewildered, and saddened. Most of the city's commuters rushed to other modes of transportation. The transportation network, especially in the central part of the city, was in chaos, and accidents occurred one after another in various parts of the city. An investigation was conducted later that day, but the officials who went into the mysterious void did not return. The Fire and Disaster Management Agency and the Ministry of Defense were dispatched to search for the missing persons, but the search team would also not return. 3 days later, the number of holes in the ground exceeded 100, which horrified everyone concerned. The information was leaked to the mass media, and more than 10 million Tokyo residents were terrified. "What is happening under their feet at this moment? The metro is overflowing," said the actor who became a guest on a wide-ranging daytime TV show. Then, a week after the first anomaly, the whole of Japan was anxious, fearful, and wondering. The end of Tokyo, Japan's largest and one of the world's greatest cities, had started. Fungi such as molds and mushrooms are decomposers in the food chain. They have the role of cleaners, decomposing plant matter, fallen leaves, and rotting wood, the producers, back into inorganic matter and circulating it through the ecosystem. They can't decompose animal matter, but that job is exclusively for bacteria. They may have a similar name, but fungi and bacteria are completely different organisms. What's the difference? Squeak. Fungi are eukaryotes, while bacteria are prokaryotes. Fungi are made up of a network of cells called mycelium, which multiplies by spores. Bacteria are unicellular organisms that increase by division. Mushrooms are delicious, but bacteria are inedible and won't fill your stomach. Noah sure knows a lot. Squeak. I know this from hearing it firsthand. 100 years ago, a super fungus overflowed from the metro, flooding the underground and engulfing all of Tokyo. The city, its people, and civilization were eradicated, and a paradise of mycelium was established. After that, it took several decades to rebuild the Shin Tokyo where we are now. 100 years. My great-grandfather used to tell me a story before he went to bed, about a country called Japan in ancient times, during the Heisei era. Shasan lived there, didn't you? Yeah. I don't really feel it, though. But I've been asleep for 100 years. Chapter 1. Waking up. I feel a faint flash of light through my eyelids. Toward the whitish circle of light, the fragments of my fragmented awareness slowly gather. My head is heavy. I am too dazzled to open my eyes. I cannot breathe properly. Me? Who am I? It was such a question that was addressed to no one, finally put into words in my head. Breathe, breathe. I could only hear the sound of myself breathing. Soon, The answer appears, like small bubbles rising to the surface of the water. I'm Abe Shuu. In the grayish darkness, I fumbled through the information about who I am. Born on January 9th. I just turned 23. Never married, no girlfriend. Height 175 centimeters, weight 65 kilograms. Company employee. Sales department of a web advertising company. First year freshly graduated, soon to be second year, I guess. Graduated from the Faculty of Economics at Ahuji University. Born in Joda City, Saitama. I'm currently living in Kanimcho, the northern area near the Tokyo Metro. My father is a company employee. My mother works part-time at a supermarket. I lived with my parents and grandmother until I moved to Tokyo. And then ... Well, what was I doing? Last week, I fell off a balcony and was rushed to the hospital. When I woke up, my dad and my mom were there. My right arm and leg were fractured. I was hospitalized immediately. A total of 3 months of recovery. The back of my chest is rapidly becoming colder. I did something stupid. I was so drunk that I fell off the balcony. I've put the company through a lot of trouble, too. I hope they don't fire me. I strained my eyelids and forced them open. A whitish light flashes into my eyes. It is so bright that the backs of my eyelids start to feel irritated. It is not fluorescent light. The ceiling and walls are covered with a thick layer of what looks like moss, which emits a dim white light as if it were a special paint. I have never seen such a form of lighting. I'm not in a hospital room, right? I moved my eyes to look around. It's a space about 4.5 tatami mats across a rock wall. A lousy place to call a room. Where am I? What's going on? The myriad of questions that pop into my head is blown away by the sight of the blue-blackish substance covering my body. I was encased in something that looks like a cocoon. It looks like I'm in a chrysalis or now spider food. Whoa. In a panic, I rip it off. It was sticking to me as if it had roots, and it was stringy, making me feel uncomfortable. I scrubbed it or scratched it with my fingernails to remove it. Huh? The right arm is moving normally. My legs, too. When it is removed, I can see my pale skin exposed. I am naked, no hospital gown, no underwear. There was no cast that had held the fracture in place, and there were no surgical scars that should have remained on my arm and leg. I think I was admitted to the hospital about 10 days ago. My family came to see me. My friends from college, my boss and colleagues came to see me. But I can't remember what happened after that. When did I get better? And with such a clean recovery, what the hell is this? Barely audible. My throat seems to be recovering some of its functionality. I mean, I'm really myself, right? Was I reborn as a different person with my memories intact? I can't be certain because I don't have a mirror, but the shape of the fingernails on my hands, the somewhat crooked middle finger, and the hair on my arms are not out of place. The color and shape of my slack nipples, and my lazily hanging thing has the size and rightward bend that seem to belong to my own body. So, the wound had healed completely without my knowledge, and I was also left alone in a place like this? Doesn't make any sense at all. At any rate, I try to stand up. I wobble for a moment, but my thin legs somehow support my body. I stagger out of the room through the hole in the wall in front of me. There is a hallway where one adult can stand and walk. To the right is a dead end. I walk along the wall to the left. It is a rough concrete-like wall, and at the end of the wall is a large pile of rubble with a hole in it that I can bend down to crawl through. We crawled on all fours through it and emerged into an open area. The subway? It is a circular tunnel. On the ground leading off to the left and right, what looks like the remains of tracks extend into the tunnel. The walls are cracked, crumbling, and covered in moss or mold. Horizontal holes, which look like vents, are spaced at equal intervals. The room is glowing a faint white light in places, and it is bright enough to see tens of meters into the distance. The light is dim and hazy, and the light is unevenly distributed and unequal in luminosity. At the end of the road, where the lights have been cut off, it is pitch black. A fresh gust of air caresses my back and makes me shiver. This is a subway tunnel, right? Let's leave aside why I'm out in such a place. I'm not likely to find out now that I think about it. Anyway, looking at this weathered atmosphere, Perhaps more time has passed than I thought. That's like 10 or 20 years. Like Urashima Taro, huh? How old am I now? Urashima Taro is the protagonist of a Japanese fairy tale who was rewarded for a good deed where he becomes a guest in the Dragon Palace, but when he returns on land he realized that 100 years have already passed. No, it makes no sense at all. Someone please explain this to me. In the meantime, is there anyone anywhere? Should I go outside? Can I go outside in the buff? It's a surefire ticket for an arrest. I'm going to be fired. If I'm still affiliated with the company. Step. I can hear footsteps and something that sounds like a growl. Oh no, that sounds really bad. I try to rush back to the hole I was in earlier, but the sound of footsteps turns into a thumping sound as they kick the ground, closing in on me in the blink of an eye. Graw. The barking comes directly behind me. I turn around. I'm on all fours, with my ass on full display and neither my butt nor my balls were covered. Are you for real? It's a dog or a wolf, and a rather large one at that, about the size of a tiger or a lion. It has gray, rugged fur, a long tail, and pointed ears. Even its sharp fangs and claws are intimidating. What the hell is this? It's a little too big, isn't it? I mean, a wolf in the middle of Tokyo? This should be impossible, right? A dream? A robot CGI? It turns its bloodshot eyes towards Shuu and drool drips everywhere. It's completely real. It was reality. Wait, sit down. The wolf pounced on me, ignoring my immediate command as a matter of course. The wolf's jaws were wide open. Hi. Its fangs sink into my left arm. It hurts. It hurts. I'm dying. I'm really going to die. This is not a dream at all. This is real. Anyway, I frantically shake it off. I hear a crack, and the wolf pulls away. The blood-soaked area around my mouth glistens with each chew. The flesh under my wrist is gouged out, and blood is pouring down in a steady stream. The pain and fear make me feel faint. I feel like I'm going mad. Once again the wolf jumps on me, with its big mouth open, as if it wants to take another bite. The lunge should have been extremely fast, but it seems to be slowing down. I'm going to die. What is happening? I unconsciously thrust out my right arm, as if to protect my head. I don't know what's happening. But, I don't want to die. At the moment when I thought strongly with tearful eyes, I felt something gathering in the palm of my hand. Then, blood splatters. The wolf's, a long, thin, sharp object is thrust into its wide-open jaws. It is a pure white sword that is grown out of the palm of Shu's hand. The next thing Shuu knows, the area is silent. His bottom that's against the ground is cold. As he tries to stand up, he noticed that his left arm, which should have been bitten, is intact. There is not a single scar, but a sticky blue-black substance, the substance that had enveloped Shu's body in that room, is still clinging to the area around the wound. Something he thought he had peeled it all off. Am I dreaming? No. There is dried blood sticking to my body and a wolf is lying in a pool of blood. A sword is sticking in the back of its head from its mouth. The sword is already out of Shu's hands, and the part where it was joined, where it meets the butt of the sword's hilt, there is also a whitish sticky residue on the palm side of his hand, like the remnants of a torn rope or mushroom pith. What the hell is this? I don't understand. This is the first time in my 23 years of life that I have been attacked by a wolf or had something like this grow out of my hand. It is beyond comprehension. At any rate, I try to get up, and realize that I am starving. It is an unbearably painful hunger. Oh man, I need to eat something right now. That said, this is a mysterious subway. Not a single blade of grass or tree around. I glance at the dead wolf. Wait. I realized I'm about to take a bite of it. What's wrong with me? I was never this wild, but truly, this hunger is too much. I need to put something in my stomach. I don't know what's right or left in this situation, but hunger is making me extremely impatient. I've never taken apart an animal before. There is no water and no fire. Oh no, my hands are starting to shake. I want to put anything in my stomach, even if it's raw meat. The Sporangium. Are you going to eat it? Squeak. The Sporangium, a structure in which spores are produced, especially in fungi, algae, mosses, and ferns. A voice suddenly calls out to him from behind Shug, and he jumps back involuntarily. He turns around, but no one is there. "I'm here, squeak." When he lowered his gaze, he saw a squirrel under his feet. Puffy white cheeks, bushy tail. Its fur is tinged pink, and on its head is a reddish spot, or rather, a small jewel. A little strange chipmunk-like creature. So cute. It looks up at him and waves its paw. "Hunter-san, can I get some of it too?" Squeak. A squirrel taps his thumb. Its high-pitched voice clearly emanates from its tiny body. The stress in his head has reached saturation point, and his brain explodes. "Kai-ah, the squirrel is taking." "Ah, shut it, you blabbermouth. The other beasts will come." Squeak. In the blink of an eye, the squirrel ran up to Shug's body, landed on his shoulder, and slapped him on the cheek. Somehow, it's a little bit painful, for a squirrel slap. "Since you are a hunter, then you eat the Sporangium all over the metro." Squeak. "And I will take the leftovers." Squeak. "Huh? Hunter? Metro? Sporangium? I don't understand what those are." Before that, how can a squirrel talk? Forget the small details. Cut open the ghost wolf's abdomen and take out the Sporangium. Squeak. Its squeaking pierces my eardrums. I have no idea what it is, but it doesn't change the fact that I need to eat something anyway. "We are just going to cut up its stomach, right?" "Hurry." Squeak. "The other beasts are coming." Squeak. "The talking squirrels tell me what to do, but I have no other choice. I'm too reluctant to do it, but I can't turn my back on it. I guess we'll just have to do it. I'm going to mobilize all the knowledge I've read in books, just to see what I can see and do." Shug pulls the sword from the wolf's head and stabs it into its lower abdomen. The wolf's hide is thick and tough. The length of the sword, about 50 to 60 centimeters long, was in the way, making it difficult to cut. Even so, he held it down with his foot and repeatedly pulled and jabbed at it, cutting it open. "The ribs don't need to be removed." Squeak. "Just reach around the lower abdomen." Squeak. Taking my time, I somehow managed to crack open the lower abdomen. The intestines spill out. There's a round thing deep inside. Ugh. Wrenching my hand into its belly, I scramble through the intestines. Underneath, at the back, are two whitish spheres. Unnaturally beautiful spheres for organs. They are about 5 or 6 centimeters in diameter. With my fingers, I carefully peel off the connective parts and remove them. "This is bad." Squeak. "The other beasts are coming." Squeak. "Seriously?" Although Shug can't feel their presence, it is easy to imagine that the smell of blood and flesh attracts the beasts. He hurriedly went through the first hole and blocked it with a reasonable amount of debris and rubble. "Well, that's a nice hiding place. Large beasts can't get in here." Squeak. "Wasn't there always a hole here?" "I didn't notice." Squeak. "It must have been the metro changing yesterday." "Probably." Squeak. "The metro changing? I was sleeping here just now." "Where is this place? Anyway, I'll tell you later." Squeak. "Let's eat the Sporangium first." Squeak. As soon as I return to the first room, the squirrel urges me to eat the Sporangium. However, when I look at it again, I realize that it is a raw organ that has just been removed. I am a little reluctant to eat it as it is. As a civilized person, I would at least like to cook it. "If you don't do it immediately, it will lose its freshness." Squeak. "Gulp it down, you slow as molasses pussy." Squeak. "Why are you cursing me at the end?" I decide to do it and take a bite of it. A slightly elastic film on the surface is broken by my teeth, and then there's something slightly chewy. It just gave in. It is raw and sticky. Moreover, it is slightly bitter, like a marshmallow. No, it might be closer to the shiroko, a fish sperm sac, that my senpai made me eat at a tavern once. Still, I cannot help but eat it. I am so hungry that my body is urging me to take another bite. I finish one side at a time without worrying about the stickiness around my mouth. Whoa! Suddenly, all the muscles in my body begin to stiffen and creak. For a moment I suspect poisoning, but there is no pain or discomfort, and after a few seconds it disappears in a breath. Nothing uncomfortable remains. I mean, my body is. I am clearly feeling better, partly because my hunger has vanished like an illusion, but also as if I am flooded with energy from the inside out. I wonder if the spores, Sporangium, perhaps, have a nourishing tonic-like effect. Even the drinks that claim to give you wings in the morning after the last train home don't do this. You might have leveled up, squeak. Level up? The Hypha inside your body grew. You, even though you are from the nation of Itakuri, you are stupider than me, squeak. There, Kanshai, in my body grew? Kanshai could mean inhibition, thread, or Hypha, or the long branching thread-like structure of a fungus. Thread? I don't know, and I'm not a hunter. I'm a salaryman. Salaryman? What a weak name, squeak. No, my name is Abe Shuu. The squirrel is nibbling on the other Sporangium. After about a quarter of the way through the meal, it twitched, oh yeah, and said, I have leveled up too, squeak. As it did a fist pump pose. I guess the leveling system applies to squirrels, too. I'm not a squirrel, squeak. I'm a magical beast, squeak. I'm one of the world's famous Carbuncle, squeak. Even though you end everything with a squeak, a magical beast? A Carbuncle? The magical beast sat down flat on its haunches and licked the goo off its face while chewing the contents of its bulging cheek pouches. I'm already quite full, squeak. You can have the rest, squeak. Or I'll feel guilty, squeak. I thought squirrels were herbivores. Or are they omnivores? Oh well, even though they are leftovers from the squirrels, they are still valuable food. I eat it up without hesitation. Then again, another physical buzzing occurs, which also disappears in a few seconds. The fact that you happen to level up twice means that you were rather weak for a human, squeak. I'm weak. I just woke up. And I don't know what's going on anymore. My stomach is full, and I have more energy, but then my composure returns. I was supposed to be in the hospital, but I found myself in the subway, almost killed by a wolf, met a talking squirrel, and ate raw wolf entrails. It was a series of quite extraordinary experiences. Hey, Squirrel-san, my name is Tamiko, squeak. Tamiko means carbuncle. Tamiko, where are we and what year is it in the Christian era? Where? We're under the Ootsuka Metro, squeak. Ootsuka Metro? You mean, 50 stories underground? What year in the Christian era, squeak? I don't know what you mean by Christian era, squeak. If it's Tokyo era, it's 120 years, squeak. Tokyo era? What is that? A new calendar era? The metro system has been in the process of upheaval, and the previous country had a huge earthquake 100 years ago. I heard from my mom that it's now called New Tokyo, the nation of Itakuri, squeak. Really? She leans against the wall and looks up at the ceiling. Chapter 2. Stand Up. The Metro Flood. The words of a talking squirrel named Tamiko bring back Shu's memories. Memories from the time he was admitted to the hospital until he lost consciousness. A few days after his hospitalization, Tokyo was in turmoil. Mysterious tunnels were appearing frequently on the subway lines, and the Tokyo Metro was suspending service across the entire network. Thanks to this, my parents complained that it was hard for them to come to visit me. They could not use the nearest station, Shin Ootsuka Station. So they walked from Ootsuka Station on the Yamanote line, but there was a long line of people waiting to board the train that could not fit on the platform. I heard that the metro is flooding, my mother said in a slightly agitated tone. Said that she had heard something about it from a TV show or something. My father was always saying that it would be better to transfer to another prefecture. A few days later, he was dozing off after dinner. There was some kind of commotion both inside and outside the hospital. A nurse rushed into his room and woke him up. Evacuate. Hurry. After screaming in a hysterical voice, she looked out the window and her face contorted. She turned round with a pang, and then, there was a big earthquake. The power went out and it was pitch black. There was a sound like a building collapsing. I felt as if the whole bed was falling. Then my consciousness was suddenly cut off. That is all I can remember. If this talking squirrel named Tamiko is not lying, if all of it is true, the metro flood is a real disaster that happened, and it is what brought Japan, or the entire world, to the brink of annihilation. It means that everything was destroyed and the country of New Tokyo was founded. Now I'm in the post-apocalypse, the world 100 years from then. No family, friends, company, or anything else is left. It is impossible to imagine such a world. Even if this place where I am now is a part of that world. This is impossible, right? If I had been asleep for 100 years, there would not even be a bone left in my body. And yet, I am alive. Not only am I not a skeleton, but I am as healthy as when I was before I lost consciousness, or rather, before I was hospitalized. Abe Shuu, you are a human from the previous country, right? Squeak. I guess so, but is that even possible? I don't know. Do humans even live that long? Squeak. No, I don't think we'd live that long. Suddenly, I touched the blue-black sticky substance on the floor of the room. I was sleeping wrapped in it. It's mold. Squeak. Mold? I got moldy? Isn't it a canoe? A play on words on fungus and feature. A canoe. It's tiring to explain things to someone who is ignorant of everything. Squeak. I'm sorry, Tamiko. I'll give you a belly rub as an apology. Don't touch me so easily, you dummy. Squeak. I'll rip your finger off. Squeak. Stop, stop. Oh, my gosh, that's so good. What's a canoe? It's the ability to control the Hypha. Squeak. It's also called a skill. Squeak. No, once you start, don't just stop. Squeak. More belly rubs. Squeak. Rub rub. Hypha, like in molds. The Hypha of mushrooms. The ability to manipulate the Hypha. So basically the ability to control mycelium. Both molds and mushrooms are members of the same family of fungi as living organisms and are roughly classified as mushrooms that produce fruiting bodies, umbrellas and stems, and molds that do not. I learned this in biology class. Mycelium is what makes up such fungi. What does it mean to have the ability to control mycelium? I can't even imagine. Skills, levels, magical beasts. It is like a term from the world of video games. Me and also humans have mycelium growing all throughout our bodies. That's why we can use our skills. Squeak. Mycelium inside means that the whole body is parasitized by fungus, doesn't it? Putting it that way, it is somewhat disgusting. I think Abe Shuu was using skills just now, too. Squeak. That's how you killed the wolf? Squeak. Oh, that thing. Shug looks down at his palms. Earlier, he had been completely unaware and had only wanted to not die. He doesn't even know how to do it, but he tries to remember anyway. Come out, sword. Oh, whoa. A white thread arises from the palm of his right hand, twists together to form a sharp blade, and then stretches out again. It nearly pierced his face. It really came out. It's a single blade with a slightly milky white tinge. It is slightly warped and has no flange. The handle is thin and rounded. The joint between the handle and the palm of his hand is connected by a sticky spider thread. That's the fungal skill. Squeak. So that's a Hypha weapon that hunters can use. Squeak. It's the first time I've seen one. This is mycelium, a weapon made of mycelium. The mycelium secreted from the body gathered and clumped together to form a sword. Perhaps this is as crazy as it sounds. When did I acquire this ability? How did I acquire this ability? Am I really me? Am I no longer the same person? Or maybe I'm not human anymore. No answer would come to me even if I thought about it. I had no choice but to grasp the handle and try to pluck it off. The blade does not reflect the light from the moss. It's a rugged, rough, dry blade. I shake it to test it, and it makes a whipping sound. The weight is not so heavy, but the blade and the sharpness of the tip are like those of a real sword. This is my mycelium. Oh yeah, squeak. The hard and pointy thing of Abe Shuu. Squeak. The way you say it. Hunters from the nation of Itaguri. They raid the metro with their fungal skills. Squeak. Eat the sporanium of the metro beasts and get stronger and bigger. Squeak. Is the sporanium something like reproductive organs of metro beasts? Then that means I ate a wolf's balls. My stomach is churning, but I can't throw up once I've eaten. Even if it is a pair of balls. It seems that there was a pandemic from the metro before, and the metro beasts are the creatures that survived. Squeak. How they were able to survive, I don't know. Squeak. Pandemic. That's some scary word, you know? As far as I can tell, it is some kind of biodisaster that came at the same time as the flooding of the metro flood. Well, you mentioned this place is called Ootsuka Metro. Ootsuka, as in near Shugamo and Ikebukuro? I don't know. Squeak. I've never been to the surface. Squeak. I learned all about the language of the humans and the world from my mother, squeak. Mother? She used to travel together with a hunter too, squeak. She was very knowledgeable, squeak. Tamiko looks sad and downcast as she says this, in the past tense. Does that mean she is not alive, or at least not here? I see. Is the metro not the same as the subway? Subway? I don't know, squeak. The metro is metro, squeak. It's the underground labyrinth of New Tokyo. An underground labyrinth. A dungeon, in other words. More and more like a game. We're on the 50th floor of the Ootsuka hospital where I was hospitalized before. Does this mean that I was knocked down to such a deep underground level by a disaster like the metro flood and for some reason survived for 100 years? I don't get it. No good anymore, and the mystery just piles up. It only hurts to keep swallowing the indigestible little bones. Let's think about the future. Instead of focusing on the mysteries I don't understand, I should be focusing my attention on the real issues at hand. I need to reach the surface first. As soon as possible, I will escape from this too dangerous underground space. I will see with my own eyes what this world is like now. That's all I can do, for now. I have one goal. I'll just think about that first. Tamiko, I want to go to the surface. What should I do? Impossible, squeak. Huh? Abe Shuu is really weak for a human, squeak. In this metro, we have a caste system. You are just a tick within that pyramid, squeak. How do you know so much about castes? If you leave here carelessly, you'll end up getting clobbered all over the metro by something like the ghost wolf just now, squeak. Moreover, it will be an instant kill, squeak. You will just become a victim and pooped out, squeak. I don't want to be poop. To get to the surface, you have to climb a lot of stairs and fight against a lot of metro beasts, squeak. It's impossible for Abe Shuu, squeak. Certainly. It's impossible. I almost died just now. Well, then, what are the chances of someone else coming to the metro? That person can help me. The Ootsuka Metro is quite unpopular. Hunters rarely go here, squeak. Abe Shuu is the first human I have ever seen, squeak. That's why I was quite excited. I didn't know they had such a smooth face. I'm sorry I have a smooth face. My complex. So, it's not practical to wait for rescue. Escape on my own is not possible. No rescue is coming. I am trapped on all sides. But that's just the way it is now. Abe Shuu, huh? Improve yourself enough to be able to fight all of the metro beasts, squeak. Shug stares at the sword in his hand. After Tamiko's story, it seems so small, but this is all he has at the moment. Leveling up just means defeating that wolf-like monster from before and eating its guts, right? Yes, squeak. How strong should I be if I level up? I heard that my mother's partner was a super strong hunter, level 50 or higher, squeak. On this floor. I heard they fought with a lot of nasty metro beasts, squeak. I wish Abe Shuu can be as good as them. Level 50 or higher. Shug leveled up twice earlier, so Shug is currently level 3, unless those were multiple level ups going up at once. At the very least 47 more. He suddenly feels faint. I wonder if I can do it alone. I have no preparation, no equipment, and almost zero knowledge. I've never even been in a fight, let alone been on a hunt. I have never been involved in anything rough in my life. Even if I was suddenly thrown into a game-like world and told to fight monsters, I would not be able to do so. My only weapon was a sword made of mycelium, and I had no clothes, let alone armor, and I was still naked. At a loss for what to do, Tamiko stepped up to my shoulder and slapped me on the cheek. I will help you, squeak. I'm going to teach Abe Shuu all the knowledge I got from my mother, squeak. I appreciate that, but why? I want to go to the surface too, squeak. I've never left the metro since I was born. I want to see the city, the sun, and humans, squeak. Tamiko puts her hands together and looks up at the ceiling in rapt attention. Her longing for the surface world seems strong. But I can't do it alone, squeak. My mother has been dead for a while, too. If I don't do something about it, I'll end up as a Metro Beast's snack someday, squeak. I knew that Tamiko's mother died. The past year means Tamiko has been surviving alone for a year. That's why I want Abe Shuu to become a strong and healthy human, squeak. So we can go out together to New Tokyo, squeak. I see. It's a win-win. A chin-chin? A pee-pee? Squeak. I'm female. Squeak. No, forget about it. Anyway, thanks for helping me. I woke up in this unfamiliar world, not knowing what was right and left, and I don't know what was going on. To be honest, I feel like wallowing in despair for a few more days. I want to stay here, mourn the misfortune that has befallen me, and bask in my tragedy. However, the situation does not allow it. This is a very dangerous place, and there is no water or food. And I am naked. If I choose to die, it will be easy. They would come and make it easy for me. But if you choose to live, well, I guess I'll just have to try. I have to accept reality and act. I will try to escape from this metro or whatever it is called, with a mycelial sword in hand and a squirrel as my partner. How utterly comical is this adventure? I almost laughed. But this is my only choice. That's the spirit of Abe Shuu. Squeak. Shah holds out his index finger to the squirrel on his shoulder. Tamiko grabs it with a tug. I'm in your hands, Tamiko. Nice to meet you, Abe Shuu. I'm going to give you a good workout, and I'm going to make you tough. Squeak. Go easy on me. It's all going to be okay. Squeak. With Tamiko here, it will be like a baby manning a boat. Squeak. We are going to sink. You know, if I get serious, I'll have you under New Tokyo's sun in no time. Squeak. As it turned out, they would spend 5 years here. Chapter 3. The beginning of my survival. When he wakes up, Shah finds himself on a bed. It's a hospital room. That hospital room where he was admitted after a serious injury. A middle-aged female nurse comes in and feeds him a white dumpling, saying, "It's time for your meal." She would shovel the white dumplings into his mouth without hesitation. A dream? I feel like I was having a terrible dream. I try to remember while munching on a fairly hefty bowl of dumplings, but there is a haze over my ability to remember and think. What a relief. It was all just a dream. I am relieved to be back in reality for now. I swallow all the stuff in my mouth, but I am still hungry. Hospital food is not enough for me. I want something fattier and richer in flavor. This time a man, my doctor, comes in and asks, "How are you feeling?" and strokes my face with a paintbrush. It tickles, but I am convinced that this is a necessary part of the treatment. I need to get well soon and get back to work. When will I be able to return to the surface? When you reach level 50, Squeak. Huh? When I wake up, I am in a small room surrounded by rock walls. The surface of my nose is being stroked with a soft tuft of fur. A chipmunk is holding her tail and wagging it from side to side. It's Tamiko. Good morning, Squeak. It's already morning, Squeak. I wake up and back to another nightmare. At any rate, I reach out and rub her fluffy white belly. Oh. Don't touch. No. Tamiko writhes under my fingers. This is the 50th basement floor of the Ootsuka Metro. If Tamiko is to be believed, this is the deepest level of the labyrinth that stretches beneath Tokyo. Normally, there is no day or night in the underground world, but the glowing moss that grows on the walls and ceilings, which Tamiko says is called firefly moss, indicates the day and night by the color of its light. When the light is whitish, it is daytime, and when it is bluish, it is nighttime. I must have slept so much that I grew mold, but yesterday night I fell asleep early, and despite the fact that I was naked on the hard floor, I fell asleep soundly. It was like morning, with a dim white light illuminating the room. I'm hungry. I just had a mouthful of that damn Sporangium yesterday. I heard a sad sound from my stomach as if it was urging me to give it something. I'm thirsty. I need a drink of water. It's a very urgent need, too. Or rather, it may be more difficult to secure drinking water in this cave than hunting beasts. Then, shall we go to the oasis, Squeak? Huh? A place where you can drink water in peace, Squeak. Really? Tamiko has a good ear, apparently. She seems to have a skill that, in essence, strengthens her hearing. It's my fungal skills, Squeak, she said. It is hard to see with the naked eye, but she has a tiny flap made of small threads on the edge of her ear. So in short, her skill seems to strengthen her hearing. There are no metro beasts nearby, Squeak. This is our chance, Squeak. All right, let's go. He removes the rubble that serves as a blockade. passing through the hole, and steps out of their hiding place. A short distance away from the doorway is the remains of a wolf that has been reduced to nothing. After yesterday's incident, I tried to retrieve the carcass, even though I was prepared for the room to be covered in the stench of decay, but Tamiko stopped me, saying, "There are other beasts here." It seemed that the smell of blood had attracted other beasts, and what was now lying in front of us were their leftovers. Actually, it already looks like a seedbed. There is a long and slender plant that looks like a long and thin tsukushi, a kind of Japanese radish, or zenny, a kind of royal fern, and I have never seen anything much like it before. Only one night after sprouting, or perhaps photosynthesis is not necessary? That's a mycelial plant. Squeak. Mycelial plant? Is it a fungus or a plant? Looks like the latter, but I'm not quite sure. There are a lot of them growing in the oasis. Squeak. I see. We'll discuss that later, but we need to get going. I'm too wary to go out unarmed, aside from being in the buff, so I try to arm myself. As I reminded myself yesterday, come out, come out. A thread started to form from the palm of my hand, forming the shape of a sword. It is a sword made of white mycelium. I am relieved to be able to reproduce it, but at the same time, I cannot help but be surprised. Fungal skill, huh? Blue-black mold heals wounds and I can create swords. For now, these two are the only ones I can use at the moment. Right? Abe Shuu. Let's go. The road, which resembles an abandoned subway line, continues to the left and right. From Tamiko's stories and Shu's memories before waking up here, people would guess that this place is like a labyrinth created by the supernatural flooding and sprawling of the Tokyo Metro. With Tamiko on his shoulder, Shu heads to the right along the rail. The man-made ambience quickly fades as the small tunnel leads to a pathway, which turns into a cavernous passage surrounded by craggy rock surfaces. The path branches off into narrow paths, and as Tamiko instructed, they turn to the right and left. After 2 or 3 minutes of walking, fearing that they might run into a beast, the path suddenly opens up to reveal a clear view. Oh my, the ceiling is high and the area is about the size of a school ground. It is as bright as real daylight, probably due to the amount of firefly moss. Small insects are flying around. You can hear something like birds chirping. The ground is covered with soft humus, and short grass and trees grow as far as the eye can see. The air feels so fresh that it fills one's lungs. Certainly, it feels like an oasis within a desolate underworld. But, clutching my sword, I look around nervously. If a wolf suddenly jumped out of the bushes, I'd be scared for sure. Or rather, I'd pee myself. It's all right, Squeak. There are no beasts nearby, Squeak. Are you sure? There are only rats, bats, and useless small fries, Squeak. Okay, there's some water over there, Squeak. Water gushes from the ground and from the walls, creating ponds several meters wide in some places. Shu scooped up some water with his hand and smelled it. There was no particular smell, nor were there any impurities in the water. At first glance, the water looks clean. I take a sip of the water with trepidation. A cool sensation passes down my throat. Delicious. I may have never had such good water before. No, the taste itself is probably not so different from anything I have ever tasted, but it makes me realize that my body has been craving it. I downed 2 or 3 cups of it, though I thought I have to do it in moderation so as not to upset my stomach. I'm me, without a doubt. I catch my breath and look at my reflection on the shimmering surface of the water. It is unmistakably Abe Shuu. It is the same me as before I fell into a long sleep. This completely dispelled the theory that I had been reincarnated as another person. I slap myself on the cheek. The featureless, pasty, smooth face that I have known for 23 years. A plain, flat face that could be called a representative of the plain face tribe. The women I know say he looks sleepy, harmless, somewhat soothing, and hard to tell what he's thinking. Is it wrong that I have a single eyelid? I feel a little thinner than I remember myself. I've gained a few pounds in a year since I started to work, but I look even gaunter than I did when I ran out of money as a student. Is it natural since I have not eaten or drank for a century? Or rather, should I be glad that I have not dried up and turned to dust? Tamiko is washing her face and body with water. She seems to like to keep clean, just like a girl. She was also carefully polishing the jewelry on her head. Tamiko, what is that red jewel on your head? It was on my mother's head too, squeak. It's just the way we are, squeak. It's just the way you are. Take your fucking mitts off me, squeak. I'm sensitive, squeak. Stop, Sto. Pat me more. You're so cute. Now that I am safely relieved of my thirst. The next step is hunger. I rummage around to see if there is anything edible. I am not an expert on flowers and plants, but none of the plants in the oasis looked familiar to me. Some were twisted, some were bushy like marimo, moss balls that are actually algae colonies, some were oddly sized, and some had blue or black leaves. If I snap off one of the weeds, I find that it is sticky and filamentous inside the stem. I wondered if this was the origin of the name, mycelial plant. Taking Tamiko's advice, I picked some wildflowers that looked safe to eat. We also picked some mushrooms with strange shapes. Mushrooms are a low-calorie, sugar-free food, but they are better than nothing. Acorn dandelion, squeak. Tamiko runs up to the yellow flowers. The flower is named after the acorn dandelion, which has a seed resembling a tree nut in the center of its flower. This squirrel is nothing more than a squirrel as she plucks them off and gnaws on them. Acorns are also a foodstuff. If you boil it and remove the scum, you can eat it, and if you grind it into a powder, it can be used as a substitute for grain. However, since I have neither the cooking utensils nor the knowledge to process acorns, I follow the squirrel's example. In other words, I chomp into the whole thing. So bitter. My tongue appeals to me that this is a bad thing for humans to eat raw. I spit out the powdery contents along with the crushed shell. I look around for something else. It would be great if there was some fruit, but unfortunately, nothing seems to be growing here that would provide calories. It's a precious oasis, but it's not all that perfect, is it? The food situation must continue to be a top priority. Still, this place is really bountiful. Not including the water and low-calorie foodstuffs, the resources here are invaluable to Shug. Take, for example, dead grass. The slender stem plant, which looks like a member of the grass family, grows wild. I picked up a piece of dead grass and pulled on it. It is soft but firm and sturdy enough to be used as a string. If I gather enough of it, I might be able to make a bed of straw. I also noticed a plant with large leaves like a banana tree. When I touched it, the leaves were soft and the edges were not prickly. This would work. I tied a string of dried grass around my waist and hung down a banana-like leaf I had picked. The leaf skirt is now complete. No, it's not yet complete. My backside is fully exposed and my front is also saying hello through the gaps. In fact, looks-wise, it is more obscene than being naked. Well, there are plenty of materials to make a waistcoat. It is not so cold that I have to hurry to make a jacket, but I would like to start by hiding my private parts, leaving the nudity behind, and becoming an Adam of the Ootsuka Metro. Tamiko, are there really no wolves coming here? No, not really, squeak. Why? There's water, and it looks like they can get food. In the wild, beasts will congregate near water, not only as a precious source of water but also for the sake of prey that comes there. I don't understand it either, squeak. My mother says that the smell of the plants here keeps the metro beasts away, squeak. The plants repel the beasts, really? Why is that? When it comes to meat eaters, Shug is one, while Tamiko, despite being a squirrel, was munching on spirana. But there is nothing repellent about this place. The difference may be due to the presence or absence of intelligence, or to the difference in species. Besides, there's water everywhere around the metro, so maybe it doesn't have to be here, squeak. I like it here because of the beautiful water, squeak. I see. In the passageway leading up to this location, there were also places where water was flowing out or trickling from what looked like plumbing. Regardless of the origin of the water, it seems that at least in this area, as long as one does not worry about sanitation, one does not have to worry about having to water for a while. So, what do you say we take the plunge and move here? Well, I don't think we should do that, squeak. It's not as if they won't come, and if they do, there's no way to get out. Squeak. Right. While a property with a fully equipped kitchen is attractive, a safe house is more secure. There is no substitute for the safety of your life. Now, I'm going to go and pick some flowers. Squeak. Excuse me, Squeak. Oh, I think I need to go pee, too. Let's build a facility to do our business in the hiding place as well. I think we could pile up dirt and grass at the end of the hallway. Survival life has just begun, and the challenges are piling up. Starting that time, we will be spending time building our living quarters, traveling back and forth between the hideout and the oasis, making sure there are no beasts in the vicinity, stockpiling wild plants, mushrooms, and acorns, and making beds out of the dead grass we brought in. We sharpened reasonable stones with my mycelium sword to make knives and gathered up good leaves to make a waistcoat, and collecting dead branches for firewood, and so on. It's hard to make a fire. Tried to build a fire, but failed. There are no good wood branches that can be rubbed to create friction, and the wood being used is apparently too wet. I'm not sure how long a bed of dead grass would last hygienically, since the environment is so damp. If I could make a fire, I would be able to keep it dry. Another issue, I want to secure food that will fill us up with energy, and so, phew. The moment he catches it at the edge of his vision, Shu's body springs into motion and he grabs the prey in his hands. The captured grey rat squeaks and begs for its life in a pitifully shrill squeak. Just now, wasn't I really amazing? I have demonstrated agility that surprised even me. I captured a swift wild animal in one try. I could never have imagined such athleticism in the old me. Are these the benefits of leveling up? On the first day, with the ghost wolf Sporangium, Shu went from level 1 to level 3. According to Tamiko, the gamer-like common sense that the higher the level, the stronger you are seems to have been true in this situation, which means that his physical ability has also improved by that amount. Now, do it now, Squeak. No mercy, Squeak. Do it, Squeak. This squirrel relentlessly lords over her partner to finish off its own brethren. I'm sorry, he mumbles quietly under his breath and then slides his stone knife. Fresh meat will have to wait, and this time it's the Spirana thereafter. He cuts open the belly of the dead rat and, with the help of Tamiko, carefully opens it. So tiny. What was taken out was a small white sphere the size of a grain of rice. It was a little too small compared to Ghost Wolf, which was the size of a ping-pong ball. Since there were two of them, I shared them with Tamiko. No matter how I try, I can't help but eat it in one bite. It melts in my mouth in an instant, but the raw texture is very distinctive. But somehow, I feel a little more energetic now. There is a sensation of warmth rising within the body, which had been feeling weak from hunger. Of course, I am still as hungry as before, but I do feel a little more invigorated. Spirana are the best, Squeak. The more you eat, the stronger you become, Squeak. Spirana are not only found in rats but also in bats and insects, right? Of course, Squeak. Maybe we can safely level up by hunting lots of rats and other weaker ones without having to hunt ghost wolves and other stronger ones? It's hard to say. They are very weak, and their spiranium is also very small. Even if Abe Shuu is a little bit stronger than them, it will take you many more days to get up to the next level. She disrespected me again, so I retaliated by rubbing her nose. My bad, Squeak. She said as she fell and surrendered. However, I'm sure you're right. How many tens of thousands of rats is that going to take? In other words, a confrontation with the tougher metro beasts is inevitable. Along with the maintenance work on the safe house, keeping watch in front of the entrance and exit is also a daily routine. We will hunt only the weak-looking beasts that come to this area alone, and for this reason, we will stand by ready to spring out at any time. If I have to hunt, it will be either a ghost wolf or a blue goblin, Squeak. Both of them are the weakest among the murder beasts on this floor, Squeak. Blue goblins? Oh, there are goblins? The poster child of the fantasy world, a lowly small fry character in the Hall of Fame of the monster world. So goblins actually exist in Tokyo? They are the shaggy, ape-like creatures, Squeak. Oh, I see. So, the apes became monsters and are now called goblins. The ghost wolves, The carbuncles and other metro creatures are basically an evolved form of the previous era mutants. It seems that they have changed. Goblins include green, blue, and red. Squeak. The goblins on this floor are blue and red. Squeak. Blue is stronger than green, but about the same strength as the ghost wolf. Squeak. According to my mother, they're at level 10 or a little higher. Squeak. Still, that's a big step up. In any case, they were hoping a green goblin would come. Whether ghost wolf or blue goblin, they are more than 3 times the level of Shuu at this moment. Even if they were to fight properly, they would have no chance of winning. The red goblin is even worse. Squeak. They are around level 15, and there are many that can use fungal skills. Squeak. For real? That sounds impossible. By the way, what skills do they have? They are all different. Squeak. Sometimes it's a Hypha weapon, sometimes it's Hypha ball. Squeak. Hypha balls? Hypha balls. Squeak. If you throw it, it can burn or freeze. Squeak. They can cause burning or freezing. There are also some that can heal an injury or increase power when eaten. Squeak. Hypha balls are the embodiment of dreams. Squeak. It is hard to imagine, but I guess it is like a sphere of mycelium that has a supernatural effect like magic compared to a straight weapon like a sword. It's a bit ridiculous. Is it too late to still say, can't Tamiko use them? I don't have one because I'm a maiden. Squirrel Girl's crude joke. She is smugly posing with a crooked grin. Anyway, a red goblin has skills in addition to an overwhelming level difference. I knew that I should not only be careful, but I definitely didn't want to encounter them. So if a ghost wolf or blue goblin appears alone outside their doorway, I'll definitely be ready for a fight. I'll pick up your remains. Squeak. You'll have to help me. And so he continued his stakeout in front of the gateway. When hungry, he nibbles on mushrooms, and occasionally wakes up a dozing squirrel by squeezing its cheek pouch. It was his 3rd day of the stakeout and his 4th day in this metro. The moment finally arrives. Chapter 4. Hypha Ball. Abe Shuu. Wake up, Squeak. Get up, you sleepyhead. Huh? Cool it. Stop with the squirrel slapping. Tamiko is making noise with a muffled squeak. I'm dragged out of my slumber by a smack on the cheek. It's coming. Squeak. It's near. Squeak. Really? Good. My heart jumps. My whole body is shaking and my clenched hands are trembling. For the first time since the first day, I am facing a metro beast head-on. A serious battle, a fight over life. Although I was prepared for it, I was terrified to the max. Fear is inevitable, is it? A ghost wolf or a goblin? Both. Squeak. Huh? They are fighting each other. Squeak. Ghost wolves and goblins are not on good terms. They fight all the time. Squeak. I see. They act like cats and dogs. Metro beasts fighting each other. It's like the kaiju war for Shu's current state. No matter how many lives he has, it won't be enough if he just sticks his neck out. We will stay until the fighting ends. Squeak. We're going to stab the last one standing from behind. I see. We will take advantage of their infighting. After the fierce battle to the death, the winner will be ambushed when they are exhausted, and I will take all the winnings. It's quite cowardly. But this is the wild new world where the strong eating the weak is the law of the jungle. If I don't move, I will never escape to the surface. Cowardice is the best, so I have no choice but to do it. I concentrate on the palm of my hand. The threads spin and form the shape of a sword. If I could keep the mycelium sword out all the time, I wouldn't need to take it out again. But unfortunately, it has an expiration date. A few minutes? An hour? I don't know exactly, but after a certain amount of time, it degrades little by little until crumbling to pieces. Holding up a brand new white sword in front of me, my courage was still slumbering from deep within. The pain and fear of having my arm nearly chewed off come back to me. With just one swing of this puny weapon, would I really be able to finish off the monsters? Abe Shuu, your hands are trembling so fast there's an after image. Squeak. I can do this. We will escape to the surface. Gripping the handle tightly, I close my eyes for a few seconds. I take a deep breath and slap my cheeks. Let's go, Tamiko. This is the first step. I go left down the path in front of the entrance, exit and stop when I reach an alleyway. Even if my ears are not as good as Tamiko's, the beast's yowls are already close enough that I can feel it in my skin. Kaya. Two figures peeking quietly from the shadows, a man and a squirrel, in their position. They saw it. A few dozen meters away, a huge grey wolf and a blue-furred ape are engaged in a battle to the death. Compared to the ghost wolf, the blue goblin is small. It is a little over a meter tall. It is a bipedal ape with its entire body a dusky blue color. The goblin is grabbing at it with its fangs bared. With all the quickness and ferocity it possesses, it bites, scratches, and grabs at its fur. Still, the difference in size seems insurmountable, and the ghost wolf is blown away by the blue goblin's blow. Then, it is bitten on the neck with its big jaws, swung around, and thrown hard against the wall. The ghost wolf is more overwhelming than its reputation suggests. Eventually, the blue goblin collapses on the ground, covered in blood and unable to stand up. But then, a second goblin emerges from behind, a red-furred ape, a red goblin. Higher. With a scream, the red goblin runs. The moment it swung its arm as it ran, ghost wolf groaned, its body contorting and bending backward. A needle? The red goblin released a long, thin, white, wire-like weapon, probably a Hypha needle. Just like Shu's sword, it is pierced into the ghost wolf's eye. The red goblin keeps its distance and alternately throws needles with both hands. Ghost wolf, blinded in one eye at the encounter, is unable to dodge and becomes a hedgehog with needles protruding from all over his body. The fight is one-sided, and the red goblin kicks the ground just as the moment is ripe. It pounces on it, trying to directly stab it with the needles it holds in both hands. The battle seemed to be decided. But, the ghost wolf leapt at the right moment and its fangs clamped down on the red goblin's neck. With a resounding crash, it slams into the ground, snapping the neck. A dull thud reverberates off the rock wall, and a few moments later, as if to break the silence, Ghost Wolf shouts, "A woo-oo-oo!" A victory battle cry reverberates. That was a totally unexpected plot twist. Was the Red Goblin weaker than expected? Or was the Ghost Wolf stronger? Probably the latter. That means it's not the common ones. Nevertheless, the winner was also wounded everywhere. Its body is drenched in blood, and needles are sticking out from all over his body. What do I do? What should I do? Can I really beat a monster like that? They said a wounded beast is the deadliest. Abe Shuu lowers Tamiko off his shoulders and grips his sword with both hands. He closes his eyes, exhales deeply, and in his mind he screams, "Oh!" His eyes are red as they flutter open. "Man up, you spineless man!" He leaps out of the shadows and runs at once. The scenery around him is flowing backward at an unimaginable speed. An unintelligible yell emanates from his mouth. An adult male, wearing a leaf skirt and carrying a sword with a yell, rushes into the scene. Thinking things about how the company employees will react and send him to the hospital again. With a smile plastered on the corner of his mouth, he raises his sword above his head and swings it down at the huge wolf. "Abe Shuu, you're bathed in blood." Squeak. "You're dying." Squeak. Tamiko cries in a squeaky shout. "It's okay. I'll get better soon. Probably be fine." It was an epic struggle. The opponent, though wounded, was far superior. Super Ghost Wolf. Even so, I took advantage of the fact that it was blind in one eye to move around and slash at it. Perhaps it was the benefit of the level up, but I was able to demonstrate the finest and sharpest movement I had ever done in my life. But the enemy's counterattack was also ferocious. It was a resistance that made me feel the very wildness and persistence for survival. With a swing of its powerful limbs, I was knocked off my feet, gouged in the side with its claws, and bitten until my left arm was on the verge of being torn off. And yet, somehow, barely, somehow, I was able to snatch up a victory. The wolf smashed in the head over and over again, lay in a pool of blood with its tongue hanging out, no longer breathing. I checked my own injuries. I don't want to look too directly at it, but I can see bone through the flesh that has been gouged out. My gnawed arm is also fractured. But the flesh of the wound is slowly rising up and controlling the bleeding. A blue-black fungus is clinging to it like a scab, apparently. This is stimulating regeneration. In the past few days, I've checked the effects of the treatment by hurting myself several times, and even serious wounds like this one, which could take weeks to heal, have been healing stably. This is also a fungal skill, self-regeneration ability. I think, if I messed up, I could lose an arm and it would still grow back. If it were a game, it would be a true cheat class performance. In a minute or two, the bleeding stops completely and I can move, albeit painfully. I feel like I'm more of a monster than the wolf or the ape. Abe Shuu, you are amazing. Squeak, your smooth as baby's bottom face is returning to its original appearance. Squeak, don't say that with a serious face. I'm so hungry. I am feeling extremely tired and hungry. As was the case on the first day, regeneration seems to consume a fair amount of nutrition and stamina. Abe Shuu, when you get better, let's gouge out the Sporangium. Squeak, I know. You were crying just a while ago. Stop your dawdling. Hurry. Who are you? My boss. But suddenly, I quickly jumped forward to protect Tamiko, but I was hit on the shoulder hard and swatted quite far away. Abe Shuu. While Tamiko runs up behind him, Shug stands on one knee and confronts it. It's still alive? The blue goblin, who should have been bitten to death by the wolf, is standing there. Its blue fur is bloody and tattered, and its left arm is bent in the wrong direction. Breathing heavily on its shoulders, it still stares at us with bloodshot eyes. Kick higher! The blue goblin shouts angrily. Spittle and blood spray out of its mouth. Shug tries to stand up, but his body is not yet recovered enough. His wounds are still not completely recovered. When he tried to make a new mycelial sword like the one he dropped, not a single thread came out of his palm. Fuck! The blue goblin jumps at him. He rolls on the ground to avoid the coming fangs and claws, but the short blue creature turned fluidly, coming straight at him. The sole of its foot lands squarely on his body. His ribs crack and he is blown away, crashing into the wall behind him. He groans in pain and blood spills from his mouth. For a little guy, for someone dying, it still has a lot of power. Abe Shuu. Tamiko runs in front of Shug. Standing protectively, she faces the blue goblin and cries, hiss, baring her fangs. I will do it myself. Squeak. Abe Shuu, stay behind me. Squeak. But you don't have any combat skills, is what I want to say. That's why. The other party is also desperate. It is no wonder that they stop moving at any moment. Even so, anger, hatred, and fear, the desire to survive that is a mixture of all of these, manifested in the form of murderous energy. Shug bites down on the weakness that threatens to overwhelm him, and with a Herculean effort, he forces his arms and tries to get up. I'm also the same. I'll do the impossible. If I don't do it, I will die. Simple. That's the reality of the Metro, of this world I'm in now. Then Shug looks up and suddenly sees that his fingertips are stained red. It's not blood, it's a thread. A red thread. It arises from his fingertip and forms a shape. It is a red nut-like sphere about 2 or 3 centimeters in diameter. There is a white pattern or mark in the center. The mark looks like a drop of water or a hitodama, a Japanese ball of fire that is considered the soul of the dead. What is this? Hypha ball. Squeak. Tamiko turned round and screamed. This is the form of mycelium that Tamiko was talking about. A form of mycelium that is different from a mycelial weapon. Kikawa. Was it something that should be thrown, or something that should be eaten for its effect? When I first heard that, it honestly didn't ring any bells. However, now that I have it in my hands like this, I can instinctively understand which kind it is. It is the former. Tamiko, move back. My body moves spontaneously. I know what to do. I swing my arm through the air. A centrifugal force, a snap of the wrist, and the will to release. Peeling away from my fingertips, a red mycelium ball is released straight into the air. The moment the mycelium ball collides in midair with the blue goblin that jumped toward it, crumbles into a ball of mycelium boosh. With a dull explosion, the blue beast is engulfed in a blinding fire. Jahua! The blue goblin rolls on the ground, releasing a burning smell. Stunned, Shug stands up and picks up his mycelium sword. From there, consciousness becomes fuzzy. Anyway, I frantically slammed the weapon down on the target. And the next thing I know, the lifeless corpse of the blue goblin, discolored, scorched, and reddish-black with blood, is lying in front of my eyes. Ha ha, his breathing, body, and stamina at their limits. Shug collapses to his knees. Tamiko's squeaky voice sounded awfully far away. Shug, Abe Shuu, open your mouth. Squeak. Something sticky is being forced aggressively into my mouth. I do as I'm told and open my mouth, only to be screwed in the mouth without a pause. In an instant, a raw taste fills my mouth. But my body, which has been desperately craving something, chews it unconsciously and swallows it down. The food falls down his esophagus and into his stomach, where it becomes a gentle heat that permeates his body. Energy, stamina, and vitality return. Tamiko. Abe Shuu. In front of me is the weeping face of a dingy chipmunk. As I stare, her body is covered in blood, not her own blood, but probably due to the Sporangium that I swallowed earlier. It was dug out from the corpse. Ark. Abe Shuu. Sudden tightness attacks my whole body. It is not like it's pain, but a strong stiffness in the muscles and bones. It disappears in an instant without any lingering effects. I'm all right. I think I've just leveled up. I'm so glad. Squeak. Wah. Tamiko clings to Shu's nose and face, crying freely when I pinch her back to pull her back. A string of Tamiko's snot and other fluids stretches. The bodies of 3 beasts are lying around us. Ghost wolf, blue goblin, and red goblin. I poke them with the tip of my mycelium sword. None of the 3 animals move at all, and they all seem to be completely dead. How amazing. Squeak. It's a huge victory. Squeak. There's a lot. Squeak. The squirrel that just cried is already laughing. Tamiko is squealing and dancing. I would like to dance with her, but I am too tired to do anything but slump down in place. I survived. It was truly a life-threatening fight to the death. I can't believe that I am safe now. I hardly felt this when I met a wolf on my first day, but this experience was the most exhilarating and violent in the history of my life, and I'm sure it was the most mentally exhausting. A Hypha ball skill. There, burning Hypha ball, activated on the very edge of my life. A little hidden gem, ball. This victory was, of course, partly thanks to that, but more than that, it was because I was able to keep my will to not lose and live. Even though I was scared, even though I was about to cry, it was because I was able to fight to the end without breaking down. I never thought that a day would come when an ordinary person like myself, an ordinary citizen living comfortably in the Heis era, would be able to demonstrate such resilience. What I gained through this experience was great. I grew up to level 4 and got the Sporangium I had longed for. 6 of them. I wonder why. I chuckled as I realized that I'm having a bit of fun. Chapter 5. After 6 months, the skill, burning Hypha ball, that I got unexpectedly, or rather awakened. With this, the most important and indispensable task of starting a fire has been cleared. My life as a survivalist has dramatically developed, and the bells of civilization are ringing loudly. No, it doesn't go that way. The reality is not so kind. In the first place, I have no such wisdom as what can be done using fire or what should be done with fire. There has been no need for me to seriously think about such things in my 23 years of living. I tried to dry hay and it almost caught fire, and trying to cook rat meat for a few days' worths of food becomes charcoal mass production. When I made a fire in a hideout, it became smoky, and Tamiko lectured me. Then I made a fire in the passage or a small room. Beasts came near, and we had to leave the place immediately. And so, the days of trial and error continued. It was a back-and-forth process, taking one step at a time. Shug didn't become unmatchable with the battle with Metro beasts by simply getting a ranged attack. If he faces a beast head-on, they will easily evade the attack using their superior agility. He tried to use it as a trap, but they were wary of its smell and appearance, and they didn't get caught. When faced with a mycelium ball left alone, there's a human with his face painted in despair. In the end, he carefully selects his prey based on Tamiko's ears, and it becomes his daily routine to engage them in a one-on-one fight. It takes about 2 or 3 days to get one fight under his belt. His physical abilities have clearly improved as his level of skill has increased. Muscle strength, stamina, and reflexes have all improved. Even his techniques have been honed through training such as swinging his sword in addition to the actual fighting. He is proud of himself to the extent that he has gone from being a novice to being a good fighter. Even so, it is difficult to match the strength of the superior beasts. Relying on their regenerative mycelium, a blue-black fungus that can heal any serious wound, he picks up victories with kamikaze attacks, which are the easiest way to get injured. As his injuries gradually become rarer, he can almost feel his growth. If you're still fighting against a bunch of stupid blue goblins, Squeak, you've got ways to go, Squeak. By the way, what is your level? I would have liked Tamiko to help me fight, but she was adamant, insisting that I'm just a poor little critter, and that she was just a squirrel. It is true that she is as quick as typical metro beasts, but her fighting power is really low. As for Shug, it would be unbearable, both practically and mentally, for his only partner to become a snack for wolves, so he has to take on the physical burden alone. I'm glad we don't have any very strong metro beasts around here, Squeak. If there was even one, Abe Shuu would have pooped his pants long ago, Squeak. So, what do you think of me? Tamiko only responds with silence. So, I rubbed her face in annoyance. She cried, "Ah, it's too much." Until she was woozy. A short distance away from this floor, the area is said to be crawling with ogres, orthruses, wraiths, demon centipedes, and other metro beasts around level 50 or so, which are, to Shug, the last bosses of the world. From their point of view, ghost wolves are just puppies. In other words, like all other small critters, Shug is at the bottom of the ecosystem in this area. The 50th floor of the Ootsuka Metro is infested with such super powerful individuals. So far, we have been able to avoid encountering them, thanks to Tamiko's careful searching and the risk management policy of not moving too far from the hideout. But if something like that were to happen, we would be dead in a heartbeat. There is no end to the list of things they can do. Every day, the future is uncertain, but a day of significant development in terms of fighting ability will come. It was about a month and a half after the start of Shug surviving, a while after Shug reached level 7. Against the ghost wolf, he sacrificed his left hand to win. After receiving the Sporangium and pelt with a familiar hand, we made a quick stop at the oasis and then went back to the lair. He and Tamiko stand side by side, clasp hands, and say a Tadakimasu before putting the Sporangium in their mouths. At first, I was concerned about the nutritional balance, lack of salt and vitamins, but after more than a month, I have not felt particularly deficient. Tamiko says that the Sporangium is full of nutrients, but perhaps it is a real complete nutritional superfood, even more so than eggs. Oh. As soon as I ate it, which was as bad as ever, something strange happened to my body. I thought it might be the level up, but then my back started to get hot. It was as if boiling water was poured directly into my spine. I wonder if it's poisoned or if I caught something serious. But within a few seconds, the heat subsides as if it were a lie, and the strange sensation disappears completely. What's wrong, Squeak? I just felt something hot on my back. Is it my imagination? For real, Squeak? A hot back is the best way to know you got new fungal skill, Squeak. Seriously? I can now use new fungal skills? The lair overflows with a sense of anticipation. What should I do? I was given new abilities, but I don't know how to use it. It's a good idea to try activating it for the time being, Squeak. It's a new skill you can practice using, Squeak. Just do it like when you summon a Hypha ball, Squeak. I see. I'll try it. Turning my palm face up, I stare into it. Get out. Get out, my new skill. Get out. Whisper, pray, chant. Remember, Squeak. The momentum of my thoughts was so strong that it sounded like Tamiko, but with a weaving motion. The Hypha appeared and took shape. Whoa. It appeared. It's here. Tamiko. Squeak. Squeak. Abe Shuu's new fungal skill, Squeak. They were both very excited. The young man expresses his happiness with his whole body and the squirrel does a similar dance. Well, it is a pot lid-shaped object of the same color and material as the mycelial sword. The front side is roughly circular, and the part extending from the center of the back side is stuck to the palm of my hand. It was stuck real firm. I ripped it off by force, put it on the floor, and slashed it with my mycelial sword. The hardness seems to be almost the same, and only a small scratch appears on the surface. It's like a Hypha shield, right? In the next day's battle, the mycelial shield proves to be more effective than imagined. It repels the fangs and claws of a ghost wolf and guards against it. It's a great tool for controlling the enemy's attack. At the moment that it brings them their first almost unscathed victory, the young man and the squirrel express their joy with a dance fiercer than ever before. Well, this is going great. You're pretty good at that, aren't you, Squeak? We're going to take this in stride, Squeak. Yes, sir. Well, so what level are you? Every day since the day I woke up, without fail, I have carved a character on the calendar on the wall of my hideout room. Today is the 630th character. In other words, 6 months have passed since I woke up. A human being can do anything if he or she is willing to fight to the bitter end. This is what I have come to realize once again. What I have been doing is far beyond the scope of what human beings normally do. In the beginning, his legs trembled every time he stood in front of the wolves, and he was barely surviving, just edging enough for a victory, all the while being gnawed and scratched here and there and suffering serious injuries. Now he is standing in front of a ghost wolf. He has outgrown the leaf skirt he wore since day one, and now wears clothing made from the skins of their pack mates. Grower. The enemy ghost wolf howls. It is not the tone someone strong throws at their opponent, but rather a voice that warns, "Don't come this way." And to prove this, it crouched down and took a stance glaring up at me from below. I have to do it. No hard feelings. Shug sticks out his left hand. The circular, Hypha shield, the cornerstone of the defense, appeared from his palm. On the tip of his fingers in his right hand is a red Hypha ball. Holding the shield in front of him, he swings his right hand and with a flick of his wrist sends the burning ball flying. Ghost wolf steps to the side. Boom. It explodes on the ground, not intimidated by the flames that rise momentarily. The ghost wolf plunges straight into the ground. The jaws of the creature, which are about to bite Shu's head off, are deflected by a strike of his shield. The estimated 200 kilograms of its entire body weight is thrown at him, but he only moves back slightly. As soon as the opponent lands on the ground, Shu produces burning balls again at the tips of his 3 fingers. Flick and throw, 3 small blasts. Dodging every one of them, Ghost Wolf turns to the side and closes the distance. Satoshi produces a mycelial sword. He swings it down in an exaggerated diagonal shoulder slash. The Ghost Wolf catches with its teeth a sword slash, which is strong enough to cut off its head with a single swing. Whoa. Seriously, Shu falters for a moment. This is the first time he's seen a wolf block like this. The mycelial shield in his left hand is already detached from his palm. Shu can now do it at will without needing to rip it off. Instead, he tries to summon a second Hypha sword. Abe Shuu? Tamiko shouts. Behind, my back is tense. When I turn around, the second ghost wolf is right in front of me, its mouth wide open. Here, almost reflexively, I release a mycelial ball from the index finger of my left hand. The red cocoon is sucked into the mouth of the second one, and boom. Flames rage. The first one, having released its fangs, reaches out with its claws. Shu avoids it and pushes his sword from below. The white tip breaks through the thick skin, shatters the ribs, and passes from the belly to the back. Blood splatters on his face. Slowly, with a thud, it falls to the ground, then stops moving. Oh, I panicked. I kept it to myself that I was about to pee myself. There's now an ambush. So far, I've only targeted literal loners, and even when I've seen them with mates or raising kids, they've never attacked me from the other side. It was completely unexpected to have one half lurking around. Besides, it could take a blow and block with its mouth, even when it was still at a low level. Maybe it was an elite like the individual who overwhelmed the Red Goblin that day. This guy, during Abe Shuu's fight, Squeak. It was silencing its own footsteps and presence. Squeak. Tamiko, sensing that the situation was under control, came running up to me. I see. I guess the other side was planning countermeasures. The second one, which ate the burning ball, is still writhing, although its face is mangled, and its eyeballs are about to pop out. "I'm sorry," Shug murmurs and swings his sword down on its neck. It is said that the 50th basement floor of this Ootsuka Metro is incredibly large. So far, the range of our activities has expanded more than several times over the initial period, but according to Tamiko, it is still just a corner of the 50th floor. I am prepared to be surprised even if the whole area is about 10 kilometers from one end to the other. Still, the fact that our lives are centered around the safe house and this oasis has not changed even after half a year. I've gotten used to living here. Somehow, the two of us are chomping down on the Sporangium at the watering hole in the oasis. I wonder if it is a good thing that I am getting used to this unpleasant taste. It still doesn't taste good at all. Tamiko's ears are still up, trying not to miss any approaching metro beast. She is truly a squirrel, with her cheek pouches puffing and her head twisting and turning. Nom, nom. Abe Shuu is getting stronger, squeak. I'll do my best today too, squeak. I'm already on a higher level than you, though. After getting the Hypha shield, fungal skills, the stability of our battle has drastically improved. We continued to target and hunt ghost wolves and blue goblins for 6 months. I've reached level 17 while Tamiko is at 14. Regardless of the improvement in his physical ability, his body shape has only become a little leaner and slightly muscular. Clearly, muscle mass and strength are not correlated. Is it not the muscle itself that is growing, but rather the mycelium that is parasitizing my body? And, although I don't feel it yet, it seems that the power and performance of mycelium also increase with each level up of the mycelium. I'm not sure if I'm really improving my level, though. Although I am able to hunt one prey almost every day these days, the pace has obviously slowed down since around level 13, and it has been more than half a month since my last level up. Just as it was not possible to kill a number of rats, wolves may have become less potent as a source of experience beyond this point. Well, it is a luxury to be able to worry about it. Compared to the days when I hunted wolves to the death every time one option is to pick up the pace. However, I feel that doing so might drastically reduce the number of wolves on this floor. One of the facts that remind me that this is not a game, but the reality is that monsters, or metro beasts, don't just spring up out of nowhere. I don't know how they originated in the first place. They have reproductive organs, and they reproduce with their own sex. I remember learning in high school biology that fungi also reproduce sexually. Once, by chance, I saw a newly born ghost wolf. The 3 sticky cubs were calling out to their mother with such a puppy-like sound that I struggled to resist the urge to take one home and name it Chappie or something. According to Tamiko's mental calendar, which she inherited from her mother, it is now October or November. I am not sure how much we can rely on this. Perhaps because we are deep underground, the temperature here does not change much in summer or fall, and the beasts seem to be reproducing vigorously regardless of the season. It seems that their number is not so small that a single person can exterminate the whole species. Nevertheless, if the number of beasts was to decrease due to too intensive hunting, it might have some impact on the ecosystem on this floor. I am not worried about that from an ecological standpoint, but rather how it will affect the other powerful metro beasts. I am afraid that the monsters, such as ogres and authors, which are estimated to be over level 50, will start to roam around here. Indeed, Squeak, you are a capable companion now. Squeak, you have never fought with me, though. If her self-assessment of level 14 is true, she could be a good match against a ghost wolf. However, I don't think she is suited for combat, and I don't intend to let her do it from just imagining it. We've been doing this for a while, Squeak, and it's okay to play with the small fries for a little while more, and enjoy it. Squeak, you don't have much ambition. Once I got used to handling the fire, I began to find life here more fulfilling. Warm foods such as grilled meat and mushrooms are an exquisite luxury for a tongue that is becoming accustomed to the taste of Sporangium. The first thing I want right now is neither a refrigerator nor a smartphone, but seasonings. Even the fake tea made from dark green mycelium plants dipped in hot water has added color to my gray metro life as a luxury item. I made the water heater and other tools by hand carving stone. I made simple jackets, pants, and socks out of dried wolf skin and straw twine. Through trial and error, I also made a bag and a water bottle using a bladder. I am now a capable survivor. However, for safety reasons, we cannot use fire freely at all times. Basically, I still live on a diet of weeds, mushrooms, and spirana, and only indulge in such luxuries as roasted wolf thighs when I am mentally stressed. Even if I continue to hunt wolves at my current pace, how long will it take me to reach level 50? I really don't want to be in the metro and be in retirement, so I think it's time for me to take the next step up. Abe Shuu. That kind of mindset can lead to a dangerous situation. What? Abe Shuu is getting stronger and more skilled. Squeak. The time between a newbie and veteran is the most dangerous. Squeak. As a squirrel, you have the habit of talking a lot. When you get a little stronger, Squeak, you might want to focus on the red goblins. Squeak. Ah. Those guys. The image of the individual who was chewed to death by the elite wolf is strong, but still, presumably on the same or higher level than my current self. Goblins are nasty creatures. Squeak. They are disgusting, obnoxious, and noisy, and they have a horrible laugh. Squeak. They eat cockroaches, wolves, and anything else they can get their hands on. Squeak. They have chased me around many times. Squeak. I'm so squeaking pissed off that I'm going to squeak them out of existence. A personal grudge. But I'm the one who's going to do it though. A blue goblin is not a dangerous enemy if you are dealing with one, but what about if you are dealing with more than one? Then, there are red goblins that have a high probability of having fungal skills. I worry about what they can do. The ghost wolf's territory is on the opposite side of the river from the goblins' territory. Squeak. If you go there, you will be attacked by a lot of goblins. Squeak. They are always hunting, so we have to be careful. Squeak. I see. I'm worried that since we're a little far from the hideout, Squeak, we might run into something else that's stronger. Squeak. I don't want to go without preparing. I'll have Tamiko check. I'll leave it to you, Abe Shuu. Squeak. So I have no choice but to properly search. Squeak. I got another one. We're making progress. Abe Shuu. Eat it and don't worry. Squeak. I'm already full. Squeak. Oh, you want me to eat the remaining ones? I'll take it without worry. It is an eating habit unbecoming of a modern human to eat the leftovers of squirrels, but common sense and manners are useless in a human-free space. As I finish the rest of the Sporangium, my back suddenly feels hot. See? That's why it's not stupid. Oh, hey there Tamiko. My back is hot. I got a skill again. You did it. Squeak. Abe Shuu, try it right away. Squeak. Yeah, it's been a long time and I'm really ecstatic. It's been about 4 months since the Hypha shield. I had stabilized from my initial low-level predicament, and instead, the pace of level advancement had slowed down. And now I was looking forward to the next level up. It is cathartic to be able to step up steadily in a tangible way and to have it feed back into one's own physical body. It is a pleasure that cannot be experienced from the sidelines of the digital world beyond the screen. If there's a salary increase came every month, it might feel like this. Alright, let's get it out of the way. Tamiko, stay away from me. Focusing on my palm. Get out. Appear. My new skill. Get out. And then, the mycelium appeared and began to gather together, and a new one emerged. It came out. It's a mycelial ball again. It is a milky white sphere. It is about the same size as the burning ball. There is a red cross-like mark in the center. Abe Shuu, try it. Squeak. Yeah. Throw, consume, feed, right? It is possible that it is something that needs to be handled delicately like the burning ball. But somehow, I don't sense any danger. I instinctively know that. I let Tamiko step back and release it with a flick to the ground a few meters away. The mycelium ball falls to the ground in front of Tamiko and me, who are protecting our heads. And then, nothing happens at all. I get closer and check. The cocoon of mycelium has turned into a shriveled cocoon, and a stain is spreading on the humus. It was as if all the water in the cocoon had been drained out. I poked it with a tree branch, but there was no reaction. I poked and tore at it, but it just crumbled to pieces. I don't think it's for throwing. So, should we either consume it or feed it to others? If it is poisonous, it would inevitably backfire. So I am sorry to say that I would have to perform animal experimentation. We quickly catch a mouse walking around. Whether it is a mouse or a cockroach, we can catch it with our bare hands without any mental resistance. I take out the white mycelium ball again and bring it near its mouth. The mouse smells it and bites it, chewing and munching. It looks a little bit cute. It seems to be fine. We return to the lair and continue to observe the rat we brought back. The rat trapped in the wolfskin pouch does not show any abnormalities after more than 30 minutes. On the contrary, they have become energetic and are squeaking and thrashing around. I feel sorry for it, so I let it out of the passageway. By the way, can Tamiko talk to it? Don't put me in the same room with that little shit. You should be talking to a rock, you baby-faced shithead. The next animal experiment is us. Here, eat my balls. Stop it, you're abusive squeaker. Don't you dare get those squeaking stinking balls near. Stop, stop, delicious, squeak. Tamiko, who takes a bite of the mycelial ball, relaxed. Nom, nom. Very juicy, slightly sweet, squeak. Is the sweets that mother told me, squeak? I doubt it. I also try to bite myself. A translucent liquid spills from the mycelium, which tastes slightly sweet. It is certainly not bad, but there is still a mushroom-like rawness to it. It feels strange to be nibbling on something that comes from my own self. It doesn't seem to be poisonous, but it's not very tasty either. What's this thing's effect? But I do get a little bit of energy, squeak. It certainly tastes a little medicinal, like it's something good for you. I should probably test it out a little more. Incidentally, Tamiko's face was also stuffed full like a bun with another one of my mycelial balls. Chapter 6 Goblins. Now Shug has mastered the 5 fungal skills. The first mycelial ability, Regenerative Mycelium. It regenerates in a few seconds for minor wounds and in a few minutes for serious wounds. There is a side effect of a strong hunger after regenerating a serious wound, but even with that, the performance is so good that you would think it was a cheat or a bug. The limits of his regeneration have yet to be reached. If I had, I would already be not part of this world. I have recently come to believe that it is thanks to this ability that I have been able to survive for 100 years with the way I am. It can't be completely unrelated to the fact that when I woke up, my entire body was covered in mold. My second fungal skill is Hypha Sword. It is my main Hypha weapon. It is a single-edged sword with a blade of about 5 or 6 inches in length with a slight curve. The blade is a slightly dull white color, like it's made of a material similar to bone, lightweight, and surprisingly tough. It can be produced from the palms of both my hands or the back of my hand. Basically, it is used by holding it in the hand, but it can also be used by stabbing with it in the palm of the hand. The point of connection is surprisingly fragile, so it cannot be wielded as is. My third fungal skill is the Burning Hypha Ball. It is a valuable long-range attack weapon. When it hits a hard object, the mycelial cocoon collapses and burns rapidly, creating a small explosion. The ball can be released with a flick from my fingertip. Since the connection can be detached at will, there is almost no chance of a misfire, or it can be held in my hand before getting thrown at the target. I have even hidden them on the ground and used them as mine-like traps, but none have succeeded so far. My fourth fungal skill is the Hypha Shield, a circular shield over 40 centimeters in diameter and 5 centimeters thick. Its surface, made of the same material as the Hypha Sword, is surprisingly hard and is not affected by attacks from ghost wolves or blue goblins. The connecting points are strong even when it is grown on the palm or the back of my hand, and it is an excellent means of defense that can withstand constant use. And the fifth fungal skill, the White Hypha Ball. It contains plenty of sweet-tasting liquid, which oozes out when squeezed or poked. It turns out that drinking the juice itself is comparatively better than eating it. It is not harmful to eat, and from the taste, it seems to have some medicinal effect, but the specific effect needs to be verified. The morning after mastering the fifth fungal skill, while washing my body by the waterside of the oasis, Tamiko suddenly begins to squeak a lot. Abe Shuu, the unicorn, squeak. It's here again. We have been encountering it about once every 3 days for the past few days. It is a large metro beast with pure white fur, a silver mane, and a sharp horn. It looks exactly like a horse, and its staple diet is grass and mushrooms. It does not seem to eat meat, and will not attack other creatures of its own volition. Its hooves do not make a sound at all, and it approaches as if it was gliding across the ground. The only sound is the faint rustling of grass and vegetation. According to Tamiko, the reason why there is no sound in its movements is that it has such fungal skills, so it doesn't catch Tamiko's ear, and neither of us notices it until it moves closer to us. Without looking at either of us, it stretches its neck to the other waterhole and licks the water. Its mane appears to gleam. Unconcerned with everything else, it takes its time and acts like a king. That unicorn is strong, isn't it? I'm a big fan. Squeak. No one on this floor can match them. Squeak. Really? No one threatens it. Squeak. And if they do, squeak, it'll just run away. But if it gets serious, it can one punch, I mean even one kick, an ogre. Squeak. Not even a trace of Abe Shuu will remain. Squeak. Neither will a strand of your fur. Can I hunt it? Maybe by ambushing or poisoning? How much experience would it be if we could receive from its Sporangium? Horse meat can be eaten raw, and the horns and manes are high-end materials in many games. As if sensing my thoughts, the unicorn looks up and glares at me and Tamiko. I shook my head and dispelled those thoughts. The unicorn resumes its grazing. We named the railroad track in front of the hideout as Main Street. Usually, we head left to hunt wolves, but today we head right. Today we are only scouting the goblins' territory. Squeak. Let's not fight them yet. Squeak. The goblins' village. Yeah, I'm not crazy. The main street curves somewhat loosely. After about 3 or 4 minutes, the path branches off into 4 more, which in turn branch off into more complex small rooms of various shapes and sizes. After passing through a cavernous, stalactite-like hall and a narrow passageway with complex plumbing, the goblins' territory lies ahead. We plan to go there today for further leveling and expansion of our area of activity. Of course, there are dangers involved, so I'll have Tamiko's scouting be even more vigilant than usual. On the way there, we engage in a battle with a seemingly lost ghost wolf. No matter what, we can't help but sense each other's presence, and we end up bumping into each other head-on. If we could master the unicorn's footstep silencing fungal skills, the hunt might be easier. It takes about a minute to kill it. I already know all of their tricks, and I am not lagging behind in any physical ability except for their foot speed. I finished it with a woundless victory. I've gotten stronger, haven't I? I mumbled that as I ate the Sporangium on the spot. I'm not in the phase Tamiko described, but it wouldn't hurt to get a little carried away at a time like this. The recent complete victory was from the countless injuries and suffering I had sustained in the past. I have shed blood, sweat, tears, and urine. The amount could have formed a river. Level up, squeak. Yeah, to go even further, squeak. Tamiko, who had been munching on her food, pulled her body into a tight ball. Tamiko is now at level 15 and now has 2 fungal abilities. Congratulations. If I remember correctly, this is the 3rd time in the past 6 months. That means you were level 12 when we met. Well, that's right, squeak. You finally admitted it, even though it was nothing to hide about. It's more romantic to keep a lady's age and level. A squeak retired. What are you, a hostess? I get Tamiko's leftovers again. Unfortunately, this time, I strike out. How many times have I struck out since I turned level 17? It was frustrating not to be able to level up. But Abe Shuu's level improvement is fast. She said the exact opposite of what I had expected, and I was a bit surprised. I was also overtaken in no time at all. Squeak. My eyes were not mistaken. Squeak. My hunch is right. Squeak. There is no need to be impatient. I am sure Abe Shuu will become even stronger. Squeak. Tamiko smiled at me. It was the first time she gave me compliments in such a straightforward manner. I was choked up that my face heats up, and I looks away. I never thought there'd be a day when I'd be so happy to be praised by a squirrel that I'd feel like soaring. Well, I don't know about that. You don't have anyone to compare. If everything is going well, it's also thanks to Tamiko. Well, that's natural, squeak. If you didn't have me, you would have been wolf snack by now, you baby's bottom, squeak. Well, the special even has ended early. Further on, there is a dark passageway that is just barely passable by one adult. It seems that this passage leads to the goblins' territory. Abe Shuu, we will go to the next area. Squeak. If there are too many of them, we will retreat immediately. Squeak. Of course, don't overdo it, right? Some mycelial plants grow along the edge of the entrance to the passageway as if they were decorations. Among them, just about my knees height, are a few yellow flowers that I have never seen before. They quite are tiny and cute. This is the first one I've ever seen. Tamiko, are they edible? Don't touch it. Eh? Tamiko stops my hand just in time, but the tip of my fingernail collides with the yellow flower. At that moment, railing. Eh? Huh? The flower shakes at high speed and emits a ringing bell-like sound. It is like a fire alarm. What? Eh? Tamiko jumped out and said, evil, and bit off the stem of the yellow flower only until the flower part falls off, and then the sound stops. Idiot Shuu, you squeaking inbred. I have told you multiple squeaking times that you shouldn't just touch plants. Squeak. A series of squirrel slaps assaulted my cheeks. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. It didn't look like poison or anything. That was squeaking bellin. Touching the flower makes it squeaking ring. Squeak. Is there such a plant? It is strange fungal skills. This is a squeaking big one. The apes are crowding together. Squeak. Danger. Danger. Squeak. Squeaking horrible. I wonder if that will still be around 100 years from now. The bell has already sounded off, and yet, the air around me seems to be buzzing. It's a hollow sentiment, but my senses, honed over the past 6 months, are sounding the alarm, even though it's a little late for that. Something dangerous is approaching. Surely this is one of those squeaking goblins' trap. Damn. I guess an ape's smarts got the better of me. They are squeaking gathering. Let's hurry to the hideout. Squeak. Why yeah. With Tamiko on my shoulder, I start running. The distance to the hideout is over 1 kilometer. It's just a short distance at full speed. High-pitched cries can be heard from behind. I turn my head and see 2 bipedal blue apes and 1 red ape running after me. Sure enough, they are goblins. Damn it. Can we take them? Don't do it. Squeak. Even with the current Abe Shuu, a 3-way is too rough. Squeak. Especially with the red one. Squeak. Surely, especially if it has a fungal skills. Gra. A ghost wolf jumps out from the side. The timing of the ghost wolf's entry is perfect in that it interrupts the chase between the goblins and us, preventing the goblins from pursuing us because of the ghost wolf. What luck! The bipedal apes and the quadruped, in terms of height, are not so different from each other, but in terms of length and weight, the ghost wolf dominates both categories. Gra, kawa. But the 3 goblins boldly jumped and clung to it. The red goblin creates a white hatchet-like object from its hand and strikes the thrashing, writhing ghost wolf. It's a mycelial weapon, a hatchet type of Hypha sword. The blue goblin also holds a sharp stone and stabs it quickly. The ghost wolf's painful scream echoes and its huge body collapses and crumbles. It takes less than 10 seconds. The result was the exact opposite of what had happened the other day, even though it was many against 1. Scary. In the meantime, the goblins are approaching the corner of the corridor, and the goblins raise their blood-red faces and turn their deadly gaze toward us. A chill runs down my spine. I then start running again. Dangerous. Squeak. Squeaking brutal. That's why I don't like goblins. Squeak. I agree, but please don't scream in my ear. The goblins chase after us, cackling with excitement. If we don't lose them somewhere, we will lead them to our hideout. Please. Anything. I run frantically, out of breath. Just as I am about to pass a few more chambers and reach the main street, a shadow jumps out from in front of me. It is a blue goblin. Damn. How did it get ahead? No. This one is holding what looks like a club made of wood. It's a different individual from the 3 before. So, there were others in the group. The blue goblin that stood in the way raises its club and threatens us. It was threatening us to leave the area. Damn it. I threw a burning ball from my fingertips of both hands while stopping that nearly tore my soul. 2 red mycelium balls explode, spreading flames. I close the distance to the frightened blue goblin immediately, and with a whoosh, slashes at it with my Hypha sword. The white blade is blocked by the club, and while I cut it in two, it only cleaves the blue goblin's shoulder shallowly. The blue goblin stumbled, but still leapt at me with the broken club in its hand. How annoying. I parried it away and bashed it with the Hypha shield in my left hand. The blue goblin rolls on the ground, and this time, I jumped on it and stab it in the chest with my mycelial sword. The blue goblin groaned in a low voice but still looks at me with hateful eyes trying to reach out. So I twist my sword and cut it sideways. Then the blue goblin finally died. Abe Shuu, keep running, squeak. I know. I look back and see 3 of them. They come at me, screaming loudly and leaping up and down. No, we can't run away. I calm my rough breathing. Stomping my trembling knees, I readied myself with my sword and shield. The 2 blue and red goblins slow their pace and ready themselves, coming as close as about 10 meters. They stand side by side, weapons in hand, mouths wide open, exchanging short kickies and kikus with each other. Abe Shuu, I will. Let me do it. Stay away, Tamiko. I gently poke Tamiko, who is hanging anxiously next to my ears. With my finger I poked her to step down from my shoulder. The goblins stop. About 5 meters away, the expression on their ape faces is gone. Like a child who has been caught in a prank, they shrank back. I looked back, too, and then my thoughts froze. Abe Shuu, we can't do this, squeak. Tamiko murmurs in a trembling voice. Caillou, Caillou. The frightened voices of the goblins vanished in the distance. They must have escaped, but we cannot turn around to see. A tall, pure white shadow stands in front of me. I see it for the first time, but I have heard its name from Tamiko, and I immediately recognize it. It's a wraith. Its estimated level is above 50. Chapter 7. Eat my balls. Wraith. It's a kind of phantom monster familiar to some fantasy novels. A good kanji for it would be wraith. Of course, what we see before us is not a glowing spirit. It is a living beast. The name is probably derived from its pure white robed-like appearance. A wraith. Aside from the unicorn, it is of existence on the highest level on the 50th floor of the basement of Ootsuka Metro, along with the ogre and the authoress. According to Tamiko, they are at least level 50. That's 3 times as high as me. A mantihi or sacred baboon-like creature. Maybe it's because I can't sense any strong killing intent from my opponent. I have the time to calmly observe the other party. Its long straight hair is like a white robe draping its whole body. It covers snugly from its head to wrists and ankles and hangs down limply. The face peeking out from the long hair is that of a skinny ape, reminiscent of a skull. Its round eyes look as if only the black ones are visible, or as if they are black holes. It looks to be nearly 2 meters tall. Its physique is hidden by its body hair, but it is probably quite slender. It has unusually long arms. At the ends of its bare limbs are 5 knobby fingers. I couldn't hear its footsteps if it were a real ghost. But this guy is a metro beast, a living creature. Even though the goblin's attention was focused on it, neither I nor Tamiko was aware of its approach until we saw it. It has a fungal ability. Similar to the unicorn, it is the ability to muffle the sound of its movements. How does it work? I have a feeling that muffling sounds have nothing to do with mycelium. The wraith does not move even a single muscle like a cormorant as they stare at me with their hollow eyes. Not even the rise and fall of breathing. It's almost as if it is really a ghost. No, it's not. This monster's presence is not an illusion or a trick. It is different from the violent intimidation of a strong beast. There's an unfathomable eeriness lurking in its stillness. Its presence is drenching my skin with cold sweat. I've never seen anything like this before. I don't like it. I can't do it. I definitely don't want to fight, but I don't think it will let me get away that easily. Tamiko, you should escape first. I'll buy us some time. I kept my eye on the wraith as I stepped back. Abe Shuu, but Tamiko sounds like she's about to cry. Bew. The wraith opens its mouth slightly. Its voice is muffled, like air through an iron pipe. Slowly, its long arms rise and its huge body swells. No, it did not. It just closed the distance in an instant, without changing its stance. It moved with such speed that I would have thought it was teleporting. The long arm swings down at an angle. I quickly raised my shield to catch it, but the impact passes through my shoulder and I am slammed headfirst into the ground. Bouncing and rolling on the ground, I fell flat on my back. The light from there, firefly moss, on the ceiling seems as far away like the ends of the universe. This is where I'll die. Realize it in my mind and my whole body choke. My breath is stuck in my throat as I coughed up blood, but my lungs won't take in air. My shields is shattered. My left forearm is bent like a piece of wire. My bones are poking through my skin. Several ribs on my chest are crushed. I can no longer feel anything but pain. Abe Shuu. Even though I heard Tamiko's voice calling out to me, I could not muster the will to get up. Bew. It grabbed my head and lifted me up. My legs dangle, and my body is suspended in midair. Bew. Wraith pulls back its right hand. Its hollow eyes are staring at me. Hi! My cries are choked with fear. Slowly, like a vice, the power is put into your right hand. Aga. My skull was creaking, as if it was looking for a reaction. The wraith cranes its neck and stares deeper. With my trembling hands, I grab at the wraith's wrist. I squeezed with all my might, but the arm won't budge. My field of vision is dyed crimson. There is another ominous sound, and blood spurts from my temple. Pidgeot. With a high-pitched cry, Tamiko jumps on the wraith's right arm. Squeaking ape, get your squeaking mitts of Abe Shuu. Her head is buried in white fur. She seems to be biting it. Tamik. With a thud, the wraith's palm strikes its arm. Oh! Slowly, it raises its hand to reveal a red blotch on its right arm. It was as if it had squashed a mosquito that had sucked its blood. A lump falls to the ground from there. Tamiko's bloodied body curled up. Something suddenly snaps inside me. Bew. I punched the wraith's right arm with a strength I thought I never had. I hit it, but its restraints will not loosen. I stopped my fists and summoned a red cocoon-like ball on my fingertips. Take this. I threw it directly against the wraith's right arm. It's a burning ball. It explodes, with triple the firepower. The grip strength that grabs the head loosens, and in that gap, Satoshi unleashes with all his might. Tamiko. As I try to scoop up Tamiko's body, I notice that my hand is blown off starting from my right wrist. As I noticed, severe pain pierced my brain and I staggered uncontrollably. I look up and my eyes meet the wraith's gaze. The hollow gaze is still there, but wrinkles that look like blood vessels are raised at the corners of its eyes, between its eyebrows, or rather all over its face. The fur near its right wrist, which was exposed to the triad of burning balls, is burnt, but there seems to be little damage. It opens its mouth wide and lets out an inorganic howl that sounds like a siren. It is clearly angry. It is emitting a killing intent that can be clearly felt. Then, it locks the fingers of its left hand together and shoots it straight out like a lance. Shuu evades it, but his torso is still gouged out as it stretched and followed him like a big snake. The next moment, however, the impact comes from his back. Jeffu. A large number of blood spills from his mouth. The wraith's finger protrudes from the side of his navel. The arm, he realized, was bent at a right angle, ignoring the structure of its joints, and penetrated Shuu from behind. Babu. The wraith's mouth twists into a grin as if it is proud of its victory. Its eyes turn from perfect circles to sharp crescents. It pulled Shu's slack body up to its face. Then, it opens its mouth, as it plans to swallow Shu's whole head in a single bite. It was so wide its ears looked like they are going to be torn apart. Are you an idiot? Pensive spits it out with blood and shoves his left hand, still broken, into the wraith's mouth. And now Shu laughs. This time, he laughs with rage that threatens to tear his body apart. Eat my balls. Before the wraith can bite off his arm, Shu crushed the 3 Hypha balls that he made from the wraith's mouth, nose, and from its hollow eyes. Light and flame spurt out with a roaring howl, and the giant wraith collapsed. Ndu. Surprisingly, wraith is still alive. Its face is torn from the inside out, tears of blood streaming from its eyes, but it is still flailing and writhing, flailing and flailing wildly. At the same moment, the finger that pierces through Shu's body slips out, and he is thrown to the ground. Tamiko, Tamiko. She remains down close by. She does not answer. Her eyes are closed and her tiny body is still in a crumpled ball. Shuu somehow lifts her up with his already regenerating right hand and gently puts her in his pocket where she had fallen. The remnants of a mycelium structure are broken and scattered. Tamiko's second fungal skills, Hypha shell. She creates a hard mycelial shell on her torso, an ability we call Hypha shell because it looks like a turtle's shell. It seems that just before she was crushed by the wraith, she activated her fungal skills, as one would expect from his teacher. She had immediately taken at least some amount of precautionary measures. Still, her injuries were deep. She'll be okay. Tamiko will not die. She can't die. She won't. Telling himself this, he begins to stagger along. Just before turning a corner, he looks back and sees that the wraith is still thrashing about a vortex of destruction. Frantically, he dived into the hole in the hiding place and moved the stone cover with his foot to block it. Once in the small room, Shuu kneels down, collapsing to his knees. Ha, ha, we're alive. I made it back here alive. I can't believe it. I can't believe I escaped from that monster. Once again, my body trembles, but relief, fear, and excitement can wait. Now is not the time to dwell on those. With my regenerated hand, I pull Tamiko out of my pocket. I am horrified to see that her back is red and wet, but I realize that it is my blood when I was stabbed through the belly. I lay her down on a fur blanket. Her limbs are bent in an unnatural direction. Her tail is slackly thrown out, and her white, shiny belly is smeared with blood. It is obvious that she is seriously injured. Tamiko. I called out to her, but she did not respond. When I gently touched her neck, I could still feel her pulse. Her abdomen is moving up and down faintly. She is alive, for now. Tamiko, hey. I raise my voice even more. Still, she doesn't wake up. She can barely continue to take short, thin, weak breaths. You're a magic beast. Don't you fucking act like a weakling with just that fucking ape's fly swatter. What should I do? I've never treated an animal before. I can't even diagnose their injuries. Anyway, I need all the medicine I can get. I gathered all the medicinal herbs I had collected so far under Tamiko's direction. I grind herbs for abrasions, cuts, and bruises, and apply them to Tamiko's body. The juice of the herbs, which is said to speed up the healing of wounds, is put in Tamiko's mouth. A little goes down her throat, but most of it leaks out the edge of her mouth. Tamiko, just hang in there. I'll take care of you. I cover her with my palms to warm her up. My hands were trembling for trying to help me. You are weak, and you are more cowardly than most people I knew, but because of me. Because I was weak, my spirit was completely broken at that moment. I was so scared that I stopped thinking and accepted that I was going to die. In fact, I would have been, if Tamiko had not been there to protect me. And yet, fuck it. We're going to the surface together. Tamiko. Is there anything else I can do? Even if my hand is blown off or my stomach is pierced, it will heal on its own. Is there nothing I can do to save my partner who is suffering from her injury? Is there nothing else? If I could heal her, I would do anything. Wraiths or ogres, I'll hunt them down. That's why. Hey, what should I do? Without you, I'd be. Tamiko. What are my abilities for? Why did I wake up in this world? In this incomprehensible world? What is the purpose of this power if I can't even save my partner? I found myself with a sphere growing in my palm. My fifth fungal skill is the milky white sweet Hypha ball. I did not intend to produce it myself. It was unconsciously made. This, and while still doubtful, I squeezed it. The whitish liquid spills out and falls all over Tamiko's body. Tamiko. The liquid is absorbed into Tamiko's body like a sponge. Tamiko's blood-soaked belly is cleansed. Her bent limbs gradually return to their proper shape. A glob of blood is spat out from her mouth, and then Abe Shuu. Tamiko's eyes flutter open. I slumped down and clenched my fists. I bit my lips hard. Why? You crying? Squeak. I'm not crying. I just have some juice in my eyes. Chapter 8. Tamiko's confession. My fifth fungal skill is the white Hypha ball, or healing ball. The liquid that comes out when the mycelium membrane is broken seems to have the effect of healing wounds. Its healing ability also seems to be quite high. After a few squeezes of the liquid, Tamiko soon recovered enough to get up on her own. Squeaking squeak. With Abe Shuu, I don't have to worry about injuries. Squeak. I don't think I'll need it myself, but it sure would come in handy in a situation like this. But don't be reckless, it's quite tiring. My cobbled-together stockpile of edible plants and mushrooms has been depleted by more than half in a single day. This is due to the starvation-like hunger caused by their regenerative mycelium, and I was weakened every time I created a healing ball. Fungal abilities are not inexhaustible. In the early days, Tamiko taught me that continued use consumes stamina, but I haven't really bothered it until now, except for the regenerative mycelium. There. Healing Ball seems to consume much more energy than my Hypha sword, or the Burning Ball. The creation of a perpetual motion device where I can create it myself, eat it myself, and get rid of my hunger would have been a dream come true. Tamiko was hungry, too, and devoured 5 of her treasured acorn dandelions. It was a stockpile for such an occasion, and it would not be a bad thing if we rewarded ourselves for surviving the desperate situation. The next day, Tamiko is completely fine, but we decided to take a break from hunting just in case. In the morning, I went to the oasis alone to fetch water, and pick some wildflowers and mushrooms. Before returning, we will leave the hideout for the rest of the day. Without Tamiko's auditory search, I am afraid of meeting any accidents. I haven't spent a lot of time in the room with another person before. If I had a smartphone in such a case, I began to wonder if it's because of my modern temperament that is rooted in genes. Hey, Tamiko. What is it? Squeak. I somehow never got around to asking this before, but where's your dad? To piece together the fragmented personal story so far, Tamiko was born on the 50th floor of this Ootsuka Metro. She is now 5.5 years old. Until last year, she survived with mother by weaving her way through the gaps of this monster-infested 50th floor. Tamiko's mother, who taught her language, knowledge, and survivalism, passed away 1.5 years ago. But Tamiko doesn't want to talk much about that part of her life. Somehow, I thought I could talk about that now. Father is on the surface. Mother seems to have lived in Nakano's forest. Squeak. I heard that she was living in a forest where she met her partner and that they had a lot of adventures together after leaving the forest. Squeak. When he returned to Nakano, she found her childhood friend. Then she and father got together and married. Squeak. So squirrels can get married? We're not squirrels. We're carbuncles. Squeak. Yes. Of course. Are you from Nakano? When I think of Nakano Forest, I can only think of Hypha Forest Park. But then, why are you here? Did she still help the hunter even when she got married? It seems that Ootsuka Metro was supposed to her last big job. Squeak. However, because of mother's partner, mother can't get out of here. Squeak. So, I was born here. Squeak. I see. She was pregnant when she went here? We are not good at fighting even if our level goes up. Squeak. Mother is level 38, but she's only as strong as a red goblin. Squeak. So it's difficult to get back to the surface. Squeak. But you said, according to your mom, the deeper you dive in the metro, the stronger the metro beasts become, right? On the other hand, if you go back up, they get weaker, so it would have been safer to go back up a little at a time, even if it took longer than staying here, wouldn't it? In that sense, even if we can't beat monsters like the ogre, outlaws, or yesterday's wraith, if we can at least defend ourselves against them or escape, we should be able to find opportunities to return to the surface. Abe Shuu. I'm sorry. Squeak. Huh? I lied about something. Squeak. Lie? Mother's partner. Squeak. He wasn't squeaked by an ogre from this floor. But it's really different. Squeak. What do you mean? And I've been quiet about some things. Squeak. There's a reason we can't go upstairs. Squeak. Well, what do you mean? Tamiko kept her eyes down and paused for a moment before continuing. There is a boss at the top of the stairs. He's a real monster. A strong monster, someone stronger than an ogre or a wraith. Tamiko's mother and her partner, a hunter, fought to the death with the boss on the 49th floor. The boss was far stronger than expected, and the hunter gave up trying to defeat him on the spot, opting instead to flee. However, the entrance to the boss's room was a trap with a door that could only be opened from the outside, so he made a hasty decision and fled to the stairs on the 50th floor. It seems that the boss is only a powerful individual who has a specific floor as his territory, and that it is not necessary to defeat him in order to proceed. On the 50th floor, the two spent time resting their injured bodies and preparing for the next step to fight the boss once more, win, and return to the ground. The detailed information about this floor, which was later passed on to Tamiko, was gathered by the hunter and her mother at that time. A week later, they challenged the boss on the 49th floor again. However, the hunter was killed. Tamiko's mother fled to the 50th floor again by herself, and there she gave birth to Tamiko. Mother was sent away by her partner because he was pregnant. Squeak. By the way, did Tamiko have any siblings born together? Siblings. Squeak. No, I don't. I am an only child. Squeak. According to what I know, squirrels have a gestation period of about a month or so on average. They could give birth to 4 or 5 individuals. The difference between the two is probably due to the fact that they are not squirrels but magic beasts. What happened to your mother after that? Mother has always wanted to meet father. Squeak. So she waited for me to grow up and try to take me with her. Squeak. The door can only be opened from the outside, right? My mom said there must be a switch to open the door somewhere, but while we were looking for it, we were ambushed. In the end, she acted as a decoy to let me escape. Tamiko spills a few tears and sniffles. I see. Then Tamiko was on her own for a long time? I leaned against the wall and looked up at the ceiling. But the boss. Squeak. Frankly, it was a reality I didn't want to face. Just yesterday, I had been almost killed by a wraith, and now an even stronger one was standing in my way. And from what I've experienced, it's not something you can just walk away from. By the way, what kind of boss was it? A slime. Squeak. A slime? If it were a video game, it would be a synonym for a beginner enemy. Is something amoeba-like, and does it have a translucent, watery body? That's right. Squeak. It is very big and round and is not affected even if you cut it or hit it. Squeak. My guess seems to be correct. In other words, this might be the king or god of the slimes. Why did you keep that from me? When we first met, Abe Shuu said you've just woken up. Squeak. I didn't know anything about you, and I thought you were mentally weak. Squeak. So I thought if I told you about it, Squeak, you might lose heart. Squeak. You're not wrong. She is quite a good judge of people and very witty, even though she was a bit boorish at times. If she had told me that much at the beginning, I might have given up on trying to survive. So you're saying it's going to be hard to get above ground unless you're good enough to defeat not only the Metro Beast here, but its boss as well. Once the conversation was cut off, time passed with both of us remained silent for a while. Our wounds seemed to have already healed completely. But just in case, the shower of healing balls to Tamiko continues. Tamiko licks the juice, saying, "Yummy." Squeak. Squeaking yummy. We will see in future experiments with mice whether it has any medicinal effect when she drinks one. Tamiko, do you want to see your father? Is that why you want to go above ground? There is that too. Squeak. I want to see him. Squeak. But Tamiko lays on her back and looks up at the ceiling. I've heard a lot from mother. Squeak. She says that the surface is very sparkly. Squeak. Sparkly? There are so many humans. Squeak. And there is a big town where endless noodles are hanging everywhere. Squeak. There's also so much delicious food that your cheek pouches will squeak off. And there is a big bright testicle in the sky. Squeak. It's not a testicle. The ceiling also has a lot of firefly moss, called stars. Squeak. I want to see it. Squeak. Tamiko watches the night sky in her imagination, squinting and entranced. Also, it seems that there are a lot of cool men up there. Squeak. You're suddenly blushing. I'm getting older. Squeak. And I'm still here. I think I'll have to leave for there someday. At that time, Squeak. I met Abe Shuu. Squeak. I thought it might be my chance, but you were a squeaking soft in the head, hairless baby-faced weakling at level 1. Squeak. I'm sorry to disappoint you and stop focusing on my baby face. But I'm still happy I met Abe Shuu. Squeak. Abe Shuu is a good guy. Squeak. When I turned my eyes in surprise towards her, Tamiko nodded several times in short intervals. Somehow, I found out what mother felt. Squeak. Having a partner is fun and reassuring. Squeak. I wonder, I've been feeling like Tamiko has been picking being nicer lately. I don't like to show my embarrassment to a squirrel, so I cover it up by squeezing some of the juice from the Hypha ball on her. Tamiko licks it, saying, "Sweet squeak, squeaking sweet." Night falls, and the light from the firefly moss turns bluish. We both lie down on the fur blanket. We are slightly hungry, but our stockpile of food is running low, and eating now makes us thirsty, which in turn makes us want to go to the bathroom. So I try to fall asleep. Sleep is the only way to go. What does Abe Shuu want to do on the surface? Squeak. Tamiko, who is lying on her back next to me, says something like that. Me? First, I have to see with my own eyes what it's like outside. And then I want to meet someone and listen to what they have to say. I can't really understand what the world is like outside just from hearsay. According to Tamiko, 100 years have passed since the last year of Heisei. The world was once destroyed, and the people from the nation of Itakuri live there. I would like to see this with my own eyes. I want to meet the survivors and hear their stories. That is my first priority. Then, squeak. Then, well, I wonder, if I don't even know what the world on the surface is like, there is no way to think about anything outside the box. However, there is a tiny desire within. I think I'd like to eat some grilled meat, ramen, or some other good food, drink beer, and sleep in a bed. I also want to wear better clothes and watch movies if I am given a smartphone. I also want to find a job that isn't this dangerously black, and then I want to, get married. It's kind of motivating to think about it. Do you want to keep going as a hunter, Squeak? Is that an option? Can I continue to hunt as a profession? Well, I'll think about it after we get out. What type of profession is it? And what will the average income be? How dangerous are other metros? I can't make a decision without taking into account the opinions of other hunters. Someday, you'll be able to do more, Squeak. Abe Shuu will be a great hunter someday, Squeak. I believe that, Squeak. I'm flattered, but I'm the first hunter you've ever seen, right? But you and I are partners, Squeak. I involuntarily blushed. I rub her white belly for a few seconds. I'm trying to calm myself, as this magic beast cries, "Pet me more. Pet me more." Well, as one amateur to the other, we've managed to get by in this hell for the past 6 months. I'll have to become a great hunter eventually, or we'll never get out of here. That's true, Squeak. Today was a mess, but we'll work out the kinks again starting tomorrow. Hunt wolves, hunt goblins. I'm still terrified, but we'll get revenge on that damn ape sooner or later. So it's a goal for a long time to come. Let's just go with this for now. Yes, Squeak. Don't just be a yes man. I inhale and sigh at the ceiling. Frankly, the trauma with the wraith will linger for a while. Still, I have no choice but to do it. It will happen. It doesn't matter how long it takes. I'm going to get stronger, beat up anyone who gets in my way, and make it to the surface. Tamiko and I will do it. And Abe Shuu? Tamiko is holding her own tail and squirming. Does she want to go to the bathroom? Abe Shuu wants to get married. Squeak. Yeah, well, if I get to have a chance, I guess. Unlike me, Abe Shuu is smooth and not very attractive, Squeak. But you are not a bad person, Squeak. Twinkle. You are someone who is serious and takes care of his family, Squeak. If Abe Shuu really wants to, Squeak. If there is no other good male, Squeak, we can get married, Squeak. Isn't that impossible? You're a squirrel? Tamiko jumps at me squeaking, evil, slapping, biting, and twisting my cheeks. Intermission, another awakening. Third-person perspective. It was in the fifth host that something akin to an ego emerged in it. At first, it couldn't even recognize its own existence. The parasite can copy and store the memory and abilities of the host's brain. The initial host was a cockroach, so it couldn't hope for higher thinking. It perceived the world through the cockroach's eyes, through its sense of touch, and through all its sensory functions. However, since the host's principle of action was based almost solely on instinct, it could not know the meaning of each and everything in the world. Until the end of the host's life, it simply continued to idly watch the waves of information passing by at high speed. The parasite could transfer to another creature that preyed on the host, or to another creature near the host's carcass. The ability to do so was, so to speak, an instinctive module that required no thought or logic. Everything was handled that way automatically by instinct. The fifth host was a wolf with a host of incomparable brain sizes to the previous ones. The parasite's ego finally saw the light of day. Even though it had not yet attained linguistic thought, the awareness of its own existence helped it understand the boundaries that separated it from the world and grasp the contours of the things that populate the world seen through the eyes of the wolf. Food, water, natural enemies, comrades, children, dens and territories, plants, burrows, the darkness, the hard ground. Now it could realize the meaning of its own sensations and emotions: hunger, anger, joy, thirst, fear, frustration, pain, sounds, smells, tastes, and so on. The parasite could not yet control the actions, thoughts, etc. of its host. It had no power, no intention, no will. It was merely a shadow reliving the host's life. But, one day the host saw something that led to the explosive growth of the parasite's ego. It was a creature of another species. They wore the same fur as themselves, but had no body hair, resembled an ape, and ran on two legs. The host observed it with bated breath. The chasing red and blue ones were the natural enemies of its host, the wolf, and they killed and were killed by each other. The hairless ape stopped and faced the enemy. It seemed poised to fight. The hairless ape was about to be knocked down and crushed by a huge white-haired ape that appeared before long. As is so often the case in this world, the host only wondered if it would get to eat the leftovers from the carcass. The hairless ape's death was palpable. The difference in strength was so obvious that it would not even be able to escape. But the hairless ape resisted. Desperately, he fought for his life. Even when its head was almost crushed, it blew off its arms and pushed itself away. Even when its back was pierced, it retaliated by sticking its hand in its opponent's mouth. Eventually, it ran away, dragging its battered body behind. The white-haired ones left behind did not have mortal wounds, and even in that state, they remained a threat to the parasite's host. With no more reason to stay there, it silenced its footsteps and left the place. One clear emotion was lit among the parasite. So beautiful, it thought the ape's way of life, as intense as a dazzling star, was beautiful. Even though its host eventually died and it moved on to another host. In the parasite's memory, the image of the hairless ape struggling even as it nears death's door remained. Chapter 8.5 High Level. Fujiwara Hidesato, aka Tawara Tauta. He was a super high-ranking aristocrat of the Heian period, famous for his stories of fighting Terano Masakado, who was on a rampage in the Kanto region, and for his story of killing a centipede, a demon bigger than a mountain. I wonder what Mr. Tawara would have said if he had been there. Weird squeak. Tamiko's and my words overlap. 3 giant centipedes undulate before our eyes. They are intertwined as if they were a single beast, like a multi-headed hydra. Their girth is probably about the same as that of Shug, but their total length is easily over 10 meters. It has a shiny black, glossy body and a pair of sharply pointed antennae. Its legs are symmetrical and wriggling, and its red scissors-like tail glistens, and above all, its face. It is a pale, demon-like face that resembles the mask of a Hanya. Their eyes are blood red, and sharp fangs close horizontally from the edges of their lips. Demon centipede is one of the metro beasts that live on the 50th underground floor of the Ootsuka Metro. Estimated level of around 45. Nearly an hour's walk from our hideout is a dimly lit area with round tunnels bending to the right and left. This is where the demon centipedes have their stronghold. Tamiko, stay behind. Abe Shuu, be careful. Squeak. Waiting for my partner to step away from my shoulder, I bring out my Hypha swords in both hands. I'm nervous. I feel thirsty and hot. One-on-one, I could handle it. But when it comes to fighting all 3 at the same time, not a single mistake can pass. But I can do it. With myself, my present self. The heat that runs through my body is shivering. The heat that runs through my body eases my shivers. I wonder how I'm going to get rid of these centipedes. Zhi, as if spiraling through the circular passageway, the centipedes attack all at once. They are everywhere, from top to bottom, from front to back. Their jaws are closing in to bite into my flesh. Their antennae reach out to tear at my body. Their scissors run to cut my torso in two. The rain of malice rains down on me, and I dodged it all with a single leap. I dodged and swings both swords. Torn legs and antennae scatter. Their murky bodily fluids are sprayed everywhere. Gigigigi. The centipede's dull screams reverberate in the cave. Their jaws strike from behind, and I caught them with my swords without turning around, using the momentum to somersault backward. No hard feelings. Muttering this in midair, I clipped one head with both swords, cutting it off. Once the first one is killed, the density of the oncoming attacks will obviously decrease. Inevitably, there will be fewer opportunities where I need to evade and defend, and more opportunities to strike the opponent. Next, I slashed away the second scissors. The third one stops moving as if frightened, and just as you think, countless spines are spat out from its mouth. They are Hypha needles, a fungal skills. At the same time that they land on the ground, I land about 10 meters backward. He jumped back with 1 foot, not because of the muscles of my legs, but with the power of my mycelium. The second one swoops forward, spewing black smoke. This, too, was a fungal skill, a smoke screen made of black spores. I used it as a distraction. That's useless. The position and movements of the two animals are captured by my mind. I concentrate all my strength on my legs and kicked the ground, cutting through the cottony smoke. In a split second, my body is right in front of the third one. The blade of my sword catches the monster's form from the front, slicing it in half. The wind that I caused dispersed the smoke. The last one is already trying to run away with its tail between its legs. After confirming that it is out of the range of my senses, I relax my shoulders. It's over, Tamiko. Cough cough. You did squeaking good, Abe Shuu. Somehow, I managed to make it through the night almost unscathed. The joy and relief of surviving unintentionally relaxed my expression. I'm a bit gross, huh? Gross, squeak. My body is covered in bodily fluids and a sticky, unpleasant odor wafts from my entire body. The first thing to do is to go to the oasis and wash my body as soon as possible. Before that, it's time to nibble on some Sporangium. Sure, squeak. The two of us join hands together and begin the dismantling process. Whether mammalian or arthropod, metro beasts are equipped with Sporana. The taste may vary slightly from species to species. They aren't that bad. Whoa. Just as I finish eating the second Sporangium, something strange happens to my body. The long-awaited moment of physical buzzing that accompanies an increase in level. Here we go, Tamiko. Finally, congratulations, Abe Shuu. Squeak. The two of us exchange high fives. Then we shouted in unison. Level 50, reached. Squeak. Chapter 9. 3 years later. 2.5 years after the wraith trauma. It's been 3 years since I woke up. According to Tamiko's calendar, it is now May. It is my 4th spring here on the 50th underground floor of Ootsuka Metro, although it does not feel like the season is here at all. Abe Shuu. Old man Uni is coming. Squeak. Yeah, I know. As I and Tamiko brush our teeth in the oasis. Their toothbrushes are toothpicks made from a bundle of shrub branches. The unicorn approaches soundlessly from the back corridor. It is one with the slightly broken tip of its horn, aka Old Man Uni, who has become a familiar face to the two of us. As usual, there is no sound of footsteps. It is an effect of the unicorn's fungal skills. Good morning, Old Man Uni. Old Man Uni approached the water's edge and gulped down a drink of water. The distance between Old Man Uni and us was about 3 meters. It has taken a year for him, a male with a magnificent thing, to get this close. However, he has not yet warmed up to us. If we approach him any closer, he swings his horns at us and threatens us, and he does not eat any of the grass or mushrooms that we give him. This Old Man Uni is the one we encounter the most often. In fact, I have a feeling that he comes here when we are around, and yet, He never lets us get close to him. So he's a real tsndeer horse. I read in a fantasy novel that unicorns only let Pew maidens touch them. I'm a maiden, squeak. Sure a Pew maiden. Is Abe Shuu a virgin, squeak? Your mother shouldn't have wasted time teaching you useless words. What do you mean, squeak? Fine. Okay, we'll finish this sooner. What's with that look? The unicorns are mild-mannered and averse to conflicts, but they are one of the strongest fighters on this floor. So, their presence here inevitably makes it harder for other metro beasts to approach us. So, the bathing time can also be relaxing. Of course, we have to be at least vigilant enough. And then, at the very edge of my senses, a large presence has appeared. It is a ghost wolf by the looks of it. Tamiko's ears perk up as if she has noticed it from the sound, but she doesn't stop brushing the white fur on her belly. I've come to think of it as nothing more than a ghost wolf. It doesn't mean I'm letting my guard down. But sure, squeak. I am now level 54 and I have mastered 13 fungal abilities. The ghost wolves and goblins, who were powerful once enemies when I first awakened, are no longer a match for me if we go head to head. Cut them, squeak. If they don't come from the other side, let's leave them alone. Let's go back, get ready, and go hunting again today. Okay, squeak. From the hideout, we take the main path to the right, which branches off at the end of the street. After about an hour of going through the goblin territory, we come to a vast grassland area that stretches about 1.2 kilometers from one end to the other. This is one of the main hunting grounds after I crossed the level 50 mark. It is a paradise for insects and small animals, with green and purple flowers, giant horsetails, royal ferns, and mysterious foxtail-like plants. No matter when I come here, the air is always foggy and humid. Thick concrete pillars stand in rows like large trees, and on top of them, ogres are building nests of dead grass. They are the masters of this place, competing for survival all year round with orthrus and demon centipedes. The ogre, a bipedal gorilla with black body hair, is one of the most deadly metro beasts on the 50th floor of the Ootsuka Metro. It is superior to orthrus and wraiths in terms of toughness, and its intelligence is also surprisingly high, as expected from a gorilla-like creature. Immediately after entering the ogre grasslands, I spread spores from my whole body. My 10th fungal skills, sensory spores. The principle behind it is unknown, but I am able to send invisible microscopic particles, I assume to be spores, from my body and detect the three-dimensional shapes and actions of targets to which they adhere. When I first learned it, I was only able to have a range of about 30 meters. But now I can reach a radius of up to 50 meters. By swinging my arm in a direction, I can also increase the range in that direction. The sensed information is very intuitive. It is difficult to explain, but it is another sense, completely different from sight, hearing, and so on. The things behind me and the rocks are directly perceived by my brain like the world captured everything. I can sense them even if I close my eyes or cover my ears. That's all I can say. I have absolutely no idea why information about attached spores is fed back to my brain. To put it bluntly, it is an overpowered skill. I learned this 8 months ago, but it took me more than 2 weeks to master the ability. Since then, I have been able to respond to approaching enemies who are not even close to Tamiko's auditory range, which has increased the stability of our hunts. Among the 13 fungal abilities that I have mastered so far, this is one of the most useful, along with the regenerative mycelium. Spreading my hands, I began sensing countless invisible spores shoot out, and information about the area flows into my brain. I confirm the presence of an ogre on a pillar at the far right. There seems to be no one else around. Okay, let us hunt. Abe Shuu, you can't be too careful, squeak. Lowering Tamiko from my shoulder, I moved in as close as I could without making a sound. When he was about 10 meters away, a huge shadow rose up from the top of a pillar. Then, with a quick jump, the shadow leaps down and lands heavily with a thud. It was even bigger than the wraith, a hulking figure that looked to be about 2.5 meters tall. It had a massive pectoral, arms as thick as logs, thick black body hair, gleaming eyes and sharp fangs, and a horn on his forehead that is shorter and thicker than a unicorn's. It looks like it is a lot of hair. But it does not. It's a handsome guy for some reason. Its face looks sculpted, the face that changes at once to a monstrous expression when it enters into battle. You-oh. The gorilla or ogre slaps its chest with a bam bam. It is threatening me and Tamiko. It's okay, squeak. It's a level that Abe Shuu can handle, squeak. I summon my Hypha shield in my left hand and a Hypha hammer in my right. My sixth fungal skill is the Hypha hammer. The nearly 1 meter long handle is hard and bone-like, similar to the Hypha sword, but the hammerhead is heavy and solid as if it were condensed. Also, it is more effective than the Hypha sword against ogres, whose body hair makes it difficult for blades to penetrate. If it was going to run away, it was going to target another one, but this one seemed to be determined to fight. I shouted. I had fought many times before, but this was not an opponent I could afford to let down my guard. No hard feelings. I leapt at it with my shield in front and hammer on my shoulder. According to Tamiko's third fungal skill, risk counter, it is the ability to roughly gauge an opponent's strength. The ogre is roughly around level 50 or so, just as Tamiko's mother had estimated. Therefore, at this point in time, my level is slightly above the average level of ogres. However, the level is only an indicator of the strength of the mycelium that takes root in the creature's body. The actual ability is evaluated differently depending on the species of the metro beast. The other side has power and toughness that defies differences in level. The ogre swings its arm. The speed and force of the swing make the air vibrate, and the accompanying wind pressure alone pushes my body down. I am not planning on blocking it, but focusing on evading it. In a contest of raw strength, I am still no match for it. I took advantage of the opportunity and delivered a blow, a hammer to the side of its head. My palms feel a numbing sensation, and the impact is absorbed by my compact, flexible muscles. The hammer almost makes up for the difference in reach. I dodged my opponent's attacks and counter with small, steady strikes. The fight would be quicker if I could hit its knees, but its long arms and forward-leaning posture make it difficult to aim for its lower body. It was the next best thing, a body blow. Ogre did not care about the body blow and repeated its large swing one-shot KO attacks, but after the seventh blow, it stopped moving for a moment. The area where I had repeatedly struck at the same spot seemed to have finally cracked my opponent's iron wall. The ogre receives my eighth blow and backs away, its body bent into a crouching position. Once I had taken some distance and I tried to recover some of my stamina, I was able to get a good look at my opponent. Even with my ability, Regenerative Mycelium, the opponent was a super strong gorilla, and even a single blow could turn the tables on me. My back was soaked with sweat as I continued to fight my way through. Abe Shuu, the other guys may come, squeak. Beat it soon, squeak. Yeah, I'll take care of it. Basically, ogres don't come together, and they don't feel a sense of camaraderie among themselves, even if they are family members or of the same species. Even so, the smell of violence and blood may attract other ogres. We have to end this as soon as possible. Then the ogre's fingertips moved, and mycelium forms a sphere at the ogre's fingertips. That guy. It's making a mycelial ball, squeak. It took the purple, toxic-looking ball of mycelium and puts it in its mouth. It chewed it before swallowing. Wudu. It growled and its chest is heaving. Its eyes are bloodshot and drool is dripping on the ground. Isn't it a dangerous one? It's doping, squeak. Watch out, squeak. It's like a buffing ability in video games. It seems to be mentally sharp as well. The pressure coming from it seems to be increasing. An ogre jumps at me, boom. The ground where it landed became a crater. I jumped back just in time and slammed the hammer down its head. The tip of its horn is broken off, but the ogre did not even flinch and swung its arm towards me. The air pressure rattled my footing. Then a hairy arm is coming down. A direct hit. My ninth fungal skill, enhanced leaping ability. Kick the ground hard. I jumped diagonally backward. I landed on the ground sliding, kicking away the grass. The distance between the two of us widens, and the ogre pauses. Its bloodshot eyes are still there, but it is breathing heavily. It seems to be drained of energy. It might be safer to fight a battle of attrition. But Tamiko is right, if we take our time, other beasts may come. I shouldn't be stingy. My mycelium shield in my left hand is thrown forward, and a grey mycelium ball appeared at my fingertips. My 12th fungal skill is a smoke screen ball. I threw it with a snap in front of the ogre, under its feet. Poof! Grey smoke rises. The smoke hangs in the air, obscuring the ogre's sight, but I can still sense it, not because of its confused cries, but because of the ability of my sensory spores. I grip the hammer with both hands and bend my knees. I feel the power of my mycelium clinging to the muscles of my thighs and calves. Enhanced leaping ability. I leapt in a straight line towards the ogre. I plunged straight into the grey cloud, a moment before the ogre notices my approach. The Hypha hammer reaches the ogre's face. A blow with the momentum of my dash and full weight of my body. As expected, the ogre's upper body is thrown back. I did not make a peep. The blinding would be meaningless. Still, I roared a war cry in my chest. With a yell, inside, I slammed the hammer down. While dodging the arm that is being swung around randomly, I kept hitting. So, I bear down. I scattered blows to its whole body, hitting its torso and legs with small blows, and hitting its head with all my strength. Eventually, the cloud of smoke dissolves into the air, and the figure of the ogre with blood all over its face appears. It is still standing on two legs, but its consciousness is still there, just dazed and shaking unsteadily on its feet. I'm sorry. I'll make this quick. I summoned out my Hypha sword. I pulled the butt of the hilt against my body and thrust with all my might. The ogre stops moving and the sword is plunged into its throat, and the fight is finally decided. The flesh of ogres, to be honest, not very good. It is tough, chewy, and smells rancid. Neither grilling nor boiling works. It is inedible. I quickly remove its sporanium and climb to the top of the pillar that used to be the ogre's nest. I feel sorry for it, but I know that another one will soon make a nest here, too. I stand back to back with Tamiko, watching my surroundings and chewing on the sporanium. It's a bit bigger than the ghost wolf's, but both Tamiko and I eat a piece of it. Of course, they don't taste good. Tamiko, you've grown up. In the past 3 years, she has grown at least 5 centimeters in height. She can now eat 1 or 2 of the larger sporana without leaving any leftovers. In terms of volume, a sporanium should be at least double the size of her stomach, so I can't help but wonder about that. What is it? Squeak. Tamiko is 8 years old, right? I don't know how long your lifespan is. The lifespan of a normal squirrel is about 7 years, but Tamiko's mother lived to be at least 35 years old. She might have lived as long as a human being. How big was your mother? I think we are about the same size now. Squeak. I'm still not at her level. Squeak. Tamiko is currently at level 28. The reason why her growth speed is slower than that of mine is probably because of the difference between our races or the amount of sporanium we can take in due to our physique. Maybe it's both. Most likely. Incidentally, she was 4 fungal skills. Enhanced hearing are key to easily searching enemies. Hypha shell, which is like a tortoise's shell armor. Risk counter, which roughly estimates the level of the opponent she sees. And her long 4 offensive ability. It is a super hardening ability of her front teeth, which can even rival my Hypha sword's sharpness. When activated, her front teeth are covered with silver, so it seems that they are coated with metallic mycelium. Tamiko. Squeak. Ghost wolf, blue goblin, red goblin, land swiggan, death tentacles, queen hermit crab, demon centipede. Gradually making the targets stronger and stronger, we can now hunt even the tier top class ogre and orthress. Yes, Squeak. Tamiko and I are getting stronger and stronger, and we're more than capable of going toe-to-toe in a fight. Yes, Squeak. That's why I think it's time for me to challenge the boss again. Chapter 10 Gargoyle. At present, Shug has mastered 13 fungal skills. The 6th fungal skill, Hypha hammer. It is now his main weapon along with the mycelium sword, as it was used in the battle with the ogre. The 7th fungal skill, Electric's ball. It is a yellow version of the burning ball, and when it shatters, an electric current shoots around it. It is a bit like lightning magic. The 8th fungal skill, Hypha great shield. Unlike their Hypha shield, which is a small round shield, This is a large rectangular shield that looks like something riot police would carry. It is slightly inferior to the Hypha shield in terms of durability, but it is light for its size and it can protect a wider area. It is a useful ability to protect oneself from flying objects. The 9th fungal skill, enhanced leaping ability. It can temporarily increase the strength of the leg muscles, or the strength of the mycelium. The effect lasts only for a single jump, and continuous use requires a lag time of about 3 seconds. There is also a side effect of slight muscle pain if overdone. The 10th fungal skill, sensory spores. The spores are spread and can detect everything in 3 dimensions within a radius of 50 meters. Once the spores have been sprayed, they stop feeding back to the brain after about 3 minutes. The spores are also physically draining, even if in small increments. Although it has some limitations, it is still a cheat ability that sets it apart from other fungal skills. The 11th fungal skill is the mysterious mycelial ball. It is green with a white cross pattern. The effect is unknown. Throwing it, breaking it, or eating it does not change it in any way. Animal experiments, including those on Shug and Tamiko, have revealed only that it is not poisonous when eaten and that it has a medicinal, soothing taste. Since it is similar to the healing ball, that also has a cross-shaped pattern, it is assumed that it has some medicinal properties. The 12th fungal skill, smokescreen ball. When broken, this ball of mycelium disperses grey smoke. It is useful for escape and distraction, but disaster ensued when it was tested in our hideout. 13th fungal skill, beast repellent spores. You can feel the minuscule spores being scattered around like sensory spores. At that time, ghost wolves and goblins stopped approaching. Since it had no effect on ogres and authors, it is assumed that the effect is to scare away metro beasts with lower levels. Shu's perspective. I'm not trying to be egotistical, but I've gotten pretty strong too, and I've learned a lot of fungal abilities. I've also achieved my goal of surpassing your mother's partner's level. Even if I can't beat the boss now, I feel I can fight a little, gather information, and run away if things get dangerous. Mother's partner is level 53, squeak, and he still couldn't beat it, squeak. Abe Shuu is surely as strong as he is, squeak, but you could probably beat it if you were a bit stronger, squeak. That's the case. I think it's better to experience battling it once and check patterns and devise countermeasures for the future. Since I have defensive Hypha and regenerative mycelium, I will not die even at the worst case scenario. I've been living in this metro for 3 years already. I'm not in a hurry now, but I'm more than equal to the metro beasts on this floor. It is not inappropriate to set a new goal of aiming for the boss. Still, Tamiko seems uneasy. For her, it is a nightmarish opponent who took away her beloved mother before she met me. It was natural that she is still traumatized. So I rubbed her belly, and she says, "I'm being serious, squeak. Don't toy with me, squeak." Stop, stop. Don't stop. So, Tamiko had only one order to give before I challenged the boss. If you can beat the boss of this floor, squeak. There is a boss on this floor? I've never heard of it. Not really a boss, more like a stray monster of a metro beast, squeak. Stray metro beast. According to Tamiko's mother, it was a metro beast that was originally located on a higher floor. It somehow wandered onto this floor, and when it tried to return to its original home, the boss on the 49th floor prevented it from doing so, leaving it alone on this floor. It survived and grew stronger, and now wanders around alone as a so-called evolved individual. An individual that has acquired outstanding strength over the years. It feels familiar. Somehow I feel sympathy welling up. Like we should be comrades rather than enemies. The only thing that I can say is that it's a good test, squeak. It would be safer to kill it first, squeak. I see. Then, the story is different. The risk of being attacked by a powerful enemy on the way to the boss challenge should be eliminated in advance. So what kind of beast is it? Gargoyle, squeak. Oh, that sounds familiar. You see them all the time in video games and manga. It is a so-called moving demon statue. It's a big fat bat with a stone arm, squeak. It flies through the air and is very scary, squeak. Bats. In the past I often saw them in the countryside. It reminds me of the evening sky in Joda. a city in the Saitama Prefecture. It was somewhat nostalgic. I've hardly fought any flying creatures so far. I'll have to be careful. I think I need to hunt it down in order to challenge the boss without any regrets, or at least to get a head start in preparing for the battle. By the way, how high is its level? Mother said it is about level 53, squeak. Almost equal to my current level. Still, I can't make a simple comparison, but in terms of ability, it's at least below the boss slime but above ogres and orthruses. Okay, I slapped my knee and nodded. Let's go tomorrow. If we can hunt that one, the next one will be the boss slime. The right side of the main street is the domain of goblins and ogres, while the left side is the domain of ghost wolves and orthrus wolves with 2 heads. The main corridor is one of countless connecting paths between both of them, the wolf army and the ape army. Except for the goblins, there seems to be little camaraderie between the two species, but the two camps often clash with each other, as if they are still dogs and monkeys. It seems that the stairs to the 49th floor can be reached from either side, but we decided to go from the wolf side, which is less troublesome. They are more cautious than the Aura apes, and they have some intuition to gauge the strength of their opponents. In addition, we have the 13th fungus ability. There, beast repellent spores. At the very least, the ghost wolves are unlikely to attack us. Tamiko had only been there once 4 years ago, so she did not seem to remember the way perfectly. We went in a familiar-looking direction and turned around when we came to a dead end. We wandered through rooms strewn with stalactites, narrow passages by waterways, and the nests of insect-type metro beasts. We wandered around for more than 3 hours, landing in all kinds of places. We bump into a few enemies who are immune to beast repellent spores, but we reached today's destination unscathed. Here, squeak. Here, it is a deserted space. The ceiling is high. There is a small puddle of water under our feet, and there are huge columns at equal intervals. They're concrete columns. The sound of water dripping from somewhere. The air is cool and pleasant. It is dim and musty but has a solemn atmosphere like an underground temple. It reminds me of the underground drainage canal inside Armor. I didn't know such a place existed. Once again, I am reminded of the insanity of Metro Flood. It's supposed to be somewhere in this area. Squeak. Okay. I walk forward, avoiding the puddles of water, sending out sensory spores. Nothing moves within a 50-meter radius. I looked deeper into the room and at the ceiling, but could not see anything that looked like a creature. Maybe it is not at home right now. Or perhaps it is somewhere, breathing quietly, watching for an opportunity to attack any intruder. I swallow my spit and wipe the sweat from my hands. Hiding behind a pillar, I look around and listen carefully. I brace myself for anything unusual. Carefully, quietly. The opponent is almost equal in terms of level, but if I underestimate them, the fight is over before I can take on the boss. Large rocks are randomly lying in spots. Some look like the wreckage of a collapsed pillar, while others are rugged chunks of rock that seem to have been brought in from somewhere else. There was a faint creaking sound. Abe Shuu, Tamiko, hide until I'm done. The deafening sound is hard to discern its direction due to the echoes. However, I can tell that it is coming from very close by. It's here. Shug dodges something that came diagonally from behind without even looking back. At the same time as the sound of the wind passed by, he spun around and threw a burning ball. From his fingertips, boom, a small explosion echoed. The creature that jumped up and dodged it was the creature that had been mimicking a rock clump until a moment ago. Gee, damn. That's huge. It was larger than I had expected. It was not as tall as an ogre, but with its flapping wings spread out, it could have been 7 or 8 meters tall. It looks hard to raise its huge body, as it moves its wings up and down. It looks more like a bat or a dog with a pointed nose like a Doberman. Its arms are joined to its wings, and its feet are full of sharp, stiletto-like claws. Although it is too dark to see clearly, the surface of its body is gray, reminiscent of stone. Only the tongue, which peeks out from the tip of the mouth, is reddish in color. The right eye and ear are covered with scar tissue from a burn-like injury. They might be the scars of a battle it once faced. It's scary. This guy is really strong too. I don't have Tamiko's risk counter, However, I have gained the experience of battling to the death with countless metro beasts over the past 3 years. My intuition, based on that experience, tells me that this guy is strong. If I underestimate it, it will easily eat me. I hold out my Hypha great shield in my left hand and my Hypha sword in my right. The terror that sits in the pit of my stomach is replaced by the pain of it cramping. No hard feelings. Summary of Shu's fungal skills. Level 54. 01 Regenerative Mycelium. 02 Hypha Sword. 03 Burning Ball. 04 Hypha Shield. 05 Healing Ball. 06 Hypha Hammer. 07 Electrix Ball. 08 Hypha Great Shield. 09 Enhanced Leaping Ability. 10 Sensory Spores. 11 Mysterious Mycelial Ball. 12 Smoke Screen Ball. 13 Beast Repellent Spores. Summary of Tamiko's fungal skills. Level 28. 01 Enhanced Hearing. 02 Hypha Shell. 03 Risk Counter. 04 Hardened Front Teeth. Chapter 11 I'll take that. The gargoyle, which had been flapping around and above my head, opens its mouth with a snap. Just as I thought it was about to let out a high-pitched yell, I felt a sharp pain, as if a needle had been inserted directly into the back of my ear. Ugh! Even my own screams are muffled by the terrible ringing in my ears. In the split second that I winced, I noticed that the gargoyle has vanished from my sight. Still, I sensed a huge three-dimensional object falling from above. In the nick of time, I jumped to the side and avoided being trampled. I immediately kicked the ground. Phew! Swinging down my mycelial sword, the gargoyle raised its leg. Its claw clashed with my blade, making a dull thud. I made it. The gargoyle forcefully pushes against the sword and jumps up again. Then, swinging its legs in the air, it releases 3 claws toward me. They smashed against the mycelial great shield but were not able to penetrate. Those are not claws. They are made of mycelium. As proof, the claws grew back on their feet. It seems that this is the true identity of the flying weapons that were hurled toward me. While keeping its distance in the air, the gargoyle opens its mouth. Again, sharp pain in my ear. My body flinches. Before I can even think about it, a follow-up attack comes hurtling toward me. This time, its body rushes forward. Still, it hits the Hypha Great Shield, but the momentum blows me away, and I hit back first against a pillar. The air was knocked out of my lungs. Could this be an ultrasonic attack? A directional sound type attack? Even if it is non-lethal, it would be dangerous to become slower to react due to pain and losing focus. The power of its attacks is also impressive. Even with the momentum of the descent, I was unable to repel it. Another round. A grey ball of mycelium is released from my fingertip. There, smoke screen ball, boom. Smoke blocked our view of each other. I hide behind a pillar and regulate my breathing. I calm my mind and plan my next move. A chill runs down my spine. I throw out my great shield and roll to the side. In the nick of time, a huge body that had swooped down smashes against the pillar, making a dull thud. Seriously, even though I threw a smoke screen. Oh, bats. They recognize their surroundings by echolocation or sound, right? Then it's useless. Rather, it's a bad idea. Even though I have sensory spores, the visibility was unnecessarily reduced. I had no choice but to leave the place and run further into the area. Kicking a puddle. The whole floor of this area is flooded. The gargoyle is chasing me from behind. As soon as I caught sight of it in an unhindered view, pain strikes my ears again. My vision shakes. The gargoyle dives once more towards me, who has been stopped in his tracks. It was a winning moment. A claw grazes the side of my head, but as it does so, I turned round and slashed my opponent's flank. Gee! The frightened gargoyle jumps up and moves away. Immediately, I released used burning ball. 3 at once. They missed their target and hit a pillar. Did it get confused? I was able to counter its winning combo. With a faint grimace, healing ball, squished into my ears. Mycelial balls with plenty of liquid. In place of earplugs. It doesn't go so far as to completely block the mysterious ultrasonic attack, but it is effective enough to deal with the attack that follows. So, what to do next? My injuries are already healed, but the damage to the other side doesn't seem to be serious either. From the feel of the blade, its skin is quite tough. From how it felt, It is almost like a stone. I have to do a full swing to cut through the flesh. On the other hand, it is difficult to hit an opponent who is quick to react and move with Burning Ball or Electric Ball from a distance. The odds are not in my favor in a ranged battle. Then, the only way to win is by forcing it to a melee. Not to insult you, but if I can't cut you down head-on, I'll never reach the boss up here. I crouched down, putting strength into my legs. Then I leapt up with enhanced leaping ability. I kicked the pillar and changed direction, flanking the gargoyle. A slash slightly grazes the gargoyle's thigh. I then kicked the opposite pillar. This time, the gargoyle reacts in time. Its claws and my bladed intersect. No spark appeared as we pushed each other back. I stuck my sword to the next pillar, its claws flying towards me. I bring out my great shield to defend. Then I used enhanced leaping ability. Stepping on the pillar I leapt as it shatters. The gargoyle tries to dodge but is struck with the great shield. A dull crash echoed. One man and one gargoyle are tangled up in midair as they fall. I braced myself by thrusting my sword against a pillar, and I halted my fall. Meanwhile, the gargoyle tumbled, crashing to the floor, water splashing everywhere. Now he flicks at the sky with his left hand. 3 yellow balls are released from his fingertips, the 7th fungal skill, Electric's Ball. They are scattered haphazardly and fall in the direction opposite of one another, and then, bam! And a momentary flash of light spread out all over the floor. That floor is flooded. Electricity moves across the water. The electrocuted gargoyle is making a silent scream. I was right. It seems that this monster is not made of stone. If it was made of stone, electricity would not be conducted. Down on the floor, I closed the distance in a heartbeat. With a well-aimed downward swing, I slashed at its left wing, which was protecting its head. The staggered gargoyle tries to fly away, but a single wing cannot lift it up. Blood splattered from the tip of the broken wing. I immediately and quickly calmed my breathing and readied my sword. I felt like I had done something reckless to the extent that Tamiko would later be furious with me. But somehow I managed to stop it from flying. All that remained was to finish it off as usual. But then, the gargoyle's face, writhing in pain and staring up at me, still showed no sign of giving up. Even though it had suffered a deep wound and lost the advantage of being able to fly. It released a shriek so loud that even past my earplugs, my eardrums were vibrating, and then it lunged, charging with its whole body. The claws of both legs are outstretched, and the creature swings frantically. The power of its attack momentarily overwhelmed him, but I defended myself with the great shield outstretched in my left hand. Like a martial artist, I skillfully handled the kick. Then I took advantage of the opening to strike back with my sword. With a diagonal blow from its waist to the chest, the gargoyle's hard skin was ripped open and blood spurted out. Still, the gargoyle does not cower. It bares its fangs and leans in anger, resentment, and vindictiveness. It lunges forward as if to strike with raw emotion. The ferocity and pressure surpassed that of an ogre. The incessant onslaught as if it were trying to squeeze every bit of strength it has. Sweating with cold sweat and having his skin and hair graze countless times, I meet the onslaught head-on. I blocked and dodged. A volley of counterattack and then defense cycled on and on. We stop, only to immediately attack each other. The dull thud of hitting each other echoed rhythmically. The puddle at our feet is stained with the color of our blood. Its right wing and the left leg are torn off, now completely unable to fly away. Just as I think of another plan, I am attacked by a bite. This guy, it might be breathing heavily, covered in blood, but it's still growling viciously in the back of its throat. Not ready to give up yet? The gargoyle opens its mouth. A close-range ultrasonic attack, but I foresaw it and dodged to the side. I grit my teeth and endured the pain and dizziness of the attack. With a shield bashing it, I knocked my opponent off balance and stabbed it diagonally from the flank through its chest. A quiet breath escapes from the gargoyle's mouth. I staggered and almost fell over, but I stomps onto the ground and hold on tightly. I'm sorry. All of my body's momentum is transmitted to my back, shoulders, and arms, and I swing down with all my might. The blade goes through from the neck to the other side. The gargoyle's body, which has been stabbed, falls into a puddle. Seeing that the gargoyle is completely dead, I exhale the heavy air that has been accumulating in the depths of my body. Staggering, I leaned against a pillar and my head bonked with a thud. Having misjudged my action, it would have been embarrassing if anyone had seen me. Abe Shuu, Tamiko rushes over to me. In the meantime, I'm going to go and pick out the mic helium ball stuck in my ear. Good job, squeak. Great, you did your best, squeak. Oh, you're so honest about your praise. But you did squeak your head, you saw that? We both sat down and looked at the corpse. The gargoyle's expression, with its tongue hanging out, has lost all the fiery ferocity it had earlier in the day. It was as if the grudge that had haunted the stone statue had been drained from it. How many levels does this guy have in Tamiko's eyes? It's about 55, squeak. It seems that its actual level was slightly higher. It was very strong. A warrior even on land, firing attacks that make your ears ring. It was really troublesome, squeak. Yeah, that's right. I felt its tenacity until the end. Certainly. It was a troublesome opponent both in terms of compatibility and ability. I suffered only a few shallow wounds because I was just following the strategy to the end. If I was off with just one step, would I reach the same result? And more than that, its ferocity blew up even more. Even with one of its wings ripped, there will to fight that will not break no matter how much pain is experienced. And a killing intent that strikes single-mindedly in order to survive. I should have been the one hunting it, but on the contrary, I was frightened. It was left alone in this place, in a place surrounded by enemies, but it definitely doesn't want to die. So I guess that's why it was able to survive to this day in hell like this. Where did this unwavering spirit come from? I couldn't believe it was mere survival instinct. I could sense a kind of strong will that other beasts did not have. To be honest, I was afraid of it, but when it was over, I even felt a little respect for it. If I was in its position, I wonder if I would have fought so desperately. Would I have been able to survive in such a hellish place alone for so many years? Abe Shuu, Tamiko is curiously looking up at me. If I was alone, if I didn't have her, I would have. I don't intend to say anything. It's a little bit depressing. So, I shook my head as if nothing was wrong, and patted Tamiko's head. So, let's get to it. Squeak. The Sporangium of this guy. I'm going to have to make sure I get my hands on it and turn it into food for the future. Abe Shuu is looking forward to tomorrow. Squeak. So? But you should reel yourself back, squeak. If you're as clumsy as you were just now, you're gonna get yourself in trouble again, squeak. So? You really saw that? Putting my hands together in front of the gargoyle, I open up its corpse, chewing the bitter and sticky taste of victory. For our tomorrow. I know it is an afterthought, but because of this guy. Squeak. It's dark, monsieur. I am thankful for this guy's life. It's a bit of an afterthought though. I clenched my fist tightly. I am aware that it is a selfish thought. Still, there is something I got. The creature to whom I will be put to the test is right here, right now. Just above us. 3 days after the battle with the gargoyle, it's finally the day of the challenge to the boss. The bag I have over my back is filled with water bottles, mushrooms, and wildflowers. Tamiko, are you ready? Squeak. Tamiko is still anxious. I took a whole day off yesterday, but she was fidgeting and I repeatedly asked her to calm down. Even if I rubbed her with my fingers, the gloomy expression on her face didn't clear up until the end. It's all right. I'm just going to try to fight it and try to figure out what's with it. Abe Shuu, you promised not to do anything rash, squeak, right? I promise. Let's go. Chapter 12. The 49th floor. We choose the same path we walked 3 days ago. We take the main path to the left, the route from the wolf's territory, Tamiko's enhanced hearing, and my sensory spores allow us to detect approaching metro beasts with near-perfect accuracy. Unless something unexpected happens, we will probably not be taken by surprise. However, after a few minutes of walking, we notice that an authoress is following us closely. What do we do, squeak? If we get caught in the middle of the others, we'll be in trouble, so let's do it while we easily could. I summon my Hypha sword, and Hypha great shield. Authoress is stopping a few tens of meters away. It seemed to be wondering whether to turn back or fight against us. I bent my knees and used enhanced leaping ability to close the distance in an instant. Authoress, between a size, 1 or 2 sizes larger than a ghost wolf, but their abilities are different. They are heavier, faster, sharper, and more cunning than other beasts, perhaps because they have 2 brains. With its 4 eyes, it also overcomes the narrow vision of predators. In addition, it can always breathe fire. Along with the ogres, they are a candidate for the king of the 50th floor. Still, I have fought with them many times and know their attack patterns, and I now have 13 fungal skills. If we were to fight in a one-on-one fight, there would be no problem if I were careful. My mycelium sword and its claws exchange a few blows. With my shield, I throw my opponent off balance, thrusting my sword between the eyebrows of the right head. One head slouches and stops moving, but the authoress does not stop moving. The other head bites down even more viciously. With my sword still in my hand, I bring out my Hypha hammer and smash the jaw from below. Then I swing down with all my weight to the point where I leaned forward. With a thud, the authoress falls to the ground, motionless. Phew, I breathed a sigh of relief. It only took a few minutes, so I didn't have to fight too hard, but I am always nervous about a battle to the death. If there is an authoress, a Cerberus might be somewhere. Cerberus, squeak. Cerberus, a 3-headed dog. Maybe he's somewhere further down. According to Tamiko's mother's information, the Ootsuka Metro has been confirmed up to the 65th underground floor. Simple calculations indicate that there may be metro beasts of around level 65 at the deepest level. It is not the kind of place where you can think, okay, let's go for a spin. I cut the belly of the authoress and quickly took out the Sporangium. I put it in my bag for future use. I am not hungry at the moment, and my energy use was negligible. Tamiko recommends eating the freshly harvested ones as much as possible, but I have learned from experience that they stay fresh for 2 or 3 hours after being removed. We have to prepare for the boss as much as possible. I don't know what's going to happen. Right, squeak. We carefully recalled the path we had taken once but did not spend too much time on it. After about 2 hours, the path suddenly widens and we enter a dark, dank, unlit area. The rock walls were sore as if they had been dissolved by acid. The ground was devoid of moss, let alone weeds. It looks like an abandoned underpass, the kind of place that would look good in a zombie movie. Abe Shuu, over there, squeak. Yeah, we finally arrived. There is a large tunnel in the back wall, and at the end of it is an ascending staircase. It is a staircase with a width that 3 or 4 people can pass side by side at the same time. I peeked from the bottom, but could not see what was going on upstairs because there was a landing several dozen steps up and it turned to the side. It is out of range of the sensory spores, and it seems that there are a good number of steps to the upper floor. The walls are dotted with firefly moss. Do they ever come down from the boss side? I don't know. I doubt it can get through here. Is that big? I notice that my hands are shaking. A warm moist air flowing from the stairs feels really ominous, perhaps because I know the threat that lies ahead. Let's go, Tamiko. Squeak. Step by step, we ascend as if we were stepping on a normal floor. The height and width of the step are suited for the size of a human, and except for the lack of handrails and the shiny moss, it looks just like a subway staircase. It's been 3 years since I changed my job to a hunter, but going up these steps is like going back to my office worker days. How peaceful and carefree life was back then. I didn't have to worry about tomorrow's meal, and no matter how many mistakes I made at work, they didn't cost me my life. It was only after I lost my job that I realized how much I appreciated my ordinary, everyday life. If only I could get out of this place, I would be on the ground. I can't imagine that such peace awaits me again after that. Until I see it with my own eyes, I will never know what the world on the surface will be like. Still, the only future for Tamiko and me now is a future out under the sun. Because other than that, there is only one route that we will eventually end up in this metro. On the 5th landing, I stopped and sat down against the wall. I took 2 Sporangia from my bag and handed one to Tamiko. I'm a little tired, so I'm going to take a break. Let's recover my strength just in case. I'm not tired, squeak. You've been on someone's shoulders all this time. I want to switch places even once. I can drag you from behind if you want. Squeak. I'm sorry, I'm just kidding. There are 25 steps from one landing to another. This was the 5th time he had climbed the stairs, which meant he had climbed up 125 steps. I felt like I was still in the baseball club. I don't even know how far it goes, because the structure doesn't allow my spores to fly far. Maybe we're halfway there. Squeak. Half. Well, let's go slowly. It's not funny to be standing like a newborn fawn during the boss fight after struggling on the stairs. I don't have to worry about my physical ability now that I am above level 50, but I want to challenge it in the best possible condition. When we finished eating the Sporangium, I felt better. I put Tamiko on my shoulder and stand up. Just she said, the 10th landing is no longer a landing, but a room with a high ceiling. We have arrived. At last, we have arrived on the 49th floor. Abe Shuu. Stop now. Squeak. I know. There's a huge one ahead. Maybe it's squeezing itself over there. Squeak. It might come down on us as soon as we get to the top. Squeak. Probably. I picked up Tamiko from behind and put her down the stairs. I'm going alone, and you stay here and watch over me. Even though it's a trial run, I'm not going to cut corners. I'm going to attack it with my everything, assuming I reach a stalemate. I can't afford to protect Tamiko. Anxiously, Tamiko nods. Don't squeaking mess up. If it gets dangerous, we'll run away immediately. Squeak. I know. I'll keep that in mind. I put forward my Hypha shield on my left hand and looked up at the end of the path. Recalling all the information about the boss that Tamiko told me in my head, I'm ready. So, I'm going. Putting away my bag and running up the stairs. 3 years after waking up in the Ootsuka Metro, I finally stepped onto the 49th floor. For the first time, the high ceiling is domed. It is a circular hall. It is more than 50 meters from here to the opposite end. According to Tamiko, there is another doorway on the wall near the opposite side of the room, but we cannot see it now. But now I can't see it, because of that thing sitting imposingly in the center of the room. So huge, hemispherical in shape, with the so-called steamed bun-like shape. From Tamiko's point of view, it was a giant jiggle squeak, but I never thought it would be this scale. It was more than 10 meters tall and 20 meters in diameter across. In other words, it occupied the center of the room. A slime. In a video game, it would have been more jelly-like, transparent, and slippery, but in reality, it was much dirtier and more vicious. The surface of the body is a muddy brown like muddy water, and you can see the slowly flowing debris of stones and animal bones that have been stuck in the body. The face, head, organs, limbs, and so on are not visible, at least not from the outside. There is no expression on its face. But, jiggle, jiggle, the huge body of the creature jiggles slightly. I realize that this mysterious creature has already identified me as its target. Ha, ha. Just confronting it makes my breathing ragged. I can't stop sweating. The other party is just a big mud ball, so why do I feel so oppressed and scared? For a moment, the slime shook. A tentacle swings above my head. Whoa! I quickly jumped back to the side. The floor shatters on a direct hit, and the impact throws my stance out. I did not see the moment when the tentacle reached out. Not only was it fast, but there was no winding up action. Chapter 13. Looking up, the boss's tentacles are coming at me from the side before I can regain my bearings. I caught it with my great shield, but I am flung off with the great shield. Damn! Rolling on the ground, I quickly get up, fighting back the pain. A line of brown liquid shoots out from the tips of 2 more tentacles. The second large shield that caught it melted away, and I hurriedly removed it from my hand. The tentacles fall on my head. This time, I leapt forward at an angle with my enhanced leaping ability. I close the distance. Firing 3, burning ball, from the fingertips of my right hand. An electric ball, from my left hand without pause. The surface of the hemispherical shape explodes. An electric current is sent through the hemispherical surface. The tentacles stop moving. Did it work? The surface is dented, and it smells like something burning. A sticky brown liquid is dripping from it, but with a shake, it quickly returns to normal. The tentacles attack again. The tentacles are very long and as thick as my torso, and they move about freely, and now there are 4 of them. Smashing and thrashing. The tentacles raged. The ground shatters and walls are gouged. The wind pressure alone is enough to make you feel as if you have been getting beat up. The tentacles reach the walls with little time to spare. In other words, the entire room is within range. The tentacles are pushing me away, and I can no longer get close to it. It is not enough to fight back. There's still enough to dodge. Holy shit, fuck. The tentacles' trajectory is unreadable until they are swung. Since they have no joints, they can bend at will. In addition, the slime has no facial expression. I cannot read its emotion. I cannot predict attacks from the direction they look or anticipate their first move. It is completely different from the metro beasts I have dealt with in the past. It is no longer a creature, but a machine. Pulling out my Hypha sword, I dodged a swing from directly above and slashes at the tentacles. The sword that slashes at the tentacle breaks through the surface membrane, but as soon as it gets stuck in the slime inside, the blade crumbles and dissolves. What is stuck in the tentacles is the powerful acid itself that was released earlier. Fuck. Another tentacle strikes my back as I paused for a moment. I was pushed forward and slammed headfirst into the ground. My consciousness faded away. This is, fuck. Move, or else I'll die. A tentacle is coming right at my head from above. I cross my arms to catch it. My kneeling leg was crushed against the ground. Just in time. I have a circular shield on both arms, but it still doesn't kill the impact completely. My body goes numb as if an electric current runs through my spine, and my next move is delayed by 1 step. Then, 6 more tentacles descend on him all at once. Abe Shuu. Pieces of stone fall down in flurries, and what is billowing in the air is not dust but grey smoke. Those are multiple smoke screen ball. The smoke was pierced through and slashed at, stabilizing my broken left arm and crushed left eye. I create a Hypha sword in my right hand and throw it at the slime's body. The sword, which draws a straight line in the air, pierces with a thwack. However, it only breaks through the membrane and spills some of the liquid inside. Probably the same as the tentacles, the liquid inside is a strong acid. It starts to quickly dissolve and decay the sword. By using my enhanced leaping ability, the distance is shortened in an instant, and I summon my Hypha hammer. Driving the butt of the stabbed mycelial sword, the sword is pushed all the way to the base. Did it reach inside? Did it hit its weak point? Information was passed down from Tamiko's mother. The slime's weak point, its internal organs deep in its mucus. If you destroy that, it will die. The question is whether or not an attack can reach there. How's that? The slime is momentarily jerked up, stiffening for less than a second. Then, it expands explosively, and countless tentacles are unleashed. Unleashing its anger. Whoa! I jumped back, but my left leg is swallowed by a tentacle in midair. SHH. With a scorching sound, my left leg is torn off from the knee down. Unable to land properly, I fell to the ground and rolled. Goo. No. I'm done. I got up on one knee and kicked the ground with one leg with enhanced leaping ability. I head for the stairs to the 50th floor. Tamiko will retreat, striking and devouring by stretching the surface of its body like a tentacle. A corrosive attack by pumping out the liquid inside. I was able to experience the attack patterns of the boss I had heard about. I experienced firsthand their speed and strength. We were able to confirm its defenses and physical characteristics. We even found a tiny breakthrough. Already, the harvest is good enough. There was no chance of winning now, even if I continued. We knew we wouldn't be able to beat them. All we have to do now is go back, formulate a strategy, and build up the strength to put it into practice. Or at the very least, I could ask Tamiko to find a switch for the entrance, exit while I am holding it back. That's enough for today. Jumping on one leg, I ran towards the stairs while dodging the tentacles. Tamiko is waiting there. Abe Shuu. I hear Tamiko's voice and turn around. Huh? A large amount of water covers the scene. It is a column of brownish water. I realize in an instant that it is the slime's bodily fluids. I also know what it does. From above, it's like water cannon. Can I run away to the back of the stairs? No. I can't make it in time. Tamiko is behind me. No, I can't dodge. With Tamiko at my back, I bring out the mycelial shield. Before the threads can fully take shape, the column of water swallows me up. The shield melts and covers my body. As my throat burns, my screams are cut off. My consciousness returns. The arm is being pulled, and I am dragged on the ground. I felt my body landing on a step. It seems that I am dragging down the stairs in a prone position. Abe Shuu, are you okay? Squeak. Tamiko is in front of me. Crying. Ash, she slaps my nose. Tamiko, the boss isn't here anymore. Squeak. We're going to make it. Squeak. It seems that she bit my hand and dragged him down. My joke had become reality. Thank goodness I was unconscious. So you're safe? I'm glad. Thanks to Abe Shuu. I'll be with you until you're warm again. Squeak. So Abe Shuu rest once we're downstairs. I'm resting. Ta-ta Tamiko. The words become staccato as they hit the steps. It hurts so bad that I decide to go down with my own 2 feet. I almost stand up and notice that my left leg, which has lost everything from the knee down, has only regenerated to the ankle. My arms and body are still burnt to a dark brown. I wondered if it had been too long since I lost consciousness. I'm not going to say it again. Squeak. Just because you're squeak to get better doesn't mean you're going to push yourself hard again. Squeak. Right. You've melted so much that it hasn't completely healed yet. Squeak. It's like a layer of crusty salt. Squeak. It is worse than with the wraith. Squeak. I hope this makes my face a little bit easier to remember. I remember that my senior at the company couldn't remember me even after a month. In addition, I noticed that I am naked. All my clothes seem to have melted. Damn it. At the very end, it did me bad. I'm going to wallow in my grudge, you slime. Despite this mess, I gained a lot from it. We will use this experience and reflection the next time, and for that, we will return to the safe house. Step by step, we descend, hands on the wall. The hunger is more painful than the intense pain that rumbles incessantly through my body. My legs and feet feel weak, my eyes feel dizzy. As Tamiko had said, we soon reach the 50th floor. I stumbled and fell flat on my back. Abe Shuu. That's strange, I thought. Tamiko seems to have made a lot of progress while I was unconscious. If that's the case, I should have regenerated more during that time. Breathing heavily, I looked at my burned out palms. The regeneration has stopped. I moaned, not from pain, but from hunger. No. This is really bad. Maybe I'm just too worn out from all the regeneration. That means it won't heal as it is. There must have been Sporangium from the beasts we hunted on the way here. No, I left it on the stairs with the bag. Probably it was dissolved in the acid from the slime. Abe Shuu. Hold on. Squeak. Anything. I have to eat. At this rate, what will happen if I don't? I can't heal. I can't move. What will happen? Will I die? My brain is flooded with fear, and my body rapidly grows cold. Abe Shuu. I don't care what it is. I want to eat something. I'm too hungry. If I don't, I'm in trouble. I might die. I'll lose my mind before that. I'm going crazy. I'm scared. I'm scared, scared, scared. I notice that I'm reaching for Tamiko by my side. No, it's different. No, it's not right. It's okay. Squeak. Tamiko smiles in front of my absent-mindedness. Eat me. If it can help Abe Shuu, then eat me. Squeak. This time, I will help Abe Shuu. Squeak. What are you talking about? If I don't have Abe Shuu, I'll squeak here anyway. But if it's Abe Shuu, you'll be able to squeak the boss by myself someday. Squeak. So Abe Shuu. Tamiko. My quivering hand stretches out to Tamiko. Are you joking, idiot squirrel? Grabbing the stone beside her. If I eat a pipsqueak like you, my belly won't be full. It's better to eat rocks. I open my mouth and bite a rock. I chew it, swallow it, and swallow my vomit with a big gulp. It's worse than Sporangium. Abe Shuu. Cough cough. Ha. Tamiko, anything is fine. What? Mushrooms or grass? Bring me something, anything. Please. Tamiko wipes her tears and nods with conviction. I'll be back soon. Wait here, Abe Shuu. As I watch the bushy tail leave in the darkness, my consciousness slowly sinks into a pitch-black fog. Abe Shuu. Tamiko's squeaky voice. She is once again tapping on my nose. I brought you mushrooms and goblin, squeak. Opening my eyes, I gasped. The body of Tamiko wavered in front of me before she falls over. My hand catches her. Her belly is stained red. Behind her are several mushrooms and the corpse of a dead red goblin. Tamiko. Abe Shuu. I can squeak it if I want to. I'll turn red goblins into squeaking rust on my... Tamiko smiles weakly and gently closes her eyes. I tried to create a healing ball, but no matter how much I concentrate, it doesn't come out. I have no physical strength left to use my fungal skills. Wait. I crawled into the dirt, grabbed the mushrooms, and threw them into my mouth. Without time to taste it, I swallowed and immediately pulls the goblin's body. With what little strength I have left, I ripped open the belly with my bare hands. Fishing around inside, I dragged out the Sporangium. I swallow it without chewing. The Sporangium, which I had thought so bad, fills me up better than any meal I have ever eaten. The numbness in my hands eases, and I feel my strength gradually return. Tamiko. I try to squeeze out all my remaining strength and produce a healing ball. I squeezed it and pours the juice over Tamiko's body. The cloudy liquid washes away the blood and seals her wound. Tamiko slowly opens her eyes. Abe Shuu, are you okay? Squeak. You're the one who's taking it too hard. You're a weakling. Gently picking up her body, I cradled her. Thank you. Thanks to you, my partner. Her tiny heartbeat in my hand. Her breathing, conveying warmth to me. It slowly spreads throughout my body. I grit my teeth and look up. I look up at the staircase where I tumbled down. When we leave here, we'll definitely go together. Chapter 14. 5 years later. For some time after that, every day I would sneak down the stairs to observe the boss for a bit. The boss never once leaves that hall. Apparently, he has grown too big to pass through both the staircase and the exit side. So how does he get food? The Metro Beast comes in through the doorway on the other side. Every day or two, they wander in as if they had fallen into a mysterious hole. Those poor bastards are the boss's dinner. Metro Beasts. Why are they coming there? I am not sure. Squeak. But my mother said there are a lot of slimes out there. Squeak. That floor is now slime country. Squeak. Seriously? She said they might be hiding in the boss's room. Squeak. They may be there because of the boss's scent. Squeak. Following their own leader. Squeak. If that is true, they are like worker ants. It's a black company. Incidentally, Tamiko's risk counter confirmed that the boss's level was around 70. Huh? Is that true? 70 is a different beast. If I had known that before, that scouting would have been cancelled for sure. It's squeaking ridiculous. If it's just mother said, it should have been about level 60. Squeak. So that means the bosses have grown further and further. Metro beasts, like us, grow and become stronger by preying on other individuals. They are just like that stray creature, the gargoyle that I defeated the other day. It might not be common, but it seems that such well-developed individuals and mutants with unique qualities since birth are different from others and are recognized as bosses as they are. The level of growth differs depending on the type and character of the individual. Squeak. My mum says that's a superior slime. Squeak. It's the pinnacle of slimes. I don't know about the others, but I think they've broken through the race barrier a little too far, right? It is also discovered that the boss has been creating smaller individuals. Still, they are as tall as me, and sending them to the lower floors as well. That's why the area around the stairs on the 50th floor was almost barren, with scorch marks on the walls and floor. Although there does not seem to be a lot of them, it is highly likely that they are chasing prey and procuring food from the 50th floor as well. We spotted its minions near the stairs and actually fought them. It is commonly known as an intermediate slime. According to Tamiko, they are around level 30. When we crossed blades with it, we found that its power and speed were far behind those of the boss. However, it is still hard to slash and kill. By the time I kill them, my new wolf clothes are a little melted. Tamiko also gets a little bit of the dissolving liquid on her head. Now she has a circular bald spot on the back of her head. Pidgeot. My squeaking hair is injured. A kappa squirrel. Let's apply some Healing ball. Put a squeaking amount of it down to my squeaking hair root. The intermediate slime's body spreads with fluids like muddy water on the ground, and its internal organs are exposed. It looks like a jellyfish on land. It's a pain, but it was a good lesson to help us defeat one of its kind. Its weaknesses were just as Tamiko's mother had informed us. If we do the same, we should be able to kill the boss slime as well. Well, if I can do it. If the boss's power continued to increase and the number of slimes grew, this floor might eventually be swallowed up by them. It is not a skirmish between wolves and monkeys, but an invasion and massacre by an alien species. Is it an exaggeration to imagine such a thing? I don't know how much time we have left, but we must steadily and carefully build up our strength to ensure that we defeat that monster. I have vowed to come back one day to take my revenge, and I have tearfully sealed my goal of leaving the metro with the two of us. From then on, I just kept on hunting the strong enemies on this floor: ogres, authoress, demon centipedes, wraiths, and intermediate slimes. Tired, wounded, and quarreling with Tamiko over trivial matters. I almost got my butthole blown up when I got stuck in a goblin's pit. I failed to control the heat on the barbecue and get caught in a cloud of smoke. I got high after eating a mushroom called agartake and almost got kicked to death by a unicorn when I unintentionally approached it. I almost died when I faced 3 ogres at the same time. I then fought to the death with my nemesis, the wraith, a fully developed individual with burns all over its face. In search of an even stronger foe, we advanced to the 51st, 52nd, and 53rd floors. They go head-to-head with powerful metro beasts that even Tamiko doesn't know about. The days continue to be more severe than in the previous 3 years, draining my mind and body even more. Still, I feel a sense of accomplishment. I feel that my body, which can survive in a deadly place, is accumulating more and more strength. My footsteps are moving step by step towards the surface. Half a year has passed since the bitter battle with the boss, and now a year has passed. When I mastered my 16th fungal skill, I reached level 65. Tamiko is level 40 and has 5 fungal skills, surpassing her most longed-for goal of surpassing her mother. I realized that the end of my days here is near. In the morning, I had a horizontal bar to the wall of our hideout. The daily calendar, which I had been keeping every day, has now reached 360, 1,800 days. That's about 5 years. Good morning, Tamiko. Good morning, Abe Shuu. Squeak. Tamiko, who had woken up earlier than me, was anxious or low-spirited. I was about to tease her but decided not to. The same is true for me, who is a little nervous. I washed my face in the oasis waterhole and cleaned my teeth with a toothpick. I have been grooming my beard and hair with my Hypha sword, or a stone knife. I shave my sparse stubble easily, and then, with a determined look, I cut my hair roughly and boldly. No need for a mirror, just do it. As long as it's short and easy to move around in, it's fine. I'll do it for you, Squeak. I'll give you a stylish smart hairstyle, Squeak. No. You're going make me bald. Don't squeak it, just stand still. I'm going to make your ugly head squeaky and clean. Stop it, you idiot squirrel. My face is the only one that should be smooth. Stop making me say it, you damn asshole. I'll settle for a very short haircut. An inch short of a shaved head. My head feels light and refreshed. It feels good to the touch. And then something comes into the range of my sensory spores. It's the soundless unicorn. Good morning, old man UNI. A unicorn with a slightly chipped horn tip. In the past 2 years, the unicorns and I grew much closer. He still won't let me touch them, though. He brings his face close to mine and breathes on me. He seems to be urging me to give him something. So I produced a healing ball in the palm of my hand. He rolls it up with his tongue and puts it in his mouth. He sniffs in satisfaction and bobs his head up and down. In the end, I never had any luck with unicorns, didn't I? According to the risk countress assessment, I now have the upper hand. I have also mastered the 15th and 16th fungal skills and would not be defeated in a head-to-head battle. However, for me, we have no intention of doing so. They don't want to fight either, and this watering hole has taken care of both of us. There was no reason to go out of our way to pick a fight with him. Old man UNI, Maybe today would be our farewell. I don't think he understands my words, but I still tell him, I'm going to take revenge on the boss on the 49th floor. I'm confident I can beat him this time, and if I do, we'll go straight to the top. So we might not come back down here. Well, there's a chance I'll get beat up and come back. I wanted to give a proper goodbye to him, the only friend I had made in this hellish metro besides Tamiko. I think this will be the last time I will be able to give Old Man you and I a healing ball. I'm a little disappointed since we got to know each other so well, so take care, don't forget about me, UNI-san. Squeak. Old Man UNI snaps open his big eyes and then throws his heels back. Suddenly, he dashed toward the rock wall. The wall shatters with a loud bam from the crash, and stone fragments fall down. Wait, Old Man UNI? Tamiko and I were stunned. Old Man UNI pulls out his head buried in the rock wall, holding something in his mouth. As he returned to us, Old Man UNI, his horn is broken off at the base. He bites at it nihilistically like a cigarette. Fun, with a snort and thrust. I sensed their intention, gently extending my hand, and he dropped the horn on my hand. No, it may have been intended as a gift of encouragement, but it was too much for him to offer such a bold and generous parting gift. The horn of a unicorn grows back. Squeak. If we ever meet again, I'm sure you'll have a big horn that isn't broken. Squeak. Of course. Old Man UNI nods his head as if agreeing. Thank you, Old Man UNI. I will cherish it. I will come to see you again someday. Nay. Old Man UNI looked up at the ceiling and let out a loud neigh. It was the first time we had ever heard such a cry. Finally, he looks at the two of us with dull eyes and leaves without looking back this time. The two of us leave, this time without looking back. I was about to cry but Tamiko is already crying, so I held it back. It's too uncool for us to lose and return after that. Squeak. Let's go, Tamiko. We're going to say goodbye to this floor today. The first thing to do is to put the horns of Old Man UNI in our bag and leave the hiding place. This will hopefully be the last time I have to crawl in and out on all fours like this. I get out of the hole, standing up and bowing. Tamiko follows suit. After 2 hours, we reach the stairs, the Heartbreaker 250-step staircase, as the two of us call it. If each step is about 20 centimeters high, each floor down is 50 meters long, 2.5 kilometers underground, by simple arithmetic, right? Why am I that deep? When I was just sleeping in the hospital in the first place, it's not much of a load on my current physical strength. But if I had to go up this many steps per floor, my thighs might be the size of a bicycle racer by the time I get to the surface. Once I reach the ground, if I meet someone, what will I do? Abe Shuu soon. Squeak. Tamiko whispers over my shoulder. I nodded and looked up, not wanting to make the same mistake as last time. I put my bag down on the 9th landing. I also takes off my wolf jacket and cloak, and I was dressed neatly in just a pair of short pants fastened with a straw cord. As usual. It's there. As usual. We're here. Squeak. Tamiko's enhanced hearing and my sensory spores detect that it is at the top of the last 25 steps. Tamiko, can you check it with your risk counter? Sneakily and carefully. Squeak. Tamiko gets off my shoulder and hops up the stairs, stopping before the last step. She pulls herself up, faces up, and looks toward the back of the room. She holds that position for a few seconds, then plops down on her butt, and comes back down again. How was it? I feel like it's squeaking stronger than when I saw it before. It's stronger than 70. Squeak. I see. The trauma of the last time comes back to my mind. The hands are shaking. The heart rate increases. My back is shaking with fear. I close my eyes and breathe deeply again and again. It's okay. I can definitely win. I simulated it many times in my head. I can do it this time. Telling myself this over and over again. Abe Shuu, are you okay? Squeak. Tamiko says while shaking and slapping me. We're gonna squeak it together. Tamiko. I'm going to squeak through it like it was an acorn. I'm even fine wearing a wig. Squeak. With teary eyes, shaking tail, clenching her small hand tightly, and looking up at me. I stood up. I then pat Tamiko's head with my fingertips. I'll laugh if you become bald again. Baldness can be fixed. Squeak. I could never reach this day by myself. I've been able to live for the last 5 years because there are 2 of us. Even if I fight alone, I'm never alone. I put my fist in front of Tamiko. I'll need your help in case of emergency, partner. Tamiko bumps her fist against mine. I'll squeak it to you, Abe Shuu. I nod. A thread spun from my hands facing forward. A Hypha sword, and Hypha great shield. Closing my eyes and I focus my attention. A sword and shield clad in blue light. My 15th fungal skill, Spore Light. Chapter 15 Round 2. I stepped in and jump up the stairs for the first time in 2 years. The 49th floor of the basement of the Ootsuka Metro. The boss's hall. As before, the boss slime stands stolidly in the center of the room. As usual, it is a dirty, dark brown muddy bun. It's getting a little bigger, isn't it? Maybe it's just my trauma that makes it look bigger. Or maybe it has grown even more in the past 2 years. In any case, it's the same with me as I also grew. The slime silently captures my now more confident stride. According to our previous research, the slime seems to recognize its surroundings by sensing light and vibration. In other words, it is sight, hearing, and touch. And then, a tentacle reaches out. It makes a shadow from above my head and swings down without any preliminary movement. It easily craters the floor on which I was standing. Still no hello? Even though I have grown more than 10 levels since the last time I was here, it's still too dangerous for me to take it head on. However, as I grew, I can now avoid it a little easier than before. I tried to close the distance at once, but in the blink of an eye, 5 tentacles appeared. They swirl and attack simultaneously. I dodged them and used my great shield to block the others. With a swing from my Hypha sword and one of them is cut off. The tentacles, perhaps startled, are pulled back. The tentacles sway from side to side as if it is looking over the boss's body to see what is going on. The tentacle that fell to the floor goes berserk, eventually dissolving into a liquid and scorching the floor. An unknown smell rises up. I can work with this. The Hypha sword and great shield that I held are then clad in a pale light. My 15th fungal skill, Spore Light. The ability to make the Hypha weapons created by the fungus ability to be covered with Spore Light, a mysterious light that I named for simplicity's sake. This dramatically improves the sharpness and durability of swords and shields. The sword is now capable of cutting through even the thick flesh of an ogre with a single swing, and the shield is capable of repelling the flames of a Northress. It looks like a magic sword or a beam sword, and it tickles the middle school kid sleeping in my heart. Incidentally, it could not be applied directly to the body, nor could I put it on a stone knife. The only thing that it could work on was things made with mycelium. The spore light of the Hypha sword, which had cut off the tentacles, was decreasing. It is probably due to the acidic solution, but the blade is still intact. Although the acid might be stronger than that of the intermediate slime, the fact that I was able to cut it off is significant. In other words, we are finally at the starting line. With this, we were finally in the game. We can now unveil our other secret technique without any worries. Look here, you bean bun bastard. Then I focus my consciousness on my back. The mycelium is produced from a little above the shoulder blades. They converge to form a pair of arms. The mycelial arms are long, thin, and bone white, reminiscent of a spider's legs. 16th fungal skill, Hypha arms. It took me 2 whole months to be able to use these arms as if they were my own. Now I can weave patterns using string, brush my teeth, and play with Tamiko using them. Tamiko made a misleading plea. Touch me with your real fingers, not with a toy. It is not only a simple increase in my number of hands. These arms can use the same fungal skills my real arms could. The palm of the mycelial arm produces a mycelial sword. It is an inception trope to create another mycelial weapon from a mycelial tool. Now there are 3 swords and a great shield. I then apply Spore Light to both swords. The blade of the swords glowed with a bluish-white light. It is truly a magic sword. Now there are 3 swords. I'm ready. Now, to continue from where we left. Round 2. The number of tentacles further doubles to 8. An intermediate slime had at most 3 or 4 tentacles, but this was indeed the boss. If my Hypha arms, had the ability to create 6 arms. My brain might melt even if I have 4 arms. The opponent has double mine. I can't stop my body from trembling. Don't be afraid, focus. The opponent has no preliminary movement because it has no joints. It can twist its limbs as much as it wants. Still, there are only a few complicated movements and feints. Focus and reflexes. Remember the time in the table tennis club in junior high school. Tentacles spread out in a flash, and they rained down on me. Then one that delayed its timing chased after me as I jumped sideways. I tilt my shield to my side and cut it off with a slash from my Hypha arms. Yeah, come at me. I provoke it, but I can only feel dread inside. It was dangerous, and if my defense was even delayed for a moment, I would have been blown away. Tentacles attacked from all directions. I detected the tentacles with my sensory spores, ran around with my enhanced leaping ability, and took advantage of the gaps to cut off a tentacle. The fluid leaked from the cut cross-section, but it was quickly covered by a membrane and regained its original mass. That's fine because that is my aim. After dissecting the intermediate slimes, I found that they roughly have 3 layers. The outermost membrane. This is the slime's own cells, covering the fluid inside. It is a high-performance muscle that can expand and contract freely, and even if damaged, it regenerates itself quickly. The second layer is the fluid layer. It is viscous and dissolves anything it touches, the very symbol of its slimeness. The third and innermost organ is the nucleus. It is a sac filled with various internal organs and brain-like sensory organs, although I have no idea which is which. The Sporangium was also there, and it tasted worse than the other beasts. It tasted bitter and acidic, which can only be stated as unpleasant, according to Tamiko's mother's information. And as a result of our experiments with the intermediate slimes, there was no doubt that the third layer was its vital point. Destroying it would kill the slime. However, to do so, the second layer of fluid would be the biggest barrier. This is the armor that blocks and takes in the attacks, as well as the fangs that melt and devour enemies. Thinking back on the intermediate slimes, with the mass and digestive ability of a boss slime, I can't reach its internal layer with half-hearted attacks. It would have been nice if I could have learned a more penetrating long-range fungal skill, but I had nothing like that on hand. There was no point in begging for something that was not there. I had no choice but to defeat it with what I had at my disposal. To do so, I had no choice but to steadily and honestly chip away at the barriers, little by little. The target is its fangs themselves, in other words, its tentacles. Whoosh, whoosh, the tentacles that stretch to gouge out my head are slashed down with my Hypha arms. A pincer attack from both the left and right. I dodge to the gaps one by one, weaving and slashing through them. Then I blow up the torn tentacles with my burning ball. The tentacles are cut and it stood still. A droplet of liquid appeared on the tip of the tentacle, and a jet of its acid shot out. A tentacle is blocked by my great shield as I thrust it into the ground. Just before the spray comes from behind me, I summoned another shield and leapt back. Ha, ha, it is getting harder to breathe. The air I breathe is acidic and unpleasant. The stone floor around the area is cratered from the acid that has been splashed everywhere. My body feels heavy. I cannot replenish my dwindling spore light. I am running out of stamina. I don't know if slime has the concept of fatigue. Nevertheless, the slime's body is clearly shrinking as I continue to cut off its tentacles and dodge the dissolving liquid. The volume of the fluid part of its body is decreasing. We know from repeated observations and battles with the intermediate slimes that it is not inexhaustible and that replenishing it requires time and the ingestion of nutrients. Its weapon and shield are steadily being whittled away. I wonder how long it will take to reach its internal organs. But, I too, am at my limit. Okay, end of round 2. Time out. I detached my Hypha arms, and moved away across the wall with my enhanced leaping ability, powered up to the fullest. Releasing a smoke screen ball from both hands, and I dive straight down the staircase to the 50th floor, hiding behind the smoke. Tamiko. I'm back. Welcome back, squeak. With Tamiko and our supplies in paw, I go down one more landing just to be safe. This way, neither the tentacles nor the wave of acid will reach her. Wheeze, wheeze. I need a timeout. I sit down and take a bite of the Sporangium from the bag. You're good, squeak. Have some water first, squeak. Tamiko comes running up to my shoulder with a canteen, shoving the tip of the water bottle into my mouth. Work on your footwork, squeak. Squeak around him with your footwork, and when it squeaks near you, go in nice and deep, squeak. How about some seconds? With each bite of the Sporangium, strength returns to my body. The taste and rawness of the Sporangium sink in. Oh, no, I'll need to have another. Tamiko. Maybe we should run away. Squeak. Their mass is getting smaller, and its tentacles are getting weaker. If I make it a bit weaker, I might be able to hold him down while you look for the exit switch. We don't have to bother to take the risk of defeating it. If I put all my abilities into defense and use smoke screen ball, and enhanced leaping ability, I can probably get his full attention. That would buy Tamiko plenty of time to find the switch. In addition, Tamiko has a fifth fungal skill, camouflage. She could search for the switch while ensuring her own safety, or we might still try to win the battle even as we continued to fight, but that would entail a certain amount of risk. There was no guarantee that the slime would not have other tricks up its sleeve, or that the slimes under its control would not return from downstairs. If we prioritize going out to the surface, now is our chance and not waste it. That's true, squeak. I know how she feels. The man is the killer of her mother and her partner. She did everything to reach this place. However, her own front teeth cannot reach the enemy. It's sad to stand on the side as I swing my sword. I should have understood it best. If Abe Shuu believes it, that's fine, squeak. It's best to be able to reach the surface, squeak. Tamiko looks to the ground and hugs her bushy tail tightly. I grab the bag and chewed on my third Sporangium. I'm hungry and exhausted like a player on a baseball team. I grabbed Tamiko's cheeks and stretched them. I'm just a timid person, and when I get a little stronger, I get carried away, and I've been in trouble and almost died. Tamiko has been angry with me a lot. I got in trouble with the boss because of that, too. Squeak. I'm sorry, but I'm in good shape again, especially with such a big Sporangium in front of us. I'm sure it's possible to get 1 or 2 levels or learn 1 or 2 fungal abilities. Isn't this a great opportunity? But, and if things go as they are, the slime's territory will get bigger and bigger. After that, the Oasis and Old Man UNI may be invaded. We've been indebted to them for the last 5 years, so we have to give back in the end. However, we won't be able to do it if we don't win. I poured the rest of the water on my head, and I stood up. That's why. I'll show you my cool side. Tamiko, watch your mother's killer's death. Tamiko wiped her eyes. She climbed up onto my shoulder and slapped me on the cheek. Go. Let's squeaking go. Say what? Chapter 16. The sun. I sent my sensory spores to the hall. The boss hasn't moved from the same position I left it. I have never seen it move from that spot before. It is the president of a black company who just sits around and waits for everything to come to him. I don't want to be his subordinate. I have 2 more Sporangium in my bag. I intend to keep trying until I run out of them. If I run out of supply and become exhausted, I'll have to start over. I wonder how fast he will recover from the reduced fluids. Its main diet is a stray metro beast every day or 2. I wonder how much it recovers by absorbing small fries. I don't think it is unreasonable to say that it can recover on its own over time, ignoring the law of conservation of mass. If there is a way to recover in a short period of time, it would be necessary to finish them off at once. Then the odds of winning would go down, and the option of running through the door would come up again. Well, now is definitely the good time to do it, especially with its volume reduced. I will do as much as I can. Well, I promised to show my partner how honorable I am, right? I then summon my Hypha sword in my right hand, a Hypha great shield in my left hand, and 2 other Hypha sword in both Hypha arms. Then, I'm going to go with a bang. Abe Shuu, be careful, squeak. I ran up the stairs immediately. As soon as I exit the staircase, I readied my shield and jumped to the right to avoid being splashed by the acidic liquid. Well, what now? The boss did not react at all. The boss didn't even move or send out a tentacle. It is completely still, like a dirty lump of shit. Maybe it is dead? The boss rippled as I take a step forward. I took a step back in surprise. 3 tentacles protrude like thorns. Then, with a shriek, the tentacles spit out a thread and wrapped around to the shape of black spines, just like sea urchins. The tentacles are swung down. Boom. The heavy blow shatters the floor as easily as stepping on styrofoam. My Hypha arm slashed at the tentacles while I flicked off the scattered bits of rock with my shield. The hard thud of 2 hard objects colliding with each other echoes through the air, and a numbing sensation reached my back. The sword covered with spore light is stopped in mid-slash. Hey TSK, is this its fungal skill? Another tentacle aims at me. Once I stop moving. By using enhanced leaping ability, I evade to the side and slashed again, followed by the Hypha arms. Bodily fluids spilled everywhere, but I didn't cut off the tentacle. Damn. The 3 tentacles howled as they are swung through the air. I devote my focus to evading its fungal skills to harden and create spikes. Is it only able to create 3 at a time, or is it due to the lack of physical strength or mass? The movement itself is slower than before because of the increased destructive power. The number of moves is also reduced, and even if the spikes widen the range of the attack, I can still dodge the attacks. However, it is difficult to cut them off as before. This does not reduce the slime's volume. So, the part of the tentacle covered with its fungal skills is only about half of the tentacle. If I close the gap and cut it from the root, I can reduce its mass through there. I slipped through the 3 tentacles, jumping and tearing one of them. At that moment, a jet of liquid shot from its body. Whoa! I immediately clock it with my great shield. My shield, clad in spore light, is not immediately dissolved. Their sensory spores catch the tentacles approaching from behind. It's a pincer attack. Even if I use enhanced leaping ability, I cannot change direction mid-air. My Hypha arm released a sword, grabbing the tentacles, and using their momentum to push up my body and avoid the attacks as they flew past me. Crazy. I changed my direction. I probably look cool right now. While I was thinking of such stupid thoughts, the tentacles began attacking again. I quickly move out of their way. The revived tentacle turns into a spike again and comes at me in 3 waves. Time to avoid them again. Tamiko is right. Footwork is the key. Dance like a butterfly and scram like a cockroach. And then, when there is the slightest opening, close the distance and cut off the tentacles like a praying mantis. What I have to do is the same. Steadily, over time, I will chip away at the opponent's capacity. Finally, to thrust this sword into its core. While screaming and shouting, I run around the boss. Even though my skin is burned by the acid splashes and my flesh is gouged by the spikes, don't stop. Keep swinging your arms. Keep on slashing. My consciousness is distilled to focus only on the battle in front of me. The haze of my thoughts disappears and my vision clears. I desperately tried to grasp what is waiting for me at the end. How long had it been since the start of round 3? I had stopped counting the chopped tentacles after 10. I can finally see it. The body of the slime had now shrunk to about half of what it had been at the start. Behind a layer of dirty brown bodily fluid, a faint reddish-brown oval organ is visible. I know that this is the slime's fatal weakness. The tentacles have shrunk to half their initial size and have lost most of their power and speed. There is only one left, as if it does not have the mass to sustain 3 of them. One more slash. I can reach it by sticking the sword with my Hypha arms. That's it. So, it's about time. The body of the boss began to shake, and it grows thorns on the top of its body. It turned its body into a fucking morning star. The boss's body sinks into the ground and then recoils and leaps. It leaps up to just near the ceiling. Then, with the spikes facing down, it falls towards me. The floor caved in with a resounding crash. As I jumped back, the impact and wind pressure hit me. This is the last one. It compacts itself again and then jumps horizontally. Spikes grow on the side facing me. It's an attack that says, I'm making a pincushion out of you no matter what. The wall-crushing thrust is so powerful that if it were to hit me, it would not only skew me, it would tear me to pieces. Even if I try to counterattack, if I carelessly get grazed by it, it will take my entire arm with it. The boss compresses and bounces, compress, bounce like a bouncy ball trapped in a tiny space. Some of its bodily fluids are splashing around. It, too, is slowly losing parts of itself. Ah, damn it. I desperately avoid it. Smoke screen ball, burning ball, electrics ball. I would use all of my abilities to distract the opponent and make it more exhausted. That's all I can do. I realize that I am enjoying this quite a lot. Perhaps it is because I am within reach of victory. There was never a moment when I wasn't scared of this guy. I'm still walking a tightrope, holding on for dear life. Yes, I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm still alive, just barely holding on. Ha 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 ha. I burst out laughing. I realize once again that I have this crazy side to me. In a corner of my mind, I think to myself, I can never go back to being an ordinary office worker. Eventually, the slime begins to slow down. The volume of the slime, which has been reduced with each rush and collision, has shrunk to about 1/3 of its initial volume. The momentum of the rush is reduced by half, and it takes longer for the slime to turn around after it compresses itself. My physical strength is also at its limit. My Hypha arms, which originally lasted for a couple of minutes, have withered and peeled away from my back. I do not have the strength to create a new one. I can only swing my soul Hypha sword in my right hand. Abe Shuu, Tamiko shouted from the stairs. Come back here again, Squeak. It's a tempting and reasonable suggestion. If I took a break until round 4, after a little rest and food, victory would be almost assured. If I think about it calmly, I should do this. Now that the boss is exhausted, I can easily escape. There is no cowardice in the battle for the survival of the fittest. I understand and accept that much. I have been a weakling for many years. However, it's not necessary at this moment, and I feel stronger. I'm sure next blow will be the decisive blow. My body is exhausted. However, my consciousness and nerves are now sharpened to the very tips. Now is the climax of the battle. I am that confident. Ready. The boss compresses itself more and more to get more energy. Come. A mud-colored sphere covered with spikes rushes straight at me. At the same time, I step forward. The floor is cracked. The boss is flying from the crater it left. I slide towards it. The boss passed overhead. Only a paper-thin gap lies between us. The tip of my Hypha sword, that I pushed up, plunged deeper. The momentum almost takes my arm with it. My arms creaked as if they might break my bones. Still, I pushed through with my sword, squeezing everything out of my body, putting everything in and thrust my arm. A silent piercing moment comes at the end. A large number of bodily fluids fall down. Behind me, there is a scraping sound on the ground. I looked back slowly. The boss is halfway to the ground and does not move to make its next move. The blow from earlier reached its vital spot. I felt it as I thrust. Its fluid-filled body relaxes, as its bodily fluids spill out and make a sizzling stream. And its core is exposed. The body continues to twitch as if it is still alive. I do not care that the soles of my feet are burning, although it really hurts, and I moved closer to its body. Summoning another Hypha sword, I squeezed out another spore light. No hard feelings. The blue light trails a line straight, as if drawn with a ruler. Nothing moves in the room, leaving only Shug in the quiet hall. It's over. It's finally over. I slumped down on the floor. I won. A sense of accomplishment bubbles up. My emotions are about to explode. The feelings swell in my chest and go out to my throat. I won. But I don't have the energy to express it. The pain of the wound under the process of regeneration, and the fatigue and hunger that has been lapping at me, are causing a slumping emptiness throughout my body from the relief I felt. Tamiko approaches me. She stands before the carcass, the killer of her mother and her partner. How pathetic, Squeak. She stops her foot, which was about to step on the slime's core. But I no longer have any regrets, Squeak. Her drooping shoulders shook and she sniffs. Tamiko. She looks back and jumps into my chest, pressing her head and body against me. Abe Shuu. Thank you, Squeak. HNG. You're drilling my nipples. Abe Shuu did it. I'm glad, Squeak. HNG. Sure. While patting her back with my finger, I looked up at the ceiling. Let's go, Tamiko. Let's see the sun on the surface. Intermission. The chase. Third-person perspective. After multiple cycles of life and death, the parasite, who now had the giant slime as its new host, is reunited with that hairless ape. He has crossed my fangs with its host multiple times, inside a wolf, inside a giant ape, and sometimes a white-haired one. It has been watching over the death battle between him and its host. Each time the parasite met him, his ability to fight has grown stronger and stronger, and each time it has made the parasite's emotions grow. No other creature had ever possessed his sparkling beauty. Each time the host's fangs drew blood or his blade sliced through its host, the parasite's world becomes dazzlingly bright and shimmering. But he will not be able to win against me. Within the slime, the parasite was convinced of this, with its unspoken thoughts. This time, the host was powerful beyond comparison to any creature that had ever existed before. In the more than 1 year of its temporary residence, it had been visited by foreign enemies, numerous times, but never once had it felt threatened. Is he the one? Like many foreign enemies, he would be dissolved and absorbed by the body fluids of his host. There was no choice but to envision such a future. It was difficult to imagine anyone being able to beat its host, especially with the parasite's still developing thinking ability. Emotionally, it felt great pity. On the other hand, it was a pleasure to be able to feed on that beautiful creature, even if it was its host. At the very least, it would witness his final moments. It will remember his beautiful struggle to live. That thought was the only thing the parasite could think of. But it was the first time it had ever seen such a scene. The monkey had arms sprouting from his back and was boldly attacking with a shiny shell in his hands. Whether he was being smashed by the tentacles or having his skin scorched by the acidic fluid, he was unfazed as he sliced its host open with his glowing blade. What, how? His bear-killing intent, his roar, his courage that exploded like a flash of light, the supernova of his soul. The parasite could not help but be moved beyond all thoughts. He became stronger, so strong that he could destroy this host. Soon the blade reached the vital point and all perception of the host was cut off. The parasite was once again trapped in a silent, lightless nothingness, but the light was already burned into the back of its pitch-black eyelids. It wanted to see him again, and it strongly thought so. Where would he go? It had a feeling that he would go somewhere different from here. Parasite's perspective. I'll chase after him. His smell, his appearance, his footprints. I will follow everything and follow behind him. I will find him. Now I have the ability to intervene in the consciousness of any lowly host. No matter how many more times I die, I plan on finding him. It was a clear desire, a dream, and a will that sprouted for the first time within the parasite. Will I be killed this time? Or will he kill me again? Whatever the case, the next step is to get in touch with him directly. The parasite's heart seemed to leap even in the darkness, looking forward to that moment. Chapter 17 Escape. As expected, the boss's Sporangium raises the levels of both Tamiko and me, letting them learn new fungal skills. Now I am at level 66 with 17 fungal skills, and Tamiko is at level 41 with 6 fungal skills. The acidic taste of the slime's Sporangium does not dampen our joy. Now that my strength had been restored, the tension between the two of us was at its highest. So, let's find the exit. There was a smooth stone slab on a rugged rock face. It was about 2 meters wide and 4 meters high. This seemed to be the doorway. There was no sign of it opening. No matter whether I pushed or pulled, I tried hitting it with my Hypha hammer, covered with spore light, but it only got a crack on the surface. If I hit it again and again, it might eventually crumble, but it would be easier to find the switch. Abe Shuu, there is, squeak. Here, squeak. After a few minutes of rummaging around in the surrounding walls, Tamiko finally found what looked like a switch. It was a small button secretly embedded in the rock face. The entire rock surface around it was cratered and blackened as if the slime had pressed it with its tentacles. It was a little devilishly hard to find. When I pushed the button with trepidation, the wall shook and the stone slab was sucked into the rock wall. It's open. Squeak. At last, at long last, the door leading to the road ahead opened. I spent 5 years working for this moment. I clenched my fist tightly. Let's go, Tamiko. We'll head straight to the surface. Squeak. Yeah, As soon as you pass through and leave, the stone door closes on its own and opens again as you approach. It seems that from the outside, the door is opened and closed by some kind of sensor. Now that we have overcome the biggest obstacle, there is nothing to stop us from returning to the surface. There was a time when I thought like this. I still had it in me. Pidgeot. Another slime. Squeak. Damn it. I'm already sick eating this sour shit. The 49th floor is almost a den of slime. The intermediate slimes are not strong, but my beast repellent spores were ineffective. The Sporangium is also very, very bad tasting. Other metro beasts are also caught by the spores here and there, but they hide in the shadows and don't come out. It was as if they were hiding from the slimes that were flooding the place. I wonder if that slime was as only just big as the intermediate slime at first. Do you squeak so? The bosses that lurk in the metro are basically either evolved or mutated individuals. They survive for a long time, grow up through repeated battles and predation, and finally become bosses. Or they are born as special individuals from the beginning, lived long enough, and become bosses. I don't know which one that boss slime is, but if it is the former, it may have been an ordinary slime at first. I wonder how slimes reproduce. The boss seems to have given birth to intermediate slimes all by itself. I don't think it's like they simply increase by fission since they have very solid internal organs and sporana. I don't know. Squeak. So, you also don't know. At the very least, now that the boss is squeaked, the slimes will probably decrease little by little. Squeak. Maybe I could be of some help to Old Man Yuan and the guys on the 50th floor. Will another slime boss be born again on this floor? Or will it follow the gradual decline as a country now that they have lost their king? I have no idea what would happen. Either way, I don't want to have to deal with that kind of monster again. Don't squeak a flag, Squeak. We got lost many times as we traveled. We got into a fierce battle with a swarm of intermediate slimes and so I scatter smoke screen balls to escape while searching for the stairs to the 48th floor. Night falls. The area is tinged with the blue glow of the firefly moss. Thinking that it would be dangerous to camp on this floor, we gathered our remaining strength and continue on our way. We managed to reach the stairs before morning comes. I'm as tired that time during the boss battle. Squeak. The staircase to the 49th floor is almost the same as before. The two of us decide to spend the night on a landing in the middle. So, we took turns taking naps because of the possibility of an intermediate slime or other metro beasts passing by. When I woke up a few hours later, Tamiko's eyes are fluttering so fast they are leaving after images. The next day, we reached the 46th floor, and then the day after, the 44th floor. After passing the 48th floor, the number of slimes drastically decreased, and mammalian and reptilian species begin to appear. Giant insects and legged fish also appear, but they are all low-ranked compared to the top group on the 50th floor. After the slime-free life, the two of us finally had a more comfortable journey. On the 41st floor, we had a series of battles with reasonably tough metro beasts. They were the same as the gargoyle I had fought before. Although they are not as tough as the boss-like beast on the 50th floor, their attacks are varied, from claws, trident spears, and other Hypha weapons. They are not simple opponents. I fought back with my Hypha arms and spore light without a second thought. After the second and third battles, I became able to adapt to their movements, and the one I bumped into in front of the staircase took less than a minute. These guys are pretty strong too. About level 40, Squeak. After taking the sporana, I decided to also take the fur and bring it back with me. I felt that they would be great materials for a hunter. I made a sharp cut with my Hypha sword and Tamiko used her front teeth, and the skinning went surprisingly smoothly. We kept it on the way, but I had become accustomed to it over the past 5 years. It's time to start collecting that might be worth money on our way to the surface. In order to keep myself light, I have so far left most of the stuff alone except for the sporana and some meat. From now on, we have to think about what happens after we go above ground. I don't know what kind of society we will find on the ground, so I can't be picky, and I will have to make my choices appropriately. It's okay. I can carry some, Squeak. If you carry the luggage while riding my shoulder, It's the same if I just carried it myself. I then stuffed the gargoyle pelts and wings into my bag and resumed our travel. We lost our way many times and fought with many metro beasts. We suffered, almost succumbed to thirst because it was difficult to get drinking water. We were almost flattened by traps of falling rocks. Sometimes, I quarrel with Tamiko over trivial things. I found a pod of peas that contained pearly white gems. A giant clam rolls down a slope. We can spend hours idling by the edge of an underground lake, or traversing a swamp of boiling mud while touched by the rapidly changing scenery across the metro. The two of us finally get to the 30th floor and reach the 29th floor. It's been 10 days since the life and death battle with Boss Slime. Metro beasts usually do not have the ability to analyze enemy forces as accurately as Tamiko. So, despite the difference in strength, they attack on instinct and appetite alone. Even so, if I scatter beast repellent spores, most of them thankfully back off, sensing the difference in rank. This is clear evidence that the level of metro beasts is dropping. This power does not seem to be very fuel efficient, and it is tiring and hungry to keep spraying. But it is much better than wasting time dealing with the small fries. Well, Tamiko, the repellent doesn't work against them. Don't you squeak mess with me, you beasts. Hiss. Tamiko is not the only one who has been unable to get along with insects and the other creepy crawlies. Perhaps because their predatory instincts are stronger than their intelligence, they boldly attack when they see potential prey. Having dealt with slime so many times, I have developed a tolerance to the creepy crawlies, and I only have to wince every time I take out their Sporangium. The area of the floors seems to be shrinking as we go up the stairs. The journey from one stairway to another stairway must have taken around 3 hours on the 40th floor, but now I can see the next floor in a little more than half that time, partly because I have fewer chances to get tangled up with metro beasts. From the 29th floor, it takes 1 day to reach the 25th floor at the staircase, and just a single day to reach the 21st floor. Finally, the goal is visible, and Tamiko and I begin to become more and more elated. Wow! I'm feeling a little nervous. The moment that I have been dreaming about for the past 5 years while living side by side with death, is approaching. At this rate, I might start crying once we reach the single-digit floors. That's right, squeak. I'm squeaking excited. I wonder what is left after 100 years. Just a squeak more. We've already squeaked this far. The goal is near, squeak. No. We have to be careful at such times. It would be a shame to get carried away, slip up just before the finish line, and get seriously injured. You've learned something. Thanks, squeak. Well, it's because I'm Abe Shuu. You tell me when I've goofed. And on the 20th floor where they set foot, there is something waiting for the two of them. Summary of Shuu's fungal skills: level 66. 01 Regenerative Mycelium. 02 Hypha Sword. 03 Burning Ball. 04 Hypha Shield. 05 Healing Ball. 06 Hypha Hammer. 07 Electrix Ball. 08 Hypha Great Shield. 09 Enhanced Leaping Ability. 10 Sensory Spores. 11 Mysterious Mycelial Ball. 12 Smoke Screen Ball. 13 Beast Repellent Spores. 14, 15 Spore Light. 16 Hypha Arms. 17, Summary of Tamiko's Fungal Skills. Level 41. 01 Enhanced Hearing. 02 Hypha Shell. 03 Risk Counter. 04 Hardened Front Teeth. 05 Camouflage. 06, Chapter 18 My First Encounter After 100 Years. Abe Shuu. I can hear someone near us. Tamiko's ears perked as she stood on my shoulders. What is it? Someone fighting, squeak. I squeak. It's a big metro beast. I also listened carefully. There is a faint sound of crashing and a distant yelp. The ground is shaking. I wonder if the beasts are fighting with each other. They're doing it pretty loudly. Maybe we should stay away from them. That might not be, squeak. No, it is something else, squeak. Something else? A human, squeak? It's probably a human, squeak. Seriously? I'm sure. I can hear a human speaking. No way. I haven't met one in 100 years. In the past 5 years, I had never met anyone on the way here. I assumed that would be the case until I reached the ground. I am squeak of it. Abe Shuu. A human is being attacked by a metro beast, squeak. Are you really sure? This is bad. I'm really nervous. We have to get there. Squeak. Fast, you squeaking blockhead. Go go go. It's been a while since you were in the drill sergeant mode, although I am not prepared for it. The situation seemed to be urgent. The walls of the tunnel seem to shake. We move across the walls of the tunnels as I pass through with enhanced leaping ability. I follow Tamiko's directions to the branching paths, ignoring the metro beasts along the way. I just plow through them. At the end of the path is a room, and the banging noise becomes clear not just to Tamiko's ears. I stopped just before the room and used my sensory spores to catch a glimpse of what is up there. There is a large metro beast and it is rampaging wildly. Confronting it is no doubt a human being. A cloaked boy steps back and turns to face me and Tamiko, who has rushed into the room. He is wearing what looks like to be motorcycle goggles. The metro beast facing them is a huge boar over 2 meters tall with a flabby, jiggly belly. It has purple fur, short legs, a tail reminiscent of a lizard or dinosaur, and sword-like fangs protruding from its lower jaw. Don't come. It's a mature beast. His voice was young but dignified. He is quite young. In his right hand he holds a knife, and in his left a whip or something like a cord. The boar roared and charged toward the boy. The boy dodges to the side and swings his knife. Perhaps because he is quite light, the knife just slides across the surface of the fur and does not cause any damage. The wild boar charged. I noticed the wild boar's lizard's tail swell, making it turn quickly and approach the boy. It's an agile movement that doesn't suit its massive figure. It lunges, thrusts its fangs, swings its tail, and strikes. Although its attack patterns are few, they are sharp and seamless. It is a mature individual, and its killing power is exceptional compared to other metro beasts in this area. Moreover, this boar is also wary of us. While dealing with the boy in front of it, it does not forget to glance at us from the corner of its eye. It seems to be highly intelligent. The boy, on the other hand, is also taking advantage of his small size to slash at it with their knife from the side or strike it in the face with their whip from a distance. However, it is not enough to do any damage. The way they were moving, they seemed to be looking for an opportunity to retreat. Tamiko, what are their levels? The big one is about 40. The human is about 20. Squeak. Just as we see, the difference in their power is clear. Abe Shuu, can't you help? Squeak. Well, I want to help, but am I allowed? I don't know anything about the etiquette and manners of hunters in this world. I was told don't come, and I'm afraid that they'll be angry or accused of you stole my prey. On the other hand, it is obvious that the boy has no chance to win. It is dangerous to continue fighting like this. I don't care if it's just some beast. It's bad for my sleep to have a person die in front of me. Hey, do you want me to help? I call out loudly. I'm a little nervous. Huh? It's dangerous. Run away. The boy looks away for a moment, and the next moment the wild boar takes a deep breath and goes wild and spits out a large amount of black smoke. Abe Shuu, duck. Squeak. Oh! I involuntarily jump to the wall. The boy also moves back from a distance before he was swallowed just in the nick of time, but he still inhales some of the smoke and holds his mouth as his upper body heaves. Hey! Isn't it that bad? The boy falls to his knees and vomits. The boar, seeing this, slammed its hooves into the floor and rushed forward with great vigor. Oh damn! Emergency evacuation. I crouched and kicked against the floor with my enhanced leaping ability. I then create a Hypha great shield in my left hand and strike from the boar's side. Whoa! The weight of the boar is heavier than I expected, and my body bounced back. However, the boar also flew and fell to its side. It quickly gets up, dexterously wagging its tail as it slides across the floor. Tamiko, go to that kid. Squeak. After seeing Tamiko get off my shoulders and head towards the boy, I face the boar head on. The intimidating feeling makes my back tingle. My palms feel sweaty. Perhaps because of its size or because it looks scary, it feels more formidable than the level Tamiko evaluated. Go! A menacing roar shakes the room. The difference in level between the two of us is far greater, but whether it's excitement or recklessness, it seems to have no intention of backing down. I hide half of my body behind the great shield, and in my right hand I began to create something. I summon a Hypha hammer. Whether it is the effect of leveling up or the evolution of my fungal skills, the length of the hammer's handle, which was initially fixed at about 1 meter, can be adjusted. It can be extended up to about 2 meters. The wild boar rushes. It's like a cannonball. Still, compared to the boss slime's spike tackle. Oh, oh, oh. The back of my spine tingles. The handle of the hammer in my hand makes a creaking sound. The tip of the hammer is covered with a bluish-white spore light. Then, I swung it from behind, overhead, and straight down. Smash! And the skull of the wild boar caves in. Its whole head sank to the floor, its body sliding on the floor to my feet, before stopping. Its eyeballs popped out, and its almost torn-off tongue loosely hangs down. However, I can still see its body twitch and jerk. No hard feelings. I hope there's no grudge between us. I throw away the hammer and summoned a sword. The boar finally stopped moving when I chopped off its neck with my sword. I relaxed my shoulders and took a sigh of relief. The result was a one-punch victory, but it was the first time in a long time that I felt a little scared in a fight. I headed toward the boy. He is lying on his side, breathing shallowly, and his consciousness is fading. Tamiko calls out to him and pats his face. He's conscious, squeak, but he can't move. Squeak. Well, what should we do? I'd like to take her to the hospital, but I don't think she'll make it. Will she last long enough to get to the surface? The first thing to do is to feed him some of the herbs that Tamiko knows have detoxifying properties. I'll have to get him to eat it first. Abe Shuu. I'll try to give her some of that. Squeak. Are you sure? I wonder if it will work. My 11th fungal skill, the edible mysterious mycelial ball. It is green in color and contains a lot of juice like their healing ball. It is a light green, medicinal tasting juice. Tamiko doesn't like it much, apparently. The effect of the juice is still not well understood, but there is an experience where a rat on the 50th floor who had eaten poisonous mushrooms and was in a state of poisoning was given the juice and became well again. Tamiko speculated to have some kind of detoxifying effect. Well, there's nothing else we can do. Placing the boy's head on my lap and lifting his face upwards, I put the goggles on his forehead. Looking at his face properly, I was shocked. I think he's cute. My subconscious said, he is probably in his mid-teens. He has neck-length black hair and slightly pointed ears. He has long eyelashes, thin but shapely eyebrows, a slender nose, and full, glossy lips. He has an androgynous figure. If he were a girl, he would be called a beautiful girl. The object of my sexual desire has always been women, at least when I was living in my original life. Now, however, my thought is shaken by the sudden appearance of a super beautiful boy. After 5 years in hell, this is the first of my kind that I have encountered. Perhaps it is only natural that he appears more beautiful than necessary, but I can't help but ask myself, what's wrong with me? Abe Shuu. What are you doing? Squeak. Nah, none. Nothing. Now is not the time to be nervous. I produced a green cocoon-like ball in my right hand and squeezed it tightly. I let the juice overflow into his mouth. Gulp, gulp, and it flowed down his throat. This image looks really dangerous. He's drinking my own juice. I didn't think anything of it when I fed it to Tamiko and Old Man Uni, but I felt a strong sense of immorality. His deathly pale complexion slowly turns pink and flushed. His breathing becomes deep and relaxed. The closed eyes flutter open, and he moans softly. NNN. Our eyes meet. They blink for a moment, and then he jumps up and says, Kaya. As he jumps up. Oh, it's better for you to not move yet. Just as I had said that, he clutched his chest again and vomited. He had just vomited earlier, so all that came out was bile. You. Detoxification? Eh? You mean this? Once again, I produce a green mycelium ball in my right hand, and he snatches it up like a cat, with the same destructive power in my heart as the image of a cat licking the palm of your hand. As he gnaws frantically at it with his head down, I have a suspicion that he might be a little boy, maybe this child. The boy, who has finished eating, sits down in front of me. The color of his face is much better. Thank you very much. Thank you for helping me. The boy bows his head deeply. At that moment, his heart was about to burst. It was my first encounter with a human being in 5 years. A conversation with another human being for the first time in 5 years. My goal has been achieved even though I have not reached the surface yet. It feels like all the hell I have been through until this moment has been rewarded. I'm sorry, wait a minute. I turn away as my shoulders shake. Abe Shuu, not here, squeak. You don't have to say it. Chapter 19 Master Threadweaver. My name is Ikari Noah. I am a hunter of the Ikebukuro tribe. Noah means boy. The boy says his name. He used Boku too, the male form of I, me. Usually, young boys use this form of I. Ikebukuro? Does Ikebukuro still exist? Also, what is a tribe? You are. I'm Shug Abe. I'm Tamiko, squeak. He noticed Tamiko and looks a little confused, but not as confused as I was when we first met. You are a carbuncle, right? You know about my kind, squeak. No, I have never seen your kind before. I have only heard about you from my great-grandfather. The existence of magic beasts, animals that can talk, seems to be rather common knowledge to the humans of this world. Abe-san, where is your tribe? Oh well, about that. I remember that tribe can mean race or tribe. I was born in Gyoda City and currently reside in Toshima Ward. My favorite food is the Tokyo specialty, abura soba, also known as suppless ramen. I don't know if I can answer that question as it is. It could mean species, family, phylogeny, or clan/family genealogy. I'm sorry, that was rude of me. But it's amazing that you could defeat a full-grown Catobulbas solo. Is that called a Catobulbas? It was a grotesque-looking cow or pig that breathed a poisonous breath. Catobulbas is the name used for a mythical buffalo-like creature that breathes fire or poisonous smoke. Oh, sorry for taking down your prey. No, that's not it. Couldn't have killed it on my own, and I didn't have any chance of escaping. You really helped me. Thank you very much. I feel relieved. For the time being, it seems that this will not start a string of complaints or escalate further. Risk reduction is the favorite word of all working people no matter what era. I don't want to ask you for more, but if we don't dismantle this first, I won't be able to thank you. Would it be okay to go there at the water side there? Noah pulls out a string from his hand and attaches it to the hind legs of the Catobulbas. It's a string of mycelium twisted together, so it seems that he's trying to pull and drag the beast. Noah pulls the rope over his shoulder and drags it, making his whole face bright red. It is probably not just a few kilos, but about a ton, not the weight even a hunter can easily carry. Let's help me too. When I move in front of Noah, my eyes grew wide open. He's tiny, probably around 150 centimeters. His body shape is difficult to see because he wears a dark green cloak that extends from his neck to his knees. But the rope from his right shoulder to his left hip is digging into his body. The taut string perfectly presses between the mounds on his chest. They were quite voluminous. Stop looking. I know it in my mind, but my body refuses to look away. The lens and cornea, the ciliary body and retina, grasp the scene as if to say, this is our destiny. We will not let go of such a sight. The loyalty to the desire is insane. Kaya. Noah hurriedly hides her chest. Her face grew redder by the moment. You're a girl. The same is true for me. My face is so hot as if a hot water bottle was stuffed in my cheeks. I'm sorry. I didn't plan on hiding it. No, I did hide it. But, well, it's not hard to guess her circumstances of deciding to pretend to be a boy. Probably, as long as a profession of a hunter is established, there is no doubt that the world has become more dangerous than before. But if so, why is she doing this dangerous job alone? I am also female, you know, squeak. You are. I can't bear to have a girl carry such a large load, so I pull the cord and ask Noah to push me from behind. As expected, even with a level 66 body, it is hard to pull a truck without wheels. Even so, the massive body begins to move, but this cord is quite sturdy. It's made of several cords, but it doesn't seem like it's going to tear at all. It's an ability that could be useful in various ways, even for professions other than a hunter. Looking back, many of my abilities are more focused on killing others, especially the metro beasts. Thanks to that, I have survived for 5 years, But how should I make use of them in the future? If I go to the surface, I have to think about the next step. Noah leads the way. Perhaps it was the smell of blood or the sound, but the metro beasts came close to us along the way. But I chased them away with beast repellent spores. After about 5 minutes, we reached the waterside she mentioned. The water is flowing from right to left. It is more like a river than a canal. The riverbank is lined with glittering soft sand, and colorful and wild mycelial plants reminiscent of the deep-sea plants that appear through the gaps. The water's depth does not seem to be deep. When Noah weaves Hypha from her palm, they come together forming a knife with a blade length of about 20 centimeters. It's a shorter version of my Hypha sword. She used it to pierce the lower abdomen of the corpse of the headless Catobulpas. She drags it under the skin with certainty and familiarity. Ikari-san. Yes? May I help you? Oh, yes, thank you. Noah turns to the corpse and continues to dismantle it. Shug is still standing up. Oh, that. Ikari-san. Yes? What should I do? Noah looked at me blankly. She must wonder why a hunter who is older and more capable than herself is waiting for instructions like a newbie. My bad. I have my own way of doing things that I have been experimenting with for the past 5 years. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that I have completely deviated from the attitude I had in my old profession. I am afraid of her being taken aback or offended if I make a bad move. It would be horrible if it happened to a cute younger girl. She also has to heal her wounds in a super public area. She can call back and say, "I'm not feeling well, so I'm taking a day off from work." No, I'm just trying to go along with your way of doing things. I've never beaten a Catobulpas before. Tell me anything you see wrong. Oh, then. Can I have you hold down this side? From there, work goes smoothly. Noah quickly opens up its abdomen and scrapes out the internal organs. She deals with the blood and offal without any hesitation, even if she's probably just around the age of a high school girl in my era. I eventually pulled out 2 sporana from deep within the lower abdomen and hand them to Noah. Because it is a prey that you have killed, please feel free to eat it. After a little hesitation, I took one from Noah. I don't mind sharing half with Tamiko. This one is yours. Speaking only at their estimated level, I have eaten a lot of things that are better than this one. I wouldn't be troubled if I skip 1 or 2 now and again, and it would be more beneficial for her to eat it herself. Noah's eyes light up and he bows his head. Thank you. And she energetically bites. I looked away from the high school girl eating as she eats sloppily while juices drip from her mouth. If I stare at her, I am sure to get arrested. Or if you look at her thinking of that, I'm out of the picture. Modern people must be sensitive to sexual harassment in order to survive. Suddenly Noah cried out. What happened? Are you okay? Oh no, I'm sorry. My level improved. Oh, that's good news. Congratulations. I don't want to tell her that I was a bit nervous when I heard her sexy moaning voice. How many levels is Ikara Noah? Squeak. Tamiko, I don't think you should ask so casually. No, it's fine. I'm around 24. Oh. It's almost exactly what Tamiko estimated. I don't know how much it is in the hunter profession. I am 41, squeak. Tamiko easily reveals her level without being asked. She has the higher one, I guess. She was puffing out her chest to prove it. Well, that's amazing. It's a lot higher than me since you are past 40. By the way, what about Abe-san? I think I'm around 66. Noah nearly drops her Sporanium. Over level 60. Isn't that master class? Yeah, probably. A master? Tamiko's mother's partner was an excellent hunter at level 53, so maybe, me at 60 plus is also rated that high. In reality, though, I am just a naive amateur. After finish they eating, they continue dismantling. Noah says she wants to bring the hide and meat home. The skin of the Catobulpas will be used to make clothing for hunters. It's a rare individual, so I think it's going to be a good material, and its meat has a lot of fat and has a very rich taste. Here, let's salt it and make bacon on the surface. Baba bacon? Such a culture still exists here? How fascinating it sounds. The aroma of seared bacon and the taste of beer in my mouth is just irresistible. I can't stop my mouth from watering. Oh, by the way, isn't meat poisonous? You were spitting out poison earlier, weren't you? It's fine. We just have to avoid the parts close to the internal organs. But since it is such a huge body, we can eat as much as we want. Noah is momentarily startled, but he shows me the parts I could cut into pieces. Tamiko, who had been watching with great interest until about halfway through, gets bored and makes a bed of water plants and begins to take a nap. The sound of her lightly snoring begins to play a regular rhythm. "You're amazing, Abe-san." "Huh? At your young age, you're already above level 60. "Well, is it really that amazing?" "Don't be humble. Besides, the fungal skills from Warhammer 2, Long Sword. Then there's Great Shield, and Detoxification. Is your fungal class A, Holy Knight?" "As you can see, mine is Craftsman, fungal class." "Holy Knight?" I hear some words that I'm not familiar with. They get stuck in my mind, spinning and confusing me. "Oh, I'm sorry. I asked about your fungal class without permission." "Well, what's that?" I couldn't help but think with my arms closed. This hunter's words. I don't understand most of them. If it happens frequently, I will look suspicious. At this time, I don't want to reveal my full circumstance. I want to ask about all the questions that I have accumulated in the last 5 years. The question is, how will she react? A human being 100 years ago. A human being from an old civilization. I've lived inside the underground metro for 5 years. If I talk about that, what will the inhabitants of this world think? I can't imagine. She is the first human I met after I woke up. She looks very nice and cute. It would be fine if she snickered at me and said she doesn't believe me. It's okay if she gets angry at me for making fun of her. If I imagine it, it's cute. So I'd rather see it. But if she thinks I'm suspicious, crazy, or cut off our budding friendship, it's going to be hard. I'll probably cry. "Abe-san." "But, can I really avoid it? I'm her benefactor. She's not going to hurt me, right?" I scratched my head, and as I raise my face, Noah looks a little concerned. "Well, Akari-san, I have a story I want you to hear." "Yes, what is it?" "I may say a lot of strange things during then, but I will be grateful if you don't stop from listening." "Strange things? I'm from maybe 100 years ago. I'm from a time when the hunters and the Metro Labyrinth were different. I'm a person who lived in the old world, where there were no hunters and no Metro Labyrinth. And then, as if I had been released from the weight on my shoulders, I begin to talk. I tell her who I am. Over the past 5 years, I was working for a company in a world where there were no metros or metro beasts. After a minor accident, I was hospitalized in a hospital in Ootsuka, where I was greeted by the metro flooding, some kind of natural disaster. I woke up on the 50th floor of this Ootsuka Metro. Tamiko wakes up in the middle of the day and adds to the story. I'll deny the saga of the great show of heroism that she single-handedly turned an ogre into rust of her front teeth. After 5 years of living next to death and training my abilities, I was finally able to defeat the boss and escape the 50th floor. On his way to the top, I met Noah, and here we are today. Noah was sitting down on the floor, looking stunned. She didn't interject or ask any questions. As a speaker, I am grateful, but inwardly I am nervous about how she is taking my wild tale of adventure. When the story, which lasted about 10 minutes, is over, Noah covers her face with her hands and sighs heavily. "I can't believe it. Yeah, that's just the way it is. So many hunters have tried to defeat it so far, and no one has been able to defeat that Satan slime." "Really? So it was called a Satan slime?" "It's all true, squeak." "I've witnessed it all, squeak." Abe Shuu squeaked, "The mother's and her partner's killer. Is it okay to check one thing?" Noah stretches out her hand and grabs my hand. She then cuts the palm of my hand with her Hypha knife. "Hey, what are you doing? Please let me see how well it heals." Maybe she is some Yantia? Despite my suspicion of her proclivities, my wound is covered with blue-black fungus and heals on its own. Blue-black mycelium. Much faster than self-regeneration. Immortal. Fungal skill. Immortal? Noah looks up and looks straight at me. There's no expression on her face and she looks pale. I can't read what kind of thoughts are behind her mind. "It's true. You're from the old civilization. An inhabitant of Tokyo." "Tokyo?" "Yes. And you believe me?" Noah releases my hand and mutters in a daze. "The 13th person. A Threadweaver. Chapter 20 Pork Hotpot and Mushroom Coffee. Mizikari. About that Master Threadweaver. Pronounced, Itakarishi. What does that mean? Itomaki maki, Itomaki maki. Winged, wind the string. The nursery rhyme that popped into my head quickly disappeared. I couldn't remember the rest of it. Her eyes avoided mine for a moment, hesitated, and then she made a small shake of her head. I don't know where to begin. It's a very long story. Can we continue after we reach the surface? After reaching the surface? It's nice that she believed me, and I appreciate that she seems to know a lot about the situation, but is it really that big of a deal? I'm sure there's no need to hurry and ask you anything right now. But I've got a lot of questions I want to ask you, too. And it's a long conversation to have here. That's for sure. I'm sorry, the dismantling isn't finished yet, and we have to prep the stuff we're going to bring back. Shall we have pork hotpot for dinner tonight? Pork hotpot? Really? Everything I wanted to talk about and ask about blew up in my face. What is pork hotpot? Squeak. It's a hotpot made with wild boar. It's the king of all wild game. Is it good? Squeak. Well, I've never eaten one. Noah smiles. I have a pot, some wild plants, and seasonings. I actually came here to hunt for catobulpas for that very reason. I've never forgotten the taste of the catobulpas I had in Nerima, and I heard they were here. I didn't know there would be such a strong, matured catobulpas, and I almost got eaten by one. After that, I resumed helping with the dismantling. My tension is also 100% higher. Stripping it from the bones as instructed, I fillet the meat and wash with it river water. When I handed Tamiko a piece of leg meat, she chewed it and said, "It's juicier than wolf meat." Squeak. She is a squirrel who has become a carnivore. Noah sprinkles salt on the ribs and wraps some kind of herb around the meat. She takes a linen bag from the shoulder bag under her cloak and puts the meat and the mysterious mushrooms, which she says will be a drying agent, in it. There is a room on the 13th floor that is like a hideout where animals cannot enter. It's a bit far, but if we can make it that far, I think we can sleep in peace tonight. Okay, let's go. I love secret bases. Following Noah's lead, I walk with the supplies under my arm. About 10 kilograms of prepared meat. It's not that heavy for the current me. Tamiko's hearing and my sensory spores keep us on alert. If a metro beast comes near, we threaten and chase them away. We also see normal catobulpas, and they don't charge recklessly at us like the one we just slew. It's amazing. The metro beast on this floor runs away like puppies. Well, that catobulpa's just now, but that one might be a real puppy compared to the ones on the 50th floor. Well, that's not my style. Squeak. Yeah, the fact that a girl of a lower level than herself has joined the party. The spirited squirrel, 10 years old, is a little bit spurred to a more enthusiastic mood. Noah seems to have memorized the way to the upper floors and we reached the stairs without getting lost even once. The 19th, 18th, and 17th floors are, thanks to Noah, passed through in a breeze. By the way, how long does it take to get to the surface from the 13th floor? If we venture out early in the morning, we can get out around noon. Tamiko and I looked at each other and nodded. It's finally time. We will finally be on the surface tomorrow. The three of us finally reached the 13th floor when the color at the firefly moss changed from white to blue. We have been walking almost non-stop up to this point, except for Tamiko, and we are all exhausted to a certain extent. After another 10 minutes of walking, Noah slips into a crack in the wall. It seems to be the hiding place. Beyond the crack is an almost pitch-dark room with few firefly moss. The room is about 10 meters square, as measured by the sensing spores. Sitting on the rugged rock floor, my weary legs slowly relax. Noah pulls out a lamp from her bag. Inside is a candle, or so I thought, but it turns out to be a thick-stemmed plant similar to a horsetail, which she lights with a match. A gentle, flickering light illuminates the room. She takes off her cloak, and underneath I see that she is wearing tight-fitting, dark clothing. A long-sleeved, open front shirt and pants. It resembles a jersey. Do hunters wear similar kinds of clothes? Well, that's right. They call it an orthodox jersey, so it is really called a jersey. This most common type of jersey. It is cheap, but it's rather durable. Has excellent resistance to cutting, stains, wear and tear. Most hunters use them. So I see. Her shape is clearly visible. The first time I saw it again, it was, how should I say it, quite big. The first live girl in 5 years. Dazzling like the sun. I try my best not to stare too closely at her, but my lower optic nerve system moves of its own accord for its own pleasure. If it is a gift from my eyes, I can't be indifferent to it. Then I'll prepare the pot. Could Mr. Abe and Miss Tamiko fetch some water? There is a water hole a little to the right after we leave here. Okay, leave it to me. I did as I was told, and in a few minutes, I came to an open space with a small spring. Mycelial plants were growing densely and purple butterflies were fluttering about. It was similar to the oasis on the 50th floor. It looks like we're back there, squeak. Yeah, do you think Old Man knew and I as well, squeak? I hope they're fine. I sipped the water from the spring. The water seemed to be clean and free of impurities. The water has no smell and no strange taste. I filled 2 canteens, one for Noah and one for me, and washed my face and hands while I was at it. A rabbit with horns watches them curiously from a little distance. It is a small beast that was not on the 50th floor, though it is at least the size of a large dog. Under normal circumstances, I would have been eager to make it to tonight's dinner, but there is a feast waiting for us. I can afford to let it go. Abe Shuu, is that I carry Noah a good human, squeak. Inter-server web hosting and VPS. I think she's a good kid. At least, she doesn't seem to have any harmful or hostile intentions. I'm sure there are some things she has hidden or are hard to say. Then, I'm going to believe Abe Shuu, squeak. Thank you for your kind words, you little squirrel. Back at the lair, Noah is using a stone as a cutting board to chop ingredients. Meat, twisted wildflowers, greenish root vegetables I had never seen before, and mushrooms as big as a man's fist. It looks like it will be a pot with unique ingredients dancing in the air. The stones are arranged in a circle. Place some black stones in the center of the circle. When a match is lit, the stones ignite and burn. It seems to be like charcoal for barbecues. Then, I'll cook the pork hot pot. Yeah, squeak. The pot is about the size of 2 people, with a shallow bottom like a frying pan. The handle seems to be detachable, so it is convenient for carrying. The fat from the wild boar meat is scraped off and the ingredients are sautéed in the fat. At that point, the room is filled with an irresistible smell. Water is added and seasonings are added. Salt, chopped herbs, and, judging from the smell, miso. After the soup simmers, Noah takes a spoonful of the broth and tastes it. She nods serenely. Vegetables, mushrooms, and thinly sliced wild boar meat are added. Mine and Tamiko's true limit have been reached. A few minutes later, which is equal to eternity, Noah puts the ingredients into wooden bowls. She uses a ladle to put in the soup and chopsticks to put in the meat and wild plants. The bowl and chopsticks are placed in front of me, and a small condiment dish and toothpicks are placed in front of Tamiko. The 2 of us look at Noah's face with eyes similar to a dog looking at its master in front of food. Now, please enjoy the meal. Her smile released the 2 animals. We clasp our hands together in high spirits and say together, "Thank you for the meal, squeak." First, I took a sip of the soup. The rich flavor of miso caresses my tongue. The sweetness of the fat and the punch of the garlic will blow my brain. The more you bite into the wild boar meat, the more tender it becomes. It has a slightly wild taste, but it is almost the same as pork. The fat melts in your mouth. The mushrooms are juicy and full of umami, and the wild plants have a bitterness that matches the flavor of the soup. There are also ginkgo nut-like nuts in the soup, which have a delightful crunchy texture. Yum. Oh, yeah. That's all I can say. Hafu, delish, squeaking delish. Tamiko is dexterously pulling and nibbling the ingredients with the tip of her toothpick. Soup wetted her cheeks. Yummy, squeaking delicious. This is the first time I tasted something squeaking good. On the 50th floor, we had grilled wolf meat and goblin meat and boiled them with wild plants. It was a luxury for our souls, but in a situation where there was no cooking skill or seasonings, it was nothing more than a warm meal that was a little better than usual. For the past 5 years, we have been pursuing the idea that dangerous is delicious. Then came this pork hot pot. It was the first decent food I had had in 5 years. How could it not be good? I can't help but be impressed. What's this? I can't stop tasting with my whole body. Noah is happy to see the two of us in tears. She also picks up meat directly from her pot with her chopsticks, chews her meat, and shivers in pleasure. It's delicious. It's even better because we got the meat ourselves. It's the kind of moment that makes you glad you're a hunter. That's true. I have a lot of ingredients, so we're going to make more and more. Next, let's make it a little lighter to suit Miss Tamiko. Squeak. I carry Noah, you're the best. Squeak. Don't get too carried away. Well, me too. The meat for today's dinner must have weighed close to 1 kilo, but we found ourselves devouring the whole thing together. We can say thanks for the meal from the bottom of our hearts. The three of us head to the watering hole to wash the pots and dishes and refill the water. When we return to the hideout, Noah starts boiling water in a small, slightly rusty, burnt pot. Do you like coffee? I really like it. She pours hot water into cups and bowls and dissolves a dark powder. It looks like instant coffee. Mushroom coffee from Nerima. Mushroom coffee? It is a powder made from roasted and crushed coffee fungus. You dissolve it and drink it as mushroom coffee. I see. It looks and smells like coffee. Noah sipped it without hesitation, and I followed her lead. Oh, yum. It's a little strong and bitter, but it's definitely coffee. Too nostalgic and good. I gave Tamiko a sip, but she didn't seem to like it much, saying, it's too bitter. Is it good for children? Squeak. Gulp gulp. A sip of the coffee, feeling the warmth of the coffee as it passes through my throat. I wonder what it is. However, I'm so happy that I don't mind if I die today. It may not be an exaggeration to say that I have lived for this moment. Mr. Abe. You are telling me that you don't know anything about this world, about the hunter, or about what happened to you, right? Yes. Maybe I can help you. I know a little more about the world before than most people. Really? Noah took a sip of her coffee. I'd like to go out on the ground with you tomorrow. I think it would be better for you to see it with your own eyes. Thank you. I'm grateful. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. You are my saviors. Noah's smile is carefree and has a girlish innocence expected from her age. By the way, how old is Ms. Ikari? Oh, right. I'm 18 years old. I see. A senior high girl. I wondered what I was doing when I was 18 years old. It was not until the second semester of school that I began studying for the entrance examinations in earnest. Until then, I went back and forth between school and home every day, playing games in my room, reading manga and browsing pornographic websites, and sometimes playing mahjong or browsing pornographic websites at my friends' houses. I never got a girlfriend, and my days were filled with the grey pages of my youth. And now I wonder, why is this girl, who is only 18 years old, working in such a dangerous, hard, and smelly job as a hunter? Or is that the norm in this world? How old is Mr. Abe? If you don't count the time I was asleep, I'll probably be 28 this year. I feel like I just barely missed my goal of getting out of the metro by 30. I'd say it's a blessing in disguise that I had a life at all. Noah stares at my face and tilts her head, looking a little confused. Really? Excuse me, but you look a little younger than that. Thank you for saying. I'm a little bit younger than you. Squeak. You wet the bed the other night. Evil. Chapter 21. Dazzling. Squeak. I'm fatigued, but my sleep is shallow, so I tossed and turned several times. When the firefly moss turns into a whitish glow, Noah wakes up with a start and rubs her eyes. Good morning, she says. Good morning, Ikari-san. You're up early. I couldn't sleep much, thinking about how it's finally going to happen. Tamiko is lying on the floor next to me, snoring softly. Her hand was twitching as if she was grasping the air. When I rub her belly, she wakes up immediately with a near-be beast to disrupt a maiden's sleep. Stop it, stop now. Is this the squeakle of the dream? Don't go back to sleep. Let's leave after having breakfast. I think we can get out while there is still daylight. A simple breakfast of dried meat and crusty bread was still a luxury after 5 years of my previous diet. After finishing their post-meal tea, hojicha, a type of Japanese green tea, which even Tamiko can drink, the three of us leave the room of the hideout. There is still half a day to go on the metro. We can't afford to worry about any accidents that might occur on the way here, so I constantly spread the sensory spores around. Tamiko's ears were twitching. I wonder if there are any other hunters here beside us? It seems like there should be more people on the upper floor, but we haven't seen any of them or any dead bodies. Not that I want to see one. The Ootsuka Metro is somewhat far from town and not very popular with hunters because of the lack of resources it gives. In the past, there were some brave souls who tried to take on Satan's slime, but they were either killed or barely escaped with their lives, adding to the bad reputation of the place. Is it such a scary boss? I heard that they couldn't subdue it even a multi-person party of over level 50 hunters or a famous duo of masterclass hunters. So honestly, forgive me for having a hard time believing you beat it alone. I'm just shocked. Understandable, squeak. Oh, I'm sorry, you have a reason. If you convert the level as the fighting strength, it seems that the probability that a multi-person party can subdue the boss is higher than that me and Tamiko. No, it may be a matter of the compatibility of fungal skills rather than the level, and the characteristics of that slime. It might have been impossible to win without Spore Light and Hypha arms. Noah continues on her way through the complex maze of paths without a second thought. While scattering beast-repellent spores, I occasionally blew away the occasional small fry with my Hypha hammer, and I was rewarded with the Sporangium. Noah looks happy. This white, thick, bitter thing. I just can't get enough of this luscious stuff. I don't think it's that good. We pass through a meadow of mycelium plants, cross a rushing waterway, cross a hill of stalagmites, and crawl on all fours through a pipe. 12th floor, 11th floor, 10th floor, and then the 9th floor. We've finally reached the single-digit floors. From there, I struggled to contain my excitement, my heart racing with each step, and I have no time to enjoy the sights and sounds of the metro. Tamiko, on my shoulder, is constantly fidgeting and flicking her tail. And then, reaching the 2nd floor, a path that resembles the main path on the 50th floor and reminds me of a subway line. It has several branches. The smell of the air has changed, and I noticed it. The mustiness that was felt everywhere in the metro from the 50th floor to here has diminished considerably. I can feel a slight current of air on my cheeks. Are we almost there? Tamiko starts sniffing. I stroke her head and wipe my tears. Let's go, Tamiko. It's the promised place. The 1st floor is a large space reminiscent of the subway station. It is dimly lit with few firefly mosses, but there is light peeking at the back of the room. It is the final staircase. It was the 1814th day since Abe Shuu had awakened to the Ootsuka Metro. A dazzling light envelops Abe and Tamiko as they pass through the staircase. Dazzling, squeak. Tamiko got down on my shoulder and is looking up at the sky. That's the sun. It's making my eyes water, squeak. Tamiko-san, don't look too directly at it. You've been in the dimly lit metro for a long time. It's sunny. There is a faint haze-like cloud, but there it is, the brilliant sun of the afternoon. Whoa. Beautiful, squeak. Tamiko spills a few tears as her tail and tiny back were quivering. The sun is high in the sky. Beautiful, squeak. Blue, squeak. That is the sky, squeak. This is the surface, squeak. Tamiko-san. Noah gently touches Tamiko's back and rubs it gently. Mother. I did it, squeak. I finally got out, squeak. I'm stunned. Standing with my eyes and mouth wide open. I thought my heart would shake even more. I thought I would be in tears. Of course, I am moved. I am trembling with a sense of accomplishment. My body feels light as if it has grown wings, freed from the pressure of being bound to the underground world. But, I'm awed by the sight around me. When I went above ground, the streets of Ootsuka, Bunkyoku, were not there. I was prepared for that. There were no asphalt roads, no rows of buildings, no streetcars, no electric wires cutting through the sky, no cars running on the street, no people walking on the street. They were not there. Tamiko's mother used to say, Earth's surface is a beautiful place. The sky is endless, the greenery is abundant, the mountains are high, there are big rivers flowing, and there are shining human cities. She told her that many people and many beasts lived there, I did not know how much I could believe in that story. Perhaps it was just a way of cheering Tamiko up. I doubted that there was any possibility of a continuation to the devastated, debris-strewn city. Or perhaps a barren desert, a surface of the dirt. Because Tokyo had been destroyed and civilization had collapsed. Here we are standing in front of the entrance to the Ootsuka Metro, a staircase leading underground. The area around us is covered in a blanket of green. Is it really Tokyo? After passing through the Metro Labyrinth, I was in a forest of bizarre mycelial plants. Chapter 22. Tokyo Judgment. A short walk to the north leads to a small hill from which one can see the surrounding area. I follow Noah into the forest. The area was overgrown with strange mycelial plants, much like the ones in the metro. However, they are all massive. A giant cattail that is as thick as a human arm, a leopard-printed foxtail, a sponge-like perforated marimo, and a thin tree with 3 eyes that resemble a traffic signal. Then there are colorful flowers, mushrooms, and ferns. Chi-chi-chi, I can hear the cries of small birds. The flying insects are rather creepy. At the very least they are things I have never seen in Tokyo or Gyouda. Tamiko, who is sitting on my shoulder, is fixed, constantly looking around above her head with her mouth hanging open. Earlier, she had been calling out one thing after another that caught her eye. But now she too is silently observing, perhaps concerned about my lack of words. I feel sorry that I may have dampened her excitement. Soon, the trail becomes steeper, and I have to move by grabbing a tree. It seemed to be an ordinary tree with a solid trunk, which I thought it might be. Then, I wondered if there are mycelium within the tree if I cut and split it. We've arrived, Abe-san. We finished the climb in about 5 minutes. I stood at the bottom of the hill alongside Noah. What is this? It's not a very high point, but you can see the whole landscape. As far as the eye can see, a vivid forest stretches out in the sunlight. There are large undulations and glimpses of the river running between them. To the east, there are high mountains with exposed rock surfaces. The land is full of trees. Squeak. Is this the whole forest? Squeak. Yes, it is. This is the Tokyo Sea of Trees. It is a mycelial forest that covers almost the entire area of New Tokyo. The whole area of Tokyo. This is it. I crouched down and held my head in my hands. All I could do was laugh. What part of this is Tokyo? The concrete jungle has become a real jungle. It's not a funny joke. How can it change so much in 100 years? I mean, Tokyo was destroyed, wasn't it? Why is it like this? What happened in that 100 years? Abe Shuu? Tamiko rubbed my cheek with worry. Noah sits next to me. He told me that 100 years ago, Tokyo was as grey and crowded as this green forest and that many more people lived in this city compared to the present. Great-grandfather? A person who lived from the old world. Really? Yes. He died 8 years ago. Oh, that's right. It should be the 107 in the Tokyo calendar now. Even if he was just barely old enough to have a developed memory in the Heisei era, he would have been over 100 years old. That's a long life. You don't remember what happened on that day 100 years ago, do you, Abe-san? Yeah. Just vaguely. Noah took an old notebook out of her pocket. The leather notebook is almost white and faded. This is the notebook my great-grandfather used when he was young. It contains information about that time. The handwriting is so dirty that I can only read bits and pieces of it. Seriously? A notebook from the same era as mine? The paper you flip through is also wrinkled and yellowed and looks as if it will decay at any moment. There, the characters that made his great-grandchildren say are terrible are scribbled over many pages. It is so bad that it looks like a cipher to my eyes. I only know about it from my great-grandfather's bedtime stories, but my great-grandfather remembers the Tokyo Judgment very vividly. Mysterious happenings, some of which could be called supernatural phenomena, have been occurring in the subway tunnels of the Tokyo Metro. Unnatural horizontal and vertical holes and fissures, the appearance of impossible branching paths, the leakage of gas that seems to be toxic gas, the shadow of a huge creature that does not seem to exist, and the disappearance of a Metro employee who went missing while out investigating. At the time, the internet and television were full of mixed information as to how much of it was fact and how much was fake. For me, It was only 5 years ago, but it feels like a distant memory. And 1 week after the first incident was discovered. 1 week after the first incident, 2 major catastrophes later called the Tokyo Judgment struck Tokyo. The first was called the Metro Flood. A large local earthquake struck Tokyo. Buildings were knocked down, and the surface of the earth crumbled, sank, and raised. It was caused by a sudden shift in the subway railway system that runs beneath the city. The metro overflowed explosively as if an embankment were about to break from the small and gradual changes that had occurred until then. The collapsed Tokyo is said to have been surrounded by a wall. A wall? The air is a little murky today with spores flying around, but can't you see it faintly in the distance? If you strain your eyes, you can indeed see it. A whitish wall, so faint that it blends into the sky, rises out of the forest ridge and stretches horizontally as if it is tracing the horizon. What? Isn't that wall really massive? It's a massive wall that's over 500 meters high. It surrounds New Tokyo. It's also said to be part of the metro. Is that part of the metro? I mean, it goes all the way around Tokyo, or, more precisely, the old central part of Tokyo? They say that it surrounds the center of the city. The explosive flooding of the underground metro, the collapse of Tokyo, the rising of the wall, and the separation from the outside world, and that it all happened in just 1 day. Then the people who were there, according to books, millions of people were killed in that 1 day. How? According to her great-grandfather's notebook, more than 10 million people still survived and were waiting for rescue from the outside world. But instead of salvation, they were visited by a second disaster. That is, superfungal contamination. Superfungal contamination. It's sometimes called a biohazard or a pandemic, but in essence, it's a massive flood of organisms and the destruction of civilization because of a superfungus. Is that what Tamiko was talking about first? Squeak, you don't remember? The spores of an unknown fungus overflowed from the depths of the flooded metro. It quickly covered the inside of the walls. The spores were like a dense fog, so thick that it was impossible to see 10 meters ahead. And then it destroyed everything. The fungi destroyed everything? According to my great-grandfather's notes, it was completely different from the existing fungi that are known as decomposers. Later named superfungi, they decomposed everything on Earth. It decomposed machines, paper, metal, electrical wires, glass, plastic, buildings, houses, infrastructure, knowledge, history, art, and communication networks. All of science and culture. It was truly a decomposer of civilizations. Decomposer of civilizations. More lives were lost to the superfungus infection. Machines broke down, lifelines were cut off, knowledge was lost, and food was eaten by the fungi. It was not until 10 years later that the fog of spores lifted. The fungus disappeared, and their superfungal contamination came to an end. By then, Tokyo had completely collapsed. 10 years. Their superfungus decomposed Tokyo, and the mold that had finished its work turned to dust to form soil, and Tokyo was covered with an abundance of mycelium plants. This is the Tokyo Sea of trees that now spread out before us. There were almost no traces of past civilizations left behind. Only a few graveyards of rubble and debris were found in various places. Tokyo thus died once and was reborn as a completely different world. But that means there were survivors, right? That's right. There were many survivors, including my great-grandfather, who were forced to flee their homes into the metro after the superfungal contamination occurred. In the metro, their superfungi came out from the depths of the metro, right? Was it really safe? I don't think they were safe. The death toll continued to rise due to infectious diseases and food shortages. Still, some people survived. Somehow they had developed a resistance to the superfungus, and adapted to the environment, which was on the verge of collapse while being parasitized by mycelium all over their bodies. They are the ancestors of our people, the beginning of the thread spinners. They survived by hiding in the vast metro area. They formed colonies, preyed on mycelium and metro beasts, drank the groundwater that flowed through the metro, and endured the long 10 years. I also lived in the metro for 5 years, but That did it twice mine. It's a little daunting to imagine if I had lived that life for another 5 years. By the time the ground was free of the fungal contamination, the population had dwindled to about 300,000. That's if there were about 15 million people trapped in central Tokyo. That means only a tiny percent survived. Nevertheless, they survived the harsh and barren period and began to rebuild under the sun in an effort to bring the earth back into human hands again. And so began the recapture and settlement of the earth, winning the territorial battles with the Metro beasts, which were advancing on the surface at the same time. They cleared the land and built their homes. Deep in the Metro, there were plants and animals for food, many valuable resources. And above all, the power derived from the Sporana was essential for some people. The Metro was both the source of the disaster that had befallen the place and the foundation of its re-emergence on the surface. The people who took the initiative to conquer the Metro were the pioneers of the hunting profession. The people joined forces, gathered knowledge, and gradually rebuilt their civilization. In the process, they developed into several large settlements, which came to be called tribes. As a result of the increase in the number of tribes in each area, there were not only friendly exchanges among the various groups but also conflicts over territory and resources. Some of the tribes were thus destroyed by human hands. More than a decade after the return to Earth, an organization called the Metropolitan Government was established to unite all the tribes, and this place was renamed New Tokyo. Conflicts gradually subsided and people focused more and more on the stability and development of their lives. They used decades to the fullest and slowly and carefully moved forward. Is the history of the end of Tokyo and the beginning of New Tokyo as described here. I don't think my great-grandfather understood the whole story, but I think this is probably the way it was written. My great-grandfather himself was a living witness. Tamiko's mouth has been hanging open for some time now. It seems that comprehension has not caught up with her. But, for me, I feel the tides of emotions. My head may be able to understand, but my heart has not caught up. Still, there are a few things that bother me. What's going on in the outside world? In Noah's story, there is no mention of the world outside the walls. Suppose there, Tokyo Judgment, is a localized disaster only within the wall, and the outside world is safe. If the outside world were safe, this would not be a fantasy new world, nor would it be New Tokyo, but a restored Tokyo metropolis of Japan. In that sense, there are several possible answers. The question is which of them. I'm sorry, I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? It's an unexpected answer. We have no way of knowing what is out there. We can't go to the other side, and they can't come in from the other side. We can't go beyond the wall. Can't you climb over it? It is true that it is impossible to climb a 500-meter cliff, but even if it were difficult to build helicopters and airplanes from scratch after the end of scientific civilization, it would be possible to build something easier, like a balloon or a drone. I've heard that it's impossible for a flying bird to go over that wall. It's not just a wall. We don't understand it either. Anyway, it's considered one of the impossible things in this country, that is, to try to interfere or go over the wall. I don't understand. Does that mean you can't go over the wall and get information about the outside world? Yes, that's what it means. Birds can't cross. If this is true, does it mean that it is physically impossible to pass over the wall? Is there some supernatural force at work? An invisible barrier or electromagnetic waves? I'd like to say it's absurd, but the premise of the Metro, super fungus, and the like is so far off reality that there's no way to deny it now. By the way, does Ikari-san know what an airplane or a helicopter is? Have you seen them? Even if the residents inside cannot go outside, it should not be surprising that there is interference from people outside. The super fungal contamination that degrades even machinery has already ended. Even more so. Yes, I know what they are, but I have never seen one. I don't think it has ever been confirmed that such a thing was flying in the sky outside. Maybe the Metropolitan Government or the Metro Church might know something about them. Noah seems to be a little apologetic. She knew what the answer means to me. Thank you, Ikari-san. I understand. I breathed deeply and nodded a few times. I'm almost certain, It may be due to the same event as Tokyo Judgment, or it may be the aftermath, or it may be due to a completely different event. Either way, there is no civilization in the outside world that has any aircraft. In fact, it is not even certain that the human race survives, or, in the worst case, I see. Maybe it's all gone. Jiaoda and my parents' home. 100 years, that's a tremendous number of years. The world in which I lived has returned to the earth. The place where I was born, the place where I lived, everything is buried in the earth. In my head, I should have been prepared for this long ago, but hearing it again, seeing it with my own eyes, it's all gone. Everything that had nurtured me, the things I loved, some that I didn't. Everything. The only bit of emotion that spilled out of my eyes was the one where I've lost everything about myself. Chapter 23. Tamiko in the air. Pardon me, Abe-san. I'd like to get to town by the end of the day if possible, so I'd like to leave soon. Oh, sure. I wiped my face while nodding before standing up. Of course. Sorry, I got to go through the surface with you and I showed you a messy scene. That's ridiculous. I'm sure we can talk more about it when we get to town. Are you going to the town? Squeak. Will we go to the human town? Squeak. Tamiko puffed with gusto. Her eyes lit up as if she were the youngest child whose mother had suggested that they go to Disneyland next Sunday. They're on the right. Can you see the gate and the buildings between the trees? Yeah. Oh, I see it. When she told me, I could barely see it, but I'm sure it is a man-made structure. Tamiko also wanted to see it, so I put her in my palm and held her above my head. I see it. Squeak. Is that the town? Squeak. Pidgeot. Calm down. Yes, that's Shugamo City, and on the opposite left side. You can see a little more clearly. There is a big tower. That's the Ikebukuro tribe's territory. Wow, Ikebukuro. The nostalgic name restores the tension in the air. If the names of Shugamo and Ikebukuro are still around, it is only natural that they should also remain with the name of Ootsuka still remaining. Oh, by the way, Ikari-san, I heard you said you belong to Ikebukuro tribe, right? Yes. I am a member of the Ikebukuro tribe according to my family register. A hunter must belong to one of the branches. A slight shadow passes over Noah's expression. Then, are you going to go to Ikebukuro now? Oh no. Let's go to Shugamo City. Ikebukuro is closer, and the town is bigger, right? That's right. Still, I think going to Shugamo is better for Abe-san. Noah paused. I wonder why. Shugamo, also known as Harajuku for grannies. Ikebukuro is a town where the youth and Saitama Prefecture residents gather. The distance from Ootsuka is almost the same. It's just one station away, and you can easily get there on foot. In fact, Ikebukuro is just a little closer. At a glance, it seems that Ikebukuro is a larger town than Shugamo, and that hasn't changed in this day and age. So why does Noah recommend Shugamo? Why is it better for me and Tamiko? Oh, I see. I get it now. It's because of this outfit. It's because this full-body wolf look is too immodest. As a former citizen of Joda, the only things I can be proud of are lotus trees and ancient burial mounds. I think it's too early for a wild child who just came out of a hole to have an audience with Ikebukuro. The name of a great horned owl statue in Ikebukuro. I thought the Jizo-san of Shugamo, the name of a street in Shugamo, would warmly welcome me no matter what I looked like. Is that what you mean? Yeah, I understand. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. Yes. Then let's get going to. At this time, Tamiko was still in my palm. And I have not sprayed any sensory spores. Tamiko is also in high spirits. Completely caught off guard. Whoa. Whoosh. Something passes right in front of my eyes. It flies out from a complete blind spot and soars high into the sky. It was a bird. Tamiko. Tamiko has disappeared from my palm. Pidgeot. Help. Squeak. Tamiko's scream is heard from above her head. Tamiko seems to have been snatched by a bird. Here, I'm in the air. Squeak. Tamiko-san. Seriously? Tamiko. The bird was gaining altitude and moving further and further away. No. Tamiko is going to be a snack for the baby birds. Sorry, Ikari-san. Please do this. Handing over my luggage and cloak, I get ready. Focusing my consciousness on my back, a thread extends around my shoulder blade and forms a pair of arms. Hypha arms. By the way, only that part of the jacket is torn off. My jacket became backless and sexy. What is that? I'm going ahead. Crouching down, I jumped up using enhanced leaping ability. Just before hitting the tree in front of me, I clung to the branch with my Hypha arms, and pulled myself up. I then leapt again. Like this, I moved across the treetops like a ninja. With my level 66 physical ability and Hypha arms, I can do things that ordinary monkeys can do in an instant. The bird comes closer and closer. When the bird overlaps with the sun, I involuntarily hold up my hand. It sways in midair. Then something happened as it flapped its wings. It began to shake and there is a scream. Kyui. Eventually, the silhouette in the sky splits into two as it falls. The bird with limp wings and a tiny ball of fur. Seriously, I kicked up with full force against the tree trunk. Then I run through the treetops using my Hypha arms, leaping high and stretching out my arms. Tamiko, the furball, falls into my hand. Abe Shuu. Oh, that was a nice catch. Not thinking about how I would land, I plunged straight into a tree in front of me. The ball of fur, Tamiko, was caught by the branches of the tree, and fell to the ground like a ripe apple. So, Tamiko, are you okay? Pidgeot. I'm squeaking scared. Tamiko began crying as she clings to my face. I cannot see in front of me. Why did you fall? Just look at that. Squeak. Well, I can't see it. When I look up, I see the bird I saw earlier, caught on a branch. It was hanging down, and blood was dripping from its neck. I'm going to turn that bird into rust on my squeak. SHSHSH. Don't you dare squeaking mock me. Yeah, I see that. Tamiko might look like this but she is a level 41 squirrel, although her race is not suitable for combat. She has the power to kill a metro beast of level 30 on her own. She's not a cute little animal that will be a treat for a chicken-wing douchebag. But he's pretty big. It's like an eagle or a hawk. Oh, man. I want some fried chicken. Fried chicken? What is that? Squeak. Chicken is fried in oil. It becomes crispy but the meat inside is still soft and juicy. Wow, the slut-face girl has fried chicken. Squeak. She might have said the wrong words instead of surface, but she is not wrong for being happy. If I feed her the real thing, she'll be happier. We retrieved the dead bird, and soon after, Noah, out of breath, came running up to us. How did she manage to see us within this sea of trees? That was a tetra black kite. This is a black kite, but she called it a tetrahedron. It certainly has a triangular head. It's a dangerous metro beast on the ground. But as expected, Tamiko-san, it's just around level 5, squeak. It's nothing against me, squeak. I once saw on a TV show a video of a black kite snatching a tourist's hamburger. But this one caught a beast of prey. You were caught and you peed yourself, though. I did not pee, squeak. You virgin boy, squeak. I'll squeaking rip your fur off. I'm not a virgin, you piss squirrel. I'm sorry, but raptor meat is not very tasty. The beak, talons, and windpipes can be used as ornaments, so let's keep them. Are you listening to me? Whether it was Tamiko's fault or my own carelessness, we have strayed from the path. The sun was slowly setting in the west. I hope the commotion earlier didn't attract the attention of bandits. It's a bit of a detour, but let's take the southern road. That way we can get to Shugamo in relative safety. Okay, let's go. I once walked from Ootsuka to Shugamo when I was a student. It's less than a kilometer away, and even if you discount the fact that it's in the middle of the sea of trees, you can easily get there in an hour. But, as far as I could see from the hill, it didn't seem that close. Was it my imagination? Noah led the way, and we walked on the shaded animal trail for a little while. She has a compass, but we keep moving along without looking at it. I kept walking while spreading sensory spores, so that there is no such recurrence of the black kite. Soon, however, I realized that the sensation is different from before. The spores are not spreading in the way I would like. Is it because of the wind? In the metro, where there was almost no airflow, the spores were scattered in a circular pattern around me. On the ground, however, there is wind. The microscopic spores are affected by the direction of the wind. They cannot fly in the direction they are supposed to, and the area I can detect is distorted. This is a blind spot. Even though there is hardly any wind now, while inside the metro, it boasted cheat-level convenient performance. It has a surprising weakness on the ground. It seems to be good enough if it can maintain a radius of about 10 to 20 meters. It might be a step behind in dealing with enemies who come at me at high speed in a straight line, especially if I am not careful. Still, it is better than nothing. So we walk while I continue to spread it. Tamiko's ears perked up as she stood on my shoulders as if she didn't want a repeat of the mistake she had made earlier. Oh, we finally got out. This is the highway. After walking for about 30 minutes, we finally reached an open road. It was a simple road with 2 lanes of cobblestone pavement. The direction of the road is roughly north-northeast and south-southwest. If you go south from here, you will find the Myogadani Metro, and to the west is the Gokokuji Metro. Both metros are for beginners and are the gateways to success for new hunters in the Ikebukuro tribe. I trained there myself. So, Gokokuji has also become a dungeon? When I was a student at a university in Iidabashi, I usually rode my bicycle to school to save money on train fare, but I would take the Irakucho line when I went out drinking with friends. The only time I ever got off at Gokokuji was when I got sick from drinking too much and had to run to the bathroom. I remember that I ran out of steam only a meter from the toilet. It's a straight road from here to Shugamo, and I think we can get there in 3 hours. Wait a minute. 3 hours to Shugamo? I don't feel like walking through the woods. Just walking on a flat road. Noah stared at me, then made an apologetic face and said, "Oh, that's right. It was certainly written in my great-grandfather's old notebook." "What is?" He said that the distance between the old days and the present is very different. "What?" Noah takes out her notebook and flips it open. Tokyo judgment after the Tokyo Metro's collapse due to the metro flood. The metro continued to move and expand slowly. A hyper-localized crustal shift, as if the entire Tokyo metropolitan area above it were expanding its territory, or it is indiscriminately extending its mycelium. By the time their superfungal contamination ended and people returned to the surface, the area inside the wall was estimated to have expanded more than 100 times. 100 times? That's not just Tokyo. It's the whole Kanto region. No way. Once again, Shuu was exposed to the same unreasonableness that he had experienced over the past 100 years, and he fell to his knees in shock and despair. Noah looks apologetic, even though it is not her fault. Tamiko is absorbed in a roadside acorn dandelion, while her partner is wallowing in despair. Chapter 24. Wanyudu-ka. Wanyudu, or wheel monk or sotaka, is a yukai that looks like a cartwheel with the face of a tormented man in the center. The sun is steadily setting and the shadows are spreading. Mizukari, do you have a map of New Tokyo? Yes. But it is just a simplified version. Noah pulled out an A4 size sheet of paper from the pocket of her bag. The map is a sheet of paper folded 4 times, and when it was unfolded, it depicts what she calls a simplified New Tokyo map. It is a slightly long, stumpy oval. Place names are written in katakana, and they are surrounded by red, blue, and yellow circles. The western end is Sujinami. The eastern end is Senju and Kamido. The northern end is Akabane and Nerima, and the southern end is Shinagawa. The map does not seem to include the areas around Ota, Adaki, and Edogawa wards. The eastern half of Tokyo, around the 23 wards, is more than 100 times the area of the city. If we do a simple calculation, the area has expanded more than 10 times in both length and width. Is this the sea? Next to Shinagawa, there is an area painted blue. Yes, it is Tokyo Bay. Can you go out by boat? No. The wall also surrounds it. The map shows that Tokyo Bay is indeed covered by a wall. The wall is rising out of the bottom of the bay, but the seawater goes in and out of the bay. They say there is a hole somewhere in the wall, but my great-grandfather's note also says, maybe the wall is not meant to confine water. What does he mean? I don't know either. My great-grandfather was an unusual man in many ways. And there are many other words and descriptions that I don't understand. Turning back to the map, There is Shugamo with a blue circle, and to the right, there's Ikebukuro with a red circle. What is the difference between red and blue? Red is for tribe territory, blue is for other cities. What's the difference? The tribe is ruled by a chief. Chiefs are basically hereditary and are elected by the previous chiefs. Other towns may be under the direct control of the metropolitan government, or they may be self-governed by the residents. Shugamo City is the latter. I see. The reason why the ideas of tribes seem bad to me when I hear about it is that I grew up with values tied with democracy. And the yellow circle is it a metro like in Ootsuka? That's right. There are roughly more than 30 yellow circles, compared to about 10 red and blue ones each. That's more than the towns. By the way, there are many metros that are not on this map. Even as we speak, there may be a new metro appearing somewhere on the map. New Tokyo is the land of metros. I see. Thank you. I wasted your time again. Not really. Let's go, Tamiko. Let's go. Huff. You got way too many acorns. A straight road with woods on both sides. Insects and wild birds could be heard from time to time. After walking for a couple of minutes, the sun goes down and it gets quite dark. Noah then lights a lamp. Abe Shuu, it's getting dark. Squeak. It's night time. There's a little moss floating down there. Squeak. That is a star. Oh. How shiny. Squeak. They are more beautiful than acorns. Squeak. You might be the first person on Earth to compare an acorn to a star. I can see it over there, too. Squeak. Tamiko looks up at the sky, fascinated. She has become more feminine than before, and her heroine aura is increasing. And then her ears twitched sharply. Abe Shuu. Something from behind. Squeak. Seriously? I turn around and see a small orange light. I can faintly hear the sound of wheels rolling. Something seems to be approaching from the other side. Are you serious? It is a car. It looks like an old convertible, or perhaps a tractor without a roof. A cart about the size of a light truck covered with a white top is connected to the back. There is a man in the front driver's seat, holding something like a steering wheel. He is a middle-aged man. He is wearing a collarless shirt and a jacket. Hello, good evening. The man greets us with a gentle voice. Good evening. Noah returns the greeting immediately. You're a hunter by the looks of you, young man? Yes. After all, Noah seems to be a boy in the eyes of the man. Tamiko and I are squirming behind Noah. This is the second human I met in this world, the first human on Earth. I can't help but feel nervous. I am Konowakayo of Shugamo City, a merchant. Young man, if you don't mind, can you tell me your affiliation? I am Ikari Noah of the Ikebukuro tribe. Here is my identification card. Noah pulls out a card about the size of a business card from his bag. The man named Kono nodded. Behind you are. I'm Shou Abe. My name is Tamiko. Squeak. Oh, a Carbuncle of Nekano? How unusual to find you here. He is a free folk and that's his partner. We have a bit of a connection and I'm about to take him to Shugamo. Free folk. In short, we are unaffiliated, probably because we have family registration, right? Is it something like that? That's just perfect. You're welcome to ride with me. The back is empty. Is that okay? I was on my way back from delivering some goods to Kagarazaka, and I broke my wheel on the way back, and it took me longer than I thought to fix it. As you can see, it was getting dark, and I was worried that we might run into some bandits before we got to Shugamo. It was reassuring to have a hunter with me. I'm very grateful, Mr. Abe. Miss Tamiko, are you fine going? Yeah. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Noah shook her head, and I shook my head too. Carts, night travels, and thieves. Hearing these phrases from Noah, since I was trained by manga and video games, I can't help but anticipate a raid event. One can only hope that the unscientific concept of flags will be debunked. I don't know about Yato, rabbits or Yotu gangs. Squeak. But if I were you, I'd ride on that squeaking boat. We're going to sink. Don't raise a flag. There is only a small amount of luggage in the back of the truck. The back is quite spacious and comfortable. After confirming that Noah and I got in, Kono starts rustling around in the driver's seat. The car started to drive slowly. Oh, wow. It is my first experience of driving in a new world, and it is surprisingly bumpy. There was no engine noise and no exhaust emissions. Instead, the car is barely going any faster. It was a little faster than a bicycle pedaled by an old lady. It's amazing, squeak. It's so easy. I'm going to give an acorn to that human uncle later, squeak. You can't give him acorns once you put them in your cheek pouch, you know. Noah puts down her bag and takes a deep breath. She's probably the most fatigued of all of us, having come all the way here from deep in the metro in one day. Ms. Ikari, is this kind of car common in this world? Well, you mean as a means of transportation for travel or something? Yes, the most popular type is the horse-drawn carriage. However, since Wanyudu cars are rather inexpensive to maintain, they seem to be popular in urban areas these days. I've seen the Matic Ibukuro sometimes. Wanyudu. This is it. To tell the truth, before I got in, I saw the wheels on the side of the car wriggling. They were moaning in a low voice like Bobo and Bobo. This thing is alive. I was just a little too scared to mention it. Yes, Wanyudu. It's a metro beast. I stuck my head through the gap in the hood and peeked over the side at the car Connor was driving. The tires wrapped around the wheels are not made of rubber but a stretchy, woven straw-like material. The wheels are made of a rock-like material, but there is something shaped like a human face stuck to the center of the wheels. It rotates in a circular motion to propel the car forward. So this is also a metro beast? Yes, it is a kind of starfish, which is a parasite on a round rock and rolls around. It's like a relative of a golem or something. There are even golems? That's pretty much everything about New Tokyo. Don't Wanyudu attack people? They usually attack people in the wild, because they are carnivorous. But if they are domesticated, they can be easily handled. It is a kind of metro beast that has been artificially bred and domesticated. So, if the conditions are right, you can ride a metro beast. That's a little cool. We can make them into wheels by carving rocks into the shape of wheels and putting iron tires around them. Depending on their level, they can be faster and more capable of carrying things than a horse-drawn carriage. They're not like the wild ones, so it's hard for them to level up. They're about level 6. Small fries, squeak. You're talking high and mighty. How do they drive in the first place? The driver's seat has what looks like a steering wheel, but is it used to steer the car? What about the gas pedal and brake? I wondered. I'm sorry for all the questions, but what other vehicles are there in New Tokyo? If it's a one-person vehicle, it could be a bicycle or an ostrich cab. If it is a car, there are horse-drawn carriages and crocodile buses. I think Shugamo has them too. What's that? I want to ride an ostrich. I want to ride an ostrich, especially if it's yellow. It's a childhood dream. At any rate, it is clear that cars and trains do not exist in New Tokyo. This disappoints him a little. Once civilization was destroyed, hundreds of thousands of people with knowledge of modern science remained. I would have thought there would be room for the civilization to make a comeback. Or is it that even such knowledge and technology have ceased to exist in the last 100 years? The wheels roll at a constant speed, rumbling and rumbling. Fatigue also makes you sleepy. Tamiko is lying on her belly and Noah is dozing off. I slap my cheeks, knowing this is not my best effort. Oh, excuse me, can I sit next to you? So that if a bandit attacks, I can deal with it immediately. Oh, that's good. I sat down in the passenger seat. Thank you for your concern, brother. No, it's my pleasure, especially with the ride. I observed the side of the car. It is what is called a two-seater car. The seats are made of wood. There is a steering wheel and pedals that look like a gas pedal and brake pedals at the foot of the car. I wondered how it worked. I've done my fair share of business with free folk, but brother, you look pretty wild. Is that so? Although it's a little terrible of me to say, you smell really wild. There is an inn with a hot spring bath in Shugamo, so you should enjoy it. I will. Hot springs. Hot springs. I haven't had a bath in 5 years, and it's a hot spring. I wanted to make it to the town safely. I waved my hand lightly and let sensory spores fly. Due to the direction of the wind and inertia, the spores flew only a dozen or so meters in front of me, but at least it seemed to be able to respond to an attack from the side, from the forest side. Then, Kono begins to complain about a few things. Most of it is about his family. He is married with a child, but he hates his studies and worries about his future. His wife is strong-willed and temperamental, so he doesn't feel at ease even when he is at home. Also, the cats don't like him at all. On the other hand, Wudu is very friendly and cute. He wants to tell everyone how cute it is, even though its face is weird. And so on. As I was chatting with him appropriately, I was getting sleepy again, but suddenly I caught a presence at the edge of my sensory spores range, and a chill ran down my spine. There's danger. Immediately I created a Hypha great shield, and put it in front of Kono. A bam sounded on the surface. A hard arrowhead strikes its surface. Whoa, there's really an attack? Mr. Kono, go inside. I pushed Kono inside the car, and I jumped on the hood. The Wudu on both sides stopped in surprise, and they cried in low voices, Bo Bobo. And Bo Bobo, Mr. Abe, Mizukari, Tamiko, take care of Mr. Kono. The two of them will deal with the attacks and defending, and I will deal with the bandits. I know I am strong considering my level, but I can't stop my heart from racing. Come on, they really came. This is fucking scary. I'm really scared of bandits. I've been fighting with beasts for the past 5 years, but this is the first time I've been in an interpersonal fight. Even in my previous world, fights were just something I did when I was young. I don't think that a bandit is stronger than an ogre or an orthress. Even so, the other party is human. You never know what they might do. Well, I wonder if I can cut other people. I pull out my Hypha great shield in my left hand and there, Hypha sword in my right hand. I kill the trembling of my hands as I squeeze both hands tightly. Chapter 25 The Attack. It is too dark to see clearly, but there, sensory spores. Captured 1 in front, 3 on the right, 2 on the left, and 1 behind. There are 7 of them. If it were a work of fiction, they would have attacked us with a strange cry, hi-ah-ha, but they have remained silent and merged into the darkness. Are they accustomed to attacks, or are they simply not ready? If it is the latter, I am glad. I sense an arrow that is shot again and blocked with my great shield. I quickly dispatched the 2 that come at me from the opposite side with my sword. Slow. From my current reflexes, I could have blocked it with a paper-thin margin. They don't even reach the feet of Slime's tentacle attacks. Creating a burning ball, at the fingertips of my right hand I threw it forward. Boom. A red fire explodes, and a short scream wah. As soon as their attention is diverted to that direction, I moved down to the right side and closed the distance at once. 1 has a bow and 2 have a stone axe. I slash at the archer whose reaction has been delayed due to the diversion. As I tried to cut them down, our eyes meet. It is a man. He is a man in his 30s, dirty looking, with a full beard and stubble. I hesitated. A moment's pause. The archer takes the opportunity to pull a knife from his waist. Damn it! I flipped my sword and hits his neck with the flat of the blade, with his back falling without even a moan. The remaining 2 people who were approaching me were blown away together. A blow from my great shield. They hit their back against a tree and got knocked out. Wiping off the sweat on my forehead, just 1 more step and I would have had to kill them. Well, humans are too weak, you know? They can't respond to my movements. They are far inferior to ghost wolves and blue goblins. Hiss. I'm here, squeak. One of the men in the back is trying to get into the back of the truck. Noah and Tamiko seem to be fighting back. I rush around to that side, and see a man falling with blood spurting from his neck. Noah is leaning out of the back of the cart, holding a mycelial knife. Her face is bathed in the spray of blood. Seriously? You killed him? Abe-san. While I was standing there with my eyes wide, the 2 men on the left turned and come toward me. One of them holds a spear and shouts savagely, "Oh, oh, oh." Behind him, an archer draws an arrow. The spear is just a wooden stick with a sharpened rock attached to it, and a light stroke of my sword can cut down both arrows. I kicked the frightened man in the face, and swat away the flying arrow. Before he could try to ready an arrow again, I closed the gap and struck him in the jaw with the butt of the pommel. The one in the back is retreating. Squeak. Should he let him go or chase him? I hesitated for a moment, but just before he was about to flee into the woods, I caught up with the attacker with my enhanced leaping ability, and slashed at him. I slashes down my opponent, who was despairing. Of course, with the back of the blade, the situation is under control and calm returns to the forest. I let out a puff of heavy air from my body. The result alone was an easy victory. Even if there were twice as many people, it would have been no problem. Even so, there was a completely different kind of fear than in previous battles with beasts. It was a fear that came from knowing a human so well, and the fear of having to deal with them. The sweat on my forehead was wiped away with the palm of my hand. Wow. Brother, that was amazing. Almost by yourself. It's quite the inhuman skill. That was a compliment. Kono is in the back of the truck with his eyes wide. Next to that, Tamiko has a sloppy grin for some reason. What should I do with these guys? One was killed by Noah, but the other 6 were just knocked out. It is hard to judge how to deal with the captured bandits, especially me who is not familiar with the common sense of this world. We can either take them back to town or kill them here. Well, it's safer to kill them. Eh? You will kill them? Well, we have no choice but to do that. Are you serious? That sounds bad for the humans. Squeak. The 5 thieves, still unconscious, are carried away and gathered in the back of the cart. Ikari-san, is it natural to kill bandits on the roads? Yes, it is. As a hunter, you can kill or capture them, but I think killing them is the surest way. The corpses won't fight back, and they won't do anything bad ever again. Noah is unperturbed. Just now, this 18-year-old girl has killed one of the wild thieves. The blood is still sticking to her cheek. Isn't murder a crime? No, of course. It's completely done in self-defense. There is a provision for the crime of murder in the Tokyo law established by the Tokyo Metropolitan Government. The target is the residents of each tribe, the registered townspeople, and the good free folk. What do you mean by good? It's a little vague, but I guess that's up to the Tokyo Metropolitan Government. That's cunning. What about me? I'm not a bad person, right? Squeak. Tamiko was shivering. The magic beast tribes that have signed a friendship agreement with human society, including the Carbuncle tribe, are considered a good neighbor under Tokyo law and have the same rights as humans in society. Any person who harms a Carbuncle is also subject to punishment, although it is not the same level as murder. I know that. Squeak. Liar. On the other hand, the rights of criminals, such as brigands and wicked free folk, are not protected. The Hunters Guild also has an article in its code that says, a hunter must do their best to protect the public order, for the sake of justice and to keep the peace in New Tokyo. So bad people have no human rights? I couldn't help but scratch my head. It's just good or bad, and it can become a problem if it's judged arbitrarily. Well, I'm sure these guys who attacked are bad. They shot arrows at Abe-san and Kono-san without question. In other words, they were going to kill them and take their car. I don't think there is any need to show them mercy. Yeah, I understand. But rats, moles, and ghost wolves kill and eat a lot. Squeak. And they kill and eat humans. Squeak. No. Well, they don't eat them. But do you kill them even if you don't eat them? Squeak. Tamiko, even when you are full, if a beast attacks you, you fight it off, don't you? It's the same thing. People who attack humans are more wicked than beasts, and they never learn their lesson. If left alone, they will attack someone else. As expected, Tamiko became mystified. But, aren't we about to reach town? What about catching them, putting them in jail, and putting them on trial? They will still get hanged. No town will allow bandits. The difference between dying here and dying later. Is there anything else besides the death penalty? Well, I've heard that since the trial involves the church, if a man is found to be penitent, he can be imprisoned or even converted. But since they are the kind of people who would suddenly shoot at others, chances are almost zero. Do I have to admit it? I have to admit that my values are a relic from the moldy past, from 100 years ago. That this set of morals is rooted in that era and not this one. After all, the humane morality of putting human life first at all costs is only a prerogative if you have the capacity to embrace a complex system. I have only touched a small part of this world, but it seems that more primitive concepts are prevalent here. A simple justice that fits this world and protects this world, but still, I've killed many beasts in order to live and to eat. What is the difference between killing to eat and killing to protect? Is it wrong to say that it's okay to kill beasts but not humans? Then, what about magic beasts like Tamiko? Do I draw a line depending on whether they can communicate or not? What is right? Who decides what is good or bad? When dealing with metro beasts, I've always faced the situation with a mindset of no hard feelings. For the other party, I would say, I don't care. I'll haunt you the rest of your life. But at least, I, myself have always been prepared to take a life in order to live and to have it taken away from me. If we apply that logic, killing these people who attacked us with the intention of killing us may be no different in the end. But, they are no match in the beginning. Still, do I dare to stab them without intending to eat? Is that okay? Let's just get it over with and go back to the town. We don't know if there are others out there. That's right. At Kono's urging, Noah creates a Hypha knife out of her hand. The tip of the knife seems to be trembling slightly, or is it my imagination? She takes a breath, swings it. Wait, Noah. I stopped her. Still, I'm not slicing the neck of a guy who has lost his ability to fight, and who isn't even awake. Then what are we going to do? We'll hand him over to the people of the town and let the law do its job. Let's let them do their job from here on out, brother. But that's... I see. I know it myself. It is no longer a matter of logic but of emotion. The bottom line is that I just don't want to get my hands dirty. I just don't want to see someone die in front of my eyes. It's my ego that doesn't want to make her do it. But, I can't say it well, but I think it's better this way. Even if those are values that don't fit in today's world. Noah lowers the knife and takes a breath. I see. It was Abe-san who caught them, so I will obey. Hey, kid. I'm sorry, Kono-san. I'll restrain them and take them to Shugamo. Please let us carry them in your car. Kono shrugs and shakes his head in disbelief. I've never seen such a good-natured hunter before. Chapter 26 Yudiochi. Noah produces a string of Hypha, and I bind the limbs and mouths of the bandits. Kono, who is in the back of the truck, pulls them up. Tamiko, who has become bored with her work, sits on the partition in the back of the truck and watches over us working. If there is a guy who wakes up on the way, she hit them and knows them back to sleep. Tamiko's conscience isn't affected by that. That string thing is very useful, isn't it? It's the fungal skill, white string. It's not really suited for combat, but I think it's suitable for a hunter's job. But I feel like I can do business with it alone. Because it is a Hypha string, it will decay in about an hour. Oh, that's right. The same goes for the swords and shields. If there were no such restrictions, I thought I could create a weapon shop on the surface, but the world is not that nice. I'm sorry, Ikari-san. I know you're in the right. Abe-san is a kind person. Huh? No, I think it's not so much about kindness but my petulance. Do you think I'm a terrible, murderous person, Abe-san? I stopped my hands and raised my face. Noah is looking straight at me. That guy had a fungal skill. He attacked me with the same dagger as mine. I couldn't afford to catch him alive. That's an excuse I thought about later. I see. The body was certainly holding the same Hypha knife as Noah. The fact remains that I killed him. In your world, am I a murderer just like them? No, I don't think so. Really? Noah is a good kid, and she is serious. I think she has the will to see the right in the values of this world. She just rejected the attackers according to her will. As a hunter, I don't think I have the right to say anything about it, at least not from the sidelines. It's a logical result, but if you look at it from an emotional point of view, it's true that I was in a bit of a shock. But even so, I couldn't hate Noah. I know that she is not the kind of person who would do such a thing for pleasure, even though we have only known each other for a day, or, if it had been me 100 years ago, if I had not spent 5 years crawling through a bloody hell, I might have felt differently. In that sense, I am no longer the same person who can judge by the values of those days. My great-grandfather used to say, in the old world, life was valued much higher than it is today. Like a bird in a nest, like a jewel in a treasure chest. I agree, death is near and dear to the hunter's heart. It's scary, but it's something we have to accept. But for my great-grandfather's sake, I have to live. That is why, I will continue to kill those who try to kill me. Still, will you not despise me for that? I scratched my head and nodded a few times. No, I won't despise. you at all. If Tamiko or Ikari-san were in danger, I'd do it too. I think life has the same priority for me, both now and in the past. I will still be scared if that actually happened. If I could, I would be sorry. But it seems that the world is not peaceful enough for me to say such a thing. Rather, I think I was prepared to do that in this world. Yeah. So, just in case something like that happens, I have to make sure I don't get scared so that when I have to protect Ikari-san and Tamiko, I won't get lost. Noah's cheeks were faintly tinted, and she looked down in embarrassment. Thank you. Just Noah is fine. This time, she blushed. In a world like today, never have I thought that a beautiful high school girl will ask me to call her by her name. Suddenly, my eyes meet Tamiko's, who is resting on her cheekbones in the back of the truck. She has a somewhat baleful expression. Abe Shuu, I didn't know you have that kind of habit, squeak. But you are a squeak of a man whore, aren't cha? I told you before, but your mother has taught you a lot of strange words. We finish loading the 6 into the back of the truck. Some of them are awake and flailing about, but they are tied so tightly together with a sturdy string made by Noah that it would be impossible to untie themselves by only the strength of their arms. I give them a punch to the solar plexus to stop them from moving. I was surprised at how weak these guys were. I'm not sure if they've even leveled up enough to be bandits. Can't they even use their fungal skills? If they can use fungal skills, I will not be relieved even in their restrained state. Tamiko-san, can you see their level? A little bit. Around 3 to 5, squeak. After all, everyone is a peasant, except the one I killed. Peasant, no matter how hard they try, their level cap is 10, and they can't use any fungal skills in the first place. There are only a small number of people who will fall to the level of banditry in among other fungal class other than peasant. So, what are fungal classes? I've heard you talk about my fungal class before. What about the Itagarishi? Well, that's it you guys, said Kono in the back of the car. Can we start going now? No matter how many lives we waste time in such a place, a shiver runs up and down my spine, a presence breaking through into the range of my sensory spores. Abe. A moment faster than the reaction, Noah who was in front of me was snatched at a speed that left an after image. A shabbily dressed man slides roughly to the edge of the road and slams on the brakes. Both arms were missing from his elbows. He is bandaged and has what looks like hooks or claws attached to him. He is holding Noah by his side. He clamps Noah's neck between his elbows and squeezes, and she collapses helplessly. The man grins at me. Hey. You've responded to my movements. No wonder my boys can't stand up to you. He also has enhanced leaping ability. That's why he snatched Noah from the side in an instant. The narrow range of the sensory spores outdoors has become a problem. Hey, give her back. I tried to fight back using enhanced leaping ability, but before I could, the man spits out something from his mouth. The moment it touches the ground, puff. Then smoke spreads everywhere. Smoke screen. It doesn't matter. Even if I can't see, I have the sensory spores. At the same time, I feel a numbing pain in my eyes and nose. This smoke is poisonous. I'll be waiting for you at my hideout. And if you want him back, come alone. See you later. What a min. I ignored the smoke and tried to chase after him, but I heard Tamiko and Kono coughing from behind me. And when I was distracted by them, the man disappeared from the range of my sensory spores. The smoke cleared, the man and Noah are gone. Damn it! Shah slammed his foot against the pavement with a bang. The paving stones of the road break with a dull crack. The smoke's toxin, perhaps due to my regenerative mycelium, dissipates without much ill effect in my body. I gave Tamiko and Kono each an antidote ball, and they too quickly recover. When I throw them into Waniudas's mouth, which also cracked open, they let out a low growl of boo-hoo. Both express their gratitude with a low growl. If you look closely, you can see that the eyes and nose are just patterns, making the face look like a human's face, which seems to be a simulation. But when I feed them like this, they look a little cute, which is weird. Okay, Tamiko, I'll chase after them. I'll rescue Noah. Squeak. Wait a minute. Brother, Don't say stupid things. You should go back to town and call for help. Why? I don't have a lot of time. His tone becomes a little strained. You saw that guy, right? Yudiochi, that one's a former hunter. He's not the same as the lowlifes lying around here. Former hunter? That's the result of a wicked hunter who had his arms cut off and banished for his misdeeds. If you lose your arm, you lose most of your abilities, right? And then they throw you in the metro, which was the execution method used by some tribes until recently. He's a demon who survived. I see. A demon, even. I'm a little scared. Tamiko scurried over to my shoulder. Tamiko, can you follow their scent and sound? I'll try. Squeak. Hey, hey, hey. Didn't you hear? It's not safe to go alone. He must be the leader of the gang, and he might have others in his hideout. I heard that. To tell you the truth, it's scary. I'm even more pissed off than that. Noah was snatched right in front of me. I let that man slip away. I am angry not only at his victorious smiling face, but most of all, I am angry at myself. I was careless. I was overconfident in my own strength. I defeated the boss slime that no one could touch, saved Noah from a catobulpas on the 20th floor, and easily drove away a gang of bandits. I was overconfident that my power would be enough to move this world. I'm a little scared, but I'm even more pissed off than that. I'm afraid my brain is going to boil over if I don't do something. I'll save Noah, I promise. Kono laughs in disbelief. I understand. I'll turn them over to the military police in Shugamo, and then I'll tell them about you. Maybe the military police or hunters will make a move. It's nighttime and outside the city, so it might be hopeless. Thank you very much. That's enough. Take care. Thank you, too. I wouldn't be alive if it weren't for you guys. In order to repay you for your kindness, I will try to persuade the military police somehow. So don't do anything rash. The Uduka began to roll along, shouting boo, as if cheering us up. Boo. And I returned the call. Boo, squeak. Tamiko follows suit. And so, we enter the forest. Chapter 27. I'm not letting you get away. The moon is not out. The forest remains pitch black. Still, with sensory spores, there is no way to hit a tree. We proceed by sensing the newly trampled animal path. Tamiko's sense of smell is not as good as her hearing. Even so, she seems to sense that Noah's scent continues to follow the path in the direction Tamiko is taking. She is not mistaken. Noah and the man are truly up ahead. Or maybe he's doing it on purpose. That man said he was waiting in the hideout. In other words, this is something like an invitation. Or most likely a trap. Scary. Humans are seriously scary. Scary in a different way from metro beasts. 10,000 times crazier than beasts. After walking fast enough, I see a faint orange light ahead. The trees, which had been lit up like a blazing fire, suddenly cease to exist past this point, and the view suddenly opens up. Hey, you're here early, aren't you? Hey. It is a circular depression, like a plaza. There are 2 campfires. A bird, skewered from mouth to rump, is roasting. Surrounding them are a group of disheveled men. They are bandits, 10 in all. I signaled Tamiko and me they're alone. Well, aren't you something? I can't believe you came alone. Just like I told you. In the middle of the square, where the man from earlier is sitting on a rock. A few meters behind him is Noah. She is stripped of her cloak and jacket. She is lying on her face, bare, with her hands tied behind her back. She seems to be unconscious. Her smooth, porcelain-like back is exposed. I thought it was a little boy, but it's a little bitch. If you had come a little slower, we would have had time to enjoy ourselves. Hey, the man laughs, and the men around him follow suit. It seems that he is the boss after all. His vision is now red. Even the color at the flames is blurred. Oops, stop. Don't move any further if you want to spare your precious little bitch's life. A subordinate of his points a spear at Noah's back. I could only grit my teeth and stop. A preliminary check with my sensory spores shows no ambushes around the plaza. There is a rock wall at the back, and there is a cave in it. The spores cannot reach the inside of the cave, so there might still be some of his lackeys in there. What's your name? Abe. Abe. I like it. Tell me your tribe and level. I don't belong to anyone. I'm a free folk. My level is 45. There was a stir around the place. How old are you? T28. 28 and level 45, huh? It's pretty high for a free folk, but it's okay. There should have been a test paper. But, if I look at your actions earlier, it doesn't seem like you're lying. I'm not very good at lying, and he seemed to believe me. Abe, is this little bitch important to you? The boss has Noah's goggles around his neck. He fiddled with them with his fingertips as if they were toys. Yes, then I'll let you be my second slave. I'm going to ask you to do me a little favor, and if you do it right, I'll give her back to you. Second slave. If you don't like it, that's fine. I'm just going to get this little bitch all banged up, beating her to a pulp. You want to bet how long she can keep her sanity? Hey. So, you want to hold her hostage and make me help you do some kind of evil crap? You're the scummiest scum across time. Alright, let me introduce you to your senior. Hey, Obachi, get up. The boss turned to see a man lying on the ground. He was a plump, slightly obese man. When his subordinate kicked him several times in the side, the huge body got up slowly. A pig? He has a pig-like face. He has round eyes, a flat and large nose, and pointed ears spread like butterfly wings. Ooh. A real red pig. Is this a new creature of New Tokyo? A new human? Some other creature? No way. But his face. It was beaten repeatedly, most likely, and is covered in bruises, bumps, and his nose still bleeds. He can barely open his eyes. Obachi, I'll give you your first job. Discipline that junior of yours. Use those fists of yours. The man called Obachi approached me slowly with a limp. Don't do anything strange, unless you want to come face to face with your cat's gouged out eyeballs in the back. No, please don't. Don't put your hands on you. Then do what I say. Then listen to me. Move your ass. You slow, lazy pig bastard. This pig man is also a hunter, and if what he said is true, someone is being held hostage in the back cave. Up close, his pig-like face is smooth and natural. He is, after all, the real thing, not some special makeup from a movie. His height is a little taller than a 5'7" man, but his body is thick. He might be obese, but his neck and wrists are strong and sturdy. Standing in front of me, Obachi's clenched fist is shaking. His right eye's gaze is swimming. His breathing is ragged. Obachi, hit Abe. If I think you're holding back, I'll hurt your pussy with the same force. Abe, silently take it. If you even avoid even one hit, this bitch is next. It seems that the plan was to make him turn into an accomplice for his schemes, but first, to break our will, both the one who hits and the one who is hit. But, it's all right. Obachi hesitates, so I assure him. I show him with my expression that I will be fine, though my heart is freaking out. Obachi grits his teeth, looks up at the night sky and then opens his eyes. Forgive me. A thick fist flew and my head creaked. It's heavier than I thought. It's painful, but my body is not weak. Hey, Abki. Next. Obachi clenches his fist and swings again. He punches me squarely in the cheek. What the? He wiped the blood from his nose with the palm of his hand. The first time I've been hit this hard was on the 50th floor. Still, it has a lot of power, but still not on the level of an ogre or a wraith. He is pretty tough, isn't he? Obachi, beat him until he loses consciousness. But it's fine, not really. Amidst the sneers of the lowlifes, a dull thump, thump, thump echoes through the square. The face of a man is fully covered in blood. Still, he does not fall down but instead holds on with his hands on his knees. Obachi's reddish-black fists were shaking, and he was breathing on his shoulders. He had not thrown 10 punches. This hunter may not be exhausted that he is out of breath, but the mental fatigue is probably heavier. I can't do it anymore. No more please. Tears are pouring down his eyes. I'm still fine. My face is covered in blood, but there's not a single bruise or swelling. To be precise, they have been repaired as soon as they were formed. Even the missing teeth are growing back. Obachi doesn't seem to notice. Please run away. What? I'll give you a chance. In the meantime, take her with you. Obachi, don't fucking stop. Do it, you fucking pig. Jeers from the outside fly in. Blood drips from Obachi's clenched fist. It's not his blood. So, you should. I don't care. I want to save you. But even so, that girl is noble and doesn't want anyone else to be sacrificed for her. Well, no. No one will be. You're kind of in the way. My sensory spores caught the presence of the little furball sneaking around. It has infiltrated from the back of the square, slowly and soundlessly moving its way under the thief's feet, and has reached the back of the man who is spearing Noah. I've earned enough time. I took a deep breath and shouted, "Do it, Tamiko!" Jahua! A sudden scream draws the attention of everyone present. At the same time, I take a step forward and moved close to Obuchi's space. Sorry. I slam my clenched fist into Obuchi's rubber ball-like belly with all my might. Oof! Obuchi's body folds into a crumpled heap, and he collapses to the ground, spewing vomit. The first to look back at Obuchi and the others is the boss. Bastard! Before he could do anything else, I was leaping with all his might. I kicked the boss to the edge of the plaza with the same momentum that propelled me almost horizontally. I spun on my heel and swing my Hypha hammer at the two men who were frozen in front of me. The spearman is lying on the ground, holding his left eye. Blood is flowing profusely. Next to him, Tamiko is standing in a position ready to protect Noah, as she is checking the others. Tamiko's figure is clearly visible to Noah's eyes, and she seems to have released her fungal skill. Tamiko, good job. Squeak. I put Tamiko on my shoulder and hold Noah at my side. I slammed down an arrow that flew at my back. I rushed out while the boss is still getting up, and with my enhanced leaping ability, I escapes out of the clearing immediately. Your master is proud. Squeak. The credit is yours, Tamiko. Before entering the plaza, I used Tamiko's risk counter to take a rough estimate of the strength of the battlefield. The boss was at least level 50, and the spearman and hatchet wielder was around 15. The rest were between 3 and 6. The single-digit numbered small fries did not count as a force. Noah was around the middle, and the others were probably those who can't use their fungal skills. But it is not a simple matter to outwit the level 50 boss. The fact that there were 2 double-digit included was not to be underestimated. I knew that if we went in head-on, we would not be able to rescue Noah safely. So, the strategy we came up with was simple. I draw the boss's attention, and Tamiko rescues Noah while I am the focus. Noah was laid out almost in the center of the square. No matter how small Tamiko was, it would have been difficult to approach him without being noticed by the others, if not for her fungal skill. Tamiko, 5th fungal skill, camouflage. It is the ability to hide oneself by changing one's hair color at will and blending in with the surrounding landscape. We speculate that Tamiko's ability is where she is covered with spores that have some kind of effect on light. It does not mean that she is completely invisible. If you look closely, you can see her silhouette, and my sensory spores can't be fooled by it. Still, it was difficult to catch sight of Tamiko on a moonless night with poor visibility. The sneak squeak successfully sneaked into the center of the square and surprised the spearman, who was the biggest obstacle in his way. Thanks to this, I was able to evade the boss and rescue Noah. Those guys were insects compared to the level 50 monster. Squeak. That's right. Don't let them escape, you louts. Chase them. I could hear the boss' angry voice coming from the square below. I thought I had kicked him pretty hard, but he seemed to be in a better state than I had expected. Abe Shuu, what are you going to do? Escape? Squeak. I gently lower Noah from my arms and put the wolf cloak on him. I try to erase from my memory the glimpse of her ample mounds that I caught a glimpse of. At least that's what I'll try to do. Tamiko, stay here. Take care of Noah. Squeak. Abe Shuu, please be careful. Squeak. Yeah, leave it to me. Shug stands at the edge of the square, looking down at the bandits. Once they spot him, they brace themselves and ready their arrows. He wiped the blood on his face with the back of his hand. The smooth, unscathed youthful face peeks out. I am surprised at how well I have endured that. I naturally smile when I think I don't have to hold back anymore. A kind man. Noah sees me as someone like that, as someone who had stopped them from killing. Well, this time it's different. I'm not that good of a person. Because at this moment, I want to chop them all into 8 pieces. I condensed all the dark emotions and spun them as a thread on my fingertips. Too bad. This time I have to say, I'm not letting you get away with this. Chapter 28 Boss Sugi vs Forbidden Spell User. I look down on the bandits below. The difference in elevation is about 2 meters. The 2 men I had hit with my hammers are still down, and there were only 8 left. First of all, I want to get rid of all but the boss, the spearman, whose right eye had been blinded by Tamiko, and the hatchet wielder in the center front that has levels in the double digits. These men are my first priority. There are 3 others holding bows. Their strings were pulled so tight that they looked as if they would be plucked at any moment. I have to be careful with these guys, too. I hold out my right hand and thrusts it forward. I held up my index finger. Blah. A burning ball is generated on my index finger. Subsequently, another burning ball is generated on the middle finger. Then, another burning ball appeared on my ring finger. Then, a burning ball on my pink finger followed the others. Finally, a burning ball is produced on my thumb. And now 5 burning balls were all present. My dream of casting a forbidden spell has now come true. Kafri, I forgot the name at the last minute, so I used a roar to cover it up. The mycelial balls are released from my fingertips, scattering into the square, creating a rumbling explosion and 5 pillars of fire. It was a Dragon Quest spell apparently. Blazemost Kafris in English. Fire. The direct hit did not come true, but the 3 were blown away by a blast and one's clothes were ignited. The plaza quickly becomes confused, and in the meantime, I jumped off. Here he comes. Do it. The only 2 people who could immediately react to the boss's shouts were the 2 double-digit level bandits. Each of them brandished a weapon in their hand, and they lunged at me, doing a pincer attack from both sides. A spear was aimed at my chest. I dodged the spear just in time to trip him and snatch it from the side, snapping it off forcefully. I then thrust the tip of the spear into the spearman's thigh. With an elbow to the head resulted in a short groan as he knocks him down. The hatchet wielder come at me next. I grab the blade between my fingers, stopping it. Smiling wickedly at the man whose eyes widen in surprise, and with a single blow, the hatchet leaves my opponent's left hand, which grows a beastly white claw. It's a fungal skill. I dodge it as they try to gouge my eyeballs. Then I grab their wrist. I squeezed it in anger. Crack. With a dull crack, his wrist is compressed to the size of a snack sausage. Then I punch his face as he screams to silence him. Without pause, an arrow enters the range of my sensory spores. I flick it off with my bare hand and throw an Electrix ball in return. The yellow mycelium ball lands under the archer's foot, and with a flash of light, an electric current is sent through him. The archer crumples forward. One of them chickens out and runs away. 2 more runs after him. The boss claws tear at their necks. Blood spurts out like a water gun, and the 3 fall without even crying. The blaze of the first burning ball subsides, and the area returns to the dimness of when the only light was from the bonfire. Only me and the boss are standing in the middle of the clearing. It all happened so fast. A bunch of small fries are still small fries. No matter how many there are, they're useless. The boss licks his blood-soaked claws with the tip of his tongue, and then slowly approaches me. The madness in his eyes momentarily overwhelms him. The eyes are not like those of a beast, but full of the malice and murderous intent of human desire. It is so disgusting, so filthy, so horrifying. From here on out, it's a realm I've never experienced before. I take back what I said before. You're some like, I'm awesome, I'm special. Look at me. I live for the sake of ripping out the intestines of trash like you. It's a waste to keep you as a slave. I see. I summon my Hypha sword and Hypha shield. I kill the trembling in my hands. Fear has been covered with anger. I understand what Noah was saying. Someone like you can't be left alive. The 2 confront each other in the center of the square. The boss lips lift into a sadistic grin. Hi, let's go. He readied the claws on both his arms before kicking the ground. Third-person perspective. It was a year ago that Sugi, the boss of the bandits, fell into his current position. Originally, he lived as a farmer in a village belonging to the Kamido tribe. His life was not particularly inconvenient. The land he lived on has been his family's for generations, It doesn't flood and produced good vegetables, and the metro to the south was across Kamido, so there was no need to worry about an invasion of ferocious metro beasts. His father and brother were both hard workers, and the inhabitants of the same village were all good-natured people who were like family. Among them, he was the only one who was different. Ever since he was a child, he loved to torture beasts in the forests and mountains. He loved violence, the screams of beasts, the color of their blood, and the color of their intestines. Since both of his parents were both peasant, Sugi believed that he was one of them. Even if a peasant had to work hard to raise their level, the ceiling was only high enough for anyone to reach. Therefore, he had no desire to actively hunt metro beasts, but only to indulge in his hobby of torturing weak creatures. He was half jealous of the hunters who were able to eat such tasteless prey. However, when he was 15 years old, when he ate the sporane of a wolf that he had trapped and killed, he accidentally developed his first fungal skill. It was the moment when he first realized that he was not a peasant. Sugi took this as a divine revelation that he was special, and rejoiced like a beast. For the next year, he devoted himself to hunting easy metro beasts, training to the reliable level of 10. Then, over the objections of his family, he became a hunter belonging to the Kamido tribe. At first, he was ridiculed as a country craftsman who could not read or write, and it was difficult to find a partner. In the first 2 years, he raised his level to 18, during which time he learned to read and write at least a little from the guild officials. Finally, he hit his first partner. He was younger than him both in level and age, but he was a pleasant young man who had also come from a farming family. The first month of working together went well. He cared for and respected his first partner, but his roughness and cruelty could not be concealed even if he tried. His partner began to feel uncomfortable with the way he would aggressively take on even the smallest, most inexperienced of beasts, and then split his guts open with a smile. Eventually, several big arguments broke out, and in a fit of rage, he killed his partner. That was the first murder he had ever done. The sight of his partner's throat slit and motionless thrilled him in a way he had never felt before in his life. He climaxed twice as he toyed with the corpse, as he usually did with metro beasts. He realized that killing hunters who were stronger than a metro beast was the ultimate purpose of life he had been searching for. By the time he was 40, his level had reached 55, and he was somewhat well known in other branches outside of Kamido. He was approaching the peak of his life. He had killed more than 20 hunters with his own hands. When he killed his partner, he reported it as a death in the line of duty in the metro and left no evidence. But then, one day, when he was about to attack a hunter who was acting alone in the metro, he was subdued by another hunter. For some time he had been suspected by his colleagues under the radar. The tasty-looking prey that he was about to seize was a decoy that the volunteers had prepared in order to uncover the monster's true identity. He was outnumbered, regardless of the difference in level. He was beaten on the spot. He was beaten to a pulp. His legs were broken, and his head was about to be chopped off when he pleaded with the hunters for his life. He told them that he would never kill again and that he would put up with being eaten by the beasts. The hunters cut off his arms and gave him what he wanted. Deep in the metro, where the chances of his escape were slim to none, the beasts that had humiliated him so much would devour him and return him to the metro. The hunters left, telling him that this was the greatest opportunity for redemption that could be given to a lowlife. However, the result was that he survived and escaped the metro. It was the work of some luck, terrible hatred, and persistence. He lost both arms, his position as a hunter, and his fungal skills to kill prey. Still, he did not give up. He let his wounds recover in a secluded place and searched for a way to fight even with the loss of his arms. He left his hometown of Kamido and arrived in the distant land of Ootsuka, where he joined a group of incompetent thieves. He thanked the gods for his good fortune to enjoy a second chance at life. So was the fact that it was Obachi who he had first captured. Not only was the gold he had in his possession valuable, but he was also a skilled man in his own right. His disposition of valuing his partners more than himself was perfect for a slave. He thought he would be a valuable first piece for their planned attack on Shugamo City. Morisugi's goal was to raid the mayor's mansion in Shugamo City and steal the elixir. This was information he had obtained from a merchant he had captured and killed. The mayor's daughter is suffering from a serious illness. A few decades ago, it was even called a curse. An incurable disease that cured the mycelium in her body to harden before eventually leading to her death. In order to cure disease, the mayor has ordered all kinds of medicines from all over the world. Among them was a secret medicine that could regenerate even lost limbs like a lizard. If he could get his hands on it, he would be able to regain all the arms and strength that the hunters had taken from him. Shugamo is heavily guarded. 100 peasant would not even be able to break through the walls. However, a few hunters would be able to do so. They could sneak in under cover of night, raid the mansion, and steal the elixir and properties. To do so, the task at hand was to increase the number of his pawns. And today, a new hunter was found. Morisugi was pleased to see how he fought off 7 of his men in a matter of seconds, and he thought he could use him. If he could use them, he would be able to get closer to his goal in no time at all. To do so, he took advantage of the moment and snatched his partner. Sure enough, he came in alone. It was as if I had the second piece of the puzzle. I was supposed to work. Change of plans. The man in front of him uses not only katana and leaping, but also the fireball and thunderball. He clearly has a high-ranking fungal class. There is no need for a sword that can injure you if you wield it. We have to get rid of them here. Morisugi licks off the blood on the tip of the left claw. He then thrusts his right claw into the pouch tied around his waist, guiding his gaze toward us. A powder spills out. It is a paralyzing poison powder, from the Zabuntake mushroom. It is the same powder that was mixed in the smoke screen when he kidnapped the girl hunter. The yellow powder adheres to the tip of the knife. If poison is injected directly through the blood vessels, the victim will be incapacitated, unless he or she has a poison-resistant fungal capacity. Imagining the thought of stirring the intestines of this immobilized man a minute later, Morisugi licks his lips. Hey, let's go. Leaping. It is one of the few fungal skills that can be used by Morisugi, whose arms have been robbed, precisely closing the gap as he slides on the ground, and running with his claws ready. Just a scratch. That will decide his victory. Abe's katana collides with the claw. It's his sword tried to cut off his claws, but it was a gallant try. The claws were twisted with a shearing sound, and the sword is knocked off. He swung the other claw. Abe dutifully uses his round shield to catch it, but Morisugi slides it shallowly across the surface, aiming at Abe's outstretched arm, which is holding their katana. Just before that, Abe increases the distance by kicking away. He blocked it. He was very aggressive. It was as if he didn't want even a scratch. Well, that's poison, right? You're trying to be sneaky. Did you think you didn't notice it? The skin crawled. It should have been in a complete blind spot when he used the powder. He should not have been able to see it. How did he notice it? Can he see from behind? Hey, what do you mean? Morisugi grinned and laughed. His left claw also pierces the bag. I have these kinds of arms, you know. Can't you let me have a little handicap? That's true. You probably can't even wipe your ass. That's not true. As long as you get used to it. As if interrupting the conversation, Abe now closes the distance from the other side. The first is a sharp swing down. He caught it by his claws, but it was heavy and pushed against him hard. His aim was to break the claws, not Morisugi himself. Abe swings with all his might. However, even though the blade passed through, the claws were not even dented. Hey, of course. I'm proud of my skill. High-level, Hypha weapons boast sharpness that can cut through iron and steel. Even so, Morisugi's is a gem carved from a magic iron bone that can only be mined in the depths of the metro. He has been using it since before he lost his fungal skills and has had it suck the blood of countless beasts and humans. Morisugi made it permanent by sticking it directly into the bones of his arms. It is now part of his body, both in name and in reality. He delivers a return blow to the surprised Abe's face, but the guy shakes his head and yells, "No." He dodges the blow with a twist of his head. As he was about to back away, Morisugi closed in on him. Murasugi's weapon has a smaller reach. He was at a disadvantage if he moved away, but his body was a bonus target. As expected, Abe was unable to swing his sword and was unable to attack. The claws attacked at close range in all directions, but Abe used his shield to block them and his quick reflexes to evade the attacks. That's some ridiculous reflexes. Is he really just level 45? Rather, isn't he faster than me? But he can tell by the way he moves around. Abe is an amateur at fighting against people. He is a typical hunter fool who has only dealt with dim-witted beasts. He pays too much attention to the claws and with a half-step instead. The moment Abe is slightly out of rhythm, the claws aim at his arm. Then clink, and the claws are repelled. What? Abe's fist, from hand to wrist, has a silver shimmer, as if covered with a metal skin. With that, he swatted it away. Iron Fist? How many fungal abilities does this guy have? Katana, Warhammer, Leaping, Fireball, Thunderball, Round Shield, and Iron Fist. At least 7. He definitely has a high-ranking fungal class. Isn't it a little too strong and versatile? Since he mainly uses Katana and Round Shield, it is almost certain that he is a Holy Knight. However, there are many other useful skills in his lineage as well. The current Murasugi is too dazzled. How unfair. Most of his are taken away, and he can only use Leaping and Hearing. Hatred and jealousy are ablaze in his chest. His body trembles with rage. His clenched teeth grinding has become audible. I have to kill him no matter what it takes. I'll make sure to poison him. Then, when he is unable to move, I rip open his belly. I will pull out its internal organs one by one while it is still alive. I've made up my mind. I will do it. If I don't, there will be no tomorrow for me. Chapter 29. What a beautiful display. Murasugi's perspective. I wasn't trying to be merciful on you. Abe throws his sword and shield to the ground. No, I guess I was. I was thinking that I could win easily by just using the bare minimum, or that I would be dissatisfied if I used it on you who had such arms. Tamiko would be furious with me. I did that. When he takes off his fur cloak, a white arm arises from his back. Azura. No way he even has such a rare skill. Abe's own arms are hardened by Iron Fist. He smashed his fists with each other with a guttural thump. I'm going to do it for real. On the day I finally get to go above ground, it's game over if I don't do my all, and the grass isn't actually greener here. A mycelial ball is released from the fingertip of the Hypha arm. The moment it fell to the ground between the two of us, I thought, you're crazy. But smoke appeared. A smoke's ball. Immediately, the area is enveloped in gray. I listen carefully, sensing the movement of the air with my enhanced hearing. Bam! A Hypha arm passes just in front of my face. It grazes me slightly, tearing off half my ear. I cannot dodge the second blow, so I crossed my arms to block it. Then, I find myself flying backward as I try to absorb the impact, which resonates down to my marrow. I emerge from the range of the smoke. Abe zooms out of the cloud. How could you even guard against that? Did you see through the smoke? Abe asks in a casual tone. That should be my line. This further grates on my nerves. You're fucking with me. Eh? Don't fuck with me. Blinded by my rage, I kick the ground. Using Leaping, I rush at the maximum speed I can draw out. Sliding a few meters in front of him and move around to his left side as I glide across the ground. Then with my left claw gouging the ground. The shower of soil and sand rains on Abe's face, and I sneak within arm's reach. Swing up my claws. Then, my field of view blurs at high speed. I find myself blown to the side. My back slammed on the ground, before rolling around. My lower rib is broken. A fist-shaped welt that is clearly engraved on my flesh is left. I took a direct hit from Iron Fist. Just as he aimed accurately through the smoke screen, the dust didn't work either. He's just now brushing the dirt from his face. Did he react without seeing it? Even if he has hearing, like mine, how can he hit in the correct direction and timing? I don't know the name of this, so you're calling it Iron Fist, and it might literally be the same as Iron Fist. So, how many fungal skills do you have? Somehow, I managed to get up and throw a few words at him to buy time for me to recover from the damage. How many? I still have some, but I'm with this done. I gritted my teeth. The blow I just received has struck me to the core of my body. My knees start to buckle. It was ridiculous. Still, rage fills me up even more. I stifled the pain, but my consciousness is stained black. Fuck you. What? You guys, you're trying to rob me again. You're nothing more than a bunch of scum who can't do anything without others backing you. A monologue. Great. I'm special. I've been to the southernmost metro, at floor 55, and if I had my arms, I'd be a master. I'm one of the few people in the world with the talent to do it. I've killed over 20 hunters. I can do what you guys are too scared to do. So you can try to kill me all you want. I won't let anyone get in my way. And I won't let anyone take anything from me ever again. You're talking crazy. Show me your guts. Show me your plump shit-filled guts. I jumped. I finally exceeded my maximum speed. I moved low to the ground so that the attack from the Hypha arms that are above don't reach me. The claw I raised pierces Abe's jaw. But just before it does, a Hypha arm catches my right claw. A streak of light runs through it. A broken claw then flies backward. Impossible. That's magic iron bone. Unbelievable, yet I was not intimidated. I immediately stabbed it with my left arm. Snap. The left claw is also broken. It breaks the flesh and bone from the base, scattering blood. It is only then that I notice that Abe's arms are covered with a bluish-white light. He broke my claw with a knife hand. Light blade? You're kidding? That fist thrusts up at my stomach. Gaha. I spout a mouthful of bloody spit. I won't stop hitting you until you fall. You understand, right? 4 fists rain down without mercy. My jaw, shoulder, chest, and temple were struck. Even with his ridiculous fists, each blow was unbelievably fast and heavy. I lost my claws, my pride, and glory, and I am beaten to pieces. Gah. Even so, I will not kneel. I look up and howl, swinging the broken end of the claw. There, iron fist, shaped in the form of a stabbing hand, pierces my chest. The fingertips break through my skin, crack the ribs, and reach my lungs. The stabbed hand is pulled out. Blood gushes out. Strength drains from my body. I forgot to say before, but I'm actually level 66. My vision goes dark. I slowly lose my senses, and when suddenly I realize I've fallen and now looking up at the sky. Fuck this. I'm being robbed, again. I've crawled up from hell and built up to this again. Fuck it, this little brat. Is it broken, already? How boring. I hear a voice in my head. I was wondering if he could show me more of his sparkle. An unfamiliar voice. It is a mysterious voice, neither male nor female. My eyes and ears should no longer be functioning, yet, I could hear them very clearly, as if they were echoing directly in my head. Who are you? I'm the one who's been, borrowing from you. Oh, but thanks to you, I've learned speech. Thank you. It's so much fun to be able to put my thoughts into words. I'm very grateful. The best part is that I now know the name of that hairless ape. It's called Abe Shuu. What are you talking about? What are you? Normally, I would have ended my time here and moved on to other individuals as I saw fit. But now that I've come this far, I thought I'd like to get in direct contact with him. What are you talking about? Well, you see, it was only for a short time, but thank you for your help. I'll take your body. That's okay, right? What do you mean? It's the first time I've ever moved a living body of my own volition, so I'll probably mess it up, but yours will soon be useless anyway, so it's okay, right? Stop. Well, do you remember what you used to say to the people you've killed? I'll tell you. I'll have my fun with your corpse. Don't take any more from me. Stop. Ahaha. With a snap, my consciousness breaks off. Beyond that, abyssal darkness continues forever without light or sound. Shu's perspective. Looking down at the motionless bandit boss's body, I released a sigh. He was pretty strong. As if he was just one level lower. It was just hard to fight. The difference between our experience and skills, I guess. It was hard to deal with the opponent who jumped into my reach without any hesitation, using a weapon with the long reach of a sword. Iron Fist. The 17th fungal skill obtained by defeating Boss Slime. I only used it a few times on the way to Metro Escape to test it out. but it meshed well with my opponent's fighting style. Would have been a lot easier if I had used Hypha arm from the beginning. I don't mean to be merciful, but it was probably due to naivete. It is difficult to verbalize, but it was due to stubbornness, pride, or some such ill-defined and irrational emotion. He thought that even if he won the match, he might not be satisfied with the result, because he had lost an arm and was going up against an opponent with 4 arms. Not only for emotional reasons, but also because of a calculation that I might be able to manage without using poison due to the difference in level. But this was also a case of my carelessness. The other party was using poison, and I should have dealt with the situation before it happened. On reflection, I'm going to get a good scolding from my tiny master. Well, thanks to my self-regenerating mycelium, it's hard for me to get poisoned. There is also the antidote ball, but it's not a sure thing. Looking around, there are 10 people, including the boss, that have fallen here. Obuchi is missing. I had seen him before the fight with the boss. Did he run away? No. He must have gone into that cave to get his companion back. It was a hasty decision to knock him to the ground. If we had fought together, he might have gotten distracted by the hostage, and even if I said it out loud, it would have been a threat if he had turned against me. It was also true that I was a little pissed off after being hit so many times. Anyway, that was the end of it. The subordinates whom I had defeated were probably not dead. To be honest, I wanted to kill them, but I held back just before I did so. But the boss lying in front of me was no longer moving. He has a gaping hole in his left chest. Ah, he's dead. This is the end. With this, I too have become a killer. I forgot to say no hard feelings. I wonder if I truly became one. I couldn't help but think that this was someone that shouldn't be allowed to live. I couldn't control my anger. Whatever the excuse, I killed him. That's a fact. An hour after I was told that I was a kind person. This is what I did. Haha. Rather than a sense of guilt, I felt more like, oh no, I did it. And somehow, I am strangely calm. That's what I'm afraid of. It may be something that I have to will worry about later. Or maybe it will become that's just the way it is, and I can just let it go. Either way, it is certain that there is no turning back from here. I wonder if I will ever be able to go back to a proper job again. Abe-san, Abe Shuu, Noah and Tamiko came running down to the clearing. Ikari-san, are you okay? Oh, yes. Thank you so much. You saved my life twice now. No, well, that's just as well. That boss bandit, even though he's a Yudiochi, Tamiko-san says he's over level 50. Well, he was definitely strong. If I had not been immune to poison, I might have been in a bit of danger. We were all watching with a squeak of dread. Why didn't you squeaking use it at the beginning? Squeak? Well, I'm sorry. Forgive me. Overconfidence mode results in injuries. Squeak. You'll be receiving a penal squeak later. Yes, ma'am. The penalty, by the way, is to patter with sincerity until the master is satisfied. This is a difficult task that cannot be achieved if I am careless in both quantity and quality. Now, let's go to the town. I want to clean up and go to town as soon as possible. Kono-san would be worried about me. I'm tired and hungry. I want to take a bath to wash off the grime of all the hard work I've done so far, and enjoy the reward of sleeping on a soft futon. So, what are we going to do about these guys? I think some of them are still alive. Should we still go into town and bring the military police? I'm afraid they'll escape in that time. Is Abe-san not against finishing them all off? We don't even have a wagon, let alone a wagon, to take them to the town. Noah and Tamiko on my shoulders suddenly have their eyes wide open, looking back with an unpleasant premonition on hand. One person is standing up behind me. It's the boss. His knees are bent like a puppet on a string. His right claw, broken in the middle, is just a stick hanging from his arm. His head was slumped down, his expression expressionless. It stood up but did not move. I felt neither life nor killing intent. Tamiko, Noah, get back, far away. I first think about the possibility of him having a regenerative mycelium, while standing with the others behind me. I have never thought that this ability was my own unique skill. It would not be surprising if other people could use it. However, the hole in his left chest remains open. It doesn't seem to be regenerating. Kikiki. His head snaps 90 degrees from the side. Then, slowly, he straightens his back. Tears of blood are streaming from his eyes. Blood even flows from his mouth and nose. It's flowing freely and unceasingly. His shoulder then starts to swell up with a dull thud. Every time his body trembled, his joints bent in impossible directions, and his muscles bulged here and there. He was the same height as me. However, his upper back has already grown to the point where I have to look up or move farther to see him. How did he get this big? The bandit boss does not answer, only shaking his log-like head and rattling it. The boss's arms are placed on the ground with a thud. The boss, who has changed into a large four-legged beast, lifts his head and his red eyes peek through a gap in his black hair, which hangs down thickly. Then the whites of his eyes are also stained red. I forgot to say no hard feelings. Has he become something possessed? Kikiki. What a beautiful display. His mouth hardly moves, but his voice leaks out from the back of his throat. It is flat, inorganic, and has a very low sound that is hard to believe comes from a human. Chapter 30 Demonic Disease. Noah. Is this also a fungal skill? Satoshi does not look back and asks without taking his eyes off the head who has transformed into a monster. No, I don't think so. I think this is something else. Tamiko. What's this thing's level? I can't squeak it. I don't know. Squeak. Seriously? That has never happened before. This was some unknown that cannot be measured even by Tamiko's risk counter. My sensitivity to danger, which has helped me survive the 5 years of walking beside death, is screaming loud and clear. This is something that is not human or beast. It is something more ominous. There is no time to be afraid. If I don't do anything, I will die. I'm certain. I hold my Hypha shield in my left hand, a Hypha sword in my right hand, and 2 Hypha swords with Hypha arms. They are covered with the bluish-white spore light. This is the same skill configuration as when I fought the boss slime. This is the appearance of an all-out no-effort spared show. Abe. Both of you, get away from. Before I can finish, the boss crouches back on all 4 legs and kicks the ground. The faint starlight is covered by a massive shadow. I jump back just in time before it directly falls above me. The ground on which I was standing before was now cracked and cratered. Birds and beasts start to buzz with a noise and tremor. In the center of the dusty air, a huge bulge appears on his back, and countless arms grow out through his skin. A mix of red and white. They look like a twisted combination of muscle fibers and Hypha. They spread out their 5 bloody fingers and rose into the night sky, falling like shooting stars toward me. Seriously? The arms come rushing at me, but I slashed them away with my 3 glowing blades. Still, it was impossible to handle all of them, so I leapt to the edge of the clearing and ran away. But the arms changed direction with a jerk, and they began crawling along the ground. A rain of arms pierced the spot where I was. I couldn't help but cry out, "That's creepy." Mo monster, what's this? Did the bandit lackeys wake up? The arms react to this, and with a jerk, it changes its aim and grabs at the men. Higher. The boss mouth gaped wide and he grabbed 2 of his men and threw them deep into his throat. His neck constricts and undulates like a caterpillar. Soon the 2 settle into his belly, and it ends with a loud belch. The clearing immediately erupts with screams as his men flee, dragging their wounded bodies behind. Their boss chases after them and captures them with his tentacle arms. I don't intend to help them. I just saw an opening. I jump on his back from behind. I cleaved all the arms from the base. I stabbed him through and through as I force my body into a crouch. The blade is now halfway through. I did it. This time you're dead. The boss movement stops for a moment. Then I heard a loud and shrill scream, "Jai-I, whoa." Then the surface of his wounded back explodes, and multiple arms arise again. They extend even further, chasing after me. They moved like a school of fish in the feeding frenzy as they eat a clump of nutrient-rich feed. I'm absolutely sure I pierced his heart. Why doesn't he die? Phew, CK it. He's going to catch up. I quickly throw 3 burning balls simultaneously. A bunch of his arms explodes, tearing off some, but his momentum is not hindered in the slightest. I roll sideways to avoid it, However, the swarm of arms turns almost at a right angle and approaches me again. I clenched my teeth and held the great shield in front of me. I meet the attack head-on. An attack with such strength that my entire field of vision turned black. I was knocked away by the momentum, but the shield absorbs the momentum, moving me backward and lifting my body above the ground. Roar! I spun and slashed all the arms. 3 white glowing sword slashes cut the bundle of arms in two, and black bodily fluids spill out. The arms land on the ground, making a scaffolding, and now looked like the world's most disgusting path leading to the torso. If the torso is a bad target, then I won't have problems with the head. My sensory spores can detect things coming from behind. The cut arms regenerated and made a sharp U-turn, chasing after me. Still, I was a step faster. Just before the arm catches up with him, he leaps and swings his sword down at the head. The full force of the blow makes a hard bam. Seriously? The boss teeth literally stop the blade of my sword. The light blade is biting into the corner of his mouth, but it still hasn't managed to separate his jaw. This time, arms appear from the boss neck. The boss grabs the great shield that I had quickly created and slams it down with all his might. I choke for breath as I am dropped to the ground on my back. The impact made my vision turn white. Numerous arms are raining down from above his back. I quickly put the palms of my Hypha arms against the ground and slid up, pulling my body along. Still, I was unable to dodge them all, and my ear on one side is gouged out. Skill, arms. I want, crush, defeat. What? The boss again says in a hushed whisper to me, while I was recovering my stance as I endured the pain. I can't understand what he's talking about. So, despite that, I will try to regain my posture by enduring the pain to find a gap. I don't know what this person is anymore, but it's clear that what stands in front of me is a genuine monster. I realize, it has been a long time, but I realize that I have forgotten to eat something. The last time I ate anything was when I nibbled on some dried meat before getting into the carriage. Once again, I create 3 swords and a great shield. I put on the spore light, and my body feels heavier and heavier. The accumulation of hunger and fatigue is becoming too much to ignore, and the regeneration of my gouged wounds is becoming slow, if not stopping completely. It would be dangerous to prolong the situation. More, show. Beautiful display. Abe Shuu, you sparkle, called by my name. A chill crawls down my spine. Come on, look. Arms. Smooth baby's bottom watch. As declared, arms extend from his buttocks. Numerous red and white speckled arms. I pulled back just in time to dodge to the side, and then I cut them off with a swing of my Hypha arms. I closed the distance and threw my great shield at the same time. The boss shakes his head and flicks it as it spins around like a frisbee. In that gap, I sneaked beneath the boss. If the back is not good, if the head is also blocked. I'm so hungry, I'll try your belly. Sliding under, I cut him open from his chest to belly to his pelvis, then out between his legs. Blood spills profusely and his guts fall. But the boss still turns around and stomps his feet, unperturbed. No, fucking monster. It is way beyond a zombie and those things. This time, black arms appear from his sliced up gaping stomach, extending toward me as if it is trying to trap me from the left and right. With too many things moving, it is impossible to intercept. Just before I was about to be crushed, I stepped backward to escape. Hands from both directions collide with each other and become entangled, forming a squirming ball, like one of those earthworm balls I heard about. It looks quite disgusting. Abe-san. Abe Shuu, Noah and Tamiko are on the other side of the boss. They're going to attack and pincer him. Don't do it. Hide. Once again, arms appear arises from the boss back, heading for Noah and Tamiko. Noah dodges it just in time, but the arms kept pursuing her until they hit her, blowing her away. Noah. I released 2 thunderballs from my fingertips. The moment the red and white arms squeeze caught them, a flash of light explodes and an electric current runs through the arms. There was a brief pause. In the meantime, Tamiko and Noah got up, and are now keeping their distance. However, there seems to be little damage from the electric shock. The boss turns toward Noah and Tamiko with his red eyes, as if he were inspecting them. Ababibi. Abe dazzling light. Seriously, you're immortal. Seriously, there's no choice but to crush his head. In a roundabout way, he is most vigilant at that part. That is likely his weakness. I need to find a chance, if possible, about a few seconds to evade its defense and land a real blow. Abe-san, Abe-san, I can hear a voice from a distance. There is a shadow running. Noah, not bigger and thicker. His footsteps are echoing. It's Obachi. Damn you. Several bottles are thrown from Obachi's hand. They draw a steep arc, colliding in midair with the red and white arms as they swarm and intercept it. Then it breaks. A clear liquid splashes down on the boss body. Uesama, it is I. There was something that took off from Obachi's shoulder, runs on the ground and jumped quite high, using the boss head as a springboard. That little shadow dances in the air. Whoa. It's a cat. The cat spits out a red ball from its mouth. A mycelium ball the same color as my burning ball. It lands on the boss head. The tiny ball explodes and then bursts into the roaring flame. Vodka, that's 95% alcohol. That's going to burn. The boss began to shake his head. It's working and it is struggling to put out the fire. Hot, hot. More Sugi cooked. The arms surround his body, writhing, trying to put out the fire. So, I bent down my knees, then leapt in a straight line. I thrust forward through the forest of arms, writhing all over his body. My light blade pushed through his brow. His huge body shakes violently. This won't feel good. A swing of my mycelium arm decapitates the boss. The severed head whirls around in the air. It meets my eyes. It looks like it is laughing. Abe Shuu, see you later. Is it my imagination that I heard it say that? Shut up and eat my balls. I released a burning ball in a straight trajectory, jumping into the open hole of his meaty neck. Boom. The head explodes, and pieces of meat rain down. The huge body, which had fallen flat on its side, slowly melts and turns into a black liquid, which spreads on the ground. Steam filled the air, smelling like rotting flesh. Not a single bone remains, and the black stain on the ground disappears. I stumbled on my feet and falls flat on my ass. For a moment, all sound ceased. Silence falls over the clearing. Ha, that was hard. It was a really strong enemy. Based on the boss slime, it might have exceeded the 60s. I'm not confident that I can win if I try doing it again. My physical strength is at the limits. If I don't eat anything right now, I won't be able to walk anymore. Sleepy. I want to lie down and sleep. Abe Shuu, Abe-san, Tamiko and Noah run up to me. I'm glad they're both okay, but then Noah holds me by the neck and Tamiko presses her head against my nipple, drilling her head. I'm glad. I'm so glad you're safe. Pidgeot. I'm squeaking scared. I don't know if I can call this having two flowers in both hands, but for this moment, I was in the troubling situation of having voluptuous bosoms smother me while my own nipples were being drilled. Abe-san. Obachi appeared when I turn around. His battered pig face looks like he's about to cry. Obachi-san? Yes. My name is Obachi Router. As you can see, I am a pidgefolk. Orc. Yes, I'm a pig demi-human. I see, a demi-human. There are supernatural powers, monsters, magic beasts, zombies, and even demi-humans. I'm impressed by the breadth of New Tokyo. Phew. I haven't caught up with absorbing my current situation yet. Obachi kneels down in front of me and presses his forehead against the ground like he's about to crack it open. The dojeza, the traditional Japanese art of kneeling on the ground, was still alive in the world 100 years later. I'm sorry. Even though they had taken a hostage, I've repeatedly struck you with my fist many times. No, well, to tell you the truth, it hurt. As you can see, I'm fine now. Yep, it's the usual baby's bottom smooth face. Squeak. Shut it. Well, I have also hit you once, so we're even. Is that the fungal skill, self-regeneration? How amazing. Yeah? That's right. Well, how are the hostages? A cat looks into my face from behind Obachi. It could be described as an elegant cat, with white fur and dark spots framing the face, ears, and limbs. The tip of its tail is spread out like a mushroom's head, which is impressive. The cat sits down next to Ibki and bows deeply side by side. My name is Yu. Forgive us for the inconvenience caused by myself and Pig. Please, I apologize and thank you. The hostage. Is this cat? Yes. I was a hostage, or a cat hostage. Cats can also talk? Yes. I'm from the Kate Scythe tribe. Oh, a magic beast. I see, of course, sure. I nodded knowingly, but a part of me, Abe, was shocked to have found a cat for the first time in 100 years. There is also a part of me who is shedding blood and tears while praising the heavens. When I got separated from this pig in the forest, we were both caught by that Udiochi. It was a gargantuan mistake. Thanks to you, this pig was not forced to join the bandits for my sake. I really can't thank you enough, Abe-san. No, that's fine. While you were fighting against the Udiochi, I somehow managed to rescue her. Please forgive me for leaving you alone and not helping. It was nothing. I managed to do it alone. I wanna rub those toe beans. Abe Shuu, you're staring way too hard. Squeak. Tamiko, who had read my mind, gave me a sharp rebuke. As expected of my partner, Tamiko seemed to have detected that I was a secret cat person. In deference to her keen eye, I rubbed the base of her tail, and she said, "Oh, not there, Squeak." "That's wrong." More squeak. Even so, when we came out of that cave, Abe-san is fighting that thing. They look at the black spots on the ground. If you look closely, a metal rod that seems to be the last part of his claws stands in the center. Like a grave marker. I thought I had defeated the Udiochi. It suddenly transformed into that monster. What was that? There was no such creature in the metro. For the first time, since I woke up, I saw a monster that was neither human nor metro beast, but something much more foreign and unidentifiable. That's the first time we've seen one. It was the first time I couldn't see someone's level. Squeak. It was scary. Squeak. Maybe, Noah said, maybe that's the demonic disease. Demonic disease? Oh, I've heard of it too. Obuchi said. I've heard that veteran hunters who spend a lot of time in the depths of the metro can, on rare occasions, turn into monsters like that. Neither man nor beast, after their death. I thought it was just an urban legend. Deep in the metro? For a long time? Wait a minute. I've been on the 50th floor for 5 years. Will I become a monster like that if I die too? I'm terrified, considering the inconvenience I could cause around me. I can't live my life that way. 50th floor, 5 years. Obuchi said anxiously. I heard it's a very rare case. Well, I thought it was just an urban legend actually. According to what I read, Noah, probably talking about her great-grandfather's notes, said, I believe the sufferer was suffering from auditory hallucinations before the onset of the disease or something like that. If you don't show any signs of that, I think you're fine. Hallucinations. I remember the monster's last words. Abe Shuu, see you later. Were those his words, or just hallucinations? At any rate, I hear nothing now. The area is quiet as if nothing has happened before. The wind is rustling the leaves, and I can faintly hear the sound of insects. It is a very comfortable night if one forgets the devastation in the area. Tamiko climbs on my shoulders and gently touches my cheeks. Abe Shuu, are you okay, Squeak? She looks more concerned than ever, and I smile at her expression. I shook my head and said nothing. Let's go. It's finally my long-awaited town of humans. Chapter 31. Shugamo. Why is greeting the morning while in a futon for the first time in 5 years so refreshing? I woke up to the sound of birds, lifting my head from the pillow and stretched toward the ceiling. Next to me is Tamiko, who is lying near my knees over the futon, and beyond her, a girl who has kicked off her futon and her back is fully exposed while sleeping. It's Noah. With a thump, she turns over on her side of the bed. The breast of her yukatu is exposed, and Tamiko wonders if she should look away or stare for a while longer. Good morning, Squeak. I haven't seen anything. I didn't see it. Good morning, Tamiko. The three of us are at an inn near the south gate of Shugamo City. It is said to be a long-established inn for hunters from what Obuchi said. We arrived at Shugamo City last night, exhausted and chewing dried meat. I found it to be a fortress city surrounded by a water-filled moat and high walls. The Harajuku for grannies fortified when it was not supposed to be. The drawbridge was up, and when Obuchi called out to the watchtower, he was able to get us inside. There were several military police armed with leather armor and spears, and behind them was Kono-san. When I talked about how to get rid of the band of bandits, the military police's faces suddenly turned quite the color. It seems that Kono-san talked to them as promised, but he couldn't get them to take action and get into the forest at night to subdue the bandits without knowing the specific location, and they only went and set up defensive measures. They were a bit skeptical about my strange attire, but Noah and Obuchi, who are hunters, gave them a good explanation, which somehow convinced them. After a detailed explanation, we were all too tired and wanted to sleep, so they decided to continue the story tomorrow. After receiving the luggage from Kono-san, which was still in his carriage, Obuchi made a suggestion and got us a room at this inn, and without even taking a bath, I just wiped myself with a wet hand towel and got under the covers. And here we are. I know it's too late to say this, but couldn't I have done something about sharing a room with a teenage girl? I didn't want to disturb her because she said she didn't mind, but I couldn't help but notice how she was sleeping. Oh, good morning. Noah, who finally woke up, stretches wide and fixes her yukata haphazardly. Good. Breakfast is brought to the room. A waitress dressed in simple kimono brings 3 trays. There is white rice, omelette, miso soup, and pickles. There was a small bowl of simmered what looked like chicken and tsukadani, food simmered in soy sauce. Abe Shuu, what's the matter, squeak? Well, it's just, everything looks so amazing. The rice is already an impressive improvement after a 5-year absence from my diet. The miso soup and side dishes are all delicious. It is beyond the limit of my vocabulary. Does it suit your taste? I can eat 3 bowls of rice and with just a teardrop for taste. Rice is so squeaking deli delicious. This squeak sauce thing is yummy. My cheeks are squeaky and fluffy. This tsukadani is also very good. Is this locusts? Those are metro cockroaches. I see. Noah next to me is chomping down on them without a care in the world. After finishing our meal, I thought I heard a god saying that the morning bath is ready. At long last, the moment has arrived. The men's and women's baths are lined up close together at the back of the first floor. I parted with Noah and Tamiko before entering the men's bath. The changing rooms and bathrooms are just like those of a good old-fashioned wooden bathhouse. According to the innkeeper, the hot spring water is drawn from the metro. Apparently, the city's water and sewage systems are also run by the metro system. The metro is a place where anything is possible. I rubbed soap on a hand towel lent to me and washed my body. I scrubbed carefully and then used a stone scrub to rub off the grime. The more I scrubbed, the more dirt came off. I've bathed in the water a few times, but I still have 5 years worth of metro grime that has accumulated. After that, I soak in the bathtub. I feel so comfortable that I let out a cry of pleasure. I shouted out, "Ah!" I was soaking in the bathtub. The water is slightly yellowish and the smell of the wood in the bathtub is soothing. I slept on a soft, clean futon, ate a breakfast of fried eggs, and now I am in a hot spring bath. It is as if I am dreaming. I'm so happy that my 5 years of toiling have paid off. Warm water, squeaky good. The walls are thin, but I can hear Tamiko's voice. I let go of my criticism that there is a problem with the structure of the room and let the hot water do the work. Noah's thing is soft and squeakable, more pliable than a slime. Squeak. Too much information. Whisper. Your nipples are also beautiful and pink. Squeak. Too much information. Whisper. Squeaking different from Abe Shuu's ugly-ass black mold nipples. He has nipple mold. Squeak. Leave me out of this. Whisper. All human girls are like this. I'm a little big, and I have problems. But it's squeaky and comfy. It squeaks good when I'm between them. Are you fucking serious? Whisper. Fufu. Thank you, Tamiko-san. Thanks for letting me know. I met the 3 of them up back in the room. With all the envy I built up, I rubbed Tamiko's face. Noah said she and Obuchi are going to the office of the Hunters Guild. It's about yesterday's bandit attack. Don't worry about it. Abe-san, I'll go and talk to you about it later. In the meantime, you two can go look around the city. Thank you. Oh, by the way, I want to buy some clothes. Then, please buy something using this. Noah pulls out a few folded banknotes. 3 of them, to be exact, from something that looks similar to a wallet, and hands them to me. Written on it is Tokyo government banknote 1,000 yen. It has a similar pattern to a paper bill. There's the portrait of a young man, and a crude watermark in the middle. Is this money? Yes, each one is 10,000 yen. This is 30,000 yen. Who is this, by the way? The first chief of the Shibuya tribe. Huh. The paper is surprisingly firm. The watermark in the center of the paper is neat, but the printing or ink seems a little crude. I don't have much on hand right now. You may not be able to buy something of high quality, but there is a second-hand clothing store for hunters around here. So I think you'll find some shirts, pants, and even underwear there. Thank you. I will pay you back later. Come to think of it. Oh, but she also paid for our lodging. Fufu. It's okay. I owe you so much more than that. I'm really glad that Noah was the first person I met. I think of this when I see her playful smiling face. I know the second-hand clothing store immediately because I asked the proprietress where it is located. Judging from the pictures of clothes and shoes on the wooden hanging sign, it is certainly a clothing store. Behind the door appears to be a treasure trove of things. Folded clothing is displayed on shelves. Fantastic items such as cloaks and leather armor are also placed in the back. I think this may be the first time in my life that I have been so impressed by a clothing store. Welcome. A middle-aged man who looked like the owner of the store came in and was surprised to see me in my wolf outfit. What's the outfit? Brother? You look like one of the wild men of Nakano. Is modern-day Nakano a town of wild people? I believe the forest where Tamiko's tribe lives is near there. Clothes, underwear, and socks. Can I get a complete set for less than 30,000 yen? 30,000 yen. Got it. I'll give you some ideas. So if you find something you like, just let me know. But you're on a budget, so you can't be picky. Oh, yes. That's fine. The shopkeeper picked up a jersey similar to the one Noah was wearing. The truth is that this is the mainstream outfit for hunters. The color is all subdued and dark, and the patterns and stitching are simple, but at least there are no holes or frayed edges to show. The smell of insect repellent lingered in the air, but there was nothing I could do about it. The fabric is surprisingly thick and firm to the touch, and it feels quite dense. It is not a simple garment but seems to have some kind of strong fibrous material woven into it. When I tried it on, I found that it fit me surprisingly well, and the soft material at the joints made it easy to move around. Abe Shuu. It fits. Squeak. Right. You look cooler than an ogre. Squeak. So, I'm less than an ogre without the clothes? I'd like to try something too. Squeak. My bad, but this store is for humans. Squeak. That's so. Tamiko was disappointed, but there is a store that sells clothes for magic beasts, so you can try there. Squeak. Yeah. Long-sleeved, long-leg jersey tops and bottoms, dull black, a rope as a belt. Socks, boxer shorts, and a light shirt. The shoes are made of leather with a metal plate underneath. I didn't realize how secure I could feel just by being wrapped in a plain cloth like this. I feel like I have finally returned to civilization from the primitive man. What is this feeling of invincibility? After I put on my set of clothes, the shopkeeper sets down a mirror. It's me. The man in the mirror is unmistakably Abe. I had seen that figure in the changing room at the inn, but for the first time in 5 years, I could recognize myself through the mirror more clearly than on the surface of the water in a metro's oasis. I would like to say that I look more fearless than I used to, but I don't see much change. Even if I'm 5 years older than I used to be, as for my physical appearance, I am clearly tougher than I used to be. I have longed to be lean and muscled, but I am not particularly happy about it, as it is a body shape that I am forced to achieve for practical purposes. What is the matter? Do you not like it? Oh no, not at all. This is just right. Don't worry about it. That kind of youthful face is less alarming to women. Please don't read my mind. Do you know the agony of always ending up with "you seem nice"? Well, how much is it? And the shopkeeper flicked through the abacus. That's 27,850 yen in total. When I asked him about the breakdown, he told me that a used jersey top and bottom cost 20,000 yen, which is a very reasonable price even 100 years ago. It might have been a reasonable price for something worn by professionals who risked their lives. Would you like to buy something else? Oil or soap for cleaning? No, I'm okay for the time being. I received the change. There were 5 gray jagged coins and 1 smaller copper-colored coin. That's 150 yen. There were also 2 1,000 yen bills with a different face with a tatagami, a long hairstyle popular during the late 1600. Looking at them again, they are very different from the coins of my time. It is a little different from metal. It is hard but light, but not like plastic or stone. It feels strange to the touch. Both types of coins have the words Tokyo Tocho, Tokyo Government Office, on the front, and numbers are engraved on the front side of both types, and the back side is pure white similar to bone. According to Noah, in New Tokyo, 1 yen, 10 yen, and 100 yen are coins, and 500 yen, 1,000 yen, and 10,000 yen are banknotes. Naturally, the value of 1,000 yen in the old days would be different from that of 1,000 yen today. I guess I will have to acquire a better sense of money through practical experience. With the owner's greeting, "Thank you, come again." I leave the store. Now that I have caught up with modern civilization in terms of fashion, I decide to look around town without worrying. A child catches me outside doing a JoJo stand. Chapter 32 Jizo-sama. Shugamo originated in the Shugamo village of the Edo period, 1603 to 1867, and prospered as a resting place close to the Atabashi station on the Nakasendo Highway. Elderly people flocked to the temple praying for safety and longevity, visiting the Edo 6 Jizo at Masiji Temple and the Toganuki Jizo at Kogenji Temple, which was relocated in the Meiji period, 1868 to 1912. This was introduced by the media and eventually led to the establishment of its name as Harajuku for grannies. The above is from the book History of Tokyo. Even students who don't attend lectures can understand, written by Professor Takenaka of the Faculty of Economics, Uji University. Incidentally, it is not available in bookstores and only seminar students buy it. It is sure to be out of print in today's world. After leaving the clothing store and proceeding for a while, the street merges with what seems to be the main street, and from there, the number of people increases at once. Men and women of all ages, who seem to be citizens of the city, are bustling around the area. Stalls selling goods, snacks, and other items. The cheerful voices of the shopkeepers can be heard. There are a lot of humans. Squeak. This is Shugamo after all. Rather, it's a human town. It reminds me of the fair I went to when I was a student in Shugamo. It was quite lively even on a weekday, and the atmosphere was very friendly. I didn't buy anything from the stalls except for pickles and dried potatoes, though. On the other hand, one cannot find any trace of the Harajuku for grannies in Shugamo a century later. There are many young people and families. There are children, too. Some of them even look like hunters wearing cloaks like Noah. A lot of people moving from here to there. The townspeople's clothes are more modern than I had imagined. Fashion is generally simple, with few patterns or designs, but skirts, dresses, t-shirts, shirts, and cardigans can be seen. As I had expected, suits and ties can't be seen. The town is a prosperous trading post between the south and the north, and it is also a fortress surrounded by a dense metro area. Many young people from surrounding small villages gather here in search of work, and the town is fashionable, lively, and safe, thanks to the skill of the mayor, who is trusted by the residents. It is also a town where hunters and merchants gather. Yesterday, Obuchi told me this story on the road. Abe Shuu, something smells good. Squeak. It's food from that street vendor. I'll buy you something, with the money I borrowed. I had left my wolf pelt bag at the inn. I've collected a lot of things on my way out of the metro, so I need to exchange them for money as soon as possible in order to live here. Yakisoba noodles, venison steaks, carriage skewers or Japanese fried chicken, and potato butter. They all look good. There are also obenyaki, a bean paste pancake, muffin and more cotton candy. The cotton candy was 50 yen. By the way, all the signs were written in Japanese. Yeah, sweet. Yummy. Yummy. Squeaking yummy. My cheeks are melting. Squeak. People on the street are giving quizzical glances at the weird man and squirrel who are excitedly eating cotton candy. Then, My eyes are glued to something standing alone between the two stalls. It is a reunion with something unexpected. Whoa. You're safe, Jizo-sama. My whole body shudders with emotion. Standing on a street corner, it is precisely a block of stone whose face and outline have worn away and become just a silhouette of its old self. Something like a bowling pin, but it is definitely a Jizo. Though its small size makes me wonder if it is one of a group of stone Buddhas in a temple. It's a hunter's stone charm, said the owner of the cotton candy stall. Stone charm? When the Shugamo market was established, the stone was dug up from deep in the ground. When they decorated the streets with them, the number of animals that harmed them decreased, and people were very grateful for the stone charm. Stroking the stone charms that dot the city is a popular habit, as they are said to bring good luck for safe and successful hunts. Thanks to this, my business is prosperous, and I'm very grateful. Tamiko, let's stroke it. Let's do it until it's nice and smooth. It is indeed a Buddha that has survived the collapse of civilization and is still alive and well after 100 years. As I wandered around the city in search of other Jizo statues, I came to understand many things. The streets are not only made of stone and wood, but also of brick, plaster, and concrete. Many buildings have glass windows. The architectural style is relatively modern. Stores sell pottery and glassware. There are also many fashionable handicrafts. The clothes on display in the stores and the clothes worn by the people seem to indicate that weaving technology is also advanced. Agriculture, including livestock farming, seems to be thriving in the area. Vegetables, bread, rice, and dairy products, meat that appears to be from metro beasts is also available. As for water, you can use plenty of clean water from the water areas. It seems that it was filtered by pulling it from the water stream running within the metro under the city. It is said that sewage is also discarded down another stream. However, it is a mystery where the stream comes from and where it goes. The idea of coexistence with the metro comes to my mind. A public laundromat like a coin laundromat has simple washing machines and dryers made of wooden baskets. I've seen something similar in Amazon. An all-manual washing machine. It's the kind that uses a hand-cranked lever or foot pedal to turn the tank and do the laundry. Some large houses have a water tank with a black acrylic panel, like a solar heater. This is probably a kind of hot water system that uses solar energy. All of them are eco-friendly, utilizing nature and the environment. The process from collapse to revival of a civilization does not always follow the same path as in the past. Right? I remember reading that in some book. Now it has been proven. Even though the streets may be medieval or early modern, the modern concepts of dynamics, such as the use of human power and the extraction of energy from the environment, have been reused. But something's not right. With such advanced technology, it would not be surprising to see the use of electricity, or at least some small-scale wind or hydroelectric power generation facilities. Gas and oil are only available if there's a fuel source, but electricity should be rather easy to generate. There is no sign that this is being utilized. A tsukushi for light, an oil lamp, etc. In the process of restructuring our civilization, has such knowledge been left out? Is it somewhere else? I'll ask Noah later. Shugamo is a large city with a population of over 50,000, so the fortified city area is quite large. The site, which is a little long from north to south, is likely to be 3 or 4 kilometers on a side. In the center of the city are the mayor's mansion and the city government's office. It is a fine wooden building. There are some scary military police walking around. They kept glancing at me. I wonder if I am being seen as some suspicious person, so I'll leave before it bothers me. Abe-san. I hear someone call out from behind me. It's Noah. Obuchi and you are behind her. You look very good in the hunter's jersey. Yes? Really? If a young lady praises me like that, I can't help but feel elated inside. What happened everyone? Didn't you go to the Hunters Guild? Yes, their headquarters is near here. I've reported already to the military, police and next the guild. Oh. Thank you. In explaining the situation to the military police, I'm sorry Abe-san, we reported that I took down the bandits. And Ikari-san and Abe-san assisted us in doing so. I'm sorry that I'm taking credit for your work. But it was Ikari-san's suggestion saying that it would save Abe-san from trouble. No, it's just perfect. That was definitely going to be a hassle. The government is not going to ask me a lot of questions about myself. I don't think they would easily believe that I had been asleep for 100 years. There doesn't seem to have been an official request, so there won't be any rewards, but maybe the city will give me money instead. If that happens, I'll give it to Abe-san. Ah, that would really help. I'm currently penniless. There is a good restaurant nearby. Let us have lunch there. Of course, I'll pay for it. Let's go, you squeaking slowpokes. Go, go, go. Thank you very much for your hospitality. My superior from before said that, 2-3 minutes walk down the street, I came across a small restaurant with a curtain Shugamo cafeteria on the front. I thought it was a Japanese restaurant, but to my surprise, I was served Chinese food. Fried rice, gyoza, Chinese dumplings, and chili shrimp. There was egg soup, Chinese pickles, and stir-fried kikerage mushrooms, commonly known as wood deer mushroom. Fried rice. The rice is so soft. Super yummy gyoza. The light skin is super crispy. Hafu, hafu. This hot thing is squeaking good. Hi. My eyes are going to squeaking pop. That's fried mountain caterpillar in chili sauce, you know? I'm glad it suits your taste. My chopsticks stopped midair as I was about to eat the mountain caterpillar in chili sauce. The people around me were chomping down on them without a single inkling of concern. I've often seen articles on the internet saying that insects are the food of the future. They are healthy, high in protein, and rather easy to cultivate, which are all good things, except for their appearance and impression. I guess they have been supporting the food situation of the people living in this country. Pathetic. I was too hungry. I nibbled on crickets inside the metro, and I already ate a metro cockroach this morning. I was not about to be crushed by a caterpillar after all this time, so I decided to go ahead and put it in my mouth. Sure enough, it was good, thick, juicy, but with a mellow taste. Incidentally, this Chinese culture has survived the super fungal contamination and is now called Chiuka cuisine, which is also popular in New Tokyo. I am grateful to the old man at the Chinese restaurant, I imagine, for passing it on to future generations, but as expected, century eggs are impossible for me. I have eaten rats, crickets, and centipedes, but this devilishly colored egg is the only thing I can't bring myself to eat. Even Tamiko, who sniffed them, said, "Stinky." Pu. Tamiko's face contorted when she sniffed it. It's not bad once you get used to it. Obuchi took one in his mouth, and Noah boldly challenged him. He chewed it and nodded his head. Noah, are you okay? I'm fine. I like things that taste bad. Well, don't say it out loud. The three of us and the two beasts were taken to a private room in the back of the restaurant. Obuchi is also a good friend of the restaurant. This pig-faced man is not just someone full of hot air. Incidentally, the wounds from being beaten up by the bandits are healing nicely with the healing ball. Obuchi is a pidgefolk, orc, a demi-human. According to Noah, a demi-human is not an intelligent creature different from humans, such as magic beast, but a human who has mutated into a form combined with another species. Demi-humans have the same social status as normal humans, but there are still customs of prejudice and persecution in some parts of the New World. Obuchi-san, how are you today? An uncle in a cook's outfit arrives. He speaks in a stiff manner. Master, we're having delicious food today, too. Oink. Thank you, Aru. Today is you have a rare hunter's companion. Aru. As usual, chop suey. More like Mr. Popular. Aru. Ha. Just a Chiuka joke. Wait a minute. What is it, Aru? Excuse me, my name is Abe. Are you a foreigner? What a funny question, Aru. I was born and raised in New Tokyo, Aru. Well, what is with the Aru? You're from the country, Aru? You don't know the Chiuka language. This is the traditional way for those who enjoy Chiuka cuisine. All the top Chiuka restaurants in all the cities are like me. Oh, I understand. I'll back off honestly. I am sure that I will encounter these unpredictable traditions and customs many times in the future. If I touch them carelessly, I will only be called a hick. That human has a strange way of talking. Squeak. Yeah? Yes. At any rate, the food was good. The food is as good as any Chinese restaurant in my era. That's good enough for now, Tamiko-chan. Dessert is coming, so make sure there's still space. Dessert, squeak. It's almond tofu. The one here is slightly sweet and melts in your mouth. Seriously. You are a squeaking good person, squeak. It was the same at the inn, but in this world, it seems that it is quite normal for animals or specifically magic beasts to sit at the same table at a restaurant. There is no particular problem or discrimination. I repeatedly glanced at Yui licking her egg drop soup. I was constantly looking for opportunities to get past the eyes of her guardian and build up our bond. Obachi-san has a lot of contacts in Shugamo City, don't you? Noah said. Well, it's part of my business, Obachi said. You have a business? To tell the truth, being a hunter is like a side job. I'm a peddler by profession. I go from town to town, collecting good things and selling them. That is my actual work. Wow, awesome. A hunter and a merchant. Amazing. I became a hunter because it was convenient for me to go to the metro to stock my goods on my own. I found I was good at it, especially with my fungal class, and in these times, you have to be able to protect yourself. You're not capable of protecting yourself. You were beaten to a pulp by that Udiochi bandit. You opened her mouth. She was cleaning her face in a oh my kind of way. It's not good for a hunter to let someone become a hostage then do the bidding of such lowlifes. The two of you should have left us and run away by yourselves rather than fall into their hands. But, Yui-sama. Obachi's eyes began to water. Don't say that. I can't live without Yui-sama. Silence. You huge cowardly pig. Yui paws at Obachi's cheek. Obachi's snorting becomes more and more intense, although it doesn't seem to be with much force. Oh, at long last, after 3 months and 8 days, I got a paw slap from Yui-sama. The elasticity of her paws. It's like a drug. It's so amazing. Oink. Hey, don't you dare touch me. You limp noodle white pig. Don't you even dare breathe on me. You're my slave. Oh. Yeah, more. Curse me. Punish me with your toe beans. Enough to fill me up for tomorrow. Oink. The passion inside me cools rapidly. I understand the desire to be a cat's guardian, servant, but whether it feels good as I objectively look at someone who has become a literal cat's servant in real life, it is a different story. Chapter 33 Test Paper Level Check. As I have felt since yesterday, Yui seems to be a very high-class type of cat. If I try to touch her easily, I might be treated coldly. On the other hand, it would be harassment to force me to do so in a coercive and obnoxious manner. Unfortunately, I promised myself that I would only watch from afar. It's such a big town, there must be a stray cat or two somewhere that would let me play with them. We finish eating until dessert. As Yua had said, almond tofu was superb, and we were so moved that we lost our spirits for a while. After the meal, they drink a bitter tea that looks like oolong tea. Tamiko takes a small lick of the tea and makes a bitter expression, saying, "It's bitter, squeak." Everyone. Noah asks, "Do you have any free time after this?" "I have nothing to do in my spare time." "Me too, squeak. We can make time too." "Of course." "Well, let us talk about it at the inn." When we returned to the inn, the futon was folded and placed in the corner of the room. The floor was a pale green tatami mat. After 5 years of living surrounded by rocks, I could lie on it forever. After receiving a pot of hot tea from the hostess, we all gathered around the tea table. The tea is hojicha, roasted green tea, which Tamiko seems to enjoy, but Yua doesn't take a sip right away, probably because she has a cat's tongue. "Obachi-san, Yui-san," Noah then continued, "can you please keep what I'm about to tell you between us?" Oink. "It depends on the content." "No. If that is what you desire, it's the same with me. Can you swear to Itakuri Kami, god of thread weavers?" "I'm sorry, but I'm not a big believer in the teachings of Metro. I don't believe in the existence of God. So, I swear to myself and to you, Asama, I will never betray you, my benefactors." "Then I also swear on myself and this pig. I also pledge the blood and fur of the proud Kate Scythe tribe." "Thank you very much. I'm not interested in the doctrines of the church. Actually, I beg your pardon." Noah then turns to me. "Abe-san." "Yes?" I'd like to know your level and your fungal class, if that's alright. What? Suddenly I feel puzzled by things suddenly being pointed at me. Level and fungal class? What my fungal class is? I feel like I haven't learned much about it yet. Don't you know your own fungal class? Even with you having those kinds of fungal skills? Obachi was surprised, but it is a pity. I could only nod. Before you go any further, Abe-san, could you talk to Obachi-san and Yue-san about the past 5 years and about yourself? No, but it is difficult. Can they even believe it? Although puzzled, I told the story of how I came to this point. Being a person of the Heisei era a century ago. When I woke up, I was on the 50th underground floor of the Ootsuka Metro. With Tamiko, I gained strength there for 5 years, defeating the boss who blocked my path, aiming for the surface. It was only yesterday that I finally saw the sun on the ground, guided by Noah. That is why I'm not familiar with the circumstances of this world and the common sense of the world. Obachi, who had been listening without interrupting me, nodded his head as I finished my story. He shakes his head slightly to the side. Oink. It's hard to believe. There's no reason for Abe-san to tell us such a ridiculous lie. When it comes to people who have been alive for 100 years, there are only 3 people in this country right now. Oh, there are others? Besides me? There are 3 other people. Obachi doesn't answer me but instead turns to Noah. I finally see what you're talking about. I also see why Ikari-san brought us into this. Yes, I found out that Obachi-san and Yue-san are trustworthy people. I am sure they will be able to help Abe-san. I don't understand. I understand, squeak. Don't tell lies that can be exposed in an instant. Noah took a sip of tea, pausing for a moment. I'm sorry. This may be a little complicated for you, but it's for Abe-san's sake. For me? Let me take you through the steps. First, let's check your level and your fungal class. On the tea table, a sheet of paper about the size of a business card is laid out. It is a milky white piece of paper that looks like an old-fashioned straw mat, with a circular mark on the edge to indicate where to stamp a seal and a scale like that of a ruler. This is a test paper. It can be used to determine the level of a hunter. Each sheet costs 30 yen at the Hunters Guild. For this one that can measure up to level 50, the one that can measure up to level 100 costs 50 yen per sheet. I'm sorry for suddenly interrupting. What is level in the first place? The eyes of Obachi and Yue show extreme shock. I'm sorry for my extreme naivety. No, well, I've heard roughly about the strength of the mycelium in the body. But to begin with, it wasn't my time that there were levels to humans and beasts. I talked about this a little yesterday, Noah said. The superfungal contamination 100 years ago killed most of the existing human population, and only the creatures that adapted to it survived. The bodies of us humans, magic beasts, and metro beasts have mycelium in them that is resistant to the superfungus. Every cell, muscle, nerve, and brain, is covered with mycelium. The level is said to be an indicator of the strength, adaptability, and development of the Sporangium. I see. It is a common theory about the mechanism of level up and the acquisition of mycelial ability that preying on the Sporangium of other species causes one's own Sporangium to react and grow, increasing the performance of the Sporangium and increasing the ability to strengthen it. Oh, so humans also have Sporangium. I did think we might have one. It's in the pit of the lower abdomen. Noah touched the area below the navel, around the pelvis. But cannibalism of the same species, human eating another human's Sporangium, doesn't cause an increase in level or acquisition of any fungal skills. It's scary to imagine what would happen if that were possible. Absolutely. I'm glad I didn't wake up to such a world. I mean, is that why I didn't see cannibalism among metro beasts? I'm talking like I know something about it, but the details of how it works are still unknown. But the fact is, every time you experience a level up phenomenon that makes your body stiffen and stiffen, your body becomes stronger and your fungal skills also become more powerful. That's right. So, it's a very important indicator in the hunter industry. It's not only about level, but it's also about the difficulty level for specific quests, and so on. So, you have a way to measure it? First we'll try it out on a piece of test paper up to level 50 over here. Noah pulls out a Hypha knife from her palm and pricks her index finger with it, pressing the bead of blood into the circle of the test paper. The red blotch crawls by itself, drawing a straight line all the way to the right. There is a kind of scale below it, and the progress of the blood stops just before the 25th mark. 24. Huh? Yesterday's Catobulpas raised it by 1. Tamiko and I had our jaws drop. The blood-sucking paper is supposed to tell us the level based on the scale. Wow. How does this thing work? I don't really understand either. I heard that some kind of mycelium is used to make paper, Obuchi said. Only the Hunters Guild and the Tokyo Metropolitan Government have the technology to make it, and they are the only ones who can do it. Oh wow, I want to try it too. Squeak. We can also check the level of magic beasts this way. To be honest, Metro beasts can do it too, and there are people who use them that way. So, Tamiko tried her hand at it. She cuts her hand a little with Noah's knife and puts her paw in the circle, like a sekitari, a high-rank sumo wrestler. The line moves slowly, stopping exactly at the 40 mark. Tamiko-san is 40. You're amazing. For someone young. Tamiko puffs her chest proudly. You have taken in the Sporana of the ogres, authoress, and other powerful enemies. But, well, you're just 41? I think you may have made a mistake. Squeak. I'm not a squeak fry. I can't believe her at times like this, because she sometimes acts like a prideful idiot. Abe Shuu. I want squeak of that. Just put some spit on it. It will heal. Even though I say that, I still give her a healing ball. Tamiko bites into it and wets the cut on her paw with the juice. Then she grabs the mycelial ball and packs it in her cheek pouch. What? Obuchi's eyes widen and he leans forward. The surprised Tamiko spits. It was dark when I received it yesterday and I couldn't see it well. No way, it wasn't just healing, but holy healing. Holy healing? I didn't know its name, so I called it a healing ball. It's just Tamiko's snack. Holy healing is just a snack. Obuchi was stunned and wiped the splash from Tamiko. So, is that the name of the fungal skill? Tamiko and I don't know about it at all, so we gave it an appropriate nickname. Is there something like its official name, or a common name? Yes, Noah said, except for unique and unidentified skills. There are names set by the Hunters Guild. We'll check on that later. I'll check on that later. Then I'll check my level, too. I'm so excited. Borrowing the knife, I pricked a small hole on my finger. It healed quickly, but I smear the blood on my finger on the sheet of paper with graduations up to 100. As Noah, Obuchi, and Yui stare intently at it, the line moves slowly, past 40, past 50, past 60, and then slows down at 65. It finally stopped after passing 65. 68. Huh? Oh, is that right? 2 more than I thought. I thought I counted correctly. Did it go up 2 or 3 at once? Usually, people go up 1 at a time, but in the case of people, they usually start at level 1 to 5, so maybe that's the error. I see. The initial value in terms of race. I probably started at level 3. I had completely had no idea about that possibility. I did not doubt that I started at level 1. My mother said that carbuncles also start at level 1 to 3, squeak. That's why I'm not on the same level, squeak. I see. I'm sorry, I suspected you were being an idiot. The fact that the initial value was off means that this squirrel was looking at their initial value higher, just as it should be. I mean, I'd never heard that there was a default setting. This squirrel should have told me. Since Abe Shuu was a squeaking weak shit, I didn't expect you to be higher than level 1. Squeak. Yeah, I can't deny that. When I was told, even a goblin-sized ogre infant was over 30 for Metro beasts. In other words, that was the initial value of their level for their race. Maybe I should have applied that setting to myself as well. Well, it's just a slight difference from the strong enemies of Ootsuka Metro. At any rate, this clearly established my current level. I am happy to see the proof of my hard work in numerical form, as if it is a recognition of my efforts. I, Abe, will call myself level 68 from now on. Obuchi and Yua have their mouths hanging open. Oink. How amazing. I saw it for the first time, a test paper with above level 60. That's something. but a level 68 among the hunters in this country? What is his position? I don't mean to be modest, but I don't know the scale of this world, so I don't really understand the value of level 60. Oh, by the way, what are Ubki-san's and Yui-san's levels? I'm 42. I'm the same as Tamiko. I'm 37. In the hunter industry, I guess we're around the intermediate level. Tamiko is also an intermediate level hunter. The squirrel chuckles to herself. It's a long story explaining it in detail, Noah continued. For now, I can say that at level 68 you can be called master in the hunting industry. It is pretty amazing. It's alright if you think so. So what does master class mean, besides sounding amazing? To be honest, I don't feel bad knowing. Now as your teacher, you must squeak your gratitude. Ha ha ha. As my teacher said, I would like to express my gratitude through lots of rubbing. No, everyone is watching. Squeak. Obuchi is looking at Yui with an envious look, but Yui pretends not to notice. Chapter 34 Test Paper, Fungal Class Check and Itagari SHI. Noah lays out another sheet of paper on the table. This time it is a square piece of paper about 10 centimeters on all sides. This is the test paper to identify the fungal class. The quality of the paper is similar to that of the previous paper for the level. The paper is similar to the paper used for the level test. There is a circular frame for the blood to be absorbed, and a hexagonal shape is surrounded by a line with a scale extending from the circular frame to the 6 vertices. At the apexes are written what appear to be letters, but they are neither in Japanese nor English, so they are illegible. In the first place, just so you know, not everyone can learn a fungal skill even if they are right-to-gary people. I thought that's what you said the other day when we were attacked by bandits in the wild. I thought anyone could learn it by eating Sporangium. Kono, whom I met yesterday, seemed to look at the hunters as if they were a different race and said, your abilities, as if you were talking about someone else. The population of New Tokyo is approximately 1 million. It is said that only around 10% of them are capable of learning fungal skills. That's a surprisingly low number. Unofficially, the majority of people who cannot learn fungal skills are classified as peasant. It is a term used within the hunting industry and should not be used on the street. Some people will say, that's a discriminatory term. Some people might be offended by the term. That sounds like a landmine. Peasants cannot acquire fungal skills even if they eat many Sporangium, and their levels can only rise to about 10. Therefore, peasants cannot be professional hunters. Activities in the harsh metro and it's not suitable for rough times. I see. Then, other than peasants, is there any other fungal class? So, it's like people who are not peasants can learn the fungal skills and raise the level of their mycelium? Yes. Before I explain about the fungal classes, let me tell you about the different types or systems of fungal skills. According to Professor Noah, fungal skills can be classified into 6 different systems according to their characteristics. 1. The ability to produce hardened mycelium in the form of an armament. It can be a powerful offensive or defensive equipment, but its size and shape are not adjustable in many cases. They are called Hypha weapons, Hypha armors, or collectively hard Hypha. 2. The ability to use mycelium to create objects that can be adjusted in size and shape. Some of them can be manipulated by your will. They are called soft Hypha, Hypha manipulation, etc. 3. The ability to manipulate mycelium in the body to strengthen and change the body. It is called physical manipulation skills. 4. Ability to make mycelial bullets. It is called a Hypha bullet or a mycelial bullet. 5. Ability to disperse spores with various effects. It is called spore dispersion or dust skills. 6. Ability to produce mycelial balls with various effects. They are called Hypha balls or ball skills. For example, Abe's katana and round shield are type 1, and my white string is type 2. I see. Skills 1 through 4 seem to be something like physical skills, and 5 and 6 seem to be magical skills. What is it? Obuchi said. It's a strange scene where someone at the master level is being taught the kind of knowledge that a child would usually learn. The fungal class, in other words, is a mix of the systems of fungal skills that can be learned that we the Itauri people are born with. The system they can learn? For example, I am a craftsman, a fungal class that learns mostly from type 2. Obachi-san is a fighter, and learns mainly type 3. In this way, a fungal class is the classification of someone's aptitude to learn a specific type of fungal skill, the direction of their innate skills, and the fighting style of each individual. Nowadays, it is sometimes commonly called a class. I was beginning to get the idea. It is similar to a job or a class in a game, as they say. The fact that you are born with it is a serious matter, though. Oh, and by the way, demi-humans like me are also classified with the same fungal class as humans. Oink. Is there any fungal classes for magic beasts? Squeak. The actual classification of the fungal classes is not always the same as that of the humans. There may be individual differences among similar people, even among human beings, but it is not clear if each race has a similar classification like fungal class. As far as we know. Did your mother not tell you anything? Mother calls herself a kunoichi. Squeak. A squirrel ninja. Really? Tamiko is feeling a little proud. The Carbuncle tribe. Yui said, I've heard that the Carbuncles are a race who are physically unfit for combat, but who have learned various mysterious fungal skills. By the way, the Kate Scythes have aptitudes at what humans call type 6 skills. We form them in our mouths like this and spit out a Hypha ball, like a hairball. Judging from the smug look on her face, it was a typical Kate Scythe joke. She said, I'm dead. Ha. Obachi flips over. Maybe we'll find out when we meet your kin in the Nakano forest. Let's go there after we get settled. Squeak. So, besides the goal of going to see Tamiko's father, I now have another purpose for going to Nakano. That's why it's the fungal class. Just like the fungal skills, they are classified into 6 systems. There, Knight is mainly trained in type 1, hard Hypha. There, Craftsman mainly learns the type 2, soft Hypha. There, Fighter, who mainly learns physical manipulation, type 3. There, Sniper, mainly learns the mycelium bullet or type 4. There, Illusionist, mainly learns skills that can attack others or cause negative effects in types 5 and 6. Also, in types 5 and 6, a healer mainly learns skills to heal oneself or others or to apply a positive effect. I see that 5 and 6 are divided by the effects rather than just types. Why is that? Well, I don't really understand it. It's just a classification set by the Hunters Guild. I see. As an individual, Sniper stood out to me. It sounds cool. But, can't you learn another fun ability like a Knight learning a Hypha ball? In this classification, I don't know the types I have an aptitude in. I think I have learned from all of them except for 4. That's not an absolute. For example, my dagger is a hard Hypha. You can check whether you can just check if such an individual has an aptitude for his current fungal skills or other types with this test paper. Oh, so that is what this is for. A square piece of paper with a hexagonal diagram on it. It is 6 corners, the same number as the number of fungal classes and systems. Is this a symbol or a letter written on the corner of this hexagon? I can't read the symbols or letters on the corners of these hexagons. As far as I could tell from my visit to Shugamo, the characters used in this country are the Heisei Japanese language, which is still in use today. Some Romaji were also used, but on the contrary, I did not see any such symbols around. These are characters for hunters only, Obachi said. When the Hunters Guild was established a long time ago, the first commander said, wouldn't it be cool if we used something like this? But it never caught on, and now it's used only for this test paper. I also don't like it. It's like he made something like that just for the atmosphere, but it wasn't practical. Clockwise from the top, Noah points to the test paper. Knight, Craftsman, Fighter, Sniper, Illusionist, Healer. Now, let's use the test paper. The method is the same as before, but I'll try it first. Noah fiddled with her injured finger, smeared blood from it, and rubbed it in the circle in the center of the hexagon. As the blood is absorbed into the paper, the same red line stretches out like a thread all the way down again along the diagonal, in 3 directions: up, down right, and down left. The length of each is different. The bottom right line is the longest, about 2/3 of the diagonal. The upper and lower left lines are shorter, about 1/5 of the diagonal. The bottom right is the aptitude for craftsman. The top is for knight, and the bottom left is for illusionist. It seems that most people have 2 lines like this. I have the longest line on the bottom right, so that makes me a craftsman. There are some aptitudes in there, knight and illusionist class, but their aptitudes are much lower in terms of length. My dagger and light ball are those, but to tell the truth, they are not rare abilities at all, and the possibility of learning stronger or rarer abilities is also low. If the longest line is the person's fungal class and it extends to the other side, then there is a possibility that they can learn that ability as well. And the length of the is the level of aptitude? Yes. So that means I'm pretty average as a craftsman. Still, there is a chance for me to learn rare skills in the main line. Noah is looking quite sad as she said it. Tamiko puts her tail on her hand to comfort her, and Noah squeezes it, making Tamiko cry. Ah. Be gentle, squeak. Anyway, blood type fortune-telling thing in this country is amazing. It can determine not only the level but also the talent. This is the basic explanation of fungal classes. On top of this, there are high-rank fungal classes. They are usually people who can acquire powerful skills not only in their main system but also in other systems. They are quite something. Most people who aren't labeled as charismatic or heroic are like them. But she said, they are either higher-ups in the military of their cities or tribes, or they are the ones who have risen through the ranks as hunters. It's like an advanced class in a video game. Improvement. Are the high-rank fungal class also innate, or is it possible to change class by leveling up from a basic fungal class? People are born with it, but on rare occasions, there are people who have acquired a high-rank fungal class. Though, I've never seen anyone actually do that. It would be fun if we could change classes at will, but it's a shame that it's almost always set at birth. What happens to the test papers for a high-rank fungal class? It looks like this. Noah traces the ruled line with a pencil. If your line reaches the top, it's usually considered a high-rank fungal class. For a knight, it's holy knight. For craftsman, it is puppeteer. Of course, if the lines for other systems are long, they can be called geniuses. Her final sentence sounded a little prickly. The squirrel that had been knocked down as her tail was grabbed hard was shaking on the table. So should they be upward compatible with the basic fungal class? Well, maybe I am that. Well, the Itagorishi I heard before, that is a high-rank fungal class, right? It seems that I have many rare fungal skills. I don't know what my basic class is, but it looks like it's definitely a high-rank one. More and more improvement. Both Noah and Abki have a weird expectant look. I now feel nervous and stiff. There are 5 types of high-rank fungal classes, Noah said. There is their Holy Knight, which is the higher level of Knight. Their Beast Warrior is the higher level of the Fighter class. Their Puppeteer is the high-rank fungal class of Craftsman. Mage is the high-rank class of the Illusionist fungal class. Sage is the high-rank fungal class of Healer. Only Sniper has a slightly special class, and it seems that there is nothing considered as a high-rank fungal class. Sometimes, Sniper itself is treated similar to high-rank fungal classes. Anyway, there are basically 5 types. Really? Then what is Itagorishi? Let's try the test paper for now. Noah presents the second sheet in front of me. I was confused but I just shrugged. Well, let's try it. Seeing is believing. It will be clearer in practice. Now it was time for my fateful aptitude check. I was 100 times more nervous than I had been for the aptitude test when I was job hunting. Borrowing the knife again and smearing the blood on the paper. The reddish-black blotches creep along the scale line and reach the corners. 6. All 6 corners. And then the line branches off into a myriad of branches. Like blood vessels running deep into the skin. They twist, intersect, and extent. The hexagon is eroded and then floods outward. The paper is covered in red and black, like a child's random doodles, and then the veins finally stopped. For about 10 seconds, it felt like time stood still and soundless. Tamiko then speaks on everyone's behalf. Is this a defective product? Squeak. No, I don't think so. Noah's face scrunched up. Obuchi is slumped with his hands on the tatami. Yui's pupils are fully dilated, and her mushroom tail is wagging vigorously. Well, Abe-san, there is no limit to the fungal skills you can learn. And you have a higher aptitude that can't be measured by a piece of paper like this. What do you mean? Of the countless tribes that were once in New Tokyo, the first chiefs of the 12 great tribes that were hailed to be the strongest warriors. However, there have only been 12 of them, and none have appeared since. There, Itagurishi, who bear the name of the nation of Itaguri Abe-san, is the 13th, after the previous 12. Chapter 35, Immortality. I hear the sound of tapping on the window pane. I look up and see that the sky has turned dull before I know it. It seemed to be raining. It had been a pleasant sunny day in the morning. I turned my attention back to the test paper, which was riddled with red lines. Well, it looks like something amazing is going on, but I'm not sure I understand it yet. The first time I was sure, said Noah. I was first convinced of it when Abe-san told me he was 100 years old and I actually saw his immortality, fungal skill. Immortality. Oh, I feel like I've heard you say it before. On the day I met Noah at the Ootsuka Metro, she mumbled something like that. When I wounded Abe-san's hand at the metro, I saw a bluish fungus covering the wound. It was the same immortality skill I saw in my great-grandfather's notebook. That convinced me that Abe-san wasn't lying, that he really was 100 years old. My first fungal skill, regenerative mycelium. Immortality, seems to be the official name for it. Immortality is a far more powerful regenerative ability than the more common natural healing enhancement, self-regeneration. Most wounds can be healed instantly. Even torn limbs can grow back, and unless you are badly injured, you will not die. I've been pretty reckless, but I was healed every time. I've done a lot of things in my life where my body was used as bait, and it was not uncommon for my limbs to be eaten off. The reason why I'm still in perfect physical condition is 100% thanks to this cheat skill. Not only does it heal wounds, but it also stops aging for the most part. Well, it's true that I'm 130 years old now, but if I exclude the 100 years of hibernation due to mysterious phenomena, I am 28 years old after spending 5 years in the Ootsuka Metro. I thought I must have become a dirty sad sack through my barren life in the cave, but when I looked in the mirror today, I was rather impressed by the fact that I looked almost the same as when I was 23. I had no idea that the mycelium had even given me an anti-aging treatment. I think that the fact that Mr. Abe was able to sleep for more than 100 years can be attributed to anything other than the effects of immortality. Though, I can't even imagine what caused him to fall asleep. I looked down at my palm. I think of the mycelium pulsing under the skin. When I woke up, my whole body was covered with blue-black mold. I had suspected it might be so, but without this power, there wouldn't even be a bone left in my body by now. Why did I wake up about 100 years later? I don't know. In the first place, immortality is an ability that ordinary hunters can't acquire, and there is only rough information about it in the guild archive. You can't ever acquire it through the basic or high-rank fungal classes, Obuchi said. On the contrary, the 12 Itagurishi had this ability without fail. The 3 Itagurishi who are still alive are said to be from the same ancient era as Abe-san. They are the ones you mentioned earlier. Oh, that's why they could live this long. Oink. All of them are the highest amongst people. The governor of New Tokyo, the founder of the Metro Church, and the chief of one of the oldest tribes, the Nerima tribe. They are living witnesses of history, living heroes who played a major role in the founding of New Tokyo. They are said to be almost ageless thanks to their immortality, fungal skill, and they look almost the same as they did 100 years ago. They are just like Abe-san. I rested my elbows on the table. The unannounced movement sent Tamiko, who was standing next to me, tumbling to the floor. A squeak of protest rose from the tatami mats. I see. They are survivors from the same era. I'd like to meet them. I can't help but think so. I want to hear about their lives, about the people of that time, about this world. I have so many things I want to hear from them. I have another goal. Let's return to the topic of Itagurishi. Obuchi said. In addition to the 6 systems of fungal skills, Itagurishi can also use unique skills that only Itagurishi can acquire, such as Immortality. Since they are named after the country, they are that special. How many fungal skills does Abe-san have? Noah said, 17 I guess. Noah laughs in amazement, and Obuchi holds his head in his hands. I have 3 at present. I'm also 3. You might think that's not a lot from your point of view, but it's a lot. The most common basic fungal classes usually learn 4 to 6 fungal skills over the course of their lifetime, and if they can learn more than that, they are more than happy. It seems that if it's a high-rank fungal class, it's around 10. I would have about 5 or 6 abilities that suit my aptitude. In addition, it is not possible to choose which skills you can learn. The most popular theory is that the kind of ability given will reflect the individual's aptitude and experience cultivated up to that point, but this is still a hypothesis. No matter how much you cry I want this ability, it is still unknown whether or not you will be able to learn it. In other words, a skill loot box. The maximum number for basic fungal class is around 6, so it's quite a tough situation. So far, I've used all my fungal skills other than my 14th. And I have 3 or 4 with cheat performance. If you are quite blessed with a loot box and brag about it on social media, it seems that your bones will be ground to dust. But 17, you are quite far from humans than I am. Oink. According to the notebook of my great-grandfather, a certain Itagurishi had 28 fungal skills and was level 98. Perhaps the 3 people who are still alive are that capable. Seriously? There is always someone better. That's stronger and far more monstrous. The upper limit of basic fungal class levels is at most level 65. No matter how hard we try, you can't break the limit. Is there a level cap for all fungal classes? If that is the case, then my level 68 is beyond the limit of the basic fungal classes, which is indeed quite amazing. I guess that's what they meant before. Of course. The reason you were able to become so strong in such a short period of time, 5 years, is due to your own efforts, but I think it also has something to do your fungal class. In the case of a typical hunter, if he can raise his level by 3 points per year, he is doing well. Of course, the higher the level, the harder it gets. The rest is thanks to me. Squeak. Yeah, I'll pay you back soon. Tamiko also moved from 12 to 40 in 5 years, so she seems to be in fairly good growth. Oink. The level of the Metro Beast that you've been dealing with before was also a factor. It's not sane for a normal hunter to fight with over 50 Metro Beasts day after day. In terms of density, it's multiple times more than normal. It's also those things. It was a hellhole, though. We almost squeaked to heaven. I give a deep sigh and sip tea from my teacup. It has become tepid. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. The sound of banging on windows and roofs fills the room as everyone falls silent. I don't mean to be immodest, but why do I feel like one? It's too sudden for such a turn of events to really absorb it. It is like on my 15th birthday, my mother suddenly said to me, "You are a hero. Go on a journey." In my previous life, there was nothing special. I was just the son of an office worker, not a hero. If we go back one more step, I am the grandson of a farmer. I was neither good nor bad in studies nor athletics, and I was just a bit above average in his university class. My sales performance was second, or rather middling, among the 3 of us of the same age. I was never particularly popular with girls. I was just an ordinary guy. Why me? It was thanks to this very rare fungal class that a mediocre person like myself was able to make it this far. It makes sense when you think about it, but is there any other explanation than calling it a trick of God to be able to work side by side with only 12 chosen beings? I'm glad to know all this, even if I don't feel it yet. Thanks, Noah. She was aware of it, and she was taking care of things. She was also right, it was a very long story. If I had heard such a convoluted story in the metro, I might not have been able to get out. I was glad that Noah was the first person I met. I owe it all to Noah and her great-grandfather. But Abe-san and Tamiko-san are my saviors. Noah scratches her cheek shyly. I want to use her expression as an alarm or on the screen of my smartphone, especially with her blushing cheeks. I'm glad you said that, but actually, there is a more important part. Huh? Squeak. Is there still more to it? To be honest, I'd like to organize it into a university manuscript. I think Abe-san needs to hide his fungal class from the public as much as possible, because if it is known, there will be chaos. Taking a short break, Noah pours tea into everyone's teacups. The teapot was already lukewarm, and no steam rose from it. I'm not going to go around telling everyone about. But what's wrong with it spreading? Tamiko and I can't fully absorb the conversation and squeeze our heads together. I was listening and thinking about it from the very beginning. But why is it that bad? Certainly, when it is quite rare, it seems that I will be looked at with various gazes from the surroundings, and I understand that I want to keep it as secret as much as possible. The foundation of New Tokyo was laid by the 12 Itagurishi. They brought together people who had survived the destruction, created tribes in various regions, and rebuilt the country. Since then, there have been conflicts and infighting among the tribes, repeated attacks from the metro beasts, and their demon war, 50 years ago. So, to speak, they have immortality, and yet they still died. I don't know who gave it that name, but it is just a name that is used by all living things. No matter how grandiose your name is, all creatures will die and return to the earth one day. The first time I fought the boss slime, I almost died because I could not heal my wounds due to lack of nutrition. So, there is a limit to the ability to regenerate, after all. In the 8 existing tribes, Noah said, except for the Nerima tribe, the chiefs are mainly high-rank fungal class bearers. Basically, the chief is hereditary, a relative succeeds him or her. The fungal class also tends to be passed on to children randomly. But Nerima tribe was not inherited even by the descendants of Nerima tribesmen. Itagurishi has not appeared in any other family except for the first 12. I thought that the higher ranks were inherited from one's parents. That is most likely the case, Obuchi said. It is said that a hunter couple is likely to have passed down their fungal class, but it is also possible for the peasantess child to have one. It also happens similar to becoming a demi-human. It is inherited, but it can also be caused by mutation. I was a normal child until I was about 5 years old, but after that, I began to change rapidly, and in no time at all, I was similar to a piglet. There is even a theory that it is some kind of viral disease. Oink. Wow. Squeak. Anyway, Noah said, in that sense, there, Itagurishi, are the symbols that laid the foundation of this country, and they are still considered sacred to the people. The prestige of the Metro government, the charisma and influence of the church, and the extraordinary leadership behind the Nerima tribe, all of these are in no small part due to the fact that their Itagurishis are at the top. I am sure that other leaders are not necessarily superior to the rest of the organization. However, if the 13th Itagurishi were to appear now, how would each tribe react? I can't even imagine it. What do you mean? I mean, Abe-san, Obuchi said, you may not be aware of it yourself, but you are not only a very rare person in New Tokyo, but you are also a possible political leader. That's an exaggeration. So, I am a person who can influence the world whether I want to or not. How is it possible that such an ordinary, baby-faced tax office worker could rise to the ranks of the super VIPs who cause such a stir? One can only speculate, Obuchi said, but I think it's possible that Abe-san's existence can cause chaos. If Abe's existence becomes public knowledge, I wonder if the chiefs and executives of the other tribes will feel at peace. They may try to force you into their tribe, or worse, they may seek to eliminate you as a disturbance to the status quo. Hey, stop. I'm really scared now. Well, it's just the worst case scenario. This is unprecedented, so I can only imagine what might happen. Whether it's the Tokyo Metropolitan Government or the church, there's no doubt that there will be a lot of noise from every direction. In anticipation of that, Ikari-san brought Abe-san to this town. Everyone's eyes are on Noah. Shugamo is a city governed autonomously by its citizens. Even if Itakuri Zero Shi were to become known to the public, the impact would be less than in a tribe's territory. Ikari-san took that into consideration when he brought us to Shugamo. Noah is looking embarrassed. The reason why she didn't choose the Ikebukuro was not because of her concern for the wild wolf fashion, but there was a reason 10,000 times deeper than that. And it was for Abe-san's sake that he had me and Yue-sama present at this meeting. Huh? For Abe-san's future, you needed a well-spoken ally who knows the situation. The reason why I was here was because I am a peddler and I have a well-known face. This is quite an interesting situation. Moreover, I am honored that you trusted me. Well, I can't do something like kicking sand on the face of the person who saved my life, right? Obuchi and Yue smile wryly. I then turned to Noah. Why do this much? After knowing my true nature in that metro, she thought about my precarious position, brought me to this point, and she even chose to draw Obuchi and Yue to my side. She has only known me for a couple of days or so. Even as a way of repaying the favor of saving her life, she was willing to get involved in such a troublesome situation. Noah laughs a little and shakes her head saying, "It's nothing. The present is finally over. Let's talk about the future." The future? Tamiko is looking anxiously at me. I could only pat her head. How do you plan to live in the future? Chapter 36. Do I act and dream alone under the night sky of Shugamo? As night falls, the rain lifts, the clouds dissipate, and the stars peek out. Tamiko and I climb to the roof of the inn and look down on the cityscape. Orange streetlights flicker and twinkle against the wet exterior walls and ground. From the second-floor roof, it is not enough to see the entire city, but the lights leaking from the windows of the rows of buildings go on forever. The amount of light is not comparable to the nightscape of the Tokyo I know, but I feel as if I can feel the breathing of the inhabitants. The town is squeak shiny. So beautiful. Tamiko, who was sitting next to me, was overcome with emotion. By the way, you said it a long time ago. You hope to see the shining city of humans. Squeak. I'm glad. Another dream of yours came true. I've eaten delicious food. Squeak. I've walked around the city. I've seen the stars and the sun. Squeak. This is the land of my dreams. Squeak. I lie on my back on the roof. The roof is made of cement shingles, not tiles, and it feels slightly damp and cool. Tamiko, what do you want to do after this? Squeak. Well, you made some of your dreams come true, so what kind of life do you plan on living in the future? What are you planning? Learn more about magic beasts. What do you want to accomplish? Tamiko with her arms crossed and her head tilted. I'd like to visit Nakano Forest. Even if it's not now. Squeak. You won't be visiting, you'll be going home. I can either stay or return home, right? Squeak. That's right. I want to return and live here. Squeak. You want to live in Shugamo? It sure is a nice town. Tamiko runs up my arms and sits on my shoulders. She plants herself there. This is my place. Squeak. Tamiko's eyes narrow and she smiles as she turns to look at me. You might get involved in something troublesome if you stay with me. Then, I'll do something about it. Squeak. Abe Shuu needs me to be better. Squeak. That's encouraging. He. It's me flattering you or anything. It's true. I'm sure you'll be with me from here on out. Once again, take care of me, master. Squeak. Care of me too, my padawan. Abe Shuu. She seemed to have remembered that word I said some time ago. May the spores be with you. The contract between the two of us has made 5 years ago. I will bring her to the surface, and for that, she will guide my growth. We renew it again, in a slightly different form. I rub my face in embarrassment. The tiny weight on my shoulders is the most reassuring and irreplaceable thing I have ever felt. I am reminded of this once again. This was just the beginning. So, again with this guy. The will that I had lost until a few moments ago is now united into a single answer. Oh, there you both are. Noah peeks out from the edge of the roof. She climbs up and sits down next to me. I wonder if it's okay for a girl in a yukata to climb up on the roof. You too, Abe-san. Just like the others. You know that's what's called gender discrimination these days. I guess there are things like that in every generation. Noah takes out 3 rice crackers from her bosom and hands them to Tamiko and me. It's a little warm, and I'm very confused about whether to bite or sniff it. Tamiko is nibbling and chewing without hesitation. Are you thinking about the future? Well, if you want to hide your identity as a Itagarishi, and live peacefully, there are 2 paths before me. The first one: live as a free folk who does not belong to any organization. A free folk is a person without a registered family. In this sense, he is a freeman at this point. A family register is tied to each tribe's territory or city, but without it, one cannot use public services or open a bank account in any city. Instead, one does not have to pay taxes. If I can find a small village somewhere, I can settle down and live there, and it is extremely unlikely that the world will find out that I am a Itagarishi. In a sense, it is the slow life of hunting and farming that I long for. Second, get a family register somewhere and live as one of the people. It is not so difficult for free folk to obtain a family register. They can settle down as a citizen of a territory and get some kind of job. I am concerned that I am not familiar with the knowledge and common sense of this period, but if I work hard, I should be able to lead a relatively stable life, I hope. The possibility of being discovered as a Itagarishi may be a little higher than in the first option, though, apart from the first 2. There is a third way, which is to live by revealing my identity as a Itagarishi. As mentioned earlier, there will be many difficulties and troublesome situations. In some cases, even one's life may be in danger. There are 3 Itagarishi in existence: the governor of the Tokyo Metropolitan Government, the Metro Church, and the chief of the Nerima tribe. Relying on a tribe is risky, but what about the governor and the founder? If they can be successfully convinced, they may be able to guarantee my safety. If I can demonstrate my abilities, I may even be offered important posts. It is truly a high-risk, high-return adventure. Well, whether it is a desirable path for me or not is another matter. Well, the most realistic one is the second one, if my main goal is to live in peace and quiet. That's right. I think that's the safest one too. Right? I would like to meet them eventually. To people who lived in the same era as me. I think I can't avoid that part, but I feel that it would be reckless to do so right now. I think it is not too late to broaden my knowledge of this world, increase my allies, and solidify my footing. Especially if they have immortality, and are literally half immortals. Noah lies down next to me. I feel wiser knowing that this girl is a girl who smells good no matter what time of year it is. Why did Noah become a hunter? What? Because you're already a hunter at the age of 18. It is so hard and dangerous that I wondered why you chose this path. In this country, a hunter is a professional who makes his living by searching the metro and hunting metro beasts. In particular, they are not some freelance agents but are generally authorized members of guilds. Although guild members are obliged to pay guild dues and contribute to the area they belong to, they can sell their products at a fair price even if they have no contacts in the market, and they can accept private requests for work, such as solving animal damage. Noah pauses for a few seconds like she is choosing her words carefully. I think my great-grandfather's influence is the biggest influence. My great-grandfather was also originally a hunter. I see. I thought he was more of a scholar or researcher. I lost my parents when I was very young and was raised by my great-grandfather, who was a hunter. When I was 8 years old, he took me to the metro for the first time and taught me about the knowledge and skills of the hunter. He taught me so that I would be able to live well on my own someday when he was gone. Her squinting profile was like someone searching for something in the myriad lights of the city. I had to live alone because my great-grandfather died 8 years ago. I became a hunter 5 years later because the age requirement is 15 and above. Wasn't it difficult? It was hard. It looks glamorous at first glance, but in the field, it's known as the 4Ks, Kitsui, Kyusai, Katanai, and Kaiken, which mean hard, smelly, dirty, and dangerous. When I made my debut, I was at level 16, and I was a newcomer in this industry. And I still am. I almost died many times, like the day before yesterday, and people looked at me like I was just a child. Whoa. That sounds harsh. This is harsher than a new graduate entering a black company, right? At least a typical company wouldn't be as life-threatening. But I like my job. I get to go to different metros, different cities, get different things, and eat different things. If I do it right, it's not bad money. I'm just an ordinary craftsman, with no special talents. But just like Abe-san, I want to get stronger and earn more and more money. Noah smiled shyly as she said this. I bite into the rice cracker and chew on it. Then, as I tried to say something with a grin on my face, I choked up. Spit and pieces of the rice cracker scatter in the night sky like snow dust. I'm thinking of becoming a hunter too, if possible. Here in Shugamo, I say it again with a serious expression, as if nothing happened. Even free folk who have no family register can obtain a family register of a city if they are registered with the city's guild branch as a hunter. As a Shugamo citizen, acting as a professional hunter is my fourth choice. Is that okay with you? It may be the hardest path for you. I don't know if you can register with the guild with your fungal class hidden in the first place. Well, that's right. Of course. It is a more dangerous occupation than others. And above all, the risk that me being a Itagurishi coming to light will be significantly higher. Still, it is a path that allows him to make the most of his abilities and experience. In today's world, that's all I can do. I've only been in the business world for a year, and I don't have much experience working in the fields or in the customer service industry. In that aspect, if I can make use of my 5 years of experience dealing with metro beasts, that would be the best thing for me. I am not confident that I can boast that doing rough work is in my nature, but my hands are already stained with blood to the point that I am not sure I can go back to a career in the real world. At the same time, it is true that there is a part of me that finds joy and pleasure in the practice of hunting metro beasts, receiving their blessings, and letting myself grow. Well, I don't have the aspirations like I'm going to be a hero and save the world or hee. I wanted to see the view from the top, but I'm sure I'll get stronger, and if look around the metro and tribes, maybe I'll find something eventually. I get a little excited, carried away by my own words. I want to mock myself for being so vague, but it is also my true feelings. I am not sure if there is any boy out there who is not fascinated by the word adventure. I also want to go to Nakano Forest. Choke. Tamiko's cheek pouches were filled with rice crackers. In the unlikely event that something goes wrong, Tamiko can do something about it, right? Yef, squeef. Tamiko smacked her own chest, but perhaps she used the wrong amount of force because pieces of rice crackers splashed into the air. The two of us are quite similar. Noah just chuckles, nodding slowly, witnessing our wants. Could I join you as a companion as well, Abe-san and Tamiko-san? She turns to the front. She leans forward. The angle is dangerous because it makes the valleys peek out. If Abe and Tamiko are in trouble, I'll do something about it. Tamiko and I look at each other. Companions? Like a team that hunts together? Yes, we are. Can the three of us form a team? Is it okay? Tamiko and I are both amateurs. You two have higher levels than I do. I'll do my best not to drag you down, please. To be honest, I appreciate it. Even though my basic specs are high, I'm a country bumpkin and we have a squirrel who doesn't know anything about this world left or right. It would be very reassuring to have an intelligent and knowledgeable senior hunter there. And if they are an honest, kind, and beautiful girl, that would be worth 120 points. I'm grateful for that. But is that okay with you, Tamiko? In other words, you're under me, squeak? I don't know what you mean by that. Yes, Sister Tamiko. Okay? Tamiko seems satisfied. Noah's eyes are sparkling. Thank you. Shasan. My heart skip a beat. I can't help it. I'm probably red in the face right now. So as not to let her notice it, I turn my eyes toward the city. When I woke up, I find myself in a world 100 years in the future, forced to spend my days fighting beasts alone with a squirrel, without knowing why. After 5 years of harsh life in the metro, I finally begin my new life on Earth's surface. From a Heisei office worker becoming a metro survivor to a hunter of New Tokyo. From one human and one beast, this time is 2 humans and 1 beast. I'm looking forward to it. It might be difficult. What I carry in my body may be heavier than I thought. I have no idea what the future holds. The thread, which has been secretly connecting for a century, where will it lead in the future? Well, I'll just act. Still, I feel like I can manage. I feel that 2 humans and 1 animal can go anywhere. I'm free to think so. Because the world is just so wide. What awaits Tamiko and Shug, who are aiming to become hunters of Shugamo? And where will the 3 of them go next? Follow on the next chapter. Chapter 37, Abe's Fungal Skills Test Sheet. There are too many things to do to make a base in Shugamo City for the time being. First of all, we have to earn living expenses. Without money, we can't even buy Tamiko's snacks. With that said, it's finally time for the various items collected at Ootsuka Metro to catch fire. I will leave the items that I can part with to Obuchi and have them assessed. The fangs and claws of the Ulthres. The petrified wing membrane of a gargoyle. The pearl peas. They are all precious items that are hard to find. The Ootsuka Metro is said to be an unpopular metro, but even so, there are still a good number of items lying in the depths of the metro. Making a rough estimate of everything, the total value of all of these items is over 700,000 yen. That's if they're not very well kept. Else, it may reach 1 million yen. Is that a lot of money? If it were my time as a salaryman, it would be equivalent to several months of bonuses. It makes my nose bleed thinking about it. You can rent an apartment in Shugamo, furnish it, and pay rent and living expenses for 6 months, I guess. Abe Shuu, nosebleed, squeak. By the way, the horns that old man UNI gave me are not going to be appraised because they are a memento of his friendship and memories with old man UNI. I think it's going to be the most valuable, but it will be used only for emergencies. Noah said that she would like to make a new cloak out of the Kotobalpa's fur. It's the fur of a mature beast, but I think it could be used to make some kind of special equipment. What do you mean by special effect? The materials from mycelial plants and metro beasts can make items with special effects similar to fungal skills. They can become cloaks that repel fire and bracelets that accelerate the healing of wounds. I see. That's hot. I want one. It is exactly the kind of equipment found in game worlds. I would be willing to spend a fortune for accessories that would increase my luck and strength. Obuchi-san, can you make cloaks for me and Sha-san with this? Me too. Me too. Oh, I'm sorry, older sister. Please give some part to Sister Tamiko. Please do your best on Sister Tamiko's. Sister? Yes, I understand. It will take some time because there are few skilled tailors I know, but I know they can make good products. Let's go meet them face to face later so you can gauge them. A custom-made cloak. I am finally starting to look like a hunter. Abe Shuu, your cloak will get torn when using Hypha arms. Squeak. Oh, not just the cloak, but also the jersey. Until now, it was okay to tear through my clothes, but it's going to be more troublesome to tear the jerseys and cloaks I just bought. At this rate, I can only wear a tank top with a Y-shaped back. My future is to only look like a gymnast or never use it. I'll have to ask them to put sleeve holes for Hypha arms on the back. It may be less warm, but I'd rather be able to use it without worrying about it in case of an emergency. Well, think about that when I have it made. Squeak. Do you know the official name of that fungal skill, Noah? Squeak. It is Azura, if I'm not mistaken. It's the super rare skill under physical manipulation that I explained to you yesterday. Physical manipulation? Even though it is an arm made of mycelium? Speaking of yesterday's discussion, I feel that the skill soft Hypha is more suitable than physical manipulation. To be precise, it seems to be a combined skill of soft Hypha and physical manipulation, and it seems that it can be learned by the fungal class within their fighter line. So I think that is the basis of the classification. It seems that the main skill is not the ability to create arms made of mycelium, but rather the ability to move the Hypha arms as if they were part of one's own body. The answer came back immediately. This is a big help. So, I decided to take this opportunity to answer the questions about the official name of my fungal skills. If I am going to be an official hunter, I can't just call them Burning Ball or a Hypha Hammer or whatever. Since there is no way to show the real thing such as a burning ball in the city, We decided to go out of the gate and enter the forest at a random place where there is no one around. Thank you, Professor Noah. You're welcome, Shakan. Secretly, I was slightly excited to be addressed by an 18-year-old girl with the nickname Kun. Noah did not have many opportunities to see other people's fungal skills, so she mostly relied on her great-grandfather's notebook and the fungal skill encyclopedia published by the Hunters Guild. I showed them my fungal skills one by one, and we compared them to the official names. My first fungal skill, regenerative mycelium, is actually Immortality. The description is as I heard yesterday. A cheat self-regeneration ability is only available to Itagurishi, semi-immortality, and almost immortal. Although it does not fit into the usual classification, it seems to fall into the category of physical manipulation. The second fungal skill, the Hypha sword, also known as the katana. This is a Hypha weapon skill that is synonymous with knight. Incidentally, it is said that there is also a larger version, Odaki, and a double-edged version, Knight's Sword. The third fungal skill, Burning Ball or Fireball. This is a spell synonymous with the offensive magic of Illusionist. It is a basic skill that is often learned at lower levels, but its power improves as one's level increases. The fourth fungal skill, Hypha Round Shield, or Round Shield. It is a hard Hypha armor skill. Some young people fashionably call it pelters. The fifth fungal skill, the Healing Ball. It is also called Holy Healing. It is a rare skill under Healer, and is a higher level version of Healing. Incidentally, it is said that Holy Healing is a red cross on a white ball, while Healing is a green cross on a white ball. The sixth fungal skill, the Hypha Hammer, also known as the Warhammer. This is a brawny weapon popular among hunters who are proud of their strength. It is also characterized by the fact that the handle can change its length. It is said to have a soft Hypha-like property there. Incidentally, it is said that the status of each fungal class tends to differ not only in the main systems of fungal skills that can be learned but also in their physical abilities. Of course, it depends on the level of their mycelium and inherent individual differences. For example, a knight has high physical toughness, a fighter has muscular strength and stamina, and a sniper has good focus and accuracy. Craftsmen have high dexterity and skill, but they are not as suited to hand-to-hand combat like knights and fighters. They are not suitable for melee combat, and it feels more like supporters. Noah seems to be unsatisfied with her fungal class, as she can chatter away. And as for Itagurishi, at the very least they're not listed in any encyclopedia, and Noah doesn't know about them either, since Noah herself has never compared it to anyone else. I will have to wait and see how I would compare. Focusing my mind, my seventh fungal skill, Electric's Ball. Again it is called Thunderball. This is the lightning attribute version of Fireball. There are also Ice Ball and Wind Ball, so in essence, it's like magic with different attributes. Illusionist and Healer have the image of magic users. Their athletic ability is not so high. Instead, they have high endurance or stamina to use fungal skills, and they seem to use fungal skills more aggressively than go into hand-to-hand combat. And it seems to fight using explosive fungal skills rather than a gunfight. The eighth fungal skill, the Hypha Great Shield, is also known as Great Shield. The name is very close, which is either coincidental or inevitable. It seems that it is a little rarer than Round Shield. The ninth fungal skill, Enhanced Leaping Ability, is also called Leaping. This is also a popular physical manipulation skill, although it is named as it is. The bandit boss also used it, and Noah says that it is an ability that I want so badly I would vomit blood. 10th fungal skills, Sensory Spores. Revised. No applicable name found. What do you mean? I'm sure it's a dust skill, but there is no mention of this ability in the Fungal Skill Encyclopedia or in my great-grandfather's notebook. I've never heard of it before either. I mean, I don't really understand what kind of ability it is. I was also having difficulty explaining it logically. To put it plainly, It is the ability to grasp the relative position and three-dimensional structure of anything with a certain number of spores attached to it. Is it visual, or is it seeing with some other eye, or is it projected directly with the brain? It is difficult for a human being to imagine the world that an insect perceives with its compound eyes. Maybe it's a unique skill only for Shasan, or something other, Itagurishi hasn't learned yet. Oh, man, I'm excited hearing you say that. The first thing to do is to find a name for it, and since it doesn't have an official name, we'll just call it sensory spores, for convenience. Well, you still have 7 more. How unfair, Shasan. Her face with puffed up cheeks as she sulked like that was powerful, but I forgive her. The 11th fungal skill, the antidote ball. I'll now call it detoxification. A green sphere with a white cross pattern. It is said to have the effect of purifying any kind of poison that enters the body. It may not be effective against bacteria or viruses, given the explanation that it does not cure illnesses. It is the signature skill of healer, as well as their healing. The 12th fungal skill is smokescreen ball. Also known as smoke's ball, it is a similar Hypha ball as detoxification, but it is said to be closer to a illusionist skill. It is useful for multiple purposes, from disturbance to escape, and has saved my life many times. The combo with sensory spore may be a cheat level. The 13th fungal skill, beast repellent spores, also known as beast repellent. It is a regular skill in the top 10 most useful abilities of the dust skill system or something. The greater the difference in level, or the more potent against a stronger beast, or the other beasts can smell it. In short, the more effective it will be. Well, this doesn't work on Tamiko at all, does it? Huh? What are you saying, Squeak? You are asleep. I don't feel anything too, and it seems to not work for humans. Maybe magic beasts are the same. Well, I've seen some that work and some that don't, so maybe that's just the way it is. Once you're done, wake me up, Squeak. Well, don't sleep in the first place. And then there is the ability that has never been used at all. The 14th fungal skill is the mysterious white acorn-like Hypha. It has a slightly shiny whitish metallic surface, similar in shape to an acorn. It is too hard to eat. It is barely hard enough to be scratched by my Hypha sword, but maybe it could be used as a weapon if released with his strength. I've been thinking about it since I heard about the fungal skill, but maybe this is a sniper Hypha bullet? Mycelial bullets? Noah is holding her head. She looks like she's in shock. The answer is clear. White bullet. It's a fungal skill of sniper. Wow. Here it is at last. Sniper. It sure looks like a bullet. But how do you use it? Do you put it in a gun? You have to flick the butt of the bullet with your thumb, putting all your strength into it. As Noah and Tamiko move back, aimed at the tree in front of us, and flicked it with my thumb as hard as I could. Bang! A strong response is felt in the fingers, and a white acorn is flicked at high speed. The white acorn, with a straight white trajectory, pierces the trunk of the tree with a solid thud. The white acorn is stuck in the trunk of the tree. Whoa! Squeak! If you heat it with enough force or heat the butt, it will explode and fly. So, this is how it was used? It certainly felt like it flew away with more force than the force I applied. I had no idea it was such a dangerous thing. Come to think of it, Tamiko had once tried to bite the white part, but if it had been the butt, she might have exploded. As I mentioned before, a sniper is a rather special fungal class. White bullet, exploding bullet, and other mycelial bullet skills are valuable skills that only a sniper can acquire. What do you mean? For example, there are usually fighters who can use katana, but there are no other fungal class who can learn the mycelial bullet system. If it includes mycelial bullets, the person is a sniper. I see. So a knight, or a fighter, cannot learn mycelial bullets. That's right, but Shasan can. Unfair, so unfair. I'm sorry. I observed the bullets that have been embedded. Is it about 3/4 of the total length of the bullet? Perhaps it was due to the frictional force, but the area around the hole is slightly charred. Looking at the power of the bullet, it may not be a decisive blow against an ogre or an orthress. Rather, fireball, and Thunderball would have a higher killing power. However, in terms of projectile speed and rapid fire, this is far superior to Fireball. I am not confident that I can hit a moving opponent, but depending on training, it may be useful for scattering enemies and controlling them at close to medium range. It is a little frustrating to think of all the uses I could have found for it if I had realized it at Metro. Now, there are only 3 skills left. Let's see if I can get Noah, who is feeling a little depressed, to stay with me just a little longer. There's Tamiko. Don't go to sleep, don't lie down and scratch your butt. You're getting a little fat these days. Your silhouette is that of a complete ball of fur. Chapter 38 Tamiko's Fungal Skill Test Sheet 15th Fungal Skill, Spore Light. Changed to Light Blade. Strictly speaking, it is a dust skill, but it is an extremely rare skill that can only be acquired by Holy Knight, a high-rank fungal class. Noah's gaze was painful. It can be used on a shield or a hammer, but it's still Light Blade. It's a combat-specific skill, but it's very quality heroic-looking. It's awesome and all hunters, not just Holy Knights, yearn for it. Well, who in Japan wouldn't be excited by a beam saber? Noah wanted to see it up close, so I made my Hypha sword, now known as katana, glow and cut down a reasonably thick tree to test it out. As an added bonus, I also split a round shield that I threw into the air into pieces. Noah is stunned with her mouth gaping open. I'm sorry, but can you apologize to all the hunters? I'm sorry, it's not my fault, but I'm really sorry. My 16th fungal skill, Hypha Arms, now called Ashura. Just like what I heard briefly earlier, this is also a super rare skill. If Light Blade is the secret of Holy Knight, this is the secret of Beast Warrior. Noah asked me to try it out, so I tried it out in a rock-paper-scissors match. Unfortunately, I kept winning. You're horrible, she says. She scolded me by slapping my Hypha arm. Yes, my bad. Let's go with the next. Don't worry, the next one is the last. The 17th fungal skill, Iron Fist, remain the same. The last one wins the prize word for word. It is a hard Hypha-like katana, but instead of white, it is a shiny silver color. According to the Fungal Skill Encyclopedia, it is related to the density of the mycelium. By the way, Tamiko's hardened front teeth have the same color. Incidentally, Tamiko's sclerotium has the same color. Although not as rare as the previous 2, it is said to be the hardest of the hard Hypha. This completes the verification of all the fungal skills. I checked the names in Noah's notebook. Immortality, Katana, Fireball, Round Shield, Holy Healing, Warhammer, Thunderball, Great Shield, Leaping, Sensory Spores, Detoxification, Smoke's Ball, Beast Repellent Spores, White Bullet, Light Blade, Ashura, Iron Fist. It's not a comic book, so I don't scream when I use them, but it's refreshing to know the names. I'll try it once. I'll definitely get embarrassed, so I'm stopping right now. There, Itagurishi is a well-known fungal class, but this parade of popular and rare skills. I feel so miserable. You're so sly, Squeak. Well, I'm sorry. Please direct your complaints to the god of the Metro. How sly to blame others, Squeak. Change, Squeak. I'll rub you until you wet yourself. It took me almost 2 hours to get to this point. It was past noon, and I was starving from all the fungal skills I used. Noah, is there time to name mine too, Squeak? I'm sorry, sister. It seems that the fungal skills of the Carbuncle tribe is not listed in this encyclopedia. Tamiko looks disappointed. A depressed squirrel. But we might be able to find out if we go to the tribe near Nakano or some other place that is closely related to the Carbuncle tribe. We have another reason to go to Nakano. Squeak. By the way, Tamiko has 6 fungal skills. Enhanced Hearing, Hypha Shell, Risk Counter, Hardened Front Teeth, Camouflage, Squirrel Avatar. The 6th is an ability she learned after eating the boss slime Sporangium. It can produce a pure white mycelial squirrel. Although the principle is unknown, it is said to be remotely controllable by Tamiko's own will, although she is still practicing how. Incidentally, Tamiko can only control one at a time. Applying human classifications. The first is their hearing, of the physical manipulation type. The second is similar to white armor, Or, thorn armor. A type of hard Hypha, I guess. The third one. I'm sorry. I don't have anything to base it on. I mean, it's a cheat like Shasan's fungal skill. Being able to measure the strength of the target is similar to a living test sheet. A rough guess. Rough, squeak. To roughly estimate the strength of the opponent with just a glance, it gives a massive advantage that greatly affects the survival rate in this world where the strength of the enemy is unknown. The benefits that I received myself are immeasurable. I doubt I can repay her with regular rubs and petting. Perhaps it is a skill unique to the Carbuncle tribe. Or it may be a rare ability among the tribe. I am really a high-class lady. Squeak. Tamiko grabbed her tail and squeezed herself. I feel like she's chubbier than before. I should pinch her fats later. I think the hardened front teeth are based on the same principle as their iron fist. They have the same colors. The camouflage is similar to hiding, but that's one that erases presence. So it may be a little different. I think the last squirrel avatar is the same as their avatar of the soft Hypha system. This is also a pretty rare skill. Not all of them, but it's good to know the names of some of them. Explain more later. Squeak. You can't remember it? Noah wrote them down in her notebook so she could review them later. We are going to review it later because we might need it for our interview with the Hunters Guild. Well, Noah has 3 fungal skills. If you can you show it to me again? Yes, but compared to Sama, my ability is at the bottom of the trash level. So are you still willing to take a look? It's okay. Let's eat Noah's favorite meal for lunch. Noah demonstrates her skills while looking depressed. The first is dagger, a knife Hypha weapon with about 20 centimeters long blade length. The second, white string. It is a strong cord made of twisted mycelium threads, a soft Hypha system. Third, light ball, a glowing Hypha ball. It can be used as a substitute for lighting, and when smashed, it can be used as a flashbang grenade that shines brightly for a moment. In the first place, craftsmen aren't really suitable for combat. So, we tend to be seen as inferior by others. I hope I can learn from other systems, but my talent is just this. No, you are more than a hunter or an adventurer. I'm pretty much a muscle brain, and I just happen to have some useful skills. After that, Noah was in a better mood and led the way home with a pep in her step. Suddenly, a question arises in my head. What are fungal skills? Noah and Tamiko, who is riding on Noah's shoulder, look at each other. Then they both tilted their heads and pondered. Well, I had just understood that there is a mysterious fungus parasitizing our bodies and we are using it. I wonder why Hypha weapons, for example, are shaped like a human weapon. The two of them tilted their heads further, unable to receive the point across. Their body is also bent. The mycelium is twisted together to form into shapes. But if that is the case, why have regular, uniform, and textbook shapes such as swords, hammers, knives, etc.? Why can't it be like shaping clay? Why can't they all be more freely shaped in irregular ways? That's true, but the principles and true nature of the fungus in our bodies and the Hypha in our bodies move are still unknown. We use them in such a way that we can ignore them, and there may not be many hunters who question them. Well, if it hasn't been solved in 100 years, I, a 5-year-old in New Tokyo, can't figure it out. Can I? Abe Shuu, I'm hungry. Squeak. Hurry up. You squeaking blockhead. Didn't your mother tell you not to use those words in public? I look down at the palm of my hand. Somehow, this ability feels made by someone. Even the fungal class. It's like parts of a game. The Metro flood, super fungal contamination, super fungus parasitizing the citizens of Tokyo. Or the events that happened 100 years ago. Natural disaster, or not. The words I mumbled to no one, in particular, did not reach anyone. Shaking my head, I started to walk after them. Chapter 39 3 Major Taboos. The next day, Obuchi returns an appraisal value. The sale price of the things I gathered was 950,000 yen at the very least. This was almost at the upper limit of yesterday's estimate. It seems that Obuchi did his best. I tried my best to hold back my nosebleed. I think I did a reasonably good job of raising the price. What do you want me to do? Thank you. I'm good with that value. I don't know what the market price is, but I decided to give Obuchi 100,000 yen out of the total. Obuchi was reluctant to accept the money, but since he had already paid for the hotel accommodations, I was willing to make sure to get him to accept the money. The cloak for the three of you will be completed next week. They are going to be gems with special effects. After all, after lunch yesterday, I went to the tailor's workshop, where they do everything from spinning to processing to taking measurements. The master of the workshop had a strong face with a beard and a body the size of an obuchi, but the way he handled the needle and slid the scissors around was reminiscent of a skilled craftsman. The price, including the other materials, was about 200,000 yen for the three of us. All we need now is a house. We can't stay at the inn forever. Since we now had enough money to live on, we would have to rent a room somewhere and fend for ourselves. My dream house, squeak Pidgeot, but we're still renting. Kono, who is as well known as Obuchi, has been searching for an affordable house for rent through his contacts. Tomorrow, I'm going to visit one of the properties. By the way, Noah is a member of the Ikebukuro tribe. Is there a house in Ikebukuro? I have a hut outside the city where I used to live with my great-grandfather. I haven't been back there for years. So, we're going to live together, the three of us. I'm going to choose a place where we can divide the place. Yes, Squeak. That's my Squeak. I'm going to live with a young lady. I'm a little nervous. I promised myself that I would try not to look at her that way since she is my business partner and more than a year younger than me. It's nothing if I promise myself. The next day, Kono and I previewed several properties. One is on the upper floor of a building, an apartment complex for families, behind a bakery near the west gate of the city. There is a house with better conditions than the others. 1 LDK with toilet, bath, and washroom. The rent is 40,000 yen per month, more than 10,000 yen cheaper than other properties with the same specifications. Originally, the owner of the bakery lived there with his wife, but after they got married and had a child, they leased the house. Actually, I used to be a hunter myself, and 20 years ago I retired and built this store and this house. The owner of the bakery is a man in his 50s. It is hard to imagine this plump, friendly uncle fighting a metro beast with a Hypha weapon in his hand. The wooden one-story house is somewhat old, both in its exterior and interior. The buildings on either side are 2 or more stories high, so it doesn't get much sun. Nevertheless, it is equipped with the minimum necessary facilities and has a garden, albeit a small one. It is perfect for the three of us. I can have one room as a girl's room and I can sleep in the living room. Yes, Abe Shuu. This is the one. Squeak. Is the smell the deciding factor? The smell coming from the store is certainly beyond good. The bread in the store also looks delicious, and we can live the life of a Shuo manga female protagonist who eats a slice of freshly baked bread for breakfast. To be honest, I don't really recommend the area near the West Gate right now. Kono secretly hits his ear. Just last month, a new metro appeared on the west side of the city. The metro beasts have started to appear frequently, and the residents near the West Gate are a little worried. Well, the gate is heavily guarded, and with a guy like you, I'm sure it won't be a problem. No worries. I'll thoroughly beat them up. Strong metro beasts in the deep metro rarely come out to the surface, and unless something really bad happens, they won't be able to break through the gate. Tamiko and Noah don't seem to be particularly concerned about it. So, a new home in this world has been decided. It is a lovely house behind a bakery. Since we were told that we could move in immediately, we left the inn the next day. Tamiko and the innkeeper cried as they said goodbye to each other, and started preparing to move in. Although we would need to register the house with the local government office, we would put it in Kono's name for the time being, and only after registering as a hunter and obtaining a family register would we be able to officially become residents. After cleaning the house and removing the musty smell from all the windows, Noah and us returned with a large amount of luggage. Obuchi, meanwhile, is carrying a couch in one hand. He is indeed a hunter. In the evening, we have a small celebration with bread from the landlord, a welcome gift for moving in. It's the first alcohol I've had in 5 years. It is not the beer I have dreamed of, but a wine Obuchi has brought. 100 years ago, I was so drunk that I fell off the balcony. but I am not the type of person to let that stop me from drinking. I have always had confidence in my ability to drink, and as long as I moderate my intake, I can enjoy it in a healthy way. As long as I can follow up. Yum, yum. The outside is squeaking crunchy. The inside is soft, squeak. I can't stop eating. Tamiko is halfway buried in the melon bread. Finally, the time comes for the release of Noah's treasured Kotobulpa's bacon. After a long period of aging, it was smoked in the garden at noon today, and now it sits on the dining table as if it has always been waiting for me. The golden and pink meat is divine. The sounds of us swallowing echoed in the room. Ah, this is super delicious. The meat is very strong, and the more you chew, the more the flavor spreads. The smoky aroma of the meat was pleasant to the nose. It is delicious even if you just bite into it as it is. It is also delicious roasted over a fire. It is also good sliced thinly and placed between bread. It is also good grilled with an egg. It's a lump of sin. Tamiko is sitting on the dining table with her stomach and cheeks flattened, saying, "I can't take it anymore." She looks more like a chinchilla than a squirrel. Even so, this is amazing. The party is over, and I followed Noah and Tamiko into the bath. The bathtub is made of a wooden box, which may or may not be made of cypress. It was just barely big enough to stretch out your legs. The state of the bathtub in New Tokyo. In the city, I saw what looked like a solar-powered hot water system, but unfortunately, this house was not equipped with one. However, I was astonished when I saw the situation of water heating in this country a while ago. The bathtub was filled with water, and when Noah threw a mushroom into the bathtub, it bubbled and melted, turning the cold water into warm, steamy water. It seems to be a processed, dried byproduct of a mushroom called Furotake mushroom. It is sold for about 100 yen a piece in every town. As usual, the scientific principle is unknown. Incidentally, they are said to react only to large amounts of water, so eating them will not kill you. Mycelial plants are awesome. The stove is not lit with gas, but with charcoal from the mycelium plant. Lit with a match, it burns well and produces almost no smoke. The night light is also provided by a mycelium called tsukushi, which burns for a long time when the tip of the plant is lit. Shugamo City has no electricity or gas. Even so, thanks to the metro system and the various mycelial plants that grow in the city, people are able to enjoy a fairly advanced civilized lifestyle. I wonder if there is electricity in more urban cities. Over a cup of tea after my bath, I asked Noah about it. Noah's eyes widen and she looks restless. It was as if she was made to tell a ghost story. Shasan, I don't think you should talk about that outside. Why? I'm told that a demon will appear. I've heard of demons, demonic diseases, and demon war, but what does that have to do with electricity? What is a demon? Noah replied after flipping through her notebook. They are intelligent life forms that resemble human beings. They have an intelligence greater than that of humans, control fungal skills better than humans, and boast levels higher than humans. They are cruel, and they take pleasure in killing people and bringing chaos to the world of mankind. It's written in my great-grandfather's notes. That's scary. It's a description apt for demons. 50 years ago, New Tokyo was more civilized than it is today. One of the oldest tribes, the Shinjuku tribe, was at the forefront of this development. According to my great-grandfather's notebook, they were reviving some of the prehistoric science and technology by creating something called a power generation facility that used the metro's water source and biofuels, cars, electric lights, telephones, etc. Wow. As expected of Shinjuku. Shinjuku, who are they? Squeak. They are Nakano's neighbor, sis. The current governor of New Tokyo is the first chief of this tribe. But only 5 demons destroyed Shinjuku tribe, which boasted the best technology and military power. The battle eventually involved the whole of New Tokyo. It has evolved into a war that is now called the Demon War. Tamiko clung to my knees in fear at the force of Noah's vivid storytelling that sucked us in. The war was a large-scale war between the demons, leading an army of vicious metro beasts, and an allied human army led by Itagurishi. As a result, The demons and their army were annihilated and the human side won the war, but 3 tribes including Shinjuku were destroyed and 50,000 people, including 6, Itagurishi, lost their lives. Seriously? Squeakiously. The living room is silent for a few seconds. Demons and metros have emerged to bring down the overdeveloped human civilizations. That was the theory advocated by the Metro Church. Since then, New Tokyo's advance in the research and development of science and technology has been capped. The 3 major taboos set by the Church and approved by New Tokyo Metropolitan Government: taboos with a wall, crossing the wall, metro interference with the wall, contact with or beyond the wall, excessive development of the metro and excessive waste of resources, and revival of prehistoric civilizations. So no electricity or gas is being used. I have my great-grandfather's notebook, so I know some of the words and meanings of electricity and oil, but I don't think today's young people know much about such energy technology. They are sealed knowledge now, so instead of not being able to do it, they chose not to do it. To curb the excessive development of science, resetting an excessively developed civilization. Does my imagination that this sounds like the fantasy of a radical 21st century environmentalist, or is it just the way science fiction anime tends to set things up? Is it my imagination? I would like to talk to the church members, but as a typical non-religious Japanese, I am afraid to get involved with a new religion. Well, as far as I'm concerned, I don't feel any particular inconvenience living in Shugamo so far, minus the 5 years of life under the metro. Of course, there is no end to wanting luxuries, and I do miss my smartphone and TV, but it's not like I would die if I didn't have them. I don't suffer from cat video depletion syndrome either, because I am in an environment where I can see the real thing, so no withdrawal symptoms. I wonder if demons look something like the bandit boss we saw the other day. You said it was the demonic disease. The image of that horrifying monster, neither man nor beast, reappears in my mind. There, demonic disease is sometimes referred to as the failure to become a demon because of its ferocity and ability to kill, similar to that of a demon, and its monstrous appearance that transforms after death. But to what extent it is related to a real demon, I do not know. It seems that my great-grandfather was discussing this, but the handwriting in that part of the book is too messy to read. I asked him to show me the page to try, but it is very difficult to read not only that page, but the whole page is written in a worm-like style. Only his great-grandchildren who have lived together with him would be able to decipher it. 50 years have passed since the Demon War, and although it has become something like a fairy tale and a story to discipline today's children, the Hunters Guild has designated the demons as a realistic threat, as a calamity that will soon appear. There is even an article in the Guild's code that states, in the event of an emergency, we will mobilize the power of all hunters in New Tokyo to defeat them. Few people seem to take it seriously, though, so this is not an irrelevant topic for hunters either, huh? The same, Itagurishi, as me, a demon killed 6 of them. I can't imagine how monstrous they are. But it's not like they are going to conveniently or inconveniently show up in front of me. I try not to think about it because it might raise a flag. Well, it's not a matter of immediate future. First, I have to be a hunter. He looks at the wall calendar, a simple one with no patterns or pictures, just the date. Today is Wednesday, May 15th, year 107 of the Tokyo calendar. 3 days later, on Saturday, the 18th. There will be the monthly Hunters Guild new member registration screening. Apparently, in order to become a member of the guild and be able to call oneself a hunter, one must pass an interview that includes an ability assessment. I'm sure you'll be fine, Obachi-san, and I will teach you exactly what to do. Noah thumps her chest. Her thin clothes are shaking. I'm not very good at interviews. The nightmare of a single win in 27 fails during my job hunting process was resurrected after 100 years. It's not that I'm shy or soft-spoken, but when I'm facing an interviewer in a suit, my tongue gets numb and I can't think straight. When it comes to the pressure of interviews, I'm as helpless as an overturned turtle. A test, trial, I'll take care of you, squeak. You're reliable, but you don't understand anything. In the Hunters Guild of New Tokyo, it seems that there are no show me what you are made of type of tests in the underground training halls like the tropes in manga and anime. This is because there is no need for such tests. Both my level and the fungal class can be checked as visualized indicators on a test sheet. In other words, if I take the test without thinking and planning, 100%, I will be exposed as a Itagurishi. In addition, there is a high possibility that they will find out that I was not born in this period once they start questioning me. How to avoid the test sheet for the fungal class and pass the test without being discovered is the key. Thanks to Obuchi and Noah, we are perfectly prepared for the exam. Perfect? No. I'm worried. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do as well as I did in our practice. Okay, I'm off. Have a safe trip. Good luck. I changed into a hunter's jersey, put Tamiko on my shoulder, and left the house. The sun was shining brightly. I couldn't sleep well last night, so my eyes were blurry. Abe Shuu, you couldn't sleep, squeak. Oh, was it obvious? So, off we go to the Hunters Guild office. Chapter 40 Hunter Guild, Shugamo Branch. The Hunters Guild is an organization established to manage social activities, monitor, and control those who make their living exploring metros and hunting metro beasts, and support their activities and give back to the country and the city for their achievements. It is an organization that has been made with the times. The guild is composed of hunters who belong to the guild as members and the guild's management as management staff. Those who wish to become a member of the guild must undergo a screening process by the staff. Whether or not they are a person who deserves the trust of society, their ability and the morals are checked in advance by interviews, although it is not as strict as some said. Incidentally, the headquarters is located in the Tokyo Metropolitan Government Office, and each city has its own branch office. Other than the general policy, each branch operates independently, and in general, belonging and adhesion to the city in which one is stationed are stronger. According to Obuchi, Shugamo is one of the typical examples. The business office is located in the center of Shugamo, a short walk north of the city council auditorium. Officially, it is the Hunters Guild, Shugamo branch office, in the center of the city, where there are many buildings that are a few steps sturdier than private homes and stores. The stylish Western-style store looks a little out of place. It is a large 3-story building. There is a window at the front end of the first floor, and staff members are working at desks. It looks like a post office or a government office. In the waiting area at the front are several standing drinking tables, no chairs, and people in jerseys, who look like hunters, are chatting with each other with cups and snacks in their hands. There is also a counter in the back right corner that seems to serve food and drink. It looks like a meeting place for adventurers. I don't know whether this was inevitable from practical rationality or whether it was influenced by fiction. After filling out the necessary paperwork for the two of us, along with Tamiko, who cannot write, at the counter, we headed upstairs without any prompting. A middle-aged man in a shirt, vest, and slacks stands in the hallway, receives our forms, and we are sent to the room after saying, "Please go there." We were ushered into a large room with 2 rows of wooden chairs, but no one is sitting in any of them. I sat at the end of the row, and Tamiko sits next to me. We knew there wouldn't be that many people since the event was held every month, but we didn't think we'd be the only ones. Just before the end of the shift, a young man wearing a hunter's jersey entered the room. He was sweating and shouting, "I made it. Oh, you cute tiny thing. Nice to meet you, huh?" He then sits down next to Tamiko. At noon, they hear the bells of a clock tower not far from here. A female staff member walks up to them and raises her glasses. "We are starting the Hunters Guild member registration examination. The requirements for registration are that you must be at least 15 years old, have no criminal record stamped on your record, have a fungal class and master a fungal skill and be at least level 10. Are you qualified?" "I am." Squeak. "Oh, I see." Someone from the Carbuncle tribe. The age requirement for magic beasts is slightly different. The Carbuncle tribe starts at 6 years old or older, so there's no problem. Noah also said that. Squeak. A female employee is chuckling. The young man is also smiling. Everyone seems to have no problem. I'll call you in one by one. Please go to the other room. Oh, excuse me, I raised my hand. I'm doing it together with her. This one can't write, so can we both do it together? Squeak. Yes, if that's the case. The female staff member moves to the corner of the room. It seems that she is waiting for a while until everything is ready. Hey, uncle. The young man talks to me. For a moment, I was stunned and speechless. I wondered if I was the one he was talking to. I can't believe that for the first time in my life, I was being called uncle. Me? Do you mean me? You're looking at me, right? I'm still 28. Am I an old man? Well, I'm technically 130 years old. Oh, shit, I am an old man. How are you, uncle? I'm 18. I can tell from his friendly smile that he has no malicious intent. However, 18, huh? You're just a shitty high schooler, aren't you? You should take a lesson from Noah. She looks 8 times smarter than you. Well, you see, I'm only 28. Oh, really? A newbie at 28? What have you been doing all this time? Yeah, well, I can't say I was sleeping. I am 10. Squeak-old. Tamiko squeaks in. Oh no, I'm talking about your level. Tiny cutie. Is it a question about levels? I am 40. Squeak. What? Level 40? Oh, I'm lower than Tamiko. What? No way. How is it possible that you reached 28 and 40 without registering as a hunter? You're not just any rookie. You're already a mid-level hunt. Have you been freelancing all this time? Oh, that's the kind of thing Tamiko would reply with. I've been at Metro since I was born, and I just met Abe Shuu 5 years ago. Tamiko, let's be quiet. I pulled Tamiko's cheeks and shut her up. Hey, no, yes. I'll be quiet. Squeak. My cheek pouch. Squeak. It hurts. Squeef. Rather, is this? Excuse me. The conversation is cut short by the female staff clearing her throat. Shortly after, the back door opens and a male staff appeared. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. So, first one, come with me please. Do your best, Uncle and Tiny. I responded with a smile, a wrinkle between my brows, while I was carrying Tamiko on my shoulder as I left the room. The room we were taken to was about the same size as the waiting room we were in earlier. There is a table in the center of the room with a sofa between. 2 women are sitting there. The one on the left is wearing the same white shirt as the other staff member, and the one on the right is wearing a hunter's jersey. Excuse me. Greeting and bowing to the people in the room. The basics are important. Please have a seat here. Oh, yes. I sat down on the sofa opposite and facing the women. They are both beautiful women. The staff member has loose brown hair and a calm demeanor, while the hunter has black hair tied back and a sharp look. Both were probably in their 30s. You're Abe Shuu-san and Tamiko-san, correct? Oh, yes. Squeak. Thank you for attending the registration screening today. My name is Ike and I will be in charge of the interview. This is Amoto-san, who is the guild representative of the Shugamo branch. She is attending this interview as a witness. Nice to meet you. From my impression, Ike is the friendly cop and Amoto is the serious and strict cop, a carrot and a stick. The sun and the north wind. It was more like an interrogation in a detective drama than a job interview. So, let's get started. Squeak. This squirrel girl who knows nothing of fear raises her hand cheerfully. I have been trained by Noah and Abachi, so all I have to do now is to perform as we have practiced. Thank you very much. Still, I can't curb my anxiety. I'm scared of the interview. First of all, let me check your levels and fungal classes. And suddenly it came. Today's mountain to conquer. 2 sheets of test sheet for 2 people are laid out on the table. 2 sheets with a scale for the level and 1 sheet with a hexagonal pattern for the fungal class. Please use this. Ike puts down something that looks like a thumbtack. A needle sticks out from a resin disc. Tamiko, can you use this? I'll be insane to consider using this. Squeak. Is that fine? I'll use something else. Squeak. Ike's lips loosen, perhaps because she can't help but smile. Amoto just looks cool and is staring at Tamiko, perhaps because members of the Carbuncle tribe are rare. This test paper is for up to level 50. The price is 30 yen, as I recall. Well, why will they not offer the one with the higher limit for newcomers' measurements? Still, even though it is 30 yen, It is a natural action to reduce costs. What's wrong? No. Nothing. I pricked my finger with the needle and smeared blood on the level test sheet. Following his lead, Tamiko bites off the tip of her finger with her front teeth and stamps it into the round frame. The red line extends smoothly. Just as we had done before in front of Noah and the others, mine stopped at 50, Tamiko at 40. Both Ike and Aomoto are stunned. Abe Shuu, I want some of that. Tamiko then licks her fingers. Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What kind of joke is this? Aomoto slammed the table and leaned forward. A newcomer who came for an interview today is level 50 and a young Carbuncle girl is 40. That's impossible. I'm sorry. It can only measure up to 50. What? Then, are you trying to tell me that it's even higher than 50? Yes, just in case. Aomoto was absolutely mortified. Aomoto shuddered and yelled. Ike-san, give him another test sheet. Up to 100. Yes, pensive, his back sweating with excitement, he inwardly tells himself. It's okay, it's working. The reason I didn't ask for it myself first was that I was afraid they would snicker at me and say, that's nonsense. I also wanted to leave an impact. Chapter 41 The National Sport of New Tokyo. Ike brings a new test paper from the shelf by the wall. Aomoto snatches the thumbtack in her hand, wipes the tip of it well with her jersey sleeve, and sticks it in her own finger. Her blood drips onto the round frame and stops a little past the 50 scale. Wow! Level 52? She doesn't look much older than Obachi-san. Looks like there's nothing wrong with the paper. Come on, do it again. That one's yours. And you, the Carbuncles. It's Tamiko, not you. Squeak. Can I borrow the thumbtack back? Well, you see, I've got self-regeneration, so I've already healed the wound. So, when I showed my finger, Aomoto grabs my hand and brings her face closer as her nose touched it. Actually, it is not self-regeneration, but it is actually immortality. But there is no need to worry about that because the bluish-black mold does not appear with this level of wounds. Can I? Aomoto, without asking, sticks the thumbtack into my finger. Ouch. What are you doing? Without any reply or apology, she rubs the test sheet against my finger. She puts the paper on the table and stares at it with Ike. And then they both turn pale. 68. Really? Far from 50. 68. That's impossible. I'm doing the same thing. Squeak. Tamiko also had another one, but she seemed unhappy that no one had been watching her. Abe-san? Ike said. Yes. Is it true that you are an unregistered free folk? I heard you were a hunter from a tribe somewhere. No, nowhere. Take off your clothes. Aomoto said. Just your top. Go ahead, get naked. An older, I think, sister is ordered to take off your clothes in a high-handed manner. Normally, I would have rebelled, but I must confess that I was a little disturbed. I'm injured here. Squeak. You'll be fine. I do as she says and take off my jacket, showing off my improved muscled body, which I have acquired living in this era. Ike and Aomoto circle around me, checking my body from all angles. According to what Noah and the others have told me, in New Tokyo, an insignia, a special tattoo, on the body is a form of identification. If you are a registered person, you have an insignia on your body that indicates which city you are a resident of. If you are a hunter, you also have a hunter's insignia. If a person is tried for a serious crime, such as murder or robbery, he or she is also given a corresponding insignia. All citizens are forced to have tattoos. This is the kind of culture that would make the people of my era, who were clamoring for public baths and human rights, burst into flames and have a stroke. Incidentally, tattoos use a special mycelial plant-derived ink that cannot be removed even if the entire skin is scraped off. It is said that the only people who can remove them cleanly are those who handle the insignia, such as government offices and hunters' guilds, using a trade secret technique. No, neither an insignia nor any trace of its removal. Yeah, just ugly weird nipples. Squeaking ugly nipples. Stop it. As stated on the application form, you are an unregistered hunter. a free folk. That's right. Two beautiful older sisters are observing me naked, and all of them are seated there. Kaike looks a little confused and embarrassed, and Aomoto scratches her head looking more shocked. Oh, I'm sorry. You can put it on already. Yes. Tamiko, do you need holy healing? Squeak. When the mycelial ball is created, Tamiko squeezes the juice on her finger and stuffs the rest into her cheek pouch. Kaike and Aomoto are stunned. Holy healing? So, is Abe-san a healer, or a sage? Here, I caught them. I then shook my head. No, it's Holy Knight. I created a katana from the palm of my hand. Kaike leans forward, and Aomoto reclines back. Oh, I'm sorry. I suddenly thought of pulling out the weapon. I put it on the floor, and then, as if it was an afterthought, I also produced a round shield, followed by a detoxification. There, detoxification goes straight into Tamiko's cheek pouch. I can also use Great Shield, Warhammer, Light Blade, Leaping, and Beast Repellent Spores. Self-regeneration, Holy Healing, Katana, Round Shield, Detoxification, Great Shield, Warhammer, Light Blade, Leaping, Beast Repellent Spores. 10. Kaike is running a pen on the clipboard held in his arm. It is recorded perfectly at once. Wait, Abe-kun, can you really use Light Blade? Please show me. Okay. I picked up the katana, placed on the floor, and I used spore light on it. Standing up, I kick up the round shield with my feet and swing down the glowing blade. There, round shield was split in half. It falls to the floor and rolls on the ground. Kaike slumps while holding her head, but Aomoto has her eyes wide open and looks closely, and she opens her mouth wide and trembles. It's definitely a light blade. That means that you are definitely a holy knight. At level 68, Aomoto's head was hung down like she was asleep. Abe, I'm sorry for doubting you. And I apologize for all the rudeness. While I call myself a representative of the guild, no, that's okay too. The simulation is a very simple one, but it's a very good one. Almost everything up to this point had gone according to our simulation. The biggest challenge for this time was how to pass the interview without using the test sheet for the fungal class. If they see the chaotic result on that sheet, they would know that I did not have an ordinary fungal class. Obuchi interviewed the former employee. He knew about the Shugamo-style interview process and worked out a scenario for how to go through it in a very natural way. The point is that I should be able to reveal my fungal class without using a test sheet and make them believe it. According to the information from the former staff member and others, the test sheets are not necessarily saved after. The test sheets can only be preserved during the time the interviewer checks the level and the fungal class on the spot and writes it down in the form of a document. Just as Kaike is doing now. The reason is that the test sheets are made of a special mycelial plant, and the used ones would rot soon. It was expected that the interviewer would be unnerved if showed then a level of skill unbecoming of a newcomer. And before they could gain their bearings, I had planned in advance to give Tamiko holy healing. The final touch was the light blade. By demonstrating this in a natural way, I was able to make them believe that I was a holy knight in the fungal class. This is a very rare ability that can only be acquired by a few holy knight. This eliminated the need to use a test sheet for the fungal class. However, Noah and the others assumed that the interviewers would be two staff members. The fact that an active hunter was the partner was something that made Noah and the others nervous. But as it turned out, Aomoto's fuss made it more convincing. Perhaps it was a stroke of good fortune. Both Kaike and Aomoto were convinced that I was a holy knight, because I had shown them Light Blade, a skill that only holy knights can use. Kaike is filling out my own form. It seems that now there is no need to use the test sheet for the fungal class. I make an internal big guts pose. The first barrier, which was the biggest barrier, was now clear. Still, it is too unprecedented. What? Aomoto stands up. I'm sorry, Abe-kun. But you're going to have to join a sumo with me. I'd like to experience your power for myself to clear up what little doubt I have left. What? The event? Show me your skills. So, sumo. Amoto moves the sofa and table to the edge, and Kaike draws a circle on the floor with chalk with a radius of about 5 or 6 meters. In the center of the circle, I am now facing Amoto and we're poised to wrestle. On all fours, Tamiko is lying on the back of the sofa, in a nirvana pose. I have been thinking lately that this guy is becoming more and more human, perhaps because she is in a human village and has forgotten how wild she was. Oh, I just have to ask, what is sumo? Don't you know sumo? It's New Tokyo's national sport. Sorry, if this were the Heisei era, I might have said, women should stay out of the ring. But I'm sure they wouldn't understand why. But I am happy to say that this is a sign that this sense has moved forward after the Tokyo judgment. Because Abe is a free folk, Kaike said, sending me a helping hand. My bad, the rules are simple. In this circle, we compete with each other in a contest of strength using only our bodies. The use of Hypha weapons and mycelial balls is prohibited, but about that, leaping is okay. In any case, if I use leaping in this small space, I will either break through the ceiling or default from the competition. By the way, I'm a beast warrior, and I can use Herculean strength. It's a bridge to shrink the level gap, so I will use it. They have a high-rank fungal class focused on melee combat with superior physical capabilities. It's literally like fighting in the opponent's territory. Everything else is allowed. You win if you push your opponent out of the ring, or if you make him kneel in the ring. There will only be a winner if one pushes the other or knocks the other out. That's all. How do you knock out the enemy? You can do it with a chokehold or slamming them down. It's different from what I expected. Has sumo become something like an obscure ancient art? The other thing is that the eye thrusts and groin thrusts are not part of Shugamo style. In the hunting industry, it is a widely accepted method of a healthy contest of strength, and some chapters even hold tournaments for their members. If you want to become a hunter, you should try wearing a mawashi, a sumo loincloth. Kaike then hands me a leather belt and a pair of open finger gloves made with cotton. Amoto pops her knuckles. The sense of danger is heightened. Any faint hope I had that I would be wrestling with a beautiful woman and getting in close to her in all kinds of ways has been shattered. I am, by the way, the winner of the last 2 Shugamo tournaments. I've beaten the best of the best in terms of size and level. As the Yokozuna Queen, the grand champion in sumo of Shugamo, I will show you the depth of my skills. Has the purpose of this interview changed? I'm sorry. Amoto-san loves sumo. She always wants to challenge someone stronger than herself. It seems that she just wants to do sumo, regardless of the interview. Kaike stands in between us with something that looks like a tactician's fan. A fan? But why is a fan available in the interview room? Tamiko, still lying down, says in a sleepy voice, Abe Shuu, good luck, squeak. I would like to believe that she is relaxed, due to her confidence in her partner's victory. Inhale, exhale. I'm sorry, Kaike-san, but we're running out of time, so start this. Oh, yeah. Amoto bowed her head in a bowed manner to the girl who seemed slightly irritated with her. The first thing to remember is that martial arts, not just sumo, begin and end with a bow. That's the difference between martial arts and mere violence. Let's play a match that will leave no lasting damage. Yes. No hard feelings. Match, ready. Hakiui, no kota. A collision between a strong man and a strong woman, starting with a shout. This might be the best path to enter the hunter's path in Shugamo. I hope so. Sumo has become bastardized during the years. Hakiui should be hakioi or something like put some spirit into it, something sumo referees say during the start. No kota should be no kota or literally remain meaning stay inside the ring. Chapter 42 Yokozuna Queen of Shugamo. At the same time that Kaike swings up the fan with a strange tension, a goo punch flies normally instead of a part tensioner. Cut the sky a few centimeters next to your cheeks. Immediately? Don't look away from the ring. She leaps into the air energetically. She dived into my reach, center right hook, and then elbowed me. I evade and block it, only to receive a knee thrust. Unable to block, I backstepped. Oh, safe, safe? I step on the line. Kaike the referee swung her fan and urged me with a deadpan. No kota, no kota. It seems safe as long as I don't cross the line completely. However, this ring is a little too narrow. Aomoto, taking advantage of a momentary lapse in my guard, unleashes a jumping spinning kick. I had to raise my arm to guard. A slight sidestep dampens the force, but it's still powerful enough to numb my arm. There's still more. Aomoto follows up. She tries to evade my counterattack. A quick jabs from close range. I can tell by looking at her bloodshot eyes that she's completely serious. She's seriously aiming for a knockout. I'm scared of this woman who misunderstands the meaning of sumo. Whoa. Nope. Well, that's it. In terms of level difference, I am more than just a level higher than her. The difference in physical ability is greater than I expected. Still, as might be expected, her experience in fighting against other people and her skills in hand-to-hand combat compensate for this. Kaik's Nokota shows she was very good at positioning herself in the ring and pushing her opponents into a corner. She uses the round ring as one of her weapons, restricting her opponent's movement while making herself look as if she's moving faster. Her footwork is worthy of Yokozuna, the top-ranked fighter in the Shugamo ring. Phew, haha. What's wrong with that level 68? Don't hesitate in hitting back. Sumo is where fighting spirits collide. This muscle-brain woman is clearly drunk on fighting. She completely forgot the purpose of this being a part of the interview. I had been aware of it for a while, but that's the kind of person she is. This human disaster. Once the distance widens, the two of us adjust our breathing. Kaike's saying Nokota. Unlike Aomoto, who was gasping for air and clearing her throat, I haven't been able to land a single hit and was hit multiple times, but still had plenty of energy to spare. Wheeze. What's the matter, Abe Seki? You just keep running away. The ring gods don't smile on those who don't come forward. Seki means seat as if Shuu is some higher-ranked sumo wrestler. She's probably using a term wrong again. What do you mean, Abe Seki? What is it? Do you not have the fist to wield against a woman? That's an insult to a Yokozuna. No. Well, what do I do? It feels like I've been stalling for some time, and since I'm prepared to be hit, I'll probably need to be overwhelmed. It doesn't matter if I receive an injury as long as Immortality is not exposed. Also, I don't have the motivation to win. If I can pass the interview safely, that is the biggest win. The other party is the interviewer, and she is going to be my superior. I want to keep it peaceful somehow. Even if it was a mox battle, I didn't feel comfortable beating up a woman. Nokota. After handling the onslaught so well, I was sure I had shown that I was as good as my level. So, is it a good idea to lose on purpose? However, if it were to be discovered that I had skipped a move, I was afraid that I would be frowned upon by the intuitive, brain-muscled woman. I think it would be a good idea to fight back somehow and lose by accidentally getting out of the ring. Okay, the next time she charges in, I'll be out of the ring. Let's go. Abe Seki. Yeah, the fist I received was heavy, and she pushed the palm of her gloves and aimed for my face. She punched me by the chin. No. It's heavier than ever before. He folded his arms and tightened his guard, but the rain of fists hitting him randomly still had a weight to it that he had never felt before. This is me being serious. I'll decide it immediately. She finally used it, this bastard. A buff-like skill called Herculean Strength. The ring is a battlefield. Strength is justice. Sumo is about strength. Aomoto rushes forward, foaming in the mouth. She is so excited that she was forgotten herself. A moment's lapse of guard caught me off guard, and a knee jabbed me from the side. Arc. Aomoto's knee smacked the side of my head. A combination uppercut grazes the tip of my chin. I moved out of the way of another fist from the side, and she closes the distance again. Damn it. Fine. I'm hurting all over the place, and I'm getting angry. It was becoming too much trouble to think. Kaik's Nokota was getting kind of annoying, too. I'm sorry Noah and everyone, but it has come to this. I bend down, ready to move forward. I'm going to show this Yokozuna berserker woman a real sumo match. I will win against the Yokozuna. Is this an interview? No. This is a ring. My history of fighting goes back to my kindergarten days. I had a few fights with friends over minor misunderstandings, but nothing serious. I had never gotten into a serious fist fight with anyone, until I woke up in New Tokyo. Thinking back, the bandit boss was strong. He was sharp, cunning, and undeterred. Aomoto, who was swinging her fist madly in front of me, was not as strong as the boss, but she was still physically stronger than him. But on this level, he might still be stronger than her, including her fungus ability. Crack! A sound explodes in front of Aomoto's eyes, perhaps because she had lost her composure. Her barrage of attacks and footwork had become obvious and monotonous. In contrast to the persistent and cunning boss who is like a snake, the fists that are unleashed like a storm are predictable. In the space between the fists, I swung both hands and clapped them in front of her eyes, a trick I used with all my might. I admired her for not even blinking, but still, she stiffened for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I dived into reach and grabbed her mawashi loincloth. I shrugged off any thoughts about her unexpectedly large bosom or the fact that she was very lean. This is a ring, a sacred place where the gods reside. Ache. This. Placing my foot forward and I threw her forcefully. I thought I had it completely in the bag. Aomoto stepped forward forcefully with one foot, then leapt forward and landed in front of me. Aomoto immediately pulled her body back and swung her foot back. This, too, missed as I kicked her knee. Gah. Aomoto moves away from me. Hey, you're done as Yokozuna. K. You're going down. Okay, take this. A voice murmured in the corner of my head that I was here for a job interview as a hunter, but I didn't care. From there, it was a complete turnaround from blows fighting head to head and limb to limb. Both of us exchanged throws to see who would kneel in the ring. A majestic and beautiful sumo wrestling. It seems that me throwing her was a thorn pricking her pride as Yokozuna. Our bodies collided with a dull thud. Sweat splattered on the ground. The room trembled with the sound of a war cry. The hunter's physical prowess enabled us to execute a number of powerful throws. We endured using our excellent sense of balance, stomping the floor as if it were about to shatter. I received the opponent's full power and throws it back at her with all my might. There's still more. It was me who was on the offensive. Even with Aomoto's Herculean strength, the total power between us two, mine is slightly higher. The speed of my reflexes is clearly superior to Aomoto's. Inevitably, I would have to attack boldly. Even so, Aomoto was indeed a great Yokozuna with 100 battles under her belt. Aomoto used all of her skills to defeat my strength. Like a beast hiding in the darkness, Aomoto watches for a moment, a window of opportunity, to strike out on the offensive. Fighting spirits are clashing. Souls are laid bare to each other. That is sumo. Perhaps the heat between the two of us has been passed, as the squirrel girl raises herself up and gazes intently into us. Ike shouting, "No kota, no kota." Oh, I had never been in a fight before. So, I guess that's why I was not that passionate about martial arts, but I was a watcher of fighters. I was not very passionate, but I watched mixed martial arts and kickboxing on the TV without fail. During the holiday evenings, I would enjoy a grand time with beer and snacks while watching NHK on the air. I have also read many fighting mangas. I have longed to imitate the otherworldly special techniques that I could never imitate, and I have been so excited by them that my heart was left burning. Now I can do it. Bam! My focus is momentarily diverted from the opponent in front of me. The Yokozuna did not miss that. Dismantling the stance of her opponent with her technique, she pulled me back with all her remaining strength. Aomoto is planning a full-body throw. I clenched my teeth and struggled to right my balance. You're really strong. I pushed my opponent's waist from below, lifting her up, and I lift my arms raising her head above mine. Demon wheel. Aomoto's body floats in the air and falls headfirst behind me. Bam! The room shakes. Dust flutters down from the ceiling. Aomoto, who has fallen on her back, grits her teeth. She must have noticed that I loosened my grip at the end of the throw. It was a good match. It was my complete defeat. Thank you very much. Ike-fan points to me, the victor. Exhausted and shaking, but still clutching to my pride as the winner, I raised my right hand high to the sky. I turned back to my partner, who has witnessed my victory. Tamiko's eyes are white. I'm sorry. You're not familiar with sumo at all. Chapter 43, The Past of a Certain Free Folk. Author's note: tweaked Abe Shuu's age, years in the story. Let's go home. Having won the deadly fight with Yokozuna, I am filled with a sense of extreme satisfaction. Today's dinner is going to be delicious. Abe Shuu, you forgot the interview. Squeak. I come to my senses when the idiot squirrel gives me a perfectly reasonable tsukomi. The aura of an absolute winner that had been emanating from me suddenly vanishes. We all return the interview room to its original look. Aomoto, who was being lectured outside the room by the branch's top official, returns, and the interview resumes in earnest at last. Well then, Abe-san, said Nokota Kaike. Let me resume the interview. I'm very sorry for trying to test you earlier. Even though this was intended to test your ability, I cannot deny that there were some deviations from the regular test. As a member of our staff, I would like to apologize. I'm sorry too, Aomoto said. You were so strong that I forgot my main task and got absorbed in the competition. I'll even apologize for this multiple times, and so, once again, I apologize again. No, it's my fault, too. I got very excited and I felt like I was being rude. That's all right. I'd like to say this, though. I was clearly superior in terms of skill and experience. But it was purely your strength, your level of effort, that overturned the odds. You were the real deal, Abe-san. No, Aomoto-seki was really strong. Next time, if you become a hunter of Shugamo, let's meet in the finals of the chapter tournament. Oh, stay undefeated until then. Don't lose to anyone other than me, Abe-seki. Despite the lukewarm glances from Tamiko and Kaike, the rivals shake each other's hands in praise of their fierce battle. As for Kaike, she has an ulterior motive. This should help Aomoto get a better decision. Abe-seki, no Abe-san. I'm convinced that you are an influential person commensurate with that level and fungal occupation. According to the application form, you are from a village in the northeastern part of the Ikebukuro tribe territory. Can you tell us? Here we go. I got a little heated, but I didn't care about sumo. This is where my real fight begins. Yes, it's going to be a long story. This is where the real test of my eloquence comes in. Anxious? Since I have come this far, I'll just have to use my momentum to get through it. Third-person perspective. Abe Shuu was born and raised in a small village of around 10 families near the Ikebukuro tribe territory in the year 79 of the Tokyo calendar, 28 years ago. Most of the people in the village were registered citizens of Ikebukuro, but Shuu and his father were the only free folk without a family register. His father was a hunter. He did not belong to any guild because he was an eccentric person who was not good at socializing, and despite his superior strength and skills, he disliked crowds. Shuu does not know about his mother, because his father never spoke about her. Shuu, a free folk's child, could not attend school, only learning letters and knowledge directly from his father. His father learned from his grandfather in the same way. While his father was hunting, Shuu's good teachers were the children of his age who attended the city's elementary schools and the many books they borrowed from him. Realizing early on that his son had the qualities to become a hunter, his father waited until he was 5 years old to allow him to accompany him on hunting trips into the forest. They shared their prey with their neighbors who lived on their farms and livestock, and their slow and stable life continued until Shuu was 12 years old. One day, when Shuu and his father returned to the village with their catch, they found collapsed houses and the corpses of their neighbors lying on the ground. According to the survivors, a large, powerful metro beast had appeared from somewhere and, despite the resistance of the adults, had laid waste to them as it pleased. His father left Shuu behind and went after the metro beast. When night fell and his father did not return, Shuu spent a sleepless night in prayer. The next morning, his father returned with the head of the beast. Though severely wounded, it was not to remove the threat of another attack on the village. The survivors, including his father, had already realized the limits of life in this village. His father wanted to pay his respects to his kind neighbors with whom he had shared his hardships for the past 10 years or so. The households of the survivors were scattered. Most of them were moving to the tribe's territory with their meager reserves, and my father had given them the head of the beast to take with them as a souvenir. He hoped it would at least add to their lives, which were expected to be more difficult than before. So began the life of Shuu and his father alone in the village. They continued to hunt in the forests, mountains, and nearby metros, as well as study. Shuu had already decided that he would become a hunter in the future, but his father still had him hold a pencil because he believed that it would surely be useful one day in Shu's life as a human being. Shuu turned 13 years old after a hard but fulfilling youth in homeschool learning, training, and practice. His level had reached 15. He had reached the age of 15, and he would be able to register with the official Hunters Guild and live as an honest citizen. I have given you as much of my knowledge and skills as I could. How you use it in life is up to you. You can choose your own path. With this talk, his father poured sake into Shu's cup for the first time. It was the first and last time Shuu and his father drank together, and although it was not a good drink, he only remembered that it made him feel warm and fuzzy as it went down his throat. The next day, they entered the Ootsuka Metro. His father's level was 55, and he was one of the best knight in the world. Even catobulpas and other large metro beasts were no match for him, and even after several days of descending to the 30th basement floor, the two of them had not faced a single crisis of any kind. Shuu had improved one level during the hunt along the way, and he was getting a feel for how to protect his father's back. I heard that there is a powerful boss on the 49th floor here. I want to defeat it if possible, but it's going to be a hard road from here on. The lower we go, the stronger and more cunning the beast becomes. That's what the metro is all about. If you're afraid, we'll turn back here. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't afraid, father, but more than that, I believe in you, father. If there is a path in front of us, if there is something to hunt, then let's go. I see. Then, for your trust, I will protect you even at the cost of my life. As it turned out, the promise was kept. His father protected Shuu with his own body, while Shuu escaped. The king of the amorphous blobs, eerie watery masses that nested on the 40th floor, was a slime. At the time, the slime was not even called Satan slime, but it was a monster worthy of the name of the demon king Satan, stronger and more formidable than anything in the world. Even his father's strength was not enough to overcome it. After a fierce battle to the death, his father's legs were taken from him, and a trapdoor cut off his way out. He realized that he could neither escape nor defeat it. With his last ounce of strength, he let his son escape to the stairway to the 50th floor. The father was devoured, and the son was thrust into an even more dangerous zone. With grief and despair, Shuu was forced to live alone in the depths of the metro, where vicious beasts were everywhere. At the time, Shuu had no idea that it would be 15 years before he would avenge his father's death and see the sun on the surface again. Well, this was all a lie. Shu's perspective. If you want a believable lie, mix some truths into it. It is a well-worn technique today, but I am practicing it now. What he is telling the two interviewers is a biography of Abe Shuu, a mixture of his own story of drifting in the metro for 5 years with a squirrel and someone's own personal life story as a young man, which he borrowed from Noah. Everything is forged into a convenient yarn to hide his true background, history, and abilities. It is a joint work of 3 people and 2 beasts, and the reality of the story is such that even the most popular online novelists who write only contemporary dungeon stories would be sent packing, tails between their legs. The two hardly interrupted me, breathlessly listening to the epic adventure tale, a big fat lie, of the tragic boy who lived, Abe Shuu. It is heartbreaking in its own way to be listened to so earnestly. My back and sides are drenched in sweat, and my knees are shaking slightly. I wondered about my complexion. Amoto looks at me with some sympathy, probably thinking I was holding back the pain of remembrance. Then I survived on the 50th floor for 15 years. I was lucky enough to get a hideout where the metro beasts couldn't find me, and I slowly and steadily raised my level, hunting only those whom I thought I could hunt. In the beginning, I even had a hard time with ghost wolves and blue goblins, and I could barely escape with my tail between my legs from orthruses and ogres. It's unimaginably harsh, Amoto said. To be left alone in the depths of the metro at the age of 13, it's a miracle for you to even survive for a month. Instead, you lived for 15 years. I was desperate. I couldn't die so that I couldn't make my father a liar when he told me, "I will protect you even at the cost of my life." I'll do my best to put aside the fact that I'm becoming a massive liar. After I mastered self-regeneration and Great Shield, I was able to push myself to a certain extent. I spent all my time fighting metro beasts with the sole intention of not only going above ground but also gaining the power to avenge my father's death. 10 years later, 5 years ago, I met Tamiko on the 50th floor. Squeak. Tamiko looked up and wiped her drool off her face. The idiot squirrel was sleeping through the interview. What's with that mental fortitude? Amoto is staring at Tamiko with a confused look. I can almost hear my teeth grinding. Glare. Why are you squeaking looking at me? Glare. Do squirrels have weak memories? What's wrong? Well, Tamiko's mother and her partner, a hunter, challenged Satan Slime. Unfortunately, the hunter was killed, and only her mother escaped to the 50th floor. There she gave birth to Tamiko, who was growing in her belly, and the two of them, mother and daughter, lived in the gap between the metro. That was 10 years ago, and perhaps because the 50th floor was so large, and because we were in separate areas of the city, neither of us met the other. We met 1 year after Tamiko's mother passed away, 5 years ago. Since then, we worked together and lived our lives cooperating with each other. Is that so? That's Squeak. That's right. Phew. The reason why your level is abnormally high is that you have been crossing swords against powerful beasts of the deep metro for such a long time. If you've been toeing between the line of life and death so often, it's no wonder you've made it to 68 at such a young age. It's insane, though. If there were 100 hunters, 100 would not make it out alive, myself included. But thanks to those 15 years, I was able to honor my father's sacrifice. Amoto then leans forward. You beat it. You beat the Satan Slime all by yourself? I was there too. Squeak. Oh, I'm sorry. The subjugation of the Satan Slime. If that is the case, it will be necessary to report it to the headquarters. Well, I don't have any proof or anything, but I think the place where it was standing is empty. I am feeling anxious. It may become a beacon to receive unnecessary attention. I might have to prepare another story. Well, there is no lie in me defeating it though, so I am quite proud. Anyway, both of you are finally back on the surface. Oh, yes. A young hunter we met along the way was very kind to us, in our Urashimataro-like life, and brought us to this town. That was just last week. Urashi, oh, that's an ancient fairy tale? You know it quite well. Oh well. My father told me that story before I go to sleep. I'm not saying bad things. I'm inwardly disappointed. The other day, there was a report that a passing hunter and a free folk took down a Udiochi bandit who was hiding out in the area. Well, I helped a little. Just a little. I was part of it. Of course. You may not believe me, but that is all I am. Well, now all the preliminaries are shot. Now it remains to see how the two of them will take this tall tale of adventure about the man and squirrel sitting in front of them. Amoto leans back against the backrest. She sighs heavily and nods deeply. It's too ridiculous to be a story, though it's like a heroic tale you read in a picture book. But I guess that's why we have to believe in it. Abe-san, or rather Abe-seki's strength and ability, are real. Thank you, Amoto-seki. A bond formed in the ring. Chapter 44 1 and 1, Shugama Hunter. By the way, may I ask you for your father's name? Oh, Abe Shuu. I immediately thought of my birth father, my real father's name. He was like a recluse even among free folks, so I don't think anyone knows him. But he was a great hunter, wasn't he? That's right. He was a great father. The real one is an ordinary employee in the accounting department of a canning factory. He was a man who was respectable, but not a millimeter above his wife's salary. When I heard that he had an allowance of 3,000 yen a month, I almost cried. Have you been to the village where you used to live? No, I haven't returned. I don't think there are any houses or if the village is still standing. Detailed answers come flying. Sticky cold sweat was running down my skin. Tamiko-san, do you know the names of either your mother and her partner? Mother is Kinko. Squeak. Her partner is Yuzui Katsuo. I squeak. Which tribe did they belong to? I never learned. They were real hunters who were active on the surface, and there was no lie about how they got there or about Tamiko's birth story. The guild headquarters would not be able to find any cracks even if they were investigated. I see, Kaike mumbled in her mouth and wrote everything down with a flick of her pen. A minute or so passed without anyone uttering a word. That's right. It's not uncommon for free folk to come. But I'd like to say clearly that it is unheard of where a level 68 and your story to appear. It's hard to make a decision on my own. So I am not sure if you passed or failed. Seriously? Unexpected. A chill ran down my spine. Based on what you have told us, I would like to consult with our supervisor and make another decision on whether or not to continue with the registration as guild members and issuance of family registers. Is that okay? According to Obuchi, the guild is more concerned with trust when it comes to allowing free folk to register as hunters. This is because there is also the aspect of issuing a family register on behalf of the city hall. However, there is also the dilemma of securing the best personnel possible. This is because it leads to results as a branch and returns in the form of tax revenue to the city. As long as they can determine that the candidate is not a danger to the city, a level 68 is too great a weapon to not be used. Obuchi also feared that it could be a double-edged sword in the case of a moderate interviewee, but that is about to happen. It's a bit of a problem. If the interviewer had to redo it and ask for another test sheet just to be sure, everything that had been built up to this point would collapse. What was the point of even taking up sumo wrestling in this new world? Kaike-san, why don't we go outside and talk? I'm sorry, but you two are going to have to wait a little while. Aomoto got up and left the room with Kaike. She probably intends to discuss whether or not she wants to continue this interview. I hope the good feeling I got from Aomoto will lead me in the right direction. Are they companions? Squeak. Maybe it's different. Third-person perspective. If I can't make a clear decision here, another branch might take them. He's a real talent, and I'm sure he'll become someone big. That may be so. I'm sure you know that even if he has the skill, self-regeneration, an insignia can't be erased by gouging out the entire flesh, right? He is definitely a genuine free folk. He has no criminal record. Then, as usual, we can interview him to see if he is a trustworthy good person and decide whether or not he should be accepted. But if he says he'll bring himself to another branch, we'll allow a valuable talent to escape, especially given the current situation in the city. The loss would be painful. Kaike is scratching her head. The Shugamo branch has a short history and is a step or two behind the other branches in both name and reality. It's so young that a young woman like me is the member's representative. No, that's... well, there's a chance he's a big scammer or someone diabolical, though I'm not sure how he could be a bad guy. As far as I've seen him act and talk so far, I just can't see him as someone evil. Well, anyway, you know that too, right? Kaike looks a little anxious. If that's the case, we can go through the usual interview process and we can decide if he is worthy of bearing a part of the Shugamo branch's name. I understand. I will make a decision with my own eyes. Shu's perspective. They returned and sat down again across from us. I was feeling restless. Tamiko though seems to be mysteriously calm. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. Let's continue the interview. After that, we will make a decision on whether or not you can register. Thank you. I was inwardly relieved. I glanced at Tamiko and she nodded. It seems that she understands the situation in her own way. Now, the interview could continue without the discovery of an Itagurishi, and the detection of fake backgrounds that Noah and the others had been most worried about. It was very unfortunate that I had to tell these two serious and good-looking women a lie about my background, but I hope they will forgive me as it was a lie so I would not cause them trouble. I will surely contribute to this branch when I become a hunter of Shugamo. I am very determined. Now all that's left is the question and answer part. I hate this. Not surprisingly, hunters place a lot of emphasis on trust. They want to be able to see through this interview to get a sense of who the others are and prevent them from adding bad apples to their group. Of course, it may not be perfect. Some branches have even accepted Yudiochi, like the one I defeated the other day, but that doesn't mean they will let me off the hook. Especially for those who are not very good at interviewing. It is inevitable that this will be the last hurdle. However, surprisingly, I was wrong. After that, the interviewer asked the usual interview questions, or rather, the familiar ones. What motivated you to become a hunter? What kind of work do you think you are suited for? Are you reluctant to hunt metro beasts? Are you willing to take the life of a criminal, such as bandits? What creature made the most impression on you so far? Conversely, what did you find most painful? What is something you that find worth doing in life? Etc. I wondered what they were trying to analyze with these questions, but I took my time to answer each question with a safe answer, but as much as possible without lying. I was worried that Tamiko might give them a bad answer, but she was surprisingly different from her usual blabbermouth with zero filter act, choosing her words carefully and honestly saying I don't know when she didn't understand the meaning of a question. Her special training with you seems to have paid off. Kaike's pen is running over each answer. Aomoto crosses her arms and looks alternately at me and Tamiko. Then the last question. What kind of hunter do you both want to be in the future? I think for a few seconds and then speak honestly. I haven't thought about it actually, since I've made it to the surface alive. Though, I'd like to be free to explore wherever I want. I swallow the words including outside the walls that cover this country. I don't intend to go out of my way to violate a taboo. I want to be Abe Shuu's partner Squeak. Just like my mom and hers, Squeak. I looked at Tamiko and she glanced up and smiled. Yes, thank you. That's all the questions I have. Kaike makes eye contact with Aomoto. They both give a small nod. A mixture of clear white and various pale shades. Both of you have a beautiful, marbled canvas. What? No. Nothing. Kaike chuckles as if to shrug it off. I flip through the paper on the board and nod a few times. Yes. It looks fine. I will allow both of you to register as hunters in the Shugamo branch. Seriously? We did it. Will did it. Pidgeot. The weight on my shoulders was suddenly lifted, and I and Tamiko took each other's hands and danced. The actual activities will only become possible after the training, but as a member of the same Shugamo branch, let's work hard together from now on. I look forward to working with you. Thank you. Thanks, Squeak. Tomorrow, we will go through the training and insignia procedures here. Can you come back at the same time? Yes, that's perfect. Okay, Squeak. The two of us are so excited that we are almost shouting. Kaike just smiles back. Then, please come back tomorrow. We're done for today. Wait, Aomoto interrupts with a sharp tone. I forgot one thing. Something important. The two of us are suddenly fidgeting with her sudden words. I'd like you to excuse me for any more problems, even though I managed to finish things miraculously. Even if I just did it, I can't take the same amount of heat as before. I have already confirmed the insignia on Abe Shuu's, but Tamiko Shuu's was not yet confirmed. I don't doubt it, but as an interviewer, I still have to confirm it. Aomoto stood up, slowly and steadily approached. Insignia? None, Squeak. I know. But a fluff like you, someone different, a furry creature has limited space for insignia and it is often replaced by issuing some kind of ornament. Well, I have to check it as an interviewer. I hope you understand. What are you squeaking? Aomoto clutched Tamiko, stopping Tamiko from saying anything else. Surely, a fluff. No, it's not here. Then maybe here, eh? Aomoto's fingers roam around Tamiko's body, ruffling her fur. Hey, Squeak it. There's nothing. Squeak. Don't touch there, Squeak. Tamiko's squeaky voice echoes through the room. I looked at Kaike to see if this was a legitimate inspection, but she read her own notes and pretended not to notice. Oh, how magical this feels. A perfect fit in anyone's hand. Then there's this tail that makes you want to fluff it forever. I'm sorry, my fingers. I can't stop. Pidgeot. Not my tummy, Squeak. Squeak me Abe Shuu. Aomoto, with her eyes bloodshot and delivering becks on a squirrel, had neither the dignity of a yokozuna nor the pride of a representative. I had already noticed that she was, in essence, a member of the same people as Obuchi. The constant stares he was giving Tamiko were of that sort. Kaike-san, is she a bit of a simpleton? But she is a well-loved person. Kaike does not deny that she is a simpleton. Though she is a popular simpleton. People call those mascots. Whoa. You're so cute. No. I'm sorry. I will apologize by giving you a lot of acorns later. No, this is a legitimate inspection. Where's the insignia? Here, in this fluffy belly? Is there an insignia on the tip of the tail? Pidgeot. Stop it. So good. Squeak. Really squeaking good. Abe Shuu. Don't look. Squeak. Is this NTR? Cuckolding? Chapter 45. Thread is a connection, thread is fate. Noah is waiting for us with lunch ready. Her beige apron fitting her is a dangerous sight. When we tell her I have passed, she is overjoyed as if it were her own. I take her hand in both of mine and shake it. Then she hugged Tamiko. Oh, sis, you look like you have bedhead everywhere, you know? Squeak me. I've been squeaked. Even so, we received a large number of acorns stored at her office desk as an apology. Well, I think she's a very weird person. I don't understand why such things are always available, and I also don't understand why she said to me, "It's not yours, it's Tamiko she's." I don't care much about any old cat. I have to say that it's quite something to see. Who in their right mind likes acorns? You haven't had lunch yet, right? I'll cook the noodles right away. The interview started at noon and ended at 2 o'clock. This is because the epic spar with Amoto and my story about my fake background was prolonged. I forgive the young man who called me uncle since he waited quite a while. Noah cooked the dry noodles and stir-fried them with bacon and mushrooms. A pepperoncini-like meal is ready. Its garlicky aroma smells delicious. Yummy. Salty good. Nom nom. The taste is squeaky. Is it a little too garlicky? It might be too garlicky for me. It's great. It's quite delicious. It's actually good. The noodles are slightly al dente and you can taste the wheat flavor. The salt and pepper are just right, and the noodles are not as greasy, even as shiny as they look. The crispiness of the bacon and the sweetness of the mushrooms are also good. You are really good at cooking, Noah. Because I cooked a lot for my great-grandfather. The first half of my fictitious personal background is based on Noah's life when she lived with her great-grandfather. She was actually born in a village near Ikebukuro and raised by her great-grandfather, a hunter, after she lost her mother. As for why her great-grandfather passed away, she is still unable to tell me, saying, "It was for various reasons, and thus I still don't know." Thanks to your great-grandfather, I was saved. To be honest, it was a lot to lie, but somehow I managed to avoid being found out. I'm glad to hear that. It was worth all the preparation. Oh, right. They said something strange at the end. The two of us have a beautiful marble or something like that. What did she mean by that? The wooden fork falls from Noah's hand. No way. Mind's eye, fungal nature. What? Mind's eye fungal nature? Do you know if it was a fungal skill? I don't know. Squeak. I don't know. As a matter of course, I grew up in Ootsuka Metro, so I don't know. Although it is sometimes called fungal nature or ability, it is a different ability from the fungal skills some hunters learn. Ability. There is such a thing. The fungal level, fungal skill, fungal class, and now a fungal ability. It is an assortment of game-like terms. How are they different from skills? A fungal ability appears on anyone, but it does not always appear on everyone who is a fungal class, and the conditions have not been known. Unfortunately, I do not have one. I want to believe that it will bloom someday. But I hope it appears. I'm sure you will have one. Slisher-san, who has a lot of cheat skills and a broken fungal class. I'm very, very sorry. Tee-hee, it's just a joke. It didn't sound like a joke. Yeah. Noah was scary for a moment. Noah regained her composure and continued. The difference between fungal ability and fungal skill is not clear, but each person capable of having one, but it is not something like producing common Hypha armaments. It is typically more like leaping and Herculean strength, a buff-type ability. It could be a special perception-like ability like Sis's risk counter, or a Hypha weapon that is stronger than the others, or where it is less draining. There are many different types. I see. They are like an individual's optional ability. There are several types of abilities that have been confirmed, and they are listed in the Book of Fungal Skills. One of them is the Mind's Eye. Oh, so Kai-san has this rare ability. Was she a hunter? About level 12, Squeak. Mind's Eye is a fungal ability that allows you to see the emotions of the other person. My fork now slips from my hand. Is that really true? Yes. It's a super rare ability to see emotions. Is it something like the ability to read minds? A large amount of sweat crawled down my back in an instant. So, did she see my emotions with that power? Maybe it was quite the magnificent lie. Or it was all just unbelievable? No, I don't think that's the case. It can only capture anger, hostility, fear, sadness, and those kinds of emotions. It's not the ability to read someone's mind completely. So it's going to be okay. Maybe. Even so, I think she must have found something in my feelings as I kept talking on and on about the unbelievable story. Perhaps I was feeling guilt, impatience, fear, and more. Or perhaps she had discerned the truth and my true intentions through my answers to her series of questions. In a normal interview, they would assess the person's personality on the spot. Noah said, it's not strictly possible to do so after just a short conversation, but that's where such talent is valuable for any branch, and they have to balance that. But I didn't expect that an interviewer with such super rare abilities will appear. It was completely unexpected. However, Ike decided to pass my application. After seeing through my emotions, I wonder how she saw. How much did she catch and how much of it did she tolerate? What was her true intention? I don't understand people's hearts. That's it. After thinking a little, I can't understand the feelings of a person with who I just exchanged a few words. Now I finally saw, what was actually scary was the causal girl than the female Yokozuna. The next day, I go up to the second floor of the guild and I was taken to yesterday's waiting room. The young man from yesterday is also there. He, too, had passed the test. It's a little early, but now that everyone is here, I'd like to start the training session for new guild members. It was not Ike or Amoto, but a woman with glasses. My name is Tanab, an employee of the Shugamo branch. I will ask each of you to give a brief self-introduction. Please state your name and age. And so it was time for the newcomers to introduce themselves to each other. The young man who called Noda an uncle was Kurano Atsushi, 18 years old. He is a farmer from outside the East Gate. Abe Shuu is a latecomer rookie. I'm 28 years old. Hey, uncle, Kurano said. As a senior in life, I vowed not to be accused of workplace harassment. And Tamiko, 10 squeaked. For some reason, the staff members who gathered behind us gave her the most applause today. Amoto, who appeared before I knew, was giving passionate applause behind us. After that, he hands me some documents. It seems to be for today's class. The first one is about the law of this country, the Tokyo law regarding hunters, and Tamiko gets bored early and starts counting sheep. I promised Tanab that I will make sure she will review it later. She says that the only law that pertains to hunters is the general framework of the Tokyo law and that the rest of the rules are set by the head office and each branch. Even I from the Heisei era can understand these rules, which are within the bounds of common sense. I feel that the rules are a bit loose, or perhaps even toothless, but perhaps that is just the way it is in the post-collapse world. Mission requests, how to get quests, receive rewards, and buy and sell hunt materials. It's not too difficult to understand that. However, when it comes to taxation, things get a bit more complicated. Roughly speaking, 2 taxes must be paid every year: a membership fee to the guild, and a citizen's tax to the city of Shugamo. The tax is based on the previous year's income in the city of Shugamo. You have to fill in your income and expenses in your hunter's handbook, then go to the tax office at the end of the year and do the taxes. If you're found to have failed to file your taxes, you'll be liable for additional taxes. Taxes. I never thought I would have to deal with them after 100 years from my time. They haunt us like shadows and make us feel sad like the darkness of night. That is taxation, as long as it is an analog world. I feel that there may be any number of loopholes, but I don't have the confidence to show that kind of cunning. And I want Obuchi to teach me how to minimize taxes later. That's all for now. Last but not least, please take a look here. Tanab pointed to a vertical picture frame. On the frame, there is a Japanese paper on which are written characters that look as if they are earthworms drawn by a brush. Can you read the characters in the frame? Abe Shuu's poop, squeak. It's not poop. Those are letters. Excuse me. I tugged at her cheek pouch. The founder of the Hunters Guild, the first chief, left this book. Although this is just a replica, it says thread is a connection. The thread is fate. The thread is a connection. The thread is fate. We are the people of threads, carrying mycelium in our bodies. The threads weave the bonds between people and lead us to our destiny. These words are filled with such meaning. The fact that we have met here, and that you have become hunters here in Shugamo, are all the ties of a thread that will be spun over time. I hope that what will be spun in the future will be a path of good fortune and bounty, as fellow weavers of the same path. Secretly, my heart was unexpectedly moved, just a little bit. Chapter 46 Shugamo's Strongest Hunter. Now then, we will take your photo for the recognition slip, and give you an insignia. A photo? I unintentionally raised my voice. Yes, it's a picture. Do you not know that? Yeah, I think I heard something. This is my identification card, although it is going to be slightly different from yours because it belongs to a staff member. Tanab shows everyone hers. It is a plastic laminated card the size of a driver's license, with information such as her name, branch, and staff number. On the left side is her portrait. The quality of the picture is rough, but it is still a colored photo with light tints. Wow, so this is a picture, Kurano said. It's my first time seeing one. Sister, you're smaller than me, squeak, said Tamiko. It's been around for 10 years now, says Tanab. However, it's still not very popular. Also there are only very few identity cards with a photo, including Shugamo City. Well, at the end of the Edo period, cameras and photography had already been introduced, so it shouldn't be that difficult as long as the principles and knowledge remain. It seemed impossible for Shug, who was born in the humanities, even if it took 100 years, so we moved to another room for the photo session. One by one, we were made to sit on chairs and forced to make smiling faces with a box-shaped camera about the size of an adult's face. Yes, Abe-san. Open your eyes more. Raise the corners of your mouth more. Let's make your face a little narrower. For some reason, Tamiko alone was subjected to 4 or 5 shots. But I wondered if it was too much to assume that Amoto, who was watching over her from behind, was exercising her authority. We then moved to another room, where not only the guild officials but also Shugamo City officials were present, and we were given an insignia, in other words, a tattoo of the city to which we belong. Apparently, the issuance of a family register is a city procedure, and the guild acts only as an agent to guarantee our identities. Then please lie down here. Following the instructions of the elderly tattoo artist, I lay down on the simple bed. As someone who had never experienced getting tattoos or even piercings, I was overwhelmed with excitement. Tanab and Amoto are both staring at the tattooist's back with complicated eyes. According to Obuchi, Mayor Shugamo has a history of expressing opposition to the Tokyo metropolitan government in past regarding the control of citizens by engraving. In the end, he was brushed off on the grounds that it was a provision of the Tokyo metropolitan government law, but the staff and guild members may not be equally comfortable with the idea. As for me, surprisingly, I wasn't that resistant, aside from the fear of pain. The designs to be engraved are less than 5 centimeters in diameter and have practical use. In a world where people have become semi-infected humans with mycelia and spores coming out of their bodies, and where there are magical beasts and demi-humans, there is no need to make a fuss about 1 or 2 insignias. Well, I heard that even in ancient times, it was used to identify individuals and to determine whether or not they had a criminal record, which would never have been possible in a developed country of my era. After all, what's included as human rights are like a yearly fashion trend. Universal values are as common as ghosts. The procedure takes about 15 minutes. I felt a slight prick, but not so much that I would call it painful. However, each side of my body was tattooed. The one on my left is the insignia of Shugamo City, which serves as proof of my citizenship. It has a ring-like circular outer frame with 8 spikes and a mark resembling A. In the middle, The color is dark green. On the right is the Hunters Guild insignia. The pattern is of a wolf entwined with ivy-like things, and the color is black. Usually there's some swelling, but yours is beautiful. The artist is amazed. Oh, I have self-regeneration. Actually, I was slightly worried that the tattoo might not stick because of immortality, but it is safely and properly tattooed. It seems to be a special ink made from mycelial plants, the effect of which is that even if it is scraped or gouged off, it will reappear as it was before. It can be erased, but it needs to be done by another artist. Then next is Tamiko-san. Tamiko sits at the table. She looks a little anxious. Looks like the hair on your body is too fluffy. May I tattoo it on your paws then? Don't make it hurt, squeak. So he took out a needle that was even thinner than the one used on me, and he then put on something similar to sports glasses. It's okay. Using this needle, I can even make a cat's face on a grain of rice. And with this wearable magnifying glass, it will make it look bigger. I'm worried, squeak. The insignia of the Hunters Guild is placed on the right paw and the insignia of Shugamo City on the left. Can you ticklish, squeak, because it's on your paw. Pidgeot tingly, squeak. Tickle, tickle. I'm sorry. You'll have to hold it in a little longer. Okay. Then I'll hold her, said Elmoto. Don't squeaking touch me. Don't touch my back, squeak, squeak. Despite looking like she's on some comedy skit, Tamiko's hands flailing with tears in her eyes as she somehow managed to finish the procedure. When Tamiko borrowed the wearable magnifying glass to check, she found that the same pattern was drawn on her paw pads, just small enough to be barely visible through a pair of magnifying glasses. It is truly skillful craftsmanship to be able to do such a small and precise drawing. Abe Shuu, my hand is squeaking tingly. Okay. Holy healing. Now, you are both one of us. I'm looking forward to your contributions to the guild. Moreover, I'm looking forward to working with you. Elmoto asks for a handshake. She shakes hands with me for a second, but she passionately stroked Tamiko's paws. I don't want to call it a congratulatory party, but allow me to invite you to my home later. I'll prepare the finest acorns for you. Touching is only for 3 minutes, squeak. Contract sealed. They said that the identification card will be ready at a later date. All my activities for today are done, so Tamiko and I go down to the first floor. Hey, newbie. Over here. Come here. A man standing at the bar calls out to us. One of our colleagues who had finished earlier was also there. It's no party, but since we're all here, let me buy you both a drink. Yes, thank you. If it was an invitation from a senior colleague of mine, it would be foolish to refuse. Or rather, my eyes were constantly focused on the wheat-colored liquid in the glass he was holding. Can I have a beer? Yes. By all means. He gets me a glass from the counter. I don't really do daytime drinking, but just for today. Milk for the little one? Squeak. Thanks. Thanks. What a kind senior, and what a nice place to work. This alone can make me add about 10 hours of overtime a month. I'm not saying I'll do it. So I said to my senior and Karano, who had already been drinking, nice to meet you. Oh. After 5 years. Or rather after 100 years, beer-san. I quietly pick it up, bring it to my lips and pour it into the back of my throat immediately. Glug, 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 whoa. It broke Abe Shuu, squeak. It has a creamy taste and fine bubbles, a firm pop, and a dry spiciness that creates a refreshing aftertaste. It's not warm, but it's just pleasantly cold enough. Overall it's great. It's so good it makes me want to cry. Ha ha ha. He's a good drinker. This guy has a bright future. Thanks. I'll follow you for the rest of my life. He was probably about 50 years old. He is a tall, thin, and wildly handsome man. He wears his gray hair all back and sunglasses on. He wears a flashy silver jersey covering a nice manly build. Whisper, Abe Shuu. Listen, squeak. Whisper. How much? Whisper, similar to Abe Shuu's, squeak. Whisper, seriously? Around level 68. He's stronger than Elmoto, the guild representative. That means Shimoinagi Hiya.san. Oh, you know me? I am honored. The handsome man chuckles and combs up his hair with his fingers. Oh, but she told me about him. This man is the most famous hunter in Shugamo City. He is Shimoinagi. He is also known as Shooting Willow. He is said to be one of the best snipers in New Tokyo. You're Abe Shuu-kun and Tamiko-chan, right? I heard from this kid that you're 28 and 40 even though you're just rookies. Yeah, maybe we'll be working together in the not-so-distant future. Nice to meet you. Yes. Nice to meet you. Shug grabbed the outstretched hand. For some reason, his hand is just an ordinary human hand, with a few scars that are somewhat noticeable. It is as if he is pulling me from the inside. It is as if he is pulling me from the inside of my stomach, as if he is taking me in. Is it the sensation of knowing that I am dealing with a big shot? When I bewilderedly looked up, the smile was gone from Shimoinagi-san's face. He pulled his hand away and whispered in my ear. Maybe you're stronger than I am? Who are you? End of Volume 1.